In the realm of Cangxuan, Chu Xuan traversed the vast expanse and became a mere demon cultivator of the Wuji Sect. To cultivate demonic powers is to seize the essence of heaven and earth, to claim the vitality of all beings. By slaughtering countless lives, one may ascend to the revered status of a supreme demon lord. However, such acts of bloodshed are intolerable within the heavenly Tao of humanity. The Wuji Sect, too, faced obliteration at the hands of righteous sects. In a moment of desperation, Chu Xuan fortuitously acquired a blood mirror, granting him passage to a desolate planet overrun by the undead. To his astonishment, he discovered that this place was a veritable paradise for demon cultivators. While a blood sacrifice of 100,000 mortals would invite the wrath of thunder and fire from the heavens, a sacrifice of 100,000 zombies would not only bring no disaster, but would instead shower him with golden blossoms and radiant light, enhancing his merits. Chapter 1. Brother, you are truly brave. On the Cangxuan continent, in the state of Yu, lies the bustling city of Qinghe. The streets are alive with the flow of people, adorned with vibrant flowers. At the edge of the street, a tea stall beckons. With but a single copper coin, one can indulge in a generous bowl of refreshing tea. Seated quietly at the stall is a young man clad in simple garments, savoring his tea. Reflecting on the past year spent evading pursuit, he feels a profound sense of regret. As a time traveler, he finds it somewhat embarrassing to have lived in such a manner. His name is Chu Xuan, who arrived in the Cangxuan continent 2 decades ago, becoming an outer disciple of the Wuji Sect. Yet, he possesses neither a wise elder to guide him nor a miraculous ability, only his handsome visage and ordinary talent. Fortunately, the Wuji Sect stands as the most formidable sect in the state of Yu, with 3 of the 9 prefectures under its dominion. After a decade of arduous effort, he finally refined his qi and ascended to the inner discipleship. Aware of his mediocre talent, he delved into various fields such as insect manipulation, poison arts, corpse refining, puppetry, and disguise. Thus, despite his humble cultivation level, his prowess remains formidable. He once ranked 10th among the inner disciples, almost catching the attention of an elder for personal mentorship. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. The sect's foremost ancestor fell into a state of madness during cultivation and met his demise. Upon hearing the news, the 5 righteous sects of the state declared the Wuji Sect as irredeemably wicked and collectively sought its destruction. A Yuan Ing ancestor and 10 Jindan elders perished in battle, while several others surrendered, leaving only 2 to escape. The sect leader, vice leader, and grand elder either perished or fled, leading to the rapid collapse of the once mighty sect within a mere month. Chu Xuan, being merely a small fry compared to the Jindan powerhouses, managed to escape. Yet his identity compelled him to remain in hiding. Now, a year has passed since the 5 sects commenced their crusade against evil. Many disciples of Wuji Sect have been captured and executed, yet he still lives. His extensive knowledge of various spells has now become his means of survival. At this moment, although he merely sits, every sound around him resonates clearly in his ears. This is due to a listening worm dwelling within each of his ears. This insect amplifies the faintest of sounds, allowing him to discern even the most subtle whispers. Just then, another individual approached, hesitating before taking a seat before the young man. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "The king covers the tiger?" Chu Xuan replied calmly, "You are truly foolish." The individual continued, "The pagoda subdues the river demon?" Chu Xuan retorted, "You are indeed quite audacious." The man finally exhaled, "Brother, you are remarkably brave to meet here." Chu Xuan sipped his tea nonchalantly. "We are all proper and law-abiding scatter cultivators. What is there to fear?" The man nodded eagerly, admiration glimmering in his eyes. This Chu Xuan, ranked 10th among the inner disciples of Wuji Sect, had survived a year while those who ranked above him had been captured by the righteous sects. Only he remained free, audaciously appearing on the territory of the righteous sects. His courage was indeed commendable. "Have you brought the items, Heliang?" Chu Xuan casually asked after taking a sip of tea. Heliang nodded and produced a low-grade storage bag, handing it over. Chu Xuan accepted it and inspected its contents. He required a substantial amount of essence blood for his blood cultivation. Any living being, be it mortal or beast, could suffice. While slaughtering mortals would yield blood the quickest, it would diminish his merits, drawing the ire of the heavenly Tao. Attempting to ascend to higher realms afterward would invite relentless tribulations. Chu Xuan speculated that the demise of the sect's foremost ancestor was not unconnected to the heavy toll of bloodshed. With the Wuji Sect, now destroyed, the five righteous sects rigorously investigated the slaughter of mortals. In such times, killing mortals was akin to courting death. Therefore, he had commissioned He Liang to procure beast blood for him. This substance, having been purified, was compact yet potent, ideal for cultivation. Good quality. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, tossing 10 small spirit stones in exchange. He Liang's eyes sparkled with greed as he eagerly accepted them. Just as Chu Xuan was about to depart, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The vendors selling snacks, vegetables, cosmetics, and meats seemed to have changed, and the tones of conversation shifted. It felt as though he was being scrutinized from all angles, with several formidable presences of foundation-building cultivators lurking nearby. He glanced at He Liang, whose face bore a new mask, crafted just that day, ensuring no one else recognized him as Chu Xuan. "It appears I must change my appearance once more," he remarked calmly. "Brother, I require one more item," he suddenly said. He Liang nodded. "Please instruct me, brother." Chu Xuan inquired, "Do you have any spirit blood pills?" He Liang nodded earnestly. "I have two, pilfered from the treasury when I fled this sect." Chu Xuan lowered his voice. "I need spirit blood pills." "The more, the better." He Liang hesitated, "but spirit blood pills are only necessary for severely injured foundation-building cultivators." "Brother, he suddenly realized, I understand. Have you found Uncle Lu?" Uncle Lu, full name Lu Jinxiong, is a foundation-building cultivator and one of the few Wuji Sect members yet to be captured by righteous cultivators. Chu Xuan replied coldly, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." He Liang quickly covered his mouth. I understand. "Give me the spirit blood pills." Chu Xuan extended his hand. He Liang whispered, "The spirit blood pills are precious. Surely you lack sufficient spirit stones?" Chu Xuan remained silent. He Liang hastily added, "How about this? Take me to meet Uncle Lu. We should stick together in these times, brother." Chu Xuan insisted firmly, "No, the risk is too great." He Liang sighed heavily, gritting his teeth as he pulled out a mid-grade spirit stone and pressed it into Chu Xuan's hand. "One mid-grade spirit stone. I cannot part with more." Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Small spirit stones are mere scraps from spirit stone mines, of low purity, typically circulating among qi refining cultivators. Mid-grade spirit stones, however, are of significantly higher purity and larger size, mostly held by foundation-building cultivators. One mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 small spirit stones. He had not anticipated that He Liang possessed such a stone. "Your sincerity is noted. I will reluctantly accept." Chu Xuan nodded slightly. He Liang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us depart, brother. With the protection of a foundation-building cultivator like Uncle Lu, I will feel secure." Chu Xuan agreed. The meeting place is at an abandoned residence in the eastern part of the city. "Follow closely." With that, he tossed a copper coin onto the table and rose swiftly. He Liang hurriedly followed suit. After their departure, 6 cultivators lurking in the distance approached the tea stall. The leading middle-aged cultivator, exuding an aura of a foundation-building cultivator, expressed a light. "He Liang has left with him. We may have caught a significant fish. Immediately pursue them. Capturing this big fish will grant us all credit." He commanded. "Understood." Moments later, in the eastern part of the city, the middle-aged cultivators arrived, surrounding the nearby residences tightly. "Master Uncle, when shall we enter?" a young disciple inquired. "Wait for the signal," the middle-aged cultivator whispered. After a brief interval, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. The door to a house was blasted open, and He Liang was hurled out, blood spurting from his mouth midair. In agony, he cried out, "Underground! Lu Jinxiong is underground. They discovered me." The eyes of the middle-aged cultivator gleamed with intensity as he bellowed, "Charge in! Capture him alive, if possible!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The righteous cultivators dashed past He Liang and surged into the residence. Indeed, within, there lay a dark, gaping hole leading underground. As the middle-aged cultivators entered, they found numerous passages within, riddled with traps and mechanisms, resembling a labyrinth. After an arduous search, One cultivator suddenly exclaimed, "Master Uncle, there's a corpse here, its skin flayed away." The middle-aged cultivator paused, carefully examining the body, and instantly erupted with rage. "This is Liang. The one outside is Chu Xuan. Hurry, we've been deceived." "Damn that Chu Xuan." He slipped away again. The middle-aged cultivator seethed with fury. Chapter 2. The zombie is human, yet not human. Outside Qinghe City, Chu Xuan peeled off Liang's facial skin and casually discarded it into the river. A makeshift human skin mask is truly uncomfortable to wear. He rummaged through Liang's storage bag, nodding slightly. Indeed, the swiftest way to gain is through murder and plunder. Chu Xuan smacked his lips. Earlier, within that abandoned residence, he had taken advantage of Liang's moment of inattention to launch a surprise attack, firmly seizing control. First, he interrogated Liang about the righteous cultivators before employing a spirit-snatching technique to drain Liang's spiritual energy. Finally, he flayed Liang's skin to craft a temporary human mask, allowing him to escape. However, can one truly escape for a lifetime? My cultivation technique requires a substantial amount of living blood with each minor breakthrough. The goo worms I nurture also demand copious amounts of living flesh to thrive. If deprived for too long, they will backfire. Every pursuit of living blood and flesh is a risk. Perhaps I should simply become a righteous cultivator. Chu Xuan chuckled helplessly. To survive in this world of cultivation, he must change his path and cultivate righteous techniques. Yet, if he were to practice righteous techniques, he would need to start over. Given his aptitude, he might not even reach the foundational stage before his demise. Only the low-threshold, quick-healing, and powerful demonic techniques seemed suitable for someone of his ordinary talent. Ah, is this mirror a magical artifact of Liang? Chu Xuan noticed a dusty, blood-colored mirror in the corner of the storage bag. He took it out and infused it with spiritual energy, but it sank without a trace. Logically, merely infusing spiritual energy should activate the magical artifact. This artifact was indeed peculiar. Could it be of high grade? Chu Xuan infused more spiritual energy. This time, he poured in half of his total spiritual energy. Suddenly, the blood mirror emitted a humming sound. Dust was swept away, revealing a modern apocalyptic scene within. Tall buildings, desolation, and zombies rampant. Chu Xuan was taken aback. Why did this world resemble the zombie-themed films he had watched before his transmigration? Furrowing his brow, he sensed a will emanating from the blood mirror. It seemed that if he wished, he could directly traverse through the blood mirror to this apocalyptic planet. A flicker of excitement surged within him as he reached out to touch it. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings spun chaotically. Chaos enveloped him with swirling lights, strange sounds, and distorted visions. When clarity returned, he found himself standing on a bustling street. On either side stood rows of shops, with towering buildings in the distance. The street was littered with abandoned cars and overgrown weeds, presenting a scene of desolation. Suddenly, a sound echoed as a grotesque figure emerged from the shadows of a car, its eyes hollow and bloodthirsty, drooling foul saliva. It was a zombie. Roar! The zombie detected the scent of a living person and immediately lunged towards Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan frowned slightly and raised his hand sharply. A line of blood shot forth, slicing through the zombie's neck. The zombie's head fell away from its body, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. After all, Chu Xuan was a chi refining stage cultivator. Though he hadn't yet mastered skills like flying or manipulating the heavens, he could still wield spiritual energy with greater strength and perception than an ordinary person. The zombie's body bore no difference from that of a human. A single strike to the death was entirely expected. Chu Xuan shook his head, preparing to leave. At that moment, he felt a stirring within his goo worms and halted in his tracks. Extending his palm, the skin on his hand split open, and a blood-colored long worm emerged. This worm, named Bloodsteel Wire, was renowned for its resilience. By practicing the goo mastery technique and nurturing it over time, one could command it against foes. As a chi refining stage cultivator, the total amount of spiritual energy was limited, often exhausting after casting a spell or two. Currently, Chu Xuan could only nurture one Bloodsteel Wire due to his low cultivation. As he advanced in rank, he could sustain more Bloodsteel Wires. At this moment, the Bloodsteel Wire sensed the aroma of blood and flesh eagerly peering in that direction. Chu Xuan gazed at the zombie's corpse, his eyebrows rising. Zombies can move, they seem to be living beings as well. Could using zombie blood and flesh for cultivation or feeding the goo worms prove effective? The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became. Cultivation techniques in the world are divided into 4 grades: supreme, high, middle, and low. The technique he practiced, blood transformation and spirit snatching, was among the upper-tier techniques for qi refining in the Wuji Sect, serving as his primary method. Compared to the top-tier techniques of qi refining, his progress was merely slower. As long as he elevated the level of the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique, his cultivation would rise correspondingly. Chu Xuan stepped forward and placed his palm on the zombie's body. The blood steel wire immediately burrowed inside. A chilling, crunching sound echoed from within the corpse. Having grown accustomed to such sounds, Chu Xuan remained unfazed. To him, as long as the blood steel wire was fed, it was no different from a docile pet. It had a penchant for cleanliness, having meticulously cleaned itself. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. The blood steel wire was selective in its diet. Its favorite was human flesh, followed by beast flesh. Thus, it appeared that zombies could indeed serve as nourishment for the goo worms. In that case, zombie blood should also suffice for cultivation. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan began the hunt for zombies. In no time, he stumbled upon 3 unfortunate passers-by, or rather, wandering zombies. The blood steel wire obediently bound their limbs. These 3 zombies were quite spirited, still roaring despite being restrained by the blood steel wire. Chu Xuan fetched a large barrel from his storage bag and swiftly cut their throats to drain their blood. Moments later, the barrel was filled to the brim. He wasted not a single part of the remaining corpses as the blood steel wire dove in for a feast. Chu Xuan immediately activated the blood transformation technique. This spell, learned from the first layer of the blood transformation and spirit snatching technique, bore no offensive capability. It was purely for refining blood. The blood before him was continuously absorbed, purging impurities and gradually transforming into pure energy. After completely refining a large barrel of zombie blood, only a few thumb-sized blood beads remained. These were the blood beads, though derived from zombie blood. Chu Xuan held no reservations. Be it beast blood, goo worm blood, human blood, or zombie blood, there was no distinction of high or low value. As long as it strengthened him, it was all of worth. He swallowed the blood pearl in one gulp and began to refine it. Moments later, a look of delight appeared on his face. It truly worked. He could feel his internal spiritual power grow stronger by a few degrees. At this rate, I will soon achieve the 5th level of the blood transformation and spirit seizure technique. Chu Xuan thought, his spirits lifted. Chapter 3. Such a whispering voice, yet aspiring to be a zombie? The blood transformation and spirit seizure technique comprises a total of 9 levels. Mastering the 1st level corresponds to the 1st level of qi refining. Similarly, mastering the 9th level corresponds to the 9th level of qi refining. The first 3 levels of qi refining are referred to as the early stage, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are known as the mid-stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are classified as the late stage. Chu Xuan had already mastered the 4th level of the blood transformation and spirit seizure technique, placing him firmly in the mid-stage of qi refining. Once he achieved the 5th level, he could advance further and learn new spells. More importantly, zombies are not mere mortals. Slaying them would not incur the wrath of the celestial laws upon humanity. What a splendid opportunity! Chu Xuan suddenly realized that he had stumbled upon a fortuitous place. Not only could he utilize blood magic, but he could also employ insect manipulation, poison techniques, or refine corpses and puppets without the need for a cauldron. These abundant zombies were, after all, natural cauldrons and materials scattered everywhere. Yet on this planet, I am a formidable force of life and death. Chu Xuan smiled. He could fully exploit the zombies here to diligently cultivate his demonic arts. Let us continue to gather zombies, he declared as he walked down the street, soon selecting a 5-story shopping mall as his temporary stronghold. Little ruin fod, he glanced at a billboard and strode confidently into the mall. On the 1st floor of the shopping mall, numerous zombies aimlessly roamed and howled. The moment Chu Xuan appeared, he immediately captured their attention. In the next moment, they charged towards him. Chu Xuan chuckled joyfully. No need to rush, there is enough for everyone. Moments later, on the 5th floor of the mall, Master Chu gazed at the 6 bathtubs brimming with blood before him. The fatigue from drawing blood faded, replaced by a contented smile. Such an abundance of blood would sustain his cultivation for a long time. However, drawing blood is rather troublesome. It is time to create a few corpses to do the work for me. Chu Xuan searched throughout the mall, but found no suitable zombies. To refine a corpse, it must possess considerable strength, preferably with muscular structure and deep-seated resentment. This way, once refined, the corpse would wield immense power and harbor overwhelming wrath, gaining the upper hand in confrontations. Yet the zombies within this mall were far from robust, appearing gaunt and frail. None even had the energy to roar. Such a whispering voice, yet aspiring to be a zombie? Forget it. I shall rest for now and later search nearby. There must be some sturdy targets around. Chu Xuan moved a lounge chair over and reclined. He was not concerned about a zombie ambush. The blood wires were constantly protecting his body. Should a zombie attempt to attack, the blood wires would react even faster than he could. For the past year, he had lived in constant fear, evading capture by the righteous factions. While others saw him as calm and composed, it was merely an act. In such a dire environment, one must remain exceedingly rational and composed to survive. Finally, with a moment of peace, Chu Xuan could no longer suppress his weariness and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, outside the little Ruinfa shopping mall, 2 individuals stealthily approached. The lead figure was a muscular man, while the other was thin and frail. The thin one whispered, "Brother Hu, just give the orders, I will do anything to save my mother." Brother Hu's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery as he replied, "Do not worry, I won't send you to your doom. There are still some supplies in this mall. You attract the zombies, and I will gather food. If you find yourself surrounded, do not fear, I will come to your aid." The thin man nodded emphatically. "All right, I trust you." With that, he cautiously entered the mall, clutching a water pipe. Moments later, a horde of zombies was drawn to him. Brother Hu then strode confidently into the mall, continuously tossing cans, medicines, and other resources into his backpack. These items had long shelf lives and could still be used as long as they were intact. Suddenly, frantic voices echoed from nearby. "Brother Hu, so many zombies. Quick, help me." The thin man was surrounded by a throng of zombies, panic etched across his face. Brother Hu laughed sinisterly, continuing to fill his backpack with various resources, showing no intention of helping. "Brother Hu, save me." The thin man's eyes were filled with terror. Brother Hu grinned. "Oh, I forgot to mention something. Your mother passed away yesterday. The Spirit Hound Association won't waste medicine on a 60-year-old woman." The thin man's eyes widened in shock. A zombie took advantage of his momentary distraction, lunging at him and sinking its teeth into his chest. "The reason I lured you to the little Ruinfa Mall was to utilize you one last time. After all, I have already exploited you many times. What is one more?" Brother Hu chuckled. "Thank you for drawing the zombies away with your life. Oh, and I believe you have a sister. I will take care of her." The frail man was now surrounded by a horde of bloodthirsty monsters, which tore pieces of flesh from him. Summoning his final strength, he screamed, "Tang Hu, I will haunt you even as a ghost." Tang Hu chuckled. "Very well, come find me when you become a ghost." As the commotion escalated, more zombies were drawn to the noise. Tang Hu quickly made his way to the 2nd floor. Many scavengers had dared to venture into the 1st floor of the mall, but on the 2nd and higher floors, zombies were more prevalent, and few dared to go. There must be more resources there. Indeed, Tang Hu scavenged eagerly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Thud! Thud! Some zombies even leapt from higher levels, drawn to the commotion caused by the frail man. Seeing this, Tang Hu's greed surged, and he made a beeline for the 5th floor. Sure enough, he encountered hardly any zombies along the way. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, he was taken aback, for there lay several zombie corpses, positioned as if they had fallen backward. Judging by the dryness of their blood, it seemed they had died not long ago. Had someone arrived at the 5th floor before him? Tang Hu quickly scanned the area and noticed a lounge chair in the open space ahead. A young man dressed in peculiar attire lay there, sound asleep. Surrounding him were 6 bathtubs, all filled with blood. This bizarre scene made Tang Hu swallow hard. So much food. He noticed dozens of cans beside the young man, and his greed intensified. He hurriedly tossed the cans into his backpack. "You have quite the physique," a calm voice suddenly rang out. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. Tang Hu felt a tingling sensation in his grip, nearly dropping his machete. The young man's gaze was peculiar, as if he regarded him not as a person but rather as an object. The most terrifying aspect was that a blood-colored long worm writhed in the young man's palm. He gulped. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the world had been filled with too many unknown enigmas. This person, capable of coexisting with a worm, was certainly no ordinary individual. Tang Hu wisely placed his backpack down, raising his hands above his head. "Big brother, everything belongs to you. My brother-in-law is Zhao Hong. The great Zhao, let us converse amicably." Chapter 4. You are strong and well-built, perfect for corpse refinement. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan became even more intrigued. "Zhao Laoda, who is he?" Tang Hu paused momentarily but promptly replied, "Zhao Laoda is the leader of the largest organization in Donghu City, the Spirit Dog Gang." "Zhao Hong." Chu Xuan nodded. "Now, tell me everything about the situation nearby." Tang Hu dared not refuse and recounted all the information he possessed in detail. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. "Very well." Tang Hu forced a smile. "Brother, considering my brother-in-law's connection and my cooperation, could you spare my life?" Chu Xuan chuckled. "What I mean is, your physique is quite impressive, making you ideal material for my corpse refinement." Tang Hu was taken aback. Corpse refinement? Before he could react further, the blood-steel wire in Chu Xuan's palm surged forward, swiftly binding his hands and feet. Tang Hu struggled desperately, only to find that the blood-red wire was even harder than steel, rendering him unable to escape. "Brother, what are you doing?" he exclaimed in terror. "Corpse refinement. You are robust and strong, perfectly suited for it," Chu Xuan replied, focusing on concocting a potion. "Soon, I will unleash your resentment, and you will become a formidable corpse soldier." He employed a secret technique known as the Vajra corpse refinement method, originating from the corpse puppet sect. Unfortunately, the sect had long been vanquished by righteous cultivators, with most of its teachings falling into the hands of the righteous sects, while a small portion was absorbed by the Wuji Sect. Regardless of the method used to refine a corpse, the most basic level of corpse, known as a corpse soldier, corresponds to the Qi refinement stage. Above that are the corpse generals, corpse commanders, and corpse kings, each representing higher tiers. Each realm is divided into 9 levels, mirroring the cultivation stages of practitioners. However, different methods yield corpses with distinct characteristics. For instance, the Vajra corpse refinement method emphasizes tempering the physical body. Once a corpse soldier is successfully refined, it becomes impervious to blades and possesses immense strength, capable of contending with Qi refinement stage practitioners. Chu Xuan had previously found it challenging to refine corpses due to the lengthy process, which often led to unforeseen mishaps. Moreover, he could not linger in one place for too long, forcing him to abandon the notion of corpse refinement. Now, he retrieved a large bucket from his storage pouch and poured various potions into it. Subsequently, he unceremoniously tossed the bound Tang Hu inside, submerging even his head completely. Tang Hu's voice gradually diminished. Then, Chu Xuan solemnly cut his palm, forcing out 2 drops of essence blood, which he dripped into the bucket. His complexion paled slightly. The essence blood was not ordinary. Even with his cultivation of blood transformation, hastening the coagulation process, it was not something that could be produced in a day or two. Now, he merely needed to wait. According to the records of the Vajra corpse refinement method, he should expect results within 3 days at most. Chu Xuan reclined on a nearby chair, indulging in tuna from a can he had found during his search for zombies, which was still within its expiration date. Damn, modern industrial food is truly delectable. What was I eating in the Wuji Sect? Tasteless slop, he lamented, gazing skyward. After many years, he finally savored something worthy of human consumption. 3 days later, Chu Xuan awaited expectantly before the bucket, observing the formidable figure that had become entirely black and remarkably rigid. Compared to before, the body had expanded further, showcasing astonishing defensive capabilities. He drew a flying knife and struck, leaving only a faint mark. Elation surged within him, confirming that he had succeeded. The corpse before him had ascended to the rank of corpse soldier, equivalent to a Qi refinement practitioner. However, he pondered the quality of this corpse's attributes. Corpse attributes are categorized into 4 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. The quality of the potion used directly correlates with the corpse's attributes. A top-tier corpse, once refined, can master 4 spells, while a superior one can wield 3. The middle and inferior corpses possess even fewer spells, 2 and 1, respectively. Chu Xuan had heard tales of a golden elixir ancestor who, during his chi refinement stage, fortuitously refined a top-tier corpse that emerged with 4 spells. That ancestor's path to the golden elixir stage was paved by that exceptional corpse. He promptly produced a small black tower, known as the Corpse Nurturing Tower, specifically designed to house and cultivate corpses. All corpse nurturing towers come equipped with an identification technique to assess the corpse's attributes and realm. This particular tower was acquired at a low price from a disheartened middle-aged disciple and was merely a low-grade artifact. It lacked offensive or defensive capabilities, serving solely to nurture corpses. Chu Xuan had kept it on hand for emergencies, and now was the perfect time to utilize it. With a thought, he collected the corpse soldier into the tower. The tower brimmed with energy, and upon entering, the corpse soldier became exceedingly excited, eagerly absorbing the energy. Chu Xuan infused a trace of spiritual power to activate the identification technique. A beam of black light illuminated the corpse, and a glimmer of golden light emanated from its spiritual center. Chu Xuan was taken aback. A middle-grade corpse? A second-level corpse soldier? Remarkable. In his first attempt at corpse refinement, using rather ordinary potions, he had managed to create a middle-grade corpse. Truly fortuitous. Continuing to employ the identification technique, he soon discerned the 2 spells possessed by this corpse: Bloodlust Technique and Golden Light Spell. The Bloodlust Technique instantly thrusts the user into a state of bloodlust, significantly enhancing combat strength, though its effect lasts only 15 minutes, followed by a 10-hour fatigue period. The Golden Light Spell, as its name suggests, envelopes the user in golden light, reinforcing their defenses. When combined, these 2 spells transform the corpse soldier into a quintessential tank, though currently only a second-level corpse soldier. Equivalent to a second-layer chi refinement practitioner, the simultaneous casting of both spells could allow it to contend momentarily with a 4th-layer practitioner. Whether serving as bait to draw enemy fire or as a means of escape in dire situations, it proved to be exceptionally useful. Chu Xuan felt a surge of satisfaction. This apocalyptic planet truly was a splendid place. In just 3 days, he had acquired a corpse soldier as his trump card, effectively doubling his overall strength compared to 3 days prior. Regrettably, materials for corpse refinement are scarce. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly refine another corpse. Chu Xuan smacked his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, the corpse soldier approached him respectfully, awaiting his command. This was the purpose of the 2 drops of essence blood he had infused earlier. As long as the corpse soldier was well fed, it would obey his commands without rebellion. A second-level corpse soldier could easily sweep through this mall. "I'll leave it to you," Chu Xuan gestured, reclining comfortably in his chair once more. With a low growl, the corpse soldier surged forward. In the next moment, terrifying roars and the sounds of flesh tearing echoed throughout the mall, followed by the cacophony of various objects colliding. Chu Xuan remained unfazed, casually enjoying his canned food while perusing ancient texts, relishing the moment in comfort. Isn't that what demonic cultivators seek? A life of leisure and freedom? Chapter 5. The Zombie as the Cauldron, cultivating blood-tooth fruit in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed. Chu Xuan savored the steaming bowl of fresh shrimp and fish noodles, relishing every bite. Instant noodles could become tiresome if consumed daily. Yet the occasional absence only heightened his nostalgia for their flavor. For Chu Xuan, who had traversed the realm of cultivation for several decades, the taste was a cherished memory. Before him, a fire pit blazed brightly. Moments later, he devoured the noodles ravenously. As the flames began to dwindle, he used 2 sticks to retrieve an object from the fire pit, the blood mirror. Remarkably, the blood mirror bore no signs of scorching. Its radiance appeared even more vibrant than before. Chu Xuan glanced at the imagery within the mirror, clear skies and serene mountains, reflecting the place from which he had previously arrived. Now this scene had brightened by 1/5. He had come to understand that the blood mirror would autonomously absorb the energy of the heavens and earth for recharging. All forms of energy could be assimilated: spiritual energy, malevolent energy, yin energy, biological energy, thermal energy, light energy, and electrical energy. By placing the blood mirror in the fire pit, he was allowing it to absorb thermal energy. At this rate, it would be fully charged in about a month. At that moment, an excited, low growl resonated from a distance. It was the zombie soldier. Shortly after, the soldier appeared before Chu Xuan, holding 2 gasoline barrels. He had previously issued commands for it to seek out fuel. Initially, it struggled to comprehend, but with gradual training, it had begun to understand. Chu Xuan gazed at the increasingly formidable and robust zombie soldier, his expression one of satisfaction. "Little tiger, well done." Upon hearing this, the zombie obediently bowed its head, allowing Chu Xuan to stroke it. The name Little Tiger was a thoughtful moniker bestowed by Chu Xuan, not a mere fragment of its original name. In just 2 days, Little Tiger had eliminated all the zombies within the nearby mall, providing succulent meat as feed for the bloodsteel wire. The lethargic and weak zombies had become nourishment for the soldier. By the 3rd day, it began clearing out the zombies in surrounding shops and residences, using the mall as its base. After 5 days, the zombie soldier had advanced from a 2nd tier to a 3rd-tier zombie. While it could still only rival a practitioner at the 3rd level of chi refinement in terms of realm, its sheer muscle and overwhelming resentment rendered it a formidable opponent. Any novice cultivator of the 3rd level, untrained in spells, would likely find themselves gravely injured if it approached. "What am I to do with you?" "Cocooning so soon seems premature," Chu Xuan mused, observing the blood-steel wire, which appeared to be lacking vitality, offering a resigned smile. Perhaps it had consumed too much zombie flesh. This morning, upon waking, he discovered it showing signs of cocooning. Cocooning indicated that the blood-steel wire would acquire innate spells, significantly enhancing its power. This was monumental news for him. The blood-steel wire was a common type of insect, thus its potential was limited, capable of cocooning only twice. Each cocooning process resembled a rebirth, earning it the title of second transformation insect, allowing it to learn 2 innate spells. Of course, the insect's potential was not fixed. If it encountered rare materials and treasures, it might cocoon again after consumption. Regrettably, he had yet to begin cultivating such treasures. "Go capture a couple of lively zombies," he commanded, waving his hand. The zombie soldier excitedly let out a few roars and swiftly vanished. In under 10 minutes, it reappeared, each muscular arm clutching a struggling zombie. These zombies screamed and fought vigorously, exhibiting considerable spirit. Chu Xuan nodded in approval, covered his mouth, tied them up, and tossed them into the corner. The zombie soldier clumsily executed the task, and soon the 2 zombies were dealt with. Chu Xuan approached them, drawing a small knife to carve blood holes in their arms, legs, and torsos. Then, he retrieved a breeding pouch from his storage bag, filling it with tiny red seeds the size of rice grains. Upon contact with the flesh, the seeds quickly took root. In just a few blinks, crimson sprouts emerged, each 1 centimeter long, their leaves sharp and triangular, blood red and eerie. The gentle breeze caressed them, reminiscent of the fearsome fangs of a mythical beast, sending chills down one's spine. This spiritual plant was known as blood demon tooth, thriving on blood and flesh, shunning spiritual energy. It required a month to bloom and bear fruit, which was named bloodtooth fruit, precisely what the bloodsteel wire needed for cocooning. After consuming the bloodtooth fruit, the bloodsteel wire's speed and strength would significantly increase, with a chance of acquiring the finest innate spells. During such moments, the more bloodtooth fruits consumed, the greater the likelihood of obtaining exceptional innate spells. Chu Xuan had spent years studying the art of controlling insects, making this knowledge second nature to him. A month swiftly passed, thanks to the hospitable and selfless zombies around him. Chu Xuan effortlessly ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement, while Little Tiger had reached the 5th-tier zombie level, finally maturing. Chu Xuan approached the 2 zombies, gazing at the heavy fruit hanging from the blood demon tooth branches, his smile widening. Throughout the month, he had fed the zombies a few pieces of zombie flesh every other day to ensure their survival, providing a continuous supply of nutrients for the blood demon tooth. However, Despite these efforts, the two zombies have become nothing more than skin and bones, their bodies drained of all nourishment by the blood demon tooth. Chu Xuan swiftly harvested the blood tooth fruits, leaving the emaciated zombies for Little Tiger to utilize. Crunch, crunch. Little Tiger happily munched on its lunch nearby. Chu Xuan surveyed the 10 blood tooth fruits in his palm, marveling at their size. Back when the Wuji Sect was still operational, they employed specialized personnel to cultivate blood tooth fruits, but their exorbitant cost, 20 contribution points, made them inaccessible, roughly equivalent to 80 spirit stones. At that time, he possessed few spirit stones and could not afford to exchange for the blood tooth fruits. Yet now, these fruits lay quietly in his hand, worth a total of 800 spirit stones, a fortune far exceeding his previous assets. The cauldron yields endless resources. This truly is a remarkable place, Chu Xuan reflected, offering the blood tooth fruits to the blood steel wire. With a single gulp, it devoured them, and soon fell into a deep slumber. No matter how much Chu Xuan prodded, it remained immobile. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the blood steel wire was completely enveloped in a reddish-brown cocoon, signifying that it had indeed begun the cocooning process. Within 10 days, the blood steel wire would emerge, transformed into a first transformation insect with innate spells. The seeds of the spiritual plant needed replenishment, and he required some spirit stones to arrange the formation. It seemed he would need to seek out his fellow brothers to procure some resources. Chu Xuan smiled as he gazed at the hundreds of blood beads within his storage bag, results of his daily practice of purifying zombie blood using the blood transformation technique. These blood beads were an exceptional tonic for cultivation, an irresistible temptation for practitioners of the demonic sect. Chapter 6. Help me feed the big black. It has been starving for quite some time. 10 days later, the blood steel wire successfully emerged from its cocoon. Chu Xuan observed it closely and discovered that after its transformation, the blood steel wire had grown larger and its exterior had become even more resilient. He casually picked up an iron rod and with a swift motion, the blood steel wire shot forth, effortlessly severing the rod in two. Chu Xuan nodded in appreciation. "Let me see what skills you have acquired," he mused, as he commanded the blood steel wire to unleash its magic. The blood steel wire darted forward like the most formidable of ropes, swiftly binding a small tiger with unyielding restraint. The small tiger roared in anger, exerting tremendous force in a futile attempt to break free. However, it remained ensnared, and the bloodlight binding its limbs grew increasingly tighter. A glimmer of joy flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. Blood binding technique. As the name suggests, the blood binding technique is a control-type spell. It is among the finest spells one can comprehend after the blood steel wire has undergone its transformation. The blood steel wire is not renowned for its brute strength or lethality. Rather, it excels in defense. Chu Xuan had not expected it to deliver offensive capabilities. Now, with the understanding of the blood-binding technique following its transformation, it was evident he had chosen the right skill pathway. The small tiger, wary, let out a few distressed cries and hastily retreated, fearful of being further ensnared by the blood steel wire. Chu Xuan affectionately patted the little creature's head, thoroughly satisfied. As he contemplated the passage of time, he realized he had been on this planet for nearly 2 months. Chu Xuan pondered. It would be wise to refine several lean corpses. After I leave this place, I must leave a few behind to guard it. Moreover, it would be ideal to acquire a set of array discs and flag for the blood transformation grand array. A spark of brilliance flickered in Chu Xuan's eyes. The blood transformation grand array. It is one of the most suitable formations for large-scale blood sacrifices performed by demonic cultivators. Simple, cost-effective, resilient. The most basic blood transformation grand array can be manipulated even by chi refining stage cultivators. As for its advanced, enhanced, and ultimate versions, they require a certain level of mastery in formations. Chu Xuan had heard that the leader of the corpse puppet sect once utilized the souls of 300,000 living beings within an entire city to execute the soul-seizing blood transformation grand array, thereby refining a soul blood pearl. The young vice leader of the corpse puppet sect, merely 3 years old, consumed the pearl and progressed from chi refining to foundation establishment in just 3 years, achieving the 9th layer of foundation establishment and astonishing everyone. This mere 6-year-old child had suppressed the talents of various sects at the foundation establishment stage, leaving them gasping for breath. However, such heinous acts soon drew the ire of the 5 major righteous sects, leading to the eventual extinction of the corpse puppet sect lineage. If I could acquire a set of the blood transformation grand array and establish it on this planet, my cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. While the notion of achieving foundation establishment in 100 days may be an exaggeration, doing so within a year should be entirely feasible. Chu Xuan then instructed the little tiger to tidy up the area before ascending to the rooftop of the little ruined-fa shopping mall, where he activated the blood mirror. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he smiled. The last time he departed, he had only reached the 4th layer of qi refining, possessing but a single blood steel wire. In less than 2 months, he had ascended to the 6th layer. The blood steel wire had transformed, and he was accompanied by a 5th-tier corpse soldier. Such power was sufficient to overpower cultivators at the 7th layer of qi refining, and he even had a 70 to 80% chance of victory against those at the 8th layer. Chu Xuan took a deep breath and connected with the blood mirror. In the blink of an eye, he was drawn into the mirror, vanishing from sight as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Donghu City, Haotai Hotel, once regarded as one of the finest hotels in Donghu City. It had become the stronghold of the Spirit Dog Gang following the outbreak of zombies several years ago. At the highest level of Haotai Hotel, a gaunt, sun-kissed man reclined on a lounge chair on the rooftop, basking in the sunlight. He was Zhao Hong, the leader of the Spirit Dog Gang. Chapter 7 centers around an enigmatic scenario where one merely observes without taking action, gazing without purchasing. The Haotai Hotel is situated a mere 3 kilometers from the Zairanfa Mall. However, we find ourselves in a dystopian city plagued by zombies, rather than the smoothly functioning modern society of yore. The streets are strewn with abandoned vehicles and toppled billboards, rendering the journey anything but seamless. It took 2 full hours for the willing vehicle to reach the Zairanfa Mall. With a whoosh, the car door swung open, and Zhao Hong leapt out, accompanied by 3 dogs, Dahe De Huang and Air Huang, his most capable, astute, and ferocious canine companions. Zhao Hong surveyed his surroundings with a hint of suspicion. His superior vision and hearing, far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowed him to discern the unsettling atmosphere near the mall. The silence was profound, with no growls of zombies to be heard, only the faint scurrying of rats. Although he had ventured into the territories of advanced zombies before, he had never encountered such an eerie, desolate expanse. "Let us investigate," Zhao Hong suggested. Gesturing towards the Zairanfa Mall, the 3 dogs growled softly and took 3 separate paths into the mall. Moments later, 3 distinct barks echoed from within. Zhao Ongfoned. He was well acquainted with the nuances of canine communication from his days of raising and hunting dogs. The sounds indicated that there was no immediate danger. "Leave one in the car. You accompany me to take a look," Zhao Hong instructed nonchalantly. "Understood," replied a burly man who followed him as they descended. Soon, the pair found themselves unobstructed as they ascended to the 5th floor of the mall. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Hong's heart raced. It had been 5 years since the zombie outbreak, and he had become accustomed to gruesome sights. Yet, this peculiar display was a first for him. Throughout the mall, from the 1st to the 5th floor, remnants of dismembered zombie flesh littered the ground. Given that it was summer, one would expect a swarm of flies. Yet not a single fly dared to approach this forsaken place. The 5th floor revealed an even more terrifying sight. Several large bathtubs filled with a layer of dried, dark red blood, replete with impurities. In a nearby corner lay 2 desiccated zombies, each riddled with gaping wounds from which crimson plants had once sprouted. However, these plants were now withered and dead. The sensation was akin to being drained of all vitality by the flora. Zhao Hong felt a tightening in his chest. "Boss, what should we do now?" The burly man quavered beside him. "Are you cold?" Zhao Hong suddenly asked. The man trembled, replying, "Yes, it's very cold. The temperature here is quite low." An inexplicable dread surged within Zhao Hong. Outside, the temperature was at least 30 degrees Celsius, yet within the Zairanfa Mall, he felt an unsettling chill. This was decidedly abnormal. Zhao Hong understood that lingering in such an unnatural environment was ill-advised. "Let's go," he urged, unwilling to tarry any longer. "Do we have gasoline?" he inquired as he lit a cigarette, exhaling a few smoke rings. "Yes, boss, just say the word." The two burly men nodded. "Let us set this place ablaze. It emanates malevolence," Zhao Hong stated calmly. "Understood." A moment later, thick, dark smoke billowed into the sky above the Xiarunfa Mall. The biting cold seemed to dissipate with the flames. He casually tossed the unfinished cigarette out of the car window, propping his leg up nonchalantly, as the wheeling vehicle roared back to life, swiftly disappearing into the streets. Chapter 8. Do you have ripe fruits? Chu Xuan's ears perked up as he glanced toward a nearby table. There sat two cultivators in the qi refinement stage, facing each other. The emaciated cultivator inquired, "Fellow Taoist, are there any bounty tasks in Taiping Fong? I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and am in dire need of spirit stones." "Have you not found him yet?" "It has been 6 days," the other replied. "That brat is as slippery as an eel. He is not easily caught." Even when Senior Sun led a group of qi refinement disciples to surround him, he managed to escape. However, I have heard that he is only at the 4th level of qi refinement. In a one-on-one confrontation, I could easily crush him. Do not underestimate him. I have heard that although Chu Xuan possesses average talent, he is well-versed in poison techniques and insect manipulation. 2 cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement from the Divine Veil sect have fallen at his hands. Then I shall seek another target. For this slippery fellow is too hard to track down. If you are afraid, just admit it. The emaciated cultivator's face flushed crimson, veins protruding on his forehead. As he retorted, "Nonsense. Only the living can tread the path of cultivation. Can a cultivator be called afraid of death?" What followed were convoluted phrases about the path of survival and avoiding calamity, which elicited laughter from the more robust cultivator. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of joviality. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan's expression turned peculiar. 6 days. It had only been 6 days since he had slain He Liang and escaped the encirclement of the Divine Veil sect cultivators. By this reckoning, the flow of time between the Cangxuan realm and the doomsday planet is approximately 10 to 1. Thus, in the eyes of these cultivators, had he not ascended from the 4th to the 6th level of qi refinement in merely 6 days? Truly, he would be considered a prodigy of cultivation. Even if one were to immerse themselves daily in a cauldron of elixirs, such rapid progress would be unattainable. Blood mirror, what an extraordinary treasure. Chu Xuan took a hearty sip of tea, his face aglow with delight. 2 days later, Chu Xuan thoroughly explored every nook and cranny of Taiping Fong, becoming well acquainted with every stall owner. Finally, he arrived at a large establishment, the Her Pavilion, specializing in spiritual plants. He found it to offer the best value after comparing several shops. Before long, he emerged from the Her Pavilion, satisfied. He had purchased a substantial quantity of various spiritual plant seeds and acquired some materials for corpse refinement as well. The shopkeeper, pleased with his large purchase, even gifted him a few extras. Once he had gathered all the necessary items, Chu Xuan nonchalantly approached a rather ordinary stall. Setting up a stall in the market is quite simple. One merely lays out a cloth on the ground and tosses their goods on top. Those who are more meticulous might even prepare a wooden sign with the prices inscribed, placing it beside their wares. The items displayed at this stall were not exactly common, but they were far from rare. Nothing caught Chu Xuan's eye until he noticed a withered white spiritual herb, the bone-withering grass. This spiritual plant has extremely stringent growth requirements, flourishing only within the bone-burying cave of the Wuji Sect. Once transplanted to another location, it withers immediately. When the Wuji Sect was destroyed and its disciples scattered, Chu Xuan made arrangements with a few acquaintances for tokens and signals to facilitate future communication. This bone-withering grass served as one such token. Chu Xuan squatted in front of the stall owner, occasionally picking up one item or another. The stall owner, an older-looking cultivator, grew impatient and said, "If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, then leave. Do not touch things carelessly." Chu Xuan picked up a fruit and smiled. "My friend, how much for this pool dragon fruit?" The stall owner casually replied, 2 small spirit stones each. Chu Xuan smiled slightly. Is the skin of this fruit made of gold, or is the flesh made of gold? Chapter 9. Thunderous Might, eliminating 3 in an instant. Without lingering in place, Chu Xuan promptly departed, climbing a nearby hill and concealing himself behind the rocks. In such a precarious moment, anyone could potentially betray him. The only person he could trust was himself. Remaining in one spot was not an option. However, beneath the shade of the trees, Chu Xian's figure was absent, leaving him in a state of doubt. He did not reveal himself immediately, but instead scrutinized his surroundings, attuning his ears to any sound. Chun Gu, feeling anxious, called out in a hushed voice, "Brother Chu, where are you?" After a considerable wait, Chu Xian finally made his appearance, prompting a sigh of relief from Chun Gu. He quickly grasped the reason behind Chu Xian's decision to vacate the premise. Few among the demonic cultivators who had managed to evade the pursuit of the 5 sects of the righteous path were foolish enough to easily trust others. Without further ado, Chen Gu retrieved a formation plate and flags from his storage pouch and handed them over. As Chu Xian examined them, he nodded slightly. Indeed, this was the blood transformation formation. The most fundamental blood transformation formation was merely a medium-grade magical tool, manageable by Qi condensation stage cultivators. If further enhanced with additional formations, such as the soul-seizing blood transformation formation or the blood transformation condensation formation, it would elevate to the status of a magical treasure, beyond the control of those below the golden core stage. The complexity of arrangement and the required materials would increase 100-fold. "Brother Chu, are you truly not joining us?" Chenggu could not help but inquire again. "Uncle Lu has treated us well. During our retreat to the Wu family estate, he even held off the enemies for us." Chu Xian shook his head, no. With that, he turned and left, unwilling to linger any longer. The remnants of the Wuzhizong were now thorns in the 5 sects' sides, targets they wished to eradicate swiftly. Although following Lu Jinxiong, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, might seem like having a protector, it would only draw the attention of even more perilous foes. At that moment, Lu Jinxiong might escape, but a Qi condensation stage cultivator could not flee at will. He could not entrust his life to another. With the blood transformation formation in hand, Chu Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. All he needed to do next was find a safe haven and swiftly replenish the energy of the blood mirror. However, just over 20 miles from the Wu family, he sensed an unsettling presence ahead. Sure enough, several streaks of light suddenly appeared, blocking his path in an instant. 3 figures materialized, all clad in snow-white robes adorned with golden sword patterns at their collars and sleeves. Chu Xian recognized this attire distinctly. It belonged to the disciples of the Divine Gang sect at the Qi condensation stage. "What brings you 3 fellows here?" Chu Xuan in Guit, a look of confusion on his face. The trio scrutinized him for a moment, and the middle-aged cultivator at the front spoke calmly. "By the order of Uncle's son, no remnants of the Wuzhizong are to enter or exit within a 50-mile radius of the Wu family." Feigning surprise, Chu Xian exclaimed, "Remnants of the Wuzhizong? I am merely an unaligned cultivator." The middle-aged cultivator, visibly impatient, retorted, "I care not whether you are a loose cultivator or a demonic one. None shall pass this junction today. If you wish to live, remain obedient. Once Uncle Sun has thoroughly investigated the Wu family, if you are found to have no ties to the Wuzhizong, you will be unharmed." With a forced smile, Chu Xian nodded repeatedly. "Very well, I am willing to cooperate." The middle-aged cultivator, pleased with his subservient demeanor, smirked. "That's more like it. You loose cultivators ought to behave." Feeling somewhat awkward, Chu Xian managed to smile. At that moment, 2 streaks of light shot past overhead with astonishing speed. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xian mused, "Could that be Senior Sun Shi from your esteemed sect?" The middle-aged cultivator chuckled. "Indeed, with 2 foundation establishment stage uncles taking charge, the Wu family will be thoroughly investigated." Chu Xuan note that, recalling Sun Shi as the individual who had led the Divine Gang sect's encirclement of him in Qinghe City. He remembered it vividly. Had he not been cautious and donned Liang's human skin mask, he might have already become a corpse. Suddenly, Chu Xian spoke up. "Is it only the 3 of you? What if there truly are remnants of the Wuzhizong within the Wu family estate? Can you 3 hold the fort?" The middle-aged cultivator scoffed. "The remnants of the Wuzhizong are but a rabble of defeated soldiers. Each of us possesses at least the strength of the 5th layer of Qi condensation. We can easily guard this junction against any Qi condensation demonic cultivators." As for foundation establishment, stage, demonic cultivators, Uncle Sun, and the others will handle them. Only then did Chu Xuan nod in understanding. In the next moment, he suddenly pointed behind the middle-aged cultivator, exclaiming in terror, "Watch out." However, there was nothing behind them, no remnants of the Wujizong at all. Roar. Chapter 10. Will Brother Chu encounter the disciples of the Divine Gang sect? Meanwhile, at the Wu family manor, in a secluded courtyard, a robust cultivator sat cross-legged upon a bed, immersed in his silent meditation. A wound marred his left arm, entwined with lingering sword chi that he could not dispel. Pain occasionally flickered across his features. He was Lu Jinxiong, a foundational-level cultivator of the Wuji Sect and a direct disciple of the third ancestor. At a sudden moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Have the disciples of the Divine Gang sect arrived? Lu Jinxiong retrieved a token, infusing it with spiritual energy, and promptly barked, "Disciples of the Wuji Sect, gather around me." The token not only signified his identity, but also possessed the ability to transmit sound. However, its effectiveness was limited. It could not transmit over distances exceeding 1,000 miles. Upon hearing his call, Chun Gu, Wei Hua, and other disciples rushed over. Within the modest courtyard, a dozen or so chi refining disciples assembled. Lu Jinxiong spoke in a hushed tone. "Two foundational-level cultivators from the Divine Gang sect have appeared. They are likely here for me." A wave of alarm swept through the group. Lu Jinxiong continued gravely, "Su Ming, Bai Feng, among all the chi refining disciples present, you two possess the greatest strength. Let half the disciples each and split up. I will remain here for a moment to cover your retreat." The disciples felt a surge of gratitude, promptly responding, "Yes." Chengge and Wei Hua were assigned to Su Ming's team. As they gathered their belongings, Chengge suddenly recalled something, his heart tightening. Brother Chu had recently purchased the blood transformation Great Array, and it had not been long since he left. Could he have run into the disciples of the Divine Gang sect? Wei Hua sighed softly in response. "It is hard to say. I hope he possesses enough luck to evade the disciples of the Divine Gang sect." Su Ming's go. Is he not the one who feared the multitude of targets and was reluctant to follow Uncle Lu? Why worry about him? If he perishes, what is it to us? Wei Hua frowned. "Su Ming, we are all in this together. We should support one another. Your prejudice against Chu Xuan is so great that you must belittle him even now?" Su Ming coldly retorted, "My matters with him are not for you to meddle in. Have you forgotten what Uncle Lu just said? I will lead this team." Wei Hua gritted his teeth, compelled to silence. In the past, when the Wuji Sect still stood strong, Su Ming often competed with Chu Xuan for the 10th rank among the inner disciples. The top 10 had the opportunity to catch the elders' attention and might even be accepted as direct disciples. Although Su Ming's cultivation was slightly higher than Chu Xuan's, he consistently fell short in strength, having been defeated multiple times by Chu Xuan, forever relegated to the 11th rank, overshadowed by Chu Xuan. As a result, Su Ming harbored a lingering resentment towards Chu Xuan, a sentiment well understood by Chun Gu, Wei Hua, and the others. Bai Feng and his group departed through the eastern side gate towards Falling Phoenix Mountain. "We shall take the western side gate." Circumventing Red Lake and hiding in White Light Mountain, Su Ming stated calmly. No cultivator of the demonic faction who had survived to this point was foolish. Upon arriving at the Wu family manor, he had surmised that it was only a matter of time before righteous cultivators would come knocking. Thus, he had long since devised an escape plan. Falling Phoenix Mountain and White Light Mountain were among the deepest forests in Qinghe Prefecture, concealing themselves within these mountains. Even if the Divine Gang sect dispatched a substantial force to search, their whereabouts would remain undiscovered for at least 2 or 3 months. Of course, if the Divine Gang sect directly employed Golden Core cultivators, they could sweep the entire mountain range with their divine sense, revealing all concealed individuals. In such a scenario, there would be no escape. However, most of the time, Golden Core cultivators were unlikely to personally intervene for mere chi refining juniors. First, they feared being secretly ridiculed for deigning to act against chi refining disciples. Second, the potential rewards were insufficient. If a Golden Core demonic cultivator were to flee into the deep mountains, the the righteous golden core cultivators would undoubtedly spring into action to search. "Let's move," Su Ming commanded with a wave of his hand. Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the other three immediately followed suit. They had already disguised themselves and donned the attire of wandering cultivators. Shortly after exiting the Wu family manor, the five heard sounds of combat behind them. The clashing of magical artifacts echoed in the sky. Clearly, Lu Jinxiong had engaged in battle with the two foundational-level cultivators from the Divine Gang sect. The conflict was intense. "Quickly, we must leave. This will allow Uncle Lu to escape sooner," Wei Hua urged in a low voice. Su Ming nodded in agreement, and the five hastened their pace. Chapter 11. The Exquisite Artifact, the Banner of 10,000 Souls. Chen Gu suddenly pointed at the head of a middle-aged cultivator and exclaimed, "That head! I recognize it. It's Wei Peng, the 9th disciple of the inner sect of the Divine Gang sect. This fellow is a formidable master at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Initially, 2 of our senior brothers from the inner sect were killed by Wei Peng. Su Ming, Wei Hua, and the others turned their gazes, equally astonished. Wei Peng, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, possessed strength far beyond their own. How could he have perished? Moreover, surveying the surroundings, there seemed to be little evidence of a struggle. It was evident that these 3 had offered little resistance before meeting their demise. Who could have done this? Chen Gu swallowed hard and proposed, "Do you think it's possible, just possible, that Brother Chu could have dispatched these 3? Su Ming immediately refuted. "Impossible. Chu Xuan is merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. At most, he could only contend with those of the 5th layer. Furthermore, there are 3 of them here. How could he possibly defeat them so easily? I believe one would need at least the 8th layer of cultivation to instantaneously slay these 3. Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others pondered and concurred that it was entirely implausible. Su Ming, filled with excitement, urged, "Let us go. Regardless of who killed them, it benefits us. Once we reach a safe location, we can express our gratitude to that adept." Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, let us hurry." The 5 hastened their steps and swiftly vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan had long distanced himself from the Wu family estate. Rather than entering a mundane village or town, he ensured he was far removed before seeking out a small mountain, where he claimed a cave belonging to a bear. As for the cave's original occupant, he was politely escorted to the Hall of 5 Organs. Chu Xuan gathered his spiritual energy, clearing the cave of filth and foul odors. Subsequently, he concealed the entrance and sat down, eagerly examining the spoils of his endeavor. Naturally, the first item of interest was his storage bag. At present, his storage bag contained the blood transformation great array and over 100 small spirit stones. These spirit stones had been exchanged from the 30 blood beads with Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and the others. Previously, blood beads were priced at 2 small spirit stones each, but now they had risen to 3. It seemed they truly had little opportunity to hunt demonic beasts or mortals to refine blood beads. Chu Xuan shifted his gaze to the side. The low-grade storage bags of the 3 disciples from the Divine Gang sect piqued his interest even more. After all, it was like unboxing a mystery box. Perhaps he would uncover something valuable. He proceeded to open the storage bags of the 3 individuals in succession, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The items within the storage bags of the 2 disciples at the 5th layer of Qi refinement were rather mundane, containing only 300 to 400 small spirit stones and the standard artifacts bestowed by the Divine Gang sect. However, within the storage bag of the disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he discovered 2 medium spirit stones and over 800 small spirit stones. Additionally, there was a set of gathering spirit arrays and a set of distraction arrays, both of which were ideally suited for establishing a cave dwelling. Aside from these, Chu Xuan was taken aback to find an unexpected item. He abruptly retrieved it from the storage bag. It was a pitch-black flag emanating an ominous aura. Upon closer inspection, he could hear the wailing and lamenting of countless vengeful souls, sending chills down his spine. The banner of 10,000 souls? How intriguing. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. The banner of 10,000 souls is a top-grade artifact. Generally, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage can only possess low-grade or mid-grade artifacts. while those in the Foundation establishment stage might obtain top-grade or even supreme artifacts. It was astonishing that this disciple of the Divine Gang sect possessed a banner of 10,000 souls. Chapter 12, Xiao Hu. Fetch me a living person. Su Ming Vao Wen. Still speaking of Chu Xuan? After months of lacking cultivation resources, he was likely still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. How could someone at the 4th level possibly instantaneously slay one at the 7th level? Chengge could not help but interject. But senior brother Chu brought 30 blood beads to trade with us. Perhaps his strength has improved? Su Ming wore a look of impatience. Lu Jinxiong chuckled. The Chu Xuan who has consistently ranked 10th in the intersect? I have some recollection of him. Though his aptitude is average, his strength is formidable. He is a promising talent. However, even if he has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, confronting 3 individuals of comparable realms would still be exceedingly challenging. Not to mention, there is also a 7th level practitioner involved. Chengge was rendered speechless. Lu Jinxiong pondered for a moment before continuing. The disciples ranked in the top 10 of our Wuji Sect's intersect have all been captured. They are unlikely to be practitioners of Wuji Sect. Perhaps they are rogue cultivators passing by, who have inadvertently assisted you. Lu Jinxiong smiled faintly. They turned the Wu family upside down and discovered that the Wu family's ancestor was misled by my machinations, leading him to conceal us within the Wu family manor. In truth, the foundational period cultivator of the Wu family is one of our own. The Wu family manor is now the only truly safe haven. 5 days later, in a cave, Chu Xuan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. Over the past few days, he had been absorbing the blood beads to cultivate the blood transformation technique. The blood beads he had previously refined on that apocalyptic planet had all been consumed. His realm had progressed, and he felt a subtle sense of swelling, a clear indication that he had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement. He was but a step away from entering the 7th level. The 7th level of Qi refinement signifies the late stage of this realm. He took out the blood mirror and observed that it was filled with energy. Chu Xuan immersed his consciousness into the blood mirror, connecting with the apocalyptic planet. Instantly, the world spun around him. When clarity returned, he found himself standing in a shopping mall. However, he could hardly believe his eyes. How had the Shao-run FA shopping mall transformed into such a state? It was a charred ruin, clearly unsuitable as a stronghold. Chu Xuan furrowed his brow. Interesting. A cold smile crept onto his face. As a demon cultivator, he had yet to provoke anyone, yet he found himself being drawn into conflict. Xiaohu, bring me a living person. Chu Xuan summoned the corpse-raising tower, releasing Xiaohu with a command. With a roar, Xiaohu shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, fueled by the fury of its master, determined to teach the ignorant locals a lesson about the might of a corpse. In a nearby neighborhood, within a small supermarket, a woman lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. A gaunt man knelt beside her, weeping profusely. Before them stood a burly man, towering and imposing, wielding a modified iron rod bristling with rusty nails. A single strike could cause severe injury, if not death. Don't kill her. I will do anything you ask. The gaunt man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The burly man chuckled menacingly. Oh, anything at all? Then prop her up on a chair and bind yourself. The gaunt man, his life firmly grasped in another's hands, had no choice but to comply. Moments later, having securely tied himself up, he pleaded, "Can we be spared?" The burly man erupted into laughter. "You foolish boy. If you had fought back desperately, I might have had some reservations. But now, you are merely a living target. I, Wang Bao, have harbored a peculiar hobby since childhood, but have never had the opportunity to realize it. Now, I shall put it to the test." An evil grin spread across his face, his gaze shamelessly roaming over the woman's form. Only then did the gaunt man comprehend the situation, and he roared in fury. "If you want food and water, I have plenty at home. Just don't touch her." Chapter 13. You're playing a most novel game. Wang Bao was momentarily taken aback. He recognized this place. A few months prior, he had driven Zhao Hong to this small ruin-fa shopping mall, where Zhao Hong's brother-in-law, Tang Hu, had mysteriously vanished. At that time, Zhao Hong had tasked Ling Tao with the investigation, which ultimately revealed that a high-level zombie might be lurking here. Subsequently, Zhao Hong ordered the area to be doused in gasoline and set ablaze. The chilling atmosphere of that day stood in stark contrast to the sweltering 30-degree heat outside, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. At present, the imposing zombie beside him appeared remarkably docile, remaining utterly still. Wang Bao couldn't help but steal a few glances. Upon closer inspection, he was struck by the uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, Tang Hu. Although the zombie's physique had expanded significantly, its arms and legs immensely robust, he could still faintly discern that this was indeed Tang Hu. At that moment, he noticed a young man busily engaged in some task ahead of him. "You've arrived?" Quite prompt, the youth remarked casually, his back turned to Wang Bao as he fiddled with something. "Roar." Little Hu roared a few times, somewhat proudly. "Chu Xuan, you've done well indeed, capturing a living one so swiftly. Soon, I shall forge a companion for you." Roar. Little Hu immediately erupted with excitement. Chu Xuan casually seated himself in a chair and waved his hand. Little Hu then forced Wang Bao to kneel before the young man. "Oh, bitten, have you? Just right. Killing you won't diminish my merits." Chu Xuan noted Wang Bao's fingers, offering only a bland smile. Upon witnessing that smile, Wang Bao instinctively felt a surge of fear, as if he were confronting a ferocious beast rather than a mere human. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Bao inquired, "Who are you? How can you control Brother Hu?" With a peculiar laugh, Chu Xuan replied, "You recognize Little Hu? It seems you're indeed one of those from the Spirit Dog Gang." Wang Bao note that. Chu Xuan's pupils shimmered with a violet light. "Good, now you will answer my questions." At that moment, Wang Bao felt as though his soul had been wrenched from him, becoming a mere puppet, and he promptly nodded in agreement. This spell was known as the Soul Capturing Eye, a low-grade technique of the Qi refining stage, effective only on those whose realms were significantly inferior to his own, lacking any offensive capability. Chu Xuan employed the soul-capturing eye directly, seeking to expedite the acquisition of vital information without unnecessary dialogue. "Your name?" "Wang Bao." "What position do you hold in the Spirit Dog Gang?" "Zhao Laoda is trusted." "Who ordered the burning of this small ruin-fa shopping mall?" "Zhao Laoda instructed us to do so." Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. "So it is indeed that Zhao Hong from the Spirit Dog Gang." Chu Xuan continued to inquire, and Wang Bao answered without reservation. Before long, the duration of the soul-capturing eye expired, and Wang Bao gradually emerged from his dazed state. A sharp pain coursed through his head, leaving him bewildered about what had just transpired. To make matters worse, the virus had already infected his entire being, and a bloodthirsty urge began to well up within him. Wang Bao emitted a discordant howl. Chu Xuan snapped his fingers, and Little Hu immediately stepped forward to lift Wang Bao, tossing him into a bathtub that had been prepared with a concoction for corpse refining. Wang Bao began to gulp down the liquid ravenously, and soon, silence enveloped him. The noodles are ready. Let the show begin." Chu Xuan picked up a steaming bowl of golden broth with beef noodles, ready to indulge, all the while contemplating his next course of action. According to Wang Bao, Zhao Hong appeared to have tamed 3 spirit dogs, each exceeding 3 meters in length and exuding a fearsome aura. Zhao Hong himself, though seemingly lean, possessed muscle strength that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, there existed high-level zombies, far more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. Chapter 14 Zhao Hong. I do not wish to repeat myself. Chu Xuan stood motion, while Xiao Hu swiftly positioned himself in front of him. With a resounding crash, he sent the filthy debris flying far away. Eliminate them. Their existence is merely a waste of sustenance. Chu Xuan waved dismissively. With a fierce roar, the 2 corpses propelled themselves off the ground, their bodies soaring like springs. In an instant, they leapt onto the watchtower, only to be disemboweled on the spot. Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao feasted with great delight, relishing the gruesome meal. "Do not focus solely on your feast. Open the door for me," Chu Xuan instructed casually. Embarrassed, Xiao Hu let out a few awkward growls before hastening to the entrance, smashing the door open with a powerful swipe of his claw. Chu Xuan then sauntered into the Haodai Hotel. The immense noise from the entrance immediately drew the attention of numerous individuals within the establishment. Some peered out from windows, while others pushed open doors, only to behold Chu Xuan and the two men being devoured. A wave of horror swept through them. Goodness, zombies have breached our stronghold. Soon, more than 20 men armed with long guns and short clubs appeared before Chu Xuan. They regarded this peculiarly attired youth with a sense of dread that they could not quite comprehend. "I seek Xiao Hong," Chu Xuan stated nonchalantly. "How laughable. You think you can simply find the boss?" One man scoffed, growling lowly. In response, Chu Xuan waved his hand, prompting Xiao Bao to rush forward and drag the man out of the crowd. With a swift claw, he tore open the man's throat, crimson blood gushing skyward like a fountain. The remaining onlookers trembled, their gazes towards Chu Xuan shifting dramatically. The zombies obey his commands. This man can control the undead. No wonder he dares to storm into our Lingquan gang's stronghold. A few onlookers scrutinized Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao, gradually recognizing them. Moments later, shouts erupted. "They are Tiger Brother and Leopard Brother." The others swiftly caught on, their hearts gripped by terror. Tang Hu, Zhao Hong's brother-in-law. Wang Bao, one of Zhao Hong's most trusted subordinates. In the past, these two held significant positions within the Lingquan gang, unmatched by ordinary members. Now, they had transformed into such formidable zombies, obedient to this youth's command. The incredulity of it all was overwhelming. "Zhao Hong, I do not wish to repeat myself. Chu Xuan, Thou Wen." These individuals truly lacked intelligence. They should be searching for Zhao Hong. He harbored serious doubts that even if he subdued the Lingquan gang, these people would be of no use, merely idling about. Perhaps it would be better to let the undead consume them. Chapter 15. The dead are more obedient than the living. The incident occurred abruptly. Coupled with the astonishing speed of firearms, even Little Tiger was caught off guard. Despite its instinctive desire to protect its master and rush forward, it was still a moment too late. Chu Xuan also caught sight of the dark iron projectile and the flames erupting from the gun's muzzle. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, a streak of crimson surged from his palm, resembling a blood-red lightning bolt. When the bullet collided with this sanguine line, it was as though it struck a steel plate, abruptly veering off course and into the crowd. A piercing cry echoed as a man fell backward, lifeless in a pool of blood. The bullet had precisely penetrated his eye socket, obliterating his brain. Zhao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. What was that bloodline? How could it possibly deflect a bullet? He bellowed in fury and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. This time he unleashed 3 shots. Each bullet, however, was effortlessly intercepted by the bloodline. All 3 projectiles were diverted, failing to strike Chu Xuan and instead felling 3 of the Ling Dog Gang's lackeys. Zhao Hong was left astounded. He had only 4 bullets in total, and now they had all been rendered useless. The truth became clear to him. That bloodline was unmistakably a massive crimson worm. This young man could not only control zombies, but also command insects. It was utterly terrifying. Chu Xuan extended his hand, gently caressing the blood-steel wire. "Is this gun your last resort?" he inquired. Thud. Zhao Hong's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any thought of resistance. "The Ling Dog Gang is yours. Spare my life," he implored earnestly. Without hesitation, he knelt, abandoning any semblance of pride as the gang leader. He recognized that this young man was a veritable monster, far beyond his capabilities. His life and fortune were now firmly in the other's grasp. He understood that only by adopting a sincere demeanor could he hope to survive. However, Chu Xuan shook his head. "I am quite satisfied with your physique. I want the Ling Dog Gang, and I want you as well." Zhao Hong paused, a sudden realization dawning upon him, and shock flickered in his eyes. I'm not inclined towards men," he stammered awkwardly, "but if it must be so, I could be persuaded." The surrounding lackeys stared in bewilderment. What? Is this really our esteemed leader Zhao? To save his own skin, he would stoop to such measures? Chu Xuan let out a soft laugh. Inclination towards men? I'm not inclined either. He calmly instructed Little Tiger, bind him and toss him onto the rooftop. Little Leopard, keep 2 of the dogs here. No one is to leave. Roar. Little Tiger and Little Leopard responded eagerly to the command. The lackeys of the Ling Dog Gang exchanged glances. Realizing that Zhao Hong had already submitted, they dared not flee. For them, this was merely a change of leadership. The winds of fortune could shift in an instant. Who could say that the young man would not be a mere figurehead? At the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, Little Tiger brought over a clean lounge chair, and Chu Xuan reclined comfortably upon it. Zhao Hong knelt before him, wearing a forced smile. "Brother, what posture would you prefer? I am amenable to anything." Chu Xuan's pupils shimmered with a violet light as he unleashed the soul, capturing I once more. "I ask, you answer." Initially, Zhao Hong resisted, but within half a minute, he became nothing more than a puppet. Whatever Chu Xuan asked, he divulged without hesitation. Moments later, the power of the soul, capturing I, began to wane. Chu Xuan had gleaned the information he sought from Zhao Hong's mind. Chapter 16. The Search for the Ideal Formation Site. Level 3 Spiritual Core. Within the opulent confines of the Haotai Hotel, a gruesome feast has erupted. Little Tiger, Little Leopard, accompanied by 2 spirit hounds, possess an overwhelming prowess that utterly subjugates ordinary humans. Wherever they tread, a veritable storm of blood and chaos ensues, accompanied by the anguished cries of the wretched. Chu Xuan, deep in contemplation, recalls Zhao Hong's mention of the term advanced zombies. According to Zhao Hong, zombies are classified into various grades. The term advanced zombies is merely a broad categorization. Above the ordinary zombies lies the first-tier zombies, whose spiritual energy has congealed into a solid spiritual core, comparable in strength to first-tier extraordinary beings. Ascending further, one finds the second-tier zombies on par with second-tier extraordinary beings. However, Zhao Hong has only encountered a handful of first-tier zombies and has never laid eyes on their second-tier counterparts. A spiritual core? If one were to draw a parallel, it would likely refer to the golden core or the corpse core. The golden core is something only cultivators at the golden core stage can condense, while the corpse core must be formed by a corpse general of equivalent strength. My 2 undead corpses have a long journey ahead before they can condense a corpse core. By the standards of extraordinary beings in this realm, what tier do they fall into? With a light chuckle, Chu Xuan dismisses the thought, recognizing the futility in comparing disparate systems. After a brief moment, Little Tiger returned with 6 brawny men to the rooftop. These 6 men trembled uncontrollably. One even soiled himself in terror. With a guttural roar, Little Tiger devoured a severed finger, signaling that the task was complete. With a grand gesture, he commanded Little Tiger to dispose of them into the bathtub for the purpose of corpse refinement. Meanwhile, he took to the skies aboard his flying artifact, centered on the Haotai Hotel, in search of a location dense with zombies. He remained steadfast in his objective, to establish the massive blood transformation formation and conduct a blood sacrifice of numerous zombies. Swoosh! Chu Xuan soared through the sky on his flying sword. In the absence of human industrial activities, the skies of Ocean Blue Planet appeared remarkably clear. Gazing downwards, he beheld a landscape of desolation. Towering buildings were entwined with verdant vines, their ascent to heights of 100 meters a mystery. Perhaps the flora, like fauna, have been influenced by spiritual energy, resulting in some peculiar mutations. After a thorough aerial survey, Chu Xuan frequently scrutinized the ground below, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Many areas exhibited a scattered distribution of zombies, rendering the activation of the blood transformation formation impractical. After all, invoking such a formation necessitates spiritual stones. The few stones in his possession could at most sustain the formation for half an hour. What a fortuitous sight! Chu Xuan's eyes brightened as he suddenly spotted a half-finished building teeming with over 1,000 zombies, all clambering upward as if drawn by some unseen force. He swiftly maneuvered his flying sword closer. At that moment, on the upper levels of the unfinished building, 2 robust men clad in black were hastily escorting an elderly man toward the rooftop. The elder was drenched in sweat, nearly being carried by the 2 men. Yet, despite his exhaustion, he clutched a large box tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. After a brief struggle, they reached the rooftop. The 2 black-clad men produced a walkie-talkie, sending out a distress signal. They hastily gathered any furniture they could find to barricade the rooftop door, buying precious time against the encroaching zombies. The elder collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Finally, he spoke, "Gentlemen, I am but a burden. You cannot hope to survive with me in tow." This level 3 spiritual core is yours. Leave me here. His expression was grave and earnest as he handed over the large box, a treasure obtained at great cost. The two men immediately shook their heads. One, named Zhuang Chong, replied earnestly, Zheng Lao, you are the chief of the Jiang Province Life Sciences Research Institute. Your life is far more precious than ours. Even if we perish, you must survive. The other, Sun Meng, reassured him, do not fret. Before we arrived, we contacted the Black Blade Security Company. They will send a helicopter to rescue us. The distress signal has been dispatched, and they should act swiftly. As long as we can hold our ground, we will survive. Chapter 17. To our astonishment, there is a cultivator in Jiang Province. Old Zheng felt a tightening in his chest. Logically, he should not disclose what this object was. However, the young man before him had just saved their lives and evidently possessed immense power. Under such circumstances, pretense was unnecessary. It would be better to speak candidly. He grasped the arms of Zhuang Chong and Sun Meng, who were intent on shielding him, and solemnly stated, This is a third-tier spiritual energy core, derived from a third-tier zombie bear. I implore you not to take it away. It is of great significance to our Life Sciences Research Institute. With it, we may potentially develop weapons to counter zombies, which would be a tremendous boon to humanity. Chu Xuan inquired, When did I say I wanted to take it? Old Zheng hesitated, his expression faltering. You don't want it? This is a third-tier spiritual energy core. Chu Xuan chuckled lightly. In my eyes, it is no different from a glass marble. He extended his hand. After a moment of doubt, Old Zheng passed the box to him. Having lived for over half a century, he had encountered many individuals. This youth exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of the spiritual energy core. Upon opening the box, Chu Xuan beheld a crimson orb resting quietly at the bottom. At first glance, it appeared scarcely different from a glass bead. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed a faint energy emanating from within. The essence of this energy paled in comparison to true spiritual energy. Although the quantity was considerable when compared, it could barely be likened to the spiritual energy found in a small spiritual stone. This so-called third-tier spiritual energy core contained merely as much energy as a modest spiritual stone. He had begun to form a rudimentary understanding of the extraordinary system of the blue ocean star. You too, are you first-tier extraordinary beings? From military background? Chu Xuan's gaze settled on the two men in black. He could discern their synchronized movements, which were unlikely to have been honed outside of a military environment. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Chu Xuan inclined his head slightly. Even amidst the outbreak of a zombie crisis and the impending apocalypse, as long as humanity persisted, there would still be nations and powers in existence. Clearly, the official forces of the Yanhan Celestial Empire remained. Who will come to evacuate you? Chu Xuan asked casually. Sun Meng replied, The Black Blade Security Company. They will use a helicopter to extract us. Chu Xuan nodded. Why Haven T they arrived? Zhuang Chong sighed. Their helicopter hasn't been used in a long time and requires repairs, so our agreed time was noon. However, we were besieged by a horde of zombies and had to send out a distress signal, prompting them to come sooner than planned. Perhaps that is why there has been a delay. The two men exchanged glances, both exhaling deeply. The Black Blade Security Company was merely a local force. It could hardly compare to the disciplined and resolute Jiang army. However, it does not matter if they perish. Chu Xuan smiled softly. You have drawn so many zombies. That is quite beneficial to me. If you assist me with one task, I shall ensure your safe departure. Old Zheng and the two men were taken aback. Old Zheng widened his eyes. Please tell us. We will certainly assist. After speaking, he felt he had perhaps overcommit and quickly added, However, we cannot engage in any actions that violate regulations. That is our bottom line. Chu Xuan chuckled. There is no need for anything elaborate. Simply stand on the rooftop and continue to attract the zombies. With the rock shield talisman in place, that door will not be breached. Old Zheng and the two men exchanged dubious glances. Continue to attract zombies? What does this young man intend to do? They could not fathom Chu Xuan's intentions, so they chose not to dwell on it. Old Zheng nodded. This task poses no difficulty. We can manage it. Chu Xuan inclined his head. In the next moment, he soared into the sky on his sword. A tempest erupted on the rooftop, making it difficult for the three to keep their eyes open. When they regained their sight, they were astonished to find Chu Xuan hovering in the air. What is this? Flying on a sword. This was something only found in the pages of a cultivation novel. Yet it had manifested before their very eyes. Zhuang Chang swallowed hard, flying in the air. This is beyond human capability. Sun Ming gasped. Could he be a cultivator? Old Zheng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He felt as though his worldview, already reshaped by the zombie crisis, was collapsing once more. A cultivator. We actually have a cultivator in Jiang province. Old Zheng's aged fingers trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan soared through the sky, surveying locations suitable for setting up a formation. The blood transformation Great Array consisted of 18 flags. He needed to position them at 18 distinct points and embed spiritual stones within them. Ultimately, he would activate the formation through the array disc. While Chu Xuan's expertise in formations could be deemed average, he was willing to invest considerable effort in this area, allowing him to adeptly arrange the blood transformation Great Array. Within half an hour, he had successfully positioned the 18 flags. Chapter 18. Virtue Bestowed. Golden blossoms scatter. Old Zheng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Logically, he should not divulge the nature of the object in question. However, the youth before him had just saved their lives and evidently possessed formidable strength. Under such circumstances, there was no need for subterfuge. It was far better to be forthright. He grasped the arms of Zhuang Chang and Sun Ming, who were intent on shielding him, and said earnestly, "This is a third-level spiritual energy core derived from a third-level zombie bear. I implore you not to take it. It holds great significance for our Life Sciences Research Institute. With it, we might develop a weapon to counteract zombies, a boon for humanity on a global scale." Chu Xuan inquired, "When did I express a desire to take it?" Old Zheng paused, taken aback. "You do not wish to possess it? It is, after all, a third-level spiritual energy core." Chu Xuan chuckled lightly. "In my eyes, it is no different from a mere glass bead." He extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Old Zheng handed over the box. Having lived for over half a century and encountered countless individuals, he sensed a haughty air about this youth, who seemingly scorned the spiritual energy core. Upon opening the box, Chu Xuan beheld a crimson orb nestled at the bottom. At first glance, it bore little distinction from a glass marble. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the orb harbored a measure of energy. The essence of this energy was considerably inferior to spiritual energy. Although its quantity was substantial in comparison, it could at best be likened to the energy found in a small piece of spirit stone. The so-called third-level spiritual energy core contained no more energy than a modest spirit stone. He had begun to grasp the extraordinary framework of the ocean blue planet. "You two are first-level extraordinary beings? From a military background?" Chu Xuan's gaze settled on the two men clad in black. He noted their synchronized movements, a coordination unlikely to have been honed in civilian life, clearly indicative of military training. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Chu Xuan inclined his head slightly. Even amidst the zombie crisis and the advent of the apocalypse, as long as humanity persisted, nations and factions would endure. Clearly, the official forces of the Yanhan Celestial Empire still existed. "Who will come to evacuate you?" Chu Xuan asked casually. Sun Ming replied, "Haifeng Security Company. They will use a helicopter to airlift us." Chu Xuan nodded. "Why haven't they arrived?" Zhuang Chang sighed. "Their helicopter has not been in use for a long time and requires repairs, which is why our scheduled time was set for noon. However, we were besieged by a horde of zombies and had to send a distress signal, prompting them to come earlier. Perhaps this delay is the result." The two men exchanged glances, both letting out a soft sigh. After all, Haifeng Security Company was merely a small local force, unable to compare with the disciplined and resolute Linjiang army. However, if they perish, it matters not, Chu Xuan said with a faint smile. "You have drawn so many zombies. This serves me well. Assist me in one task, and I shall ensure your safe departure." Old Zheng and the two men were taken aback. Old Zheng's eyes widened. "Please, tell us. We will certainly aid you." After speaking, he felt he might have overcommit and quickly added, "However, we cannot engage in any actions that violate regulations. That is our bottom line." Chu Xuan smiled. "No need for anything drastic. Merely stand on the rooftop and continue to attract zombies. With the rock talisman in place, that door shall remain unbreached. Old Zheng and the two men exchanged skeptical glances. Continue attracting zombies? What is this young man planning? They could not fathom Chu Xuan's intentions and chose not to dwell on it. Old Zheng nodded. This task poses no difficulty. We can comply. Chu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, he soared into the air on his sword. The rooftop was engulfed in a tempest, rendering it difficult for the three to keep their eyes open. When they regained their sight, they were astonished to find Chu Xuan hovering in the sky. What is this? Flying on a sword? Is this not something from a cultivation novel? Zhuang Chang gulped. This is beyond human capability. Sun Meng exclaimed in shock. Could he be a cultivator? Old Zheng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He felt his worldview, already reshaped by the zombie crisis, collapse once more. A cultivator. There is, in fact, a cultivator in Linjiang province. Old Zheng's aged fingers trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan soared through the sky, surveying locations suitable for the formation. The blood transformation grand formation required a total of 18 flags, which he needed to place at 18 distinct sites, embedding spirit stones within each. Ultimately, he would activate the formation through a formation plate. Chu Xuan's knowledge of formations was merely average, but his dedication to this field allowed him to proficiently set up the blood transformation grand formation. Within half an hour, he had successfully arranged all 18 flags. Chapter 19. The seventh layer of gas refinement, the superior spell. Dark fireball. Old Zheng felt a sudden tightening in his heart. Logically, he should not have divulged the nature of this object. Yet, the young man before him had just saved their lives and evidently possessed extraordinary strength. Under such circumstances, there was no need for subterfuge. It would be more prudent to be forthright. He grasped the arms of Zhuang Chang and Sun Meng, who were intent on shielding him, and spoke earnestly. This contains a level 3 spiritual energy core, sourced from a level 3 zombie bear. I implore you not to take it. It holds significant value for our Life Sciences Research Institute. With it, we may very well devise weapons to counter the zombies, a tremendous benefit for the entire world. Chu Xuan inquired. When did I express a desire to take it? Old Zheng paused, momentarily taken aback. You do not wish to possess it? This is a level 3 spiritual energy core. With a light chuckle, Chu Xuan replied, in my eyes, it resembles a mere glass marble. He extended his hand. After a brief hesitation, Old Zheng handed over the box. Having lived for over half a lifetime and encountered numerous individuals, he sensed a certain arrogance in this young man, who genuinely seemed to regard the spiritual energy core with disdain. As Chu Xuan opened the box, he beheld a crimson orb resting quietly at the bottom. At first glance, it appeared not much different from a glass bead. However, upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned that this orb contained a modicum of energy. The essence of this energy paled in comparison to spiritual energy. While it was quite substantial in quantity, it could hardly be compared, barely equating to the spiritual energy found within a small spiritual stone. The so-called level 3 spiritual energy core contained no more energy than that of a small spiritual stone. He had begun to form a basic understanding of the extraordinary system of the Blue Ocean Star. You two are level 1 extraordinary beings? From military background? Chu Xuan's gaze settled on the two men in black. He could tell that their movements were highly coordinated, which was unlikely to have been honed in civilian life. They must have originated from a military camp. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Chu Xuan inclined his head slightly. Even amidst the zombie crisis and the onset of the apocalypse, as long as humanity had not perished entirely, there would still be nations and factions in existence. Clearly, the official forces of the Yanhan Celestial Empire still persisted. Who will come to evacuate you? Chu Xuan casually asked. Sun Meng replied, Hafeng Security Company. They will use a helicopter to extract us. Chu Xuan note that. Why haven't they arrived? Zhuang Chang sighed. Their helicopter hasn't been used for a long time and requires repairs. Thus, our initial rendezvous was set for noon. However, we were besieged by a horde of zombies and had to send a distress signal to expedite their arrival. That may have caused a delay. The two men exchanged glances and sighed again. Hafeng Security Company, after all, was merely a local faction and could not compare to the disciplined and commanding Linjiang army. It matters not if they perish, Chu Xuan said with a slight smile. You have lured so many zombies, which is quite useful for me. Assist me with one task, and I shall ensure your safe departure. Old Zheng and the two men were taken aback. Old Zheng widened his eyes. Please tell us. We will certainly assist. After speaking, he felt he had perhaps overcommitted and quickly added, however, we cannot engage in any actions that violate regulations. That is our bottom line. Chu Xuan, smile. No need for anything extravagant. Simply stand on the rooftop and continue to attract the zombies. With the rock talisman in place, that door will not be breached. Old Zheng and the two men exchanged glances, somewhat skeptical. Continue attracting zombies? What does this young man intend to do? They could not fathom Chu Xuan's intentions and decided not to dwell on it. Old Zheng nodded. This task poses no difficulty. We can manage it. Chu Xuan nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he soared into the sky on his sword. The rooftop was swept by a fierce wind, making it difficult for the three to open their eyes. When they regained their vision, they were astonished to find Chu Xuan suspended in the air. What is this? He rides a sword in flight. Is this not a phenomenon exclusive to the tales of immortal cultivators? It has actually manifested before our eyes. Zhuang Chong swallowed hard. Flying through the air, such a feat is beyond human capability. Sun Meng exclaimed in shock. Could he be an immortal cultivator? Old Zheng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He felt as though the worldview he had reconstructed amid the zombie crisis was collapsing once more. An immortal cultivator. We have an immortal cultivator in Linjiang province. Old Zheng's aged fingers trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan flew through the sky, surveying suitable locations for his formation. The blood transformation grand array comprised 18 array flags. He needed to position these 18 flags at 18 distinct locations and embed spiritual stones within them. Ultimately, he would activate the formation through an array plate. Chu Xuan's proficiency in formations could be deemed average, yet he was willing to invest effort in this area, thus enabling him to skillfully arrange the blood transformation grand array. After half an hour, he had successfully positioned the 18 array flags. Chapter 20. I understand the reason. Just don't spill it on me. Within the dimly lit confines of a 3-story building, Wang Yong ascended to the 3rd floor. There, a slender woman sat trembling in a chair, while beside her, a man with a buzz cut, his skin dark and glistening, was engrossed in a video game, gripping a controller with fervor. The screen before him displayed a dark and foreboding aesthetic, featuring a fully armored warrior wielding a large shield in his left hand and a straight sword in his right, engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal, flaming giant. Adjacent to this, another screen played scenes of amorous encounters, the sultry sounds that Wang Yong had just heard emanating from it. Yet, he was not taken aback. He had encountered such imagery before. Others assumed that his cousin, Wang Gangjian, was entertaining women here, but in truth, he was merely indulging in his gaming passion. Wang Gangjian intentionally allowed these suggestive sounds to escape, not wishing to appear as if he were wasting his time on trivial pursuits. After all, he was the leader of the Black Blade Security Company, commanding hundreds of subordinates. If they discovered their boss was merely gaming, his authority would surely be undermined. However, his desire to play was strong, prompting him to orchestrate this ruse, bringing a woman to this 3-story building, playing suggestive sounds to mask the noise of his gaming. At that moment, a scream pierced the air from the screen. Wang Gangjian reluctantly set down the controller, lamenting the difficulty of defeating the giant. Speak, he said, turning his gaze to his cousin, Wang Yong. Wang Yong promptly recounted in detail the scene he had witnessed at the unfinished building, leaving no detail unmentioned. Initially, Wang Gangjian's expression was casual, but it soon shifted to one of gravity. An advanced zombie? It must be an advanced zombie, he remarked seriously. What did old Zheng from the Research Institute say? Wang Yong shook his head. They said nothing. When I pressed for who saved them, they evaded the question. Wang Gangjian sighed heavily. This city of Donghu is far from safe. Advanced zombies are emerging one after another. What should we do? Wang Yong inquired. Wang Gangjian shot him a glare. What else can we do? Heighten our vigilance and avoid that area. Additionally, we must request some support from the Linjiang army. We are a force established under their auspices. With the frequent appearance of advanced zombies in Donghu, we cannot afford to neglect seeking their assistance. Wang Yong chuckled. You're indeed clever, brother. Didn't you always complain about the high costs? Why are you asking for support now? Wang Yong paused. Wang Gangjian replied nonchalantly. The Spirit Dog Gang has consistently been short on supplies. Initially, they stubbornly refused to purchase anything simply because their stock had not been depleted. Now that they have run out, they have no choice but to grit their teeth and pay the exorbitant prices. Wang Yong laughed. That's true. I'll take people to deliver the goods right away. Meanwhile, Wang Yong and two men climbed into a Wuling van and headed toward the Spirit Dog Gang's headquarters, the Haotai Hotel. The Spirit Dog Gang boasted several strongholds, with the Haotai Hotel serving as their main base. Additionally, there were the Northern Greenhouse and the Southern Fishing Grounds, dedicated to providing food. Given Donghu City's relatively small size and abundant resources, the Spirit Dog Gang and the Black Blade Company had coexisted peacefully, devoid of fierce competition. An hour later, the van arrived outside the Haotai Hotel. As the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, one of the men reached for the door, only to be halted by Wang Yong's firm grip. Something's amiss. It's too quiet. The Spirit Dog Gang is not usually like this. Wang Yong's expression turned serious as he sensed something was wrong. It was broad daylight, and members of the Spirit Dog Gang typically congregated in groups, playing cards or engaging in brawls. Each time he delivered goods, he could hear the cacophony inside. Yet this time, an eerie silence enveloped the place as if all the people had vanished. Take a closer look, Wang Yong whispered. The two men nodded, peering cautiously. Suddenly, one exclaimed, Brother Yong, there's a body over there, a dismembered body. Following the gaze, Wang Yong indeed spotted a corpse, though corpse was a misnomer, for only a small section of an arm and a leg remained. We need to go. Quickly. Wang Yong swallowed hard, urging them in a low voice. The presence of body parts indicated that the Haotai Hotel had undoubtedly suffered an attack. Whether it was zombies or some external assailants, their strength must be formidable. After all, Zhao Hong was a first-tier extraordinary being. If the enemies could silence Zhao Hong, their capabilities were undoubtedly overwhelming. Their only option now was to flee as swiftly as possible. Chapter 21. Exceptional Qualities. Level 7 Corpse Soldier. Black Blade Security Company. Beneath a 3-story building, Wang Yong found himself here once more. The burly man, as usual, obstructed his path. Wang Yong raised his voice, calling out, Brother, I have something of great importance to tell you. It's imperative. A stream of curses emanated from above. Damn it. Wang Yong, don't think I'll give you any leeway just because you're my cousin. You've interrupted my work twice already. Wang Gongjian's head appeared from the window, his face a mask of fury, as if he were laboring diligently only to be so rudely disturbed. Wang Yong shouted back, It's related to high-level zombies. Wang Gangjian retorted, Then come up. Moments later, Wang Yong sat before Wang Gangjian. Brother, why are you still playing the Giant King? If you're this incompetent, it's a waste of time, Wang Yong remarked weakly. Wang Gangjian scoffed, Just one more try, and I will surely defeat him. With that, he immersed himself once again in his arduous task. Wang Yong sighed, Let me assist you in this battle, and you must listen to what I have to say, all right? Wang Gangjian smirked, If you could defeat him in one go, I will stop. Wang Yong took the controller, guiding his character into the chamber, charging towards the Giant King's throne, seizing the colossal sword leaning against it, and swung it with all his might. After several strikes, the Giant King fell to the ground. A few more blows, and the Giant King was vanquished. He set down the controller and gazed into Wang Gangjian's eyes. Can you hear me now? Wang Gangjian was left speechless. How did you do that? Why was that sword so powerful? Can you listen to me now? Wang Yong bellowed. Wang Gangjian clicked his tongue. All right, go ahead. Wang Yong then recounted his experiences at the Haotai Hotel, leaving no detail omitted. Wang Gangjian's expression gradually turned serious. Is it true? You saw 2 high-level zombies? Absolutely. Their size and gaze were not possessed by ordinary zombies. Wang Yong replied with equal gravity. When he had met the gaze of the high-level zombies, he felt as if his blood had turned to ice. Had it not been for that van, which had allowed him to flee swiftly, he would have surely become a meal for the high-level zombies. Wang Gangjian stated gravely, This matter is indeed of utmost importance. We must avoid that area from now on. Wang Yong replied solemnly, What if those two high-level zombies emerge? We cannot remain idle. Of course, we must seek assistance from the Linjiang army and request that they send over some extraordinary individuals. Wang Gangjian nodded. Wang Yong felt relieved. It's good that you have a plan, but you'll need to contact the Linjiang army, as you are a veteran, and our words may not hold weight. Wang Gangjian nodded. Leave this to me. You need not worry. 5 days later, at the Haotai Hotel, Chu Xuan exhaled, sensing the culmination of his efforts. He currently had 9 large blood orbs remaining, having absorbed the rest. He faintly felt a swelling in his energy reservoir, prompting him to cease his activities. The energy reservoir is the place where cultivators store their spiritual power, located in the lower abdomen. Is there a disturbance? Chu Xuan suddenly heard a sound emanating from the bathtub. He hurried over and was greeted by the sight of a massive corpse emerging from the tub. Having absorbed the essence of 2 entire bathtubs of corpse refining liquid, it had grown significantly, nearly reaching 2.5 meters in height. Its muscles were taut and bulging, radiating immense power, resembling a living embodiment of raw strength. More astonishingly, it wielded a bone shield in its left hand and a bone spear in its right. Both the shield and spear glimmered with a ghastly white light. Clearly not of ordinary quality. Chu Xuan was taken aback. This corpse possessed innate magical artifacts. With a mighty roar, the corpse unleashed a thunderous cry to the heavens. Chapter 22. Foundation Blood Pill. Soul Blossom for practitioners of the righteous path, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The consumption of foundation pills is nearly indispensable. Only an exceptionally gifted few can liquefy their spiritual energy independently to reach this milestone. However, foundation pills are exceedingly rare, primarily due to the necessity of a key ingredient known as the Dao Ling flower, a spiritual herb essential for the foundation establishment phase. To acquire this herb through the exchange of spirit stones requires no less than 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Besides the Dao Ling flower, depending on the various sects formulas for the foundation pill, an additional 7 to 12 types of qi refinement stage herbs are required. Even then, success in the refinement process is not guaranteed. It is generally accepted that producing 4 successful batches out of 10 is indicative of a proficient alchemist. Conversely, demonic cultivators have sought alternative methods, replacing the Dao Ling flower with the Soul Blossom, a peculiar flower that sprouts from the souls of powerful beings. They have also substituted the relatively rare qi refinement herbs with less precious alternatives, significantly reducing the cost of crafting the foundation pill, which they refer to as the foundation blood pill. Lacking the means to gather the necessary herbs for the foundation pill, Chu Xuan had long since resolved to refine the foundation blood pill instead. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and resumed the absorption of the massive blood orbs. Time flew by, and a month swiftly passed. On the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, Chu Xuan sat in silent meditation. Unable to practice fasting, he had to pause for nourishment after each absorption of a blood orb. He had nearly depleted the food reserves stored in the spirit dog gang's warehouse. Over the course of the month, with a continuous supply of blood orbs for cultivation, Chu Xuan's cultivation realm had ascended rapidly, now reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement. He was but a thin veil away from the 9th layer. However, he had exhausted all but one of the large blood orbs at his disposal. Yet this seemingly insubstantial barrier remained unyielding. Break from me. Chu Xuan began to absorb the final blood orb. A torrent of sanguine energy surged into his body. With a low roar, the veins on his forehead bulged. The personal will of a cultivator can significantly propel their progress in cultivation. Perhaps it was Chu Xuan's fervent determination or the powerful fortune surrounding him that allowed him to shatter the boundary between the 8th and 9th layers of qi refinement in that moment. Boom! His aura surged dramatically. Dust swirled around him, and the rooftop of the hotel became immaculate, devoid of any speck of dirt. Xiao Bao was stationed on the rooftop with 6 shadowy guardians, initially standing silently. Startled by Chu Xuan's overwhelming aura, Xiao Bao emitted a series of frightened growls, while the other 6 shadowy guardians cowered, too terrified to lift their heads. After a considerable time had passed, once Chu Xuan's aura had subsided, they hesitantly stood up, casting curious glances at him, much like inquisitive children. Chu Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. Now, he only needed to fill his qi seed to prepare for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. A smile graced his handsome visage. Roar! Distant sounds of undead howls echoed, drawing closer. In a matter of moments, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu appeared on the rooftop, each hoisting a spirit dog. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, Xiao Hu immediately bowed his head in respect. De Huang and Air Huang followed suit. Although they had not formally acknowledged Chu Xuan as their master, they had come to genuinely recognize him as such. Xiao Long hesitated, not lowering its head immediately. Chu Xuan's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Xiao Long. After a moment's scrutiny, he smirked. No wonder you hesitate, now that you're an 8th-grade corpse soldier. Do you believe yourself to be invincible? With a cold snort, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that bore down upon Xiao Long like a mountain. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Xiao Long immediately knelt, the sound of cracking bones echoing as its knees hit the ground. Letting out a pained cry, it dared not rise, fully aware that its master's strength far surpassed its own. Resistance was an unwise choice. A rebellious one. Chu Xuan's expression remained indifferent. Shadowy guardians are not devoid of emotion. They typically inherit aspects of their host's personality from life. This little dragon evidently possessed a naturally defiant spirit. Xiao Hu had already reached the 7th grade of corpse soldiers, a commendable achievement. This shall be your reward. With a flick of his finger, Chu Xuan sent a blood orb soaring toward Xiao Hu. Chapter 23. The Highway. Surrounded by wolves, after a long moment of contemplation, Wang Yong finally spoke. That horde of monsters is precisely blocking the highway from the Linjiang military camp to our location. Even a small squad from Linjiang was ambushed, with only one survivor escaping. He continued, I believe we must not act recklessly. Our foremost priority now should be gathering intelligence to ascertain their numbers and lairs. Once more troops from Linjiang arrive, we can encircle them and eliminate the entire group of monsters in one decisive strike. Wang Gangjian nodded in agreement, appreciating the soundness of this strategy. Let us proceed as you suggest. We will take Lao Song and scout the situation. Wang Yong nodded and immediately went out to make arrangements. Moments later, the three of them boarded a van. The trio consisted of Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Song Dei, joined by Tang Jinchuan. Together, they constituted all the extraordinary individuals of the Black Blade Security Company. However, the company required someone to remain on guard, a responsibility that fell to Tang Jinchuan. Just as the van was about to start, a figure came stumbling toward them, closely followed by a panting, rotund man. Jiangu, he insisted on coming. Tang Jinchuan said helplessly. Wang Gangjian turned to the pale-faced man before him and sighed. Zhuang Chong, you are gravely injured. You should not accompany us. The man was indeed Zhuang Chong. He had narrowly escaped a sudden ambush by a pack of giant wolves after just crossing the highway, with the other 5 members of his squad meeting dire fates. Zhuang Chong, a first-level extraordinary being with formidable physical capabilities, had managed to evade the wolves' pursuit through a combination of flight and concealment, just managing to reach the Black Blade Security Company. He growled, I must go. The brothers of Linjiang cannot have died in vain. Wang Gangjian shook his head resolutely. No, your injuries are too severe. It is best for you to stay here and recuperate. Once you have healed, you will have your chance for vengeance. Zhuang Chong clenched his teeth, asserting, my talent is with spirit. I can gather intelligence through plants. You need someone to scout the wolves, and I am the most suitable. Wang Gangjian and the others exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in contemplation. Extraordinary talents varied in nature, and Zhuang Chong's ability to utilize plants as eyes and ears indeed made him an apt candidate for the task. Wang Gangjian nodded seriously. Very well, you may accompany us, and we shall ensure your safety throughout. Zhuang Chong then allowed a faint smile to break through and climbed into the vehicle. The van sped away, heading straight for the northernmost highway of Donghu City. Donghu City was merely a small town, and this highway served as the sole lifeline connecting it to the Linjiang military. Every past support from Linjiang had traversed this very route. Any alternative would significantly compromise both efficiency and safety. Thus, all obstacles along this highway, including those extraordinary animals evolved under spiritual energy influence, must be eradicated. At the same moment that Wang Gangjian and the others set forth from the Black Blade Security Company, a sound of a sword resonated through the air above the highway. Amidst the mist, a figure emerged, strikingly handsome, tall, and exuding a palpable aura of menace. It was none other than Chu Xuan, a practitioner of the Wuji Sect. This highway often saw the passage of vehicles, with abandoned cars dragged to the sides. With a casual gesture, he summoned Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and the 6 shadow corpses to his side. "Where were you ambushed?" "Chu Xuan in Guit." Xiao Hu let out a roar, directing his gaze forward. Chu Xuan nodded and walked briskly ahead. His pace was extraordinarily swift, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. There, he encountered a pickup truck that had broken down, with signs indicating it had been stranded for no more than 3 days. The truck bore the bold letters Linjiang Military. Its surface was marred by numerous claw marks, and the surrounding area exhibited signs of battle, with splatters of blood scattered about. Furthermore, he noticed an abundance of wolf fur. At that moment, an indistinct sound suddenly emerged from the woods on the right side of the road, resembling cries for help. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow and strode purposefully toward the sound. As he drew nearer, he discerned the noise more clearly. Astonishingly, it was the cry of an infant. Chapter 24. You have a brain, but not much. With a thunderous roar, the Wolf King commanded, and a dozen colossal wolves surged forth. Yet Chu Xuan remained motionless, casually instructing, "Leave the stronger wolves to me. The rest, eliminate them." In an instant, Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and the 6 spectral corpses received their orders. Fury ignited in their eyes as they lunged forward. Within moments, the wolf pack was vanquished. The majority of them were not extraordinary creatures. In stark contrast, the spectral corpses crafted by Chu Xuan possessed genuine innate abilities, and their levels were far from low. The weakest among them possessed the self-detonation technique and was at the 3rd-tier corpse level. Coupled with Little Dragon and Little Tiger, confronting the wolves was but a trifling matter. Before long, the mournful howls of the giant wolves echoed through the air. Chu Xuan cast a casual glance and noted that the weaker giants had been slain. For 1st-tier extraordinary wolves lay incapacitated, their limbs shattered and discarded upon the ground. Little Dragon and Little Tiger swiftly positioned themselves behind the Wolf King, forming a pincer movement. The Wolf King was taken aback. The shift in circumstances was astoundingly rapid. What it had thought was an advantage had turned into its undoing. With a furious howl, the Wolf King lunged at Chu Xuan. Having previously encountered extraordinary beings skilled in commanding supernatural creatures, all of whom had proven to be weak. Thus, it disregarded Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and the spectral corpses, fixating solely on Chu Xuan. In its view, if it could swiftly eliminate this human, it would break free from the encirclement. With its speed, the spectral corpses would surely struggle to keep pace. After all, how could 2 legs compare to its 4? "You possess a brain, but not much," Chu Xuan remarked with a faint smile. The Wolf King had evidently deduced that he was the master of those spectral corpses. If it could vanquish him, the corpses would be rendered ineffective. Alas, he was not the frail summoner often depicted in tales, whose summoned beasts were extraordinarily powerful while the summoner himself was weak. Without formidable strength, how could he possibly command Little Dragon and Little Tiger? Chu Xuan remained steadfast, undeterred. He could already perceive the Wolf King's sharp fangs, the drool cascading from its maw, and the foul stench wafting toward him. Whoosh! A line of blood flashed past. At that moment, it was as though a colossal club had struck the Wolf King's head with great force. It is said that wolves have tough skulls but fragile waists. However, with sufficient strength, even a blow to the head could render a wolf dazed. Bang! In an instant, the Wolf King was knocked unconscious, losing all sense of awareness. The battle had not even commenced before it concluded. Little Dragon observed the scene, immediately tempering its thoughts and refraining from any notion of offense. Chu Xuan gasu zimat, how? The spectral corpses echoed in unison, hoisting the carcasses of the slain wolves and the unconscious giant wolf upon their shoulders, trailing behind Chu Xuan. Now and then, they would sneak a lick from the wolf carcasses, reminiscent of children stealthily indulging in sweets while under parental watch. With so many spectral corpses in tow, it was indeed impractical to rely on a flying sword to transport them all. Acquiring a high-quality flying artifact would be ideal. With his current prowess, he could saunter through the city without a care, untroubled by the threat of zombies. Perhaps it was the zombies he should be wary of, in Chu Xuan's eyes. Each zombie represented a source of precious blood droplets. Should a hospitable zombie present itself, he would undoubtedly express heartfelt gratitude for its generous offering. Chapter 25. My foundation path relies on you. They beheld the towering trees reduced to mere splinters, their surfaces marred by charred remnants of flames. The ground was a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood, covered by the pelts of colossal wolves. The four of them wore expressions of sheer disbelief. The pack of giant wolves was formidable. Even a well-trained Linjiang military squad could scarcely contend with them. Yet, the carnage strewn across the ground clearly illustrated the ferocity of the battle. It was impossible for such a volume of blood and flesh to be produced without the demise of at least 5 or 6 of those massive beasts. Zhuang Chang murmured in disbelief, "It can't be. Who could have slain them?" Wang Gangjian pondered for a moment, then suggested they continue searching the area for any signs of escape. If any giant wolves had fled, traces should be evident. Wang Yong and the others nodded in agreement and resumed their search. However, after a prolonged search, they found no indication of a single wolf's escape, no fallen trees, no splatter blood, nothing at all. The implications were clear. Wang Yong swallowed hard. The pack of giant wolves was no more, their bodies evidently removed. Wang Gangjian and Song Dei, though incredulous, nodded in acknowledgement of his assertion. It seemed they had ventured out in vain. Song Dei felt a peculiar sense of relief. Without the necessity for confrontation, there would be no casualties, and that was preferable to any alternative. Even as a first-level extraordinary being, he could suffer infections from wounds. With no physician available, he could only rely on medicine for self-treatment, with no certainty of survival. Wang Gangjian, however, was deep in thought. "Brother, what troubles you?" Wang Yong inquired. Wang Gangjian forced a smile, recalling Zhuang Chang's words. The alpha of the wolf pack was a second-level extraordinary creature. Furthermore, several other wolves within the pack were also first-level extraordinary beings. To think that one individual possessed the strength to dispatch such a formidable group, it raised questions about their true capabilities. A third-level extraordinary being? Zhuang Chang immediately shook his head. Impossible. Third-level extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare, and without exception, they are leaders and protectors of various factions. To ascend to the fourth level, they require a vast amount of manpower to gather spiritual energy cores. Why would a third-level extraordinary being wander alone? Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Song Dei considered this and agreed. Who among the third-level extraordinary beings would waste time roaming about? They typically remained within their territories, exhausting every means to enhance their own power. Zhuang Chang contemplated for a moment before suggesting, perhaps it was merely a second-level extraordinary being with an exceptionally powerful talent. After all, there exists a hierarchy among talents. Some extraordinarily potent abilities can even enable an extraordinary being to battle above their level. Wang Gangjian sighed softly. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. The Haotai Hotel is already occupied by 2 high-level zombies, and now we face an uncertain second-level extraordinary being. Life for us in the Black Edge will only become more arduous. The 4 of them climbed back into the Wuling Shun vehicle and sped away into the night. At the Haotai Hotel, he had dispatched numerous zombies along the way and harvested a considerable number of blood orbs. Additionally, he explored various supermarkets and shops, searching for any edible items. Eating instant noodles daily had become rather monotonous. An improvement in taste would be most welcome. However, all he could find were some chocolates. He had learned that the zombie crisis on High Blue Star had erupted for over 5 years now, and few foods could withstand such an extended shelf life. It seemed that if he wished to indulge in delicious fare on High Blue Star, he would have to cultivate his own vegetables. Chu Xuan pondered this. It was not a daunting task. He merely needed to set up a spirit-gathering array to draw in the sparse spiritual energy from the surroundings. Even the most barren soil could be transformed into fertile ground. Such land could be termed a spirit field. Crops grown in a spirit field would flourish at an astonishing rate, yielding delectable fruits. As for the tasks of tilling, weeding, pest control, and harvesting, he could easily delegate these to the Incore. Though clumsy, once properly instructed, they were far more suited to monotonous, repetitive labor than humans. Without further ado, he directed the removal of all the flowers and plants from the garden behind the Haotai Hotel, loosening the soil before setting up the spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy on High Blue Star was exceedingly thin, far inferior to that of the Cangxuan continent. Yet, even the faintest essence could still be harnessed. The spirit-gathering array would consolidate this scattered energy. If necessary, he could also place spirit stones within the array to extract their energy and nourish the soil. As the sun set, Chu Xuan completed the arrangement of the spirit field. Measuring 40 meters wide and 30 meters long, he divided it into multiple sections, each designated for various spirit plants. Genuine rice, akin to regular rice, but with a superior flavor, and Xiaomao wheat, similar to common wheat, but enhancing agility with prolonged use. Chu Xuan selected spirit plants from his cultivation bag, then instructed the Incore to sow them. Initially, the Incore struggled, but under his patient guidance, they quickly became proficient. Excellent, excellent, Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He then took to the skies on his sword, ascending to the rooftop. The Wolf King and 4 giant wolves were securely bound. The 4 wolves remained unconscious. Yet the Wolf King had awakened, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light, as if yearning to rend Chu Xuan into 1,000 pieces. Chu Xuan entirely disregarded the malevolent gaze. As he had done before, he produced a small knife and began to carve into the Wolf King. The flesh and blood from 3 distinct areas were suitable for nurturing different spirit plants. The area nearest the brain, the Tianling cap, was where he would place the seeds of the soul flower. The soul flower was the primary ingredient for the foundation blood pill, while the soul-nurturing leaf and crimson blood fruit were among the rare supplementary materials. Once he procured these 3 spiritual herbs, the remainder could be easily acquired from reputable markets using spiritual stones. Thus, the foundation blood pill would soon be within reach. My path to foundation relies on you. Chapter 26. Back to Taping Fang. Trouble approaches. The so-called malevolent aura is the sinister and foul energy released at the moment of death. Practitioners of the righteous path shun it with great fervor, while those of the demonic path, like Chu Xuan, find it quite appealing. For a magician of his ilk, the malevolent aura serves myriad purposes. It can be refined into magical artifacts, utilized for offense and defense, and even employed for cultivation. At the Haotai Hotel, he meticulously arranged a gathering formation for the malevolent aura. The dual purpose of this formation was to amass the aura for his own use and to automatically repel those who dared to venture into the misty array. It was not until midnight that Chu Xuan finally completed the setup of both formations. With the gathering formation in place, along with the corpses he left behind, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to infiltrate the Haotai Hotel. Thus, his stronghold was assured. Could this place be considered my abode? Chu Xuan Juke Sopti, realizing that no one would suspect his sanctum lay not within the Cangxuan continent, but on a doomed planet. He placed the little dragon and little leopard into the corpse-nurturing tower. Little tiger, you shall command the 6 corpses and the 2 spirit dogs. After I depart, guard the Haotai Hotel well. When hunger strikes, venture forth to hunt zombies, but do not attract trouble. Understood? Chu Xuan Institute. Roar. The overall intellect of Little Tiger was comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Nonetheless, it comprehended every word Chu Xuan uttered. He felt a profound sense of trust in Little Tiger, as it was his first corpse and the most composed and obedient among them. After a final glance at the surroundings, Chu Xuan retrieved the blood mirror from his storage pouch. He needed everything to be perfectly arranged, hence the delay. Gently touching the surface of the blood mirror, it suddenly engulfed him. In an instant, his figure vanished from the rooftop. Little Tiger let out a low growl, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of loss. The master has departed, journeying far away. It is now up to me, Little Tiger, to guard the master's abode. I cannot allow any nefarious individuals to approach. On the Cangxuan continent, within a cave, Chu Xuan's figure appeared without warning. He surveyed the surroundings. The last time he left, it was from this cave occupied by the bear monster. Now, the place remained unchanged. After sensing the area, he found no presence of any cultivators outside and proceeded to collect the formation flags he had set up. He then pushed aside the boulders blocking the cave entrance. In an instant, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the space. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Taking a deep breath, the fragrant spiritual energy surged in his lungs, refreshing and invigorating. This time, he had 3 objectives. First, to procure an alchemical furnace for refining foundational blood pills. Second, to acquire various spiritual herbs necessary for the refinement of those blood pills. Third, to obtain a flying magical artifact, preferably of superior quality. Disguising his appearance with a transformation technique, Chu Xuan set off towards the nearby Taping Fang. Indeed, he aimed to visit Taping Fang once more. Previously, the Divine Gang sect had already scoured the vicinity and even launched an assault on the Wu family manor, so it was unlikely they would take further action against Taping Fang. Thus, Taping Fang was quite safe. He returned to the marketplace, which remained unchanged. Regardless of any significant movements from the righteous 5 sects, this small marketplace, bustling with Qi refinement stage cultivators, would not experience any considerable upheaval. At most, it would serve as a source of idle chatter over tea and meals. This time, Chu Xuan transformed into a refined young gentleman with a visage as handsome as jade. However, his sharply defined eyebrows and hawkish nose revealed a fierce temperament, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. As before, Chu Xuan did not rush to purchase his desired items, but instead made his way to a tea house within Taping Fang. The location he chose was also quite deliberate. Chapter 27. You seem to possess some strength. The young cultivator, bearing twin swords, wore a perpetual smile. Among the disciples of the godly gang sect in the Qi refining stage, he was the sole individual of such demeanor. Ouyang Hao, the 4th-ranked disciple of the inner sect. In just 5 years since joining the sect, he had ascended swiftly, reaching the 8th level of Qi refining. Most striking was his ruthless approach to demon cultivators. He would slay them without hesitation. Following the extermination of the demons by the 5 sects, 3 of the top 10 disciples from the Boundless sect had fallen at Ouyang Hao's hands. Consequently, the remaining disciples of the Boundless sect expressed a preference to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator over Ouyang Hao, for while the former might offer a glimmer of survival, Ouyang Hao would undoubtedly strike fatal blows. The Grand Elder of the Godly Gang sect praised Ouyang Hao effusively, proclaiming that should Ouyang Hao successfully establish his foundation, he would take him as a personal disciple. It was evident that Ouyang Hao was a rising star within the Godly Gang sect. Even the 3 Qi refining disciples ranked above him dared not claim they could definitively defeat him. He had come to Taiping Square, evidently not for the purpose of shopping. Chu Xuan, however, harbored no trepidation towards Ouyang Hao. Given his current prowess, vanquishing Ouyang Hao would not prove difficult. His concern lay in whether others from the Godly Gang sect accompanied him. If a Foundation establishment cultivator lurked behind, it would spell trouble. After much contemplation, Chu Xuan resolved to remain still and act according to the unfolding circumstances. With a decisive stride, Ouyang Hao made his way toward the tea house. As a cultivator exited the establishment and recognized Ouyang Hao, astonishment washed over him. Ouyang Hao. Raising an eyebrow, Ouyang Hao turned to the individual and smiled. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? The rogue cultivator was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Ouyang Hao unsheathed his sword in a flash of lethal brilliance. In an instant, the man's legs were severed at the knees. I do not know whether you are connected to the demon cultivators, but I shall spare your life for now, to be interrogated later. Ouyang Hao disregarded the agonized cries of the fallen cultivator and briskly entered the tea house. Chun Gu and Wei Hua were anxiously awaiting Zhang Cheng's arrival, their senses heightened, attuned to their surroundings. The commotion at the entrance of the tea house reached their ears. Ouyang Hao. The two exchanged alarmed glances and immediately leapt from a nearby window. Yet, Chu Xuan remained seated, undisturbed, calmly sipping his tea. In mere moments, Ouyang Hao ascended to the second floor of the tea house, surveying each cultivator with a piercing gaze. "What are you looking at?" One cultivator, irritated by Ouyang Hao's scrutiny, snapped. Without a word, Ouyang Hao drew his sword, and in a swift arc, the cultivator's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Amidst the incredulous wails of pain, Ouyang Hao coolly declared, "I am Ouyang Hao of the Godly Gang Sect, hunting the remnants of the Boundless Sect. Has anyone departed just now?" He pointed his sword threateningly at the cultivator's other shoulder. The unfortunate cultivator, trembling in terror, stammered, "Why, yes." Two individuals jumped out the window and ran south. Ouyang Hao furrowed his brow and dashed to the window. True to the information, he spotted two figures soaring away on flying artifacts, preparing to flee. Without hesitation, Ouyang Hao hurled a flying sword and mounted it, pursuing them. The remaining cultivators in the tea house were left in a state of shock. They began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the audacity of Ouyang Hao. Upon learning his identity, they gasped, silencing their conversations. He was a prodigious disciple of the Godly Gang Sect's Qi refining stage. Highly regarded by the Grand Elder, nearly assured a position as a personal disciple. With such stature, who would dare provoke him? The cultivator who had lost his arm gritted his teeth against the pain, hastily applying pressure to his wound. This bitter defeat was one he could only swallow in silence. Chapter 28. Your words are reversed. Chu Xuan spoke calmly. I remain unchanged in name and identity. Su Ming. Wing House Mai Fai Li. Su Ming. Excellent. You shall become the 25th soul beneath my sword. Su Ming. Chingge and Wei Hua exchanged peculiar glances. Su Ming is still cultivating within the Wu family estate. How could he possibly be here? The opponent must be a disciple of Wuji Sect, concealing his true name and claiming to be Su Ming. Shall we leave? Or do you intend to linger? Chu Xuan cast a glance at them. Chengge and Wei Hua, exchanging deep looks, quickly supported each other and departed. Ouyang Hao licked his lips. You have allowed my two prey to escape. It will be best if you could withstand a few more of my strikes. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. With that, he suddenly swung his sword down. Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Your words are reversed. He waved his hand, and suddenly, Xiao Long and Xiao Bao appeared from either side, encircling Ouyang Hao. From his palm surged a fierce crimson line, swiftly slicing through the air. It was the blood-steel wire, transformed. Ouyang Hao's eyes flashed with disdain. A swordsman of the Divine Gang Sect specializes in sword energy. The Qi refining disciples cultivate the heavenly Gang Sword Qi, which is invulnerable and unyielding. How could mere insects withstand his formidable sword energy? I have already slain 3 like you, who foolishly attempted to counter my sword energy with insects. Ouyang Hao's sword energy surged forward, seemingly capable of cleaving the blood-steel wire in twain within moments. As for the 2 encroaching corpses, he paid them no mind. He believed that once he dispatched this overconfident demon cultivator with a single strike, the 2 corpses would inevitably perish without further effort on his part. However, in the next instant, he felt as though his sword energy had struck steel. Clang! To his astonishment, his unstoppable sword energy was effortlessly thwarted by the blood-steel wire. Chu Xuan Mai Fai Li. The blood-steel wire, after transformation, possesses a hardness surpassing that of most metals. After all, the current blood-steel wire can even withstand bullets fired from a handgun. The speed of the bullets exceeds that of Ouyang Hao's sword energy, and their power surpasses that of the sword energy as well. Blocking Ouyang Hao's sword energy was hardly a challenge. Indeed, it was the blood-binding technique. Clang! Ouyang Hao, caught off guard, found his hands and feet briefly restrained. Furious, he had not anticipated that these insects possessed innate spells. At this moment, Xiao Long and Xiao Bao had already launched their assault from either side. Xiao Long opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fearsome corpse howl. The corpse howl technique. Ouyang Hao instantly felt as if his spirit were being struck by a colossal hammer. Dazed and confused, he struggled to concentrate. Xiao Bao, invigorated by the corpse howl technique, roared fiercely and executed the bloodthirst technique. With relentless ferocity, his claws tore into Ouyang Hao, inflicting dozens of bloody gashes in the blink of an eye. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and flesh flew in all directions. Xiao Long clenched his bones spear tightly, thrusting it forward. Thud! It struck true to the heart. Ouyang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He was utterly astonished, having never expected the battle to conclude so abruptly. His underestimation of the insect's resilience had led him directly into an overwhelming control, leaving him unable to muster a counterattack, and thus he succumbed to death. Ouyang Hao could not utter a final word. Life ebbed away like a flowing stream. The encroaching darkness and coldness of death swiftly engulfed him. Chu Xuan gazed down at Ouyang Hao's lifeless body, shaking his head repeatedly. This individual possessed considerable strength, but was exceedingly arrogant. He was entirely oblivious to the opponent's capabilities, leaving himself defenseless against the corpses approaching from both sides, foolishly attempting to cleave him with dual sword energies. Is this what genius looks like? Chu Xuan Juke Lai Di, casually collecting Ouyang Hao's corpse into his storage bag. The body of a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refinement is a valuable asset, whether for purifying blood pearls or serving as sustenance for corpses. Then, he swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 29. Refining superior artifacts, strength greatly increased. After relocating the massive stones to firmly seal the cave entrance and setting up various formations, Chu Xuan finally opened Ouyang Hao's storage bag. A cursory glance nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Truly, a prodigy of the Divine Gang sect, and a favored disciple of the Elder. The contents of the storage bag were dazzling. The first thing that caught his eye was a mountain of small spirit stones. Upon rough counting, there were at least over 1,000. Beside the small spirit stones lay several medium spirit stones, totaling more than 20. Aside from these spirit stones, there were also several volumes of scriptures encased in jade boxes, all pertaining to the Divine Gang sect's cultivation techniques. However, only sword cultivators could practice them, so Chu Xuan merely flipped through a few pages without delving deeper. Additionally, there were 2 artifacts. The first was the flying sword wielded by Ouyang Hao, known as the Tiangang Flying Sword, a superior flying artifact capable of traveling 1,000 miles in an hour, consuming just a small spirit stone for 3,000 miles, and allowing for a temporary speed increase with the expenditure of more small spirit stones. In comparison, Chu Xuan's flying artifact could only travel 300 miles in an hour, consuming a small spirit stone for 1,000 miles, and lacked any acceleration feature. In contrast, the Tiangang Flying Sword was overwhelmingly superior. The second artifact was a golden wooden shield. Though it was made of wood, it felt remarkably sturdy. This artifact, called the Jinmu Shield, was crafted from indestructible wood and was also a superior artifact. Its defensive capabilities ranked among the best of superior defensive artifacts. These 2 artifacts perfectly filled the gaps in Chu Xuan's current arsenal. To his astonishment, he discovered a foundation establishment Dan tucked away in a corner of the storage bag. Given Ouyang Hao's wealth, acquiring a foundation establishment Dan seemed improbable. Thus, its origin was evidently clear. It must have been bestowed upon Ouyang Hao by the Elder of the Divine Gang sect for future breakthroughs. Clearly, the Elder held Ouyang Hao in high regard. Chu Xuan chuckled to himself. No one knew he had slain Ouyang Hao. Even if the Elder were to rage with fury, yearning to tear the murderer apart, he would be unable to trace it back to him. However, a single foundation establishment Dan would likely prove insufficient for him to liquefy his spiritual power and ascend to the foundation establishment stage. A foundation blood Dan remained essential. Chu Xuan did not consider himself of such exceptional talent that a single foundation establishment Dan would suffice for a seamless transition into that stage. He promptly set about refining the artifacts to swiftly convert them into his combat prowess. Stowing away the foundation establishment Dan, he extracted the Tiangang Flying Sword and the Jinmu Shield. Both artifacts bore Ouyang Hao's blood essence imprint. This blood essence imprint was a mark left by refining the artifact with one's blood, ensuring it would not be easily taken during combat. An even greater mark would be the soul blood imprint, which combined both soul and blood essence. However, such a mark could only be used upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. With his current cultivation, Chu Xuan could only inscribe the blood essence imprint. He extended his fingers and pressed them against the surface of the Tiangang flying sword, infusing it with a strand of spiritual power. Soon, he located the residual blood essence imprint within the sword. With a surge of spiritual power, he eradicated it. After approximately 15 minutes, he had completely erased Ouyang Hao's lingering blood essence imprint. The Tiangang flying sword was now truly an unclaimed object. With a firm pat on his chest, he expelled a drop of his own blood onto the surface of the Tiangang flying sword, initiating the refining process. This ritual continued for 3 hours, enveloping the cave in darkness while Chu Xuan's eyes sparkled with vitality. Success. He could feel a profound connection forming between himself and the Tiangang flying sword. Next, he followed the same method to refine the Jinmu shield. After consecutively erasing the blood essence imprint and imbuing both superior artifacts with his own essence, Chu Xuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He promptly entered a meditative slumber. After a whole night, he gradually awakened, his spirit rejuvenated. Chu Xuan hastened towards Taiping Square. This time, he disguised himself once more, adopting the guise of a thin, gaunt male cultivator with deep-set eyes, an appearance suggesting he had indulged excessively in medicinal pills, leaving behind a residue of pill toxicity within him. As he walked past stalls set up by scattered cultivators, intending to purchase spiritual herbs at Baichao Pavilion, he suddenly noticed an unusual stall showcasing several volumes of qi refining techniques from the Wuji Sect. Among them was the blood transformation spirit seizing technique he practiced. Chapter 30, Foundation Establishment Techniques, Blood Fiend Refinement Scripture. Liu Zhenxiong's Chu Xuan. As if encountering this qi refining junior for the first time. What realm have you attained now? Surely at least the 8th layer of qi refining? I recall, back in the days of Wuji Sect, you seemed to be merely at the 4th layer. I never anticipated such a significant advancement. Liu Zhenxiong's smile was genuine. Chu Xuan nodded, but refrained from admitting that he had reached the 9th layer of qi refining. If Liu Zhenxiong perceived him as being at the 8th layer, then so be it. It was wise to retain some strength after all. Very well. Among the disciples in the qi refining phase, you possess the highest realm. Liu Zhenxiong beamed with even greater delight. Come with me to the Wu family estate. I shall spare no effort in assisting you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xuan promptly shook his head. What nonsense is this? Frequent interactions may lead to the discovery of my secrets. My ability to traverse freely between Cangxuan continent and Hailan Star is my most crucial trump card. It must not be revealed to anyone. Liu Zhenxiong appeared taken aback. He was astonished by Chu Xuan's refusal despite his earnest invitation. His expression turned slightly grim. Chu Xuan quickly added, Master Liu, I am confident in my capacity to refine the Foundation Establishment Blood Pill and achieve the Foundation Establishment stage on my own. However, should you exhaust your resources to assist me, it may incite discontent among other disciples. The Wuji Sect has already fallen. It is imperative that we remaining disciples collaborate in sincerity. I cannot disrupt the unity of our sect for my own sake. Liu Zhenxiong's eyes widened. His heart stirred with emotion. What a remarkable talent. Strong-willed, independent, and possessing profound strength, yet considerate of others. How had I not noticed such a disciple before? In the past, had the Wuji Sect still been flourishing, he would undoubtedly have sought to cultivate Chu Xuan vigorously, investing resources to hasten his ascension to the Foundation Establishment stage. This would have bolstered the core strength of the Wuji Sect. Yet now, the situation was dire. As Chu Xuan had articulated, the demonic cultivators were currently weakened, and resources were scarce. If all were allocated to Chu Xuan, the cultivation resources for other disciples would inevitably diminish. People fear not scarcity, but inequity. Thus, favoring one individual with resources would ultimately lead to discord among the disciples. Such a course of action would not be wise. Liu Zhenxiong struggled to find words. Chu Xuan once again clasped his hands. I wish to rely on my own abilities. I implore you, Master Liu, do not insist further. Sighing heavily, Liu Zhenxiong lamented, had the sect still existed, I could never have stood by as such talent was cast aside. Chu Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lu Zhenxiong's words indicated he would no longer pressure him to remain with the other disciples of Wuji Sect. Chu Xuan then inquired, "However, I do require subsequent techniques. May I ask what price you seek for the Blood Fiend Refinement Scripture?" 100 blood pearls. "And I shall provide you with a copy of the Blood Fiend Refinement Scripture," Lu Zhenxiong replied. Chu Xuan's heart raced. The Blood Fiend Refinement Scripture was a technique for the Foundation establishment stage. Even a copy demanded 1,000 sect contributions for exchange. In terms of small spirit stones, it would require at least 2,500. Yet 100 blood pearls would only equate to 200 to 300 small spirit stones. Lu Zhenxiong had offered this technique at a mere fraction of its value, almost as if gifting it to him. Nonetheless, even with 100 blood pearls, Chu Xuan did not immediately produce them. He possessed them, but he could not reveal them too readily. Otherwise, Lu Zhenxiong would realize he had a substantial stash of blood pearls. After all, one must always maintain some level of caution. With a troubled expression, Chu Xuan said, "Master, I only have a little over 50 blood pearls. Would it suffice to balance the remainder with spirit stones?" Lu Zhenxiong waved his hand dismissively. 50 will do. I have no use for them myself. They are primarily for the cultivation of qi refining disciples. Chu Xuan nodded, exchanging the items with him. Lu Zhenxiong retrieved the copy of the Blood Fiend Refinement Scripture and handed it to Chu Xuan. "Very well, you may depart now," Lu Zhenxiong said solemnly. Ouyang Hao has escaped severely injured. The Divine Gang sect will surely launch a new wave of purges near Taiping Square. Take care of yourself. Should you find it unbearable, come to the Wu family estate to seek me. Chu Xuan was taken aback. Ouyang Hao had escaped severely injured? That fellow's corpse lay quietly in his storage bag. Nevertheless, Chu Xuan refrained from exposing the truth and simply nodded. The two then parted ways. Chapter 31. Brother Chu, you have truly sacrificed yourself for others. Lu Zhenxiong held a neutral stance regarding Su Ming's attitude. It was entirely normal for disciples to have minor frictions. He did not wish to squander time on trivial matters. Ouyang Hao had been injured and driven back by Chu Xuan. Thus, the Divine Gang sect would undoubtedly conduct another thorough investigation of Taiping Fang and its surroundings. Lu Zhenxiong stated sternly. Indeed, the disciples nodded in agreement. 10 days later, as expected, practitioners from a Divine Gang sect arrived at Taiping Fang to investigate Ouyang Hao's whereabouts, and their numbers were considerable. There were 3 Foundation establishment practitioners and over 10 Qi refinement practitioners accompanying them. This group of cultivators turned Taiping Fang and its vicinity upside down. The independent cultivators even refrained from venturing into the streets, fearing retribution from the Divine Gang sect's practitioners. The investigation lasted 3 days. Even the Foundation establishment elder of the Wu family, Wu Tong, was taken for questioning. However, despite their efforts, they uncovered nothing of significance. The practitioners had no choice but to leave in a fit of rage. Lu Zhenxiong remarked, "Brother Wu, wasn't it merely that Ouyang Hao was injured? Why did the Divine Gang sect conduct an investigation here for 3 days?" Wu Tong retorted, "Injured? He has gone missing. It's hardly different from being dead. Which disciple of your Wuji sect committed such an act? Do they dare to kill someone favored by the Grand Elder of the Divine Gang sect?" Lu Zhenxiong was taken aback. "Missing?" Wu Tong sighed. If Ouyang Hao hadn't gone missing, would they have dispatched 3 Foundation establishment practitioners and several Qi refinement practitioners to investigate? Had it not been for my extensive experience, the Wu manor would surely have been thoroughly scrutinized. Lu Zhenxiong scratched his head, pondering the discrepancy in his thoughts. He had always believed that Chu Xuan had merely injured Ouyang Hao, who had fled in acknowledgement of his defeat. Yet, it now appeared that Ouyang Hao had not just been injured. Chu Xuan had evidently eliminated him entirely and taken away the body. It seemed he had underestimated Chu Xuan. The latter's true cultivation level was likely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Brother Lu, if this continues, I shall be unable to endure. Communicate with your disciples and ensure they do not create further trouble. I have long acted as an informant for the Wuji Sect, relaying intelligence about the Divine Gang sect. I cannot withstand multiple investigations from them. If it comes to that, we shall have to ask you to leave and seek refuge elsewhere, Wu Tong stated helplessly. Lu Zhenxiong nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Brother Wu, I will certainly convey this to them. At that moment, he overheard Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and others whispering amongst themselves. Ouyang Hao is dead. It is said that he is merely missing, not dead. What difference does it make? Have you not seen that the Divine Gang sect has dispatched 3 Foundation establishment practitioners to investigate? Who killed Ouyang Hao? Could it be Brother Chu Xuan? Lu Zhenxiong sighed lightly. You are all aware of this? Chen Gu nodded. The rumors outside are rampant. Even though we remain in the manor, we have learned of the matter from the servants of the Wu family. Lu Zhenxiong smiled wryly. Ouyang Hao is likely dead. It appears I have indeed underestimated Chu Xuan's strength. He must have been the one to eliminate Ouyang Hao and taken the body away. Wei Hua, by phone. And others widened their eyes in astonishment. Chu Xuan's status in their hearts instantly elevated, nearly on par with Lu Zhenxiong. Ouyang Hao had slain so many Qi refinement disciples of the Wuji Sect. They held both fear and resentment towards him. Now that Chu Xuan had avenged those fallen disciples, it was only natural for them to feel elated. Su Ming, however, wore a less favorable expression. He felt a significant distance had opened up between himself and Chu Xuan. Chen Gu could not restrain his curiosity. Uncle Lu, why not invite Brother Chu to join us? We would have a support in numbers. Lu Zhenxiong replied helplessly. I wish I could, but he declined. I now regret not insisting more firmly to keep him. Huh? Chen Gu and the others were taken aback. Chu Xuan was quite audacious indeed. Lu Zhenxiong had personally extended an invitation, yet he still refused? Lu Zhenxiong continued. Chu Xuan understands that resources are scarce. If I were to concentrate resources on him, it would inevitably lead to discord among the disciples. Thus, he chose not to come, wishing to rely on his own strength to reach the Foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Chen Gu, Wei Hua, by phone, and others fell into a profound silence. Their hearts stirred. Chu Xuan, Brother Chu, such selflessness. Su Ming's face flushed with shame. He had previously harbored such animosity towards Chu Xuan, only to realize how much Chu Xuan cared for them. There is no need for further discourse. Focus on your cultivation. I must continue my search for the whereabouts of our 2 ancestors. Lu Zhenxiong sighed. The disciples nodded in unison. The golden core ancestors of the Wuji Sect had either perished in battle or surrendered, but 2 had managed to escape. Lu Zhenxiong had never relinquished his quest to locate them. If they could find the golden core ancestors, their safety would be greatly assured. If all else fails, they would quietly leave Yugua and seek a desolate place to re-establish the Wuji Sect. As long as a golden core ancestor remained, there would still be hope. Chapter 32. A Genuine Alchemist. The following day, Chu Xuan was diligently practicing his spells when he was suddenly enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance. This aroma had the power to enchant all living beings, not merely affecting the physical realm, but resonating deeply within the soul. Chu Xuan's expression brightened with joy as he instinctively used his spiritual energy to block his mouth and nose, casting a glance at the Wolf King. As expected, the soul flower, which had been on the verge of blooming, had now unexpectedly burst into full bloom. The Wolf King, who had been barely clinging to life for over 4 months, succumbed entirely at this moment. Its soul and vitality were completely siphoned away by the spiritual plant. The soul flower's colors were rather unremarkable, lacking grand petals. It bore no significant distinction from many ordinary wildflowers. Had it not been for the soul-stirring fragrance, perhaps no one would have been able to differentiate it from common flora. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 petals. Chu Xuan counted meticulously 3 times, astonished. Typically, the soul flower would grow at least 2 petals, but 4 petals were already considered rare. During the pinnacle of the Wujizong, it could cultivate a substantial quantity of soul flowers, yet they rarely exceeded 4 petals. To his surprise, he had cultivated a 6-petaled soul flower. This stroke of luck was likely tied to the merit he possessed. Chu Xuan pondered, feeling the benefits of having merit bestowed upon him. Such serendipitous occurrences could indeed be influenced by the unseen hand of merit. Gently, Chu Xuan retrieved a small jade scissor and carefully trimmed the soul flower at the stem, placing it in a jade box. Only then did the heavy stone of worry in his heart finally lift. The soul flower was a foundational spiritual herb. And this particular bloom, with its 6 petals, was sufficient to concoct 3 doses of foundational blood elixir. For many mediocre cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, this soul flower represented a stepping stone to advancement into the foundation establishment stage, an opportunity no one would wish to miss. Even during the height of Wuzhizang's power, while capable of mass cultivation of soul flowers, their prices remained exorbitantly high. In the present day, this soul flower could fetch upwards of 10,000 small spirit stones in the marketplace. With the primary material secured, Chu Xuan swiftly commenced preparations for the auxiliary materials. Some herbs required drying to eliminate all moisture, while others needed to be ground into powder for optimal efficacy. Certain herbs had shells or stems that were unusable and required juicing before they could be utilized. These steps were etched in Chu Xuan's memory. Within an hour, he successfully processed all the auxiliary materials. Finally, he solemnly retrieved a Dan furnace from his storage pouch. This furnace, known as the 100 Herbs Furnace, had been purchased from another market. Although a mid-grade magical tool, its price was elevated due to the distinct crafting method required for Dan furnaces compared to regular magical items. It had cost him nearly 400 small spirit stones, and thus, he commenced the alchemical process. Chu Xuan rubbed his fingers together, igniting the spiritual wood to heat the 100 Herbs Furnace. For his first attempt at alchemy, he opted not to directly concoct the foundational blood elixir, but chose a Qi refinement stage pill as a trial, revitalizing pill. This pill, when consumed, could expedite the healing of wounds, applicable in numerous situations. As the alchemical process progressed, the flame suddenly diminished, causing the elixir to solidify prematurely. Despite Chu Xuan's best efforts to rectify the situation, the potion ultimately transformed into a rather embarrassing concoction. This half-finished product possessed weak medicinal properties and was rife with Dan toxicity. Chapter 33. The liquefaction of spiritual energy and the foundation establishment path. An hour later, the third furnace also declared success. Thus, Chu Xuan had refined 2 foundation establishment blood pills. Furthermore, with the foundation establishment pill obtained from Ouyang House storage bag, he now possessed a total of 3 opportunities to challenge the foundation establishment phase. Each foundation establishment pill approximately enhanced the success rate of breaking through the foundation establishment phase by around 30%. With 3 chances, success was surely within reach. Chu Xuan regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. The foundation establishment path represented the first threshold that every Qi refining stage cultivator must surpass upon embarking on their journey of cultivation. Yet, among the countless Qi refining stage cultivators, at least 80% found themselves obstructed at this very threshold. If there were ample foundation establishment pills, Chu Xuan believed that the likelihood of a cultivator advancing to the foundation establishment phase would be around 70 to 80%. However, cultivation is a harsh reality. Resources are scarce, while the number of cultivators pursuing longevity continues to grow. For every individual who succeeds in advancing, others inevitably falter. This is precisely why demonic cultivators have emerged. Shaking his head, Chu Xuan cast aside those distracting thoughts. He entrusted Ouyang Hao's corpse to the waiting corpses for consumption, instructing them to vigilantly guard the Haodai Hotel. The flesh and blood of an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator would serve as a substantial nourishment for them. And after their meal, they should be able to elevate their levels by at least 1 rank. Meanwhile, he commenced adjusting both his body and mental state. After several consecutive days of alchemy, he felt quite fatigued. Attempting to break through the foundation establishment phase in such a state was clearly not an ideal choice. He needed to bring everything to its optimal condition before embarking on the breakthrough. 3 days later, Chu Xuan opened his eyes, invigorated and filled with vitality. He retrieved a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it whole. Buzz, under the guidance of his will, the medicinal power surged forth like a mighty river, flowing tumultuously throughout his limbs and bones. After circulating through several complete cycles, the medicinal power swiftly transformed into spiritual energy. The potency contained within the foundation establishment pill was far superior to that of the Qi refining pills. At the moment of ingestion, Chu Xuan even felt as though his entire being was on the verge of bursting. After executing over 10 complete cycles, the newly generated spiritual energy under his guidance surged directly towards the Qi Sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spiritual energy within the Qi Sea had already expanded to its limit. Now, with the influx of tremendous spiritual energy, a violent sensation of distension and pain arose. This was the method of the Foundation Establishment Pill, injecting a substantial amount of spiritual energy into an already full Qi Sea, compelling the gaseous spiritual energy to liquefy. Yet, those familiar with physics understand that to liquefy a rather inert gas, immense pressure is required. Should the first attempt fail, a second must be made, and so forth, until the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment Pill is entirely depleted. If liquefaction remains unachieved, additional external medicinal power would be necessary, implying the need for a second Foundation Establishment Pill. Thus, this process is fraught with hardship. This is also the reason many cultivators are unable to surpass this threshold. Chu Xuan remained seated in meditation, repeatedly urging the spiritual energy to flood into the Qi Sea. Failure, failure, failure initially. He could feel intense pain, but as time passed, the pain gradually dulled. He felt as though he were mechanically compressing the spiritual energy. 5 days later, at a certain moment, he suddenly sensed a release throughout his body. The external pressure had dissipated. Chu Xuan turned his attention inward. It was not that the spiritual energy had liquefied. Rather, the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment Pill had been exhausted. Chu Xuan was not surprised. Instead, he pinched the Foundation Establishment blood pill between his fingers and placed it into his mouth, continuing to compress the spiritual energy. Another 5 days passed. As before, the medicinal power was once again depleted. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan immediately consumed the second Foundation Establishment blood pill. He felt neither disappointment nor discouragement. Instead, he was filled with eagerness. For reasons unknown, perhaps it was the invisible hand of fate or merely an instinct, he sensed that this time success was inevitable. Indeed, as the second Foundation Establishment blood pill descended, he felt an unusual change within the Qi Sea. The vigorous spiritual energy crashed and compressed repeatedly. At the bottom of the Qi Sea, those countless times compressed spiritual energies finally exhibited signs of liquefaction. At a certain moment, tiny droplets the size of rice grains appeared. Drip! The droplets fell to the bottom of the Qi Sea. Their emergence seemed to signal a turning point. Immediately, a substantial amount of spiritual energy began to liquefy. Drip, drip, drip. In an instant, a small puddle began to accumulate at the bottom of the Qi Sea, where several droplets of spiritual liquid lay quietly. Chu Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Boom! At that moment, his aura surged dramatically. A powerful energy field swept across the rooftop, radiating in all directions. Dust was swept away. Within 1,000 meters of the Haotai Hotel, a fierce wind surged. Hunters returning from their endeavors were suddenly taken aback, gazing reverently towards the rooftop. At that moment, Chu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, exuding a formidable and captivating power. Chapter 34. The tide of corpses. The so-called Insha steel is merely a type of tempered steel that has absorbed a significant amount of negative energy. This tempered steel can be crafted from fine iron. Chu Xuan had long prepared ample fine iron in his storage bag for the routine maintenance of his magical artifacts. He merely needed to seek out a site rich in Insha energy, bury the tempered steel within, and allow it to absorb the negative energy. If he were to set up a gathering formation to concentrate the Insha energy, the formation of the Insha steel would proceed even more swiftly. The nation of Yu had already been dominated by the 5 righteous sects, and these areas dense with Insha energy likely had long been monitored by the righteous. Should he dare to approach, he would undoubtedly be subjected to rigorous inquiries by the righteous practitioners, potentially placing his life in peril. However, in the Blue Sea Star, Chu Xuan only needed to find a location teeming with zombies, slaying them in droves to condense the Insha energy. To achieve this, he would need to eliminate at least 10,000 zombies. Thus, he resolved to search the vicinity. Nodding slightly, Chu Xuan released his companions, Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard, to scour the southern regions of Donghu City. Meanwhile, he took to the skies on his heavenly gang flying sword, heading northward. Yet, despite the multitude of zombies in Donghu City, they rarely congregated, instead wandering aimlessly. After several days of searching, Chu Xuan had yet to discover a large gathering of zombies, causing him to furrow his brow. One day, he prepared himself a sumptuous lunch. Chu Xuan listened intently and soon comprehended what Little Leopard was communicating. Numerous zombies with substantial resilience had appeared to the south of Donghu City, and a human squad was engaged in battle with them. Intriguing. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xuan deduced that the resilient zombies likely referred to advanced zombies. After all, to these creatures, the local zombies merely represented sustenance. The more advanced the zombie, the more delectable it would be to them. The emergence of a large number of advanced zombies must signify something significant. A flash of inspiration illuminated Chu Xuan's mind. In various zombie-themed narratives he had encountered, the phenomenon known as a zombie tide was often mentioned. The causes of zombie tide are myriad and unpredictable. It might simply be that one zombie heard a sound, or perhaps it was pursuing a living person, thereby triggering a horde of zombies to mobilize. Along the way, any zombie that hears the commotion would similarly join the throng. This creates a snowball effect, resulting in an ever-growing horde, ultimately culminating in an utterly terrifying tide of corpses. Wherever it passes, all living beings are left in its wake. Such a tidal wave of undead is particularly harrowing for human survivors, akin to a natural disaster. Of course, the zombie tide might also be led by advanced zombies. Certain unique advanced zombies possess an innate ability to command lower-level zombies, allowing the horde to swell to an unfathomable size. The mass emergence of advanced zombies is likely a precursor to a zombie tide. With this thought, Chu Xuan felt a surge of excitement. A zombie tide? What does this imply? Tens of thousands of zombies? No, perhaps even more. Could this not be the perfect opportunity to create a realm rich in Insha energy? Swiftly finishing his lunch with the urgency of a tempest, Chu Xuan immediately steered his heavenly gang flying sword southward towards Donghu City. Upon crossing the borders of Donghu City, he indeed observed an immense horde of corpses advancing towards the city. Even a cursory glance revealed that their numbers exceeded 50,000. Excellent. Chu Xuan's spirit soared. He must prepare the formations before the horde's arrival. He could not afford to miss this extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 35. What the hell? A sword immortal? Under the guidance of Cangxuan, the three entered the bus company. The current state of the bus company was no different from other places, overrun with weeds. It was baffling how these weeds managed to break through the hard concrete ground. Perhaps even the weeds were influenced by spiritual energy. The bus company was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, resembling a spider's web lying in wait for the unwary to ensnare themselves. A flicker of anxiety stirred within Cangxuan. The absence of even a single zombie felt decidedly wrong. Just then, a man behind him suddenly exclaimed in fright, "A spider just dropped down in front of me. It scared the life out of me." "You're terrified of a mere spider? Just wait until a high-level zombie appears. You might faint from fear." Two men beside him scoffed, causing the frightened man to flush with embarrassment. "Sir. Did you forget what I said before we entered?" The three men immediately fell silent. "There are 3 buses here. Each of you will inspect one while I check the warehouse over there," Cangxuan instructed, pointing to the 3 relatively intact buses in the square. These buses had endured the elements, and the likelihood of them being operational was slim, but it was essential to check nonetheless. What if one could still run? The trio accepted their tasks and promptly began inspecting the buses, while Cangxuan made his way to the warehouse. There should be a few spare buses inside. However, as he approached the warehouse entrance, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air behind him. The other 2 hurried after the sound. "Help me! Help me!" The man who screamed staggered out from the bus, a blood-red spider the size of a basin clinging to his neck. Its 8 thumb-sized eyes spun wildly, and its sharp fangs were embedded in the man's jugular vein. His face was turning a ghastly shade of purplish blue, as if venom was coursing through his veins. The 2 men beside Cangxuan turned pale, A spider of such size was enough to terrify anyone. They had never encountered such a creature before. Yet, Tang Jinchuan's reaction was swift. He drew a small knife from his waist and sliced through the skin of his abdomen. Instead of blood, the yellow fat within coalesced under his control into a spear over a meter long. With a fierce roar, Tang Jinchuan hurled the spear. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with remarkable speed, piercing the spider's head in an instant. The corpulent body fell to the ground, while the man, weakened, also collapsed. The two men rushed forward to support him. However, the bitten man's gaze was vacant, and he could not utter a word. Tang Jinjun sai sopti. The way spiders preyed involved injecting digestive enzymes into their victims, and this man was already a shell of his former self. It was kinder to send him on his way, sparing him further suffering. The two men, faces stricken with grief, could only draw their knives to grant their companion an early release. Tang Jinchuan searched the spider's abdomen but found no spiritual core. This indicated that it was not even a first-tier extraordinary creature. His heart sank instantly. If a creature that was not even first-tier could easily kill a strong adult man, what might lurk within this bus company? Brother Tang, that bus can barely start but is missing some components. We need to check the other buses to see if we can find replacements. I brought the toolbox for repairs. Chapter 36. The malevolent, soul-seizing formation within Tang Jinchuan's line of sight, a figure clad in flowing garments appeared, seemingly gliding through the air as if riding the wind. His gaze sparkled like lightning, and in the next instant, it felt as though he could unleash a flurry of sword shadows. The two other men also beheld the figure suspended in midair, rendered speechless by the shock. They could hardly fathom how, in a world overrun by zombies, such an incongruous character could emerge. However, upon reflection, given that a zombie crisis had already erupted, the appearance of a sword immortal did not seem overly extraordinary. Chu Xuan stood atop the soaring Tian Gang, flying sword, gazing downward. With a single, swift slice, a line of crimson severed the air. In a swift whoosh, the threads spun from a spider were effortlessly cleaved as if they were mere parchment. After easily cutting through the silk, Chu Xuan was somewhat astonished. The strength of the threads exceeded his expectations. Such resilient silk might serve as an excellent material for crafting weapons. This scene left Tang Jinchuan wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? I exerted every ounce of my strength, depleting 2/3 of my energy, and I couldn't even break a single thread. Yet this person managed to sever them in an instant. Who is he? Chu Xuan made another move. The blood-steel wire darted through the air like a streak of crimson lightning. Bang! 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 In its wake, a dozen threads were swiftly severed. The warehouse erupted with the furious shrieks of the spider matriarch. Swarms of spiders rushed in from all directions, akin to a tidal wave. Chu Xuan, my Li. Do these little creatures think they can harm me? With a casual gesture, his minions, Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard, materialized. They were forged through the indomitable corpse-refining technique, their bodies encased in a layer of formidable bone armor. Receiving Chu Xuan's command, they charged into the horde of spiders, akin to tigers among sheep. Each one was a tank, rampaging through the masses, leaving behind a trail of shattered bodies and dismembered limbs. With an air of nonchalance, Chu Xuan strode directly toward the warehouse, as every spider in his path was obliterated and torn apart. It seemed as though no living creature could impede his advance. He could actually control the undead. The two men stood agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Such power, such demeanor, was akin to that of a sovereign. Tang Jinchuan, too, was left in stunned silence, his mouth agape, unable to regain composure. With a soft thud, Chu Xuan approached the entrance of the warehouse, hands clasped behind his back, standing in tranquil stillness. Little Dragon and Little Tiger unleashed powerful blows upon the nearby spiders, then, with a mighty stomp, surged toward Chu Xuan. They struck the formidable iron door of the warehouse with tremendous force. Bang! 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 The fists fell like a torrential downpour, and the steel door quickly began to warp. Within 3 seconds, it could withstand the pressure no longer and was blasted open. Sunlight flooded into the warehouse, illuminating the scene within. It revealed a stark white world where walls, ceilings, floors, and even a bus were ensconced in thick, resilient spider silk. At the center of the warehouse lay a colossal cocoon, within which resided an enormous spider, its size comparable to a small room. Its razor-sharp fangs were longer than daggers, and at that moment, it continued its relentless task of producing spider eggs. For reasons unknown, these spider eggs were hatching at an alarming rate. Chapter 37. No extraordinary being, regardless of their might, can stand against the tide of corpses. Over an hour later, Cangxuan and his companions gradually regained consciousness. The two men remained apprehensive, cautiously scanning their surroundings. With great effort, Cangxuan managed to rise, using the scant remnants of his strength to forge a shield, warily making his way towards the warehouse. However, upon entering, he found it utterly devoid of any presence. The grotesque form of the mutated Spider Queen had vanished without a trace, and the webs that once adorned the space had been incinerated to near oblivion. Had it not been for a few lingering strands in the corner, he would have doubted his very encounter with the creature. He could not perceive the formation flags that Chu Xuan had set up. To ensure their efficacy, Chu Xuan had cleverly imbued each flag with a minor illusionary spell, rendering it nearly impossible for beings with minimal spiritual energy to discern their existence. The two men, supporting each other, trembled as they approached Cangxuan's side. Observing the desolate warehouse, they couldn't help but sigh. "Brother Tang, it seems we have indeed benefited from that formidable figure. Indeed, had he not eliminated the mutated Spider Queen, we would have surely met our end. It appears all the spiders here are dead. We can safely inspect the buses," they whispered. Encouraged by this realization, Cangxuan felt a surge of energy. "Yes, we must act swiftly." Fortune smiled upon them, for the warehouse housed 3 buses in relatively good condition, operable for their escape. Additionally, 2 others, though slightly damaged, could still run after some repairs. Furthermore, they discovered ample gasoline and diesel within the warehouse, perfectly suited to fuel their retreat. In the main hall, Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, and Song Dai wore expressions of despair. As Cangxuan entered, his joyful demeanor faltered upon witnessing their somber faces, particularly when he noticed that Song Dai was missing an arm, prompting a grave concern to wash over him. What transpired? Was it unsuccessful? Wang Yong offered a wry smile. "My trip to the factory went relatively well, but I managed to salvage only 1 usable truck." As for old Song Dai, pale and shaken, murmured, "I encountered 2 advanced zombies. Everyone I brought perished, and I lost an arm, barely managing to escape." Wang Gangjian sighed. "We've only found 1 large truck, which is far from sufficient. If it comes to that, we may have to resort to drawing lots." He trailed off, unable to finish the grim thought. The notion of drawing lots for passage was too cruel. Many members of the Black Blade Security Company were old comrades from before the zombie crisis. He could not abandon them in such a manner. "Do not wear such mournful expressions. I bring good news." The 3 men paused, their interest piqued. "Have you located a few buses?" Cangxuan grinned mischievously. "Take a guess." Wang Yong pondered for a moment, raising 2 fingers. "2 buses?" Cangxuan shook his head. Song Dai lifted 3 fingers. 3 buses? Cangxuan again denied it. Wang Gangjian frowned. "Is it merely 1? How is that good news?" Cangxuan's laughter rang out. "You are all mistaken. It is 5. Wang Gangjian and the others were momentarily stunned. Then elation erupted in their eyes. 5 buses. Chapter 38. The onslaught of the undead and the eerie fog on the highway at the border between Donghu City and Shuanglong City. The evacuation convoy had come to a halt. The elevated terrain allowed for a panoramic view of the southern expanse of Donghu City. Wang Gangjian leapt onto a vehicle. Retrieving his binoculars to gaze upon the city he had never left since birth. The sudden necessity to depart evoked a pang of sorrow. As he prepared to leave, he stole a few more glances, for it was likely that he would never behold it again. Wang Yong, Song Dai, and Cangxuan gathered beside him, while the other members remained inside the vehicle under Wang Gangjian's orders. It was prudent to refrain from disembarking. Too many departures would render their re-entry time-consuming. "I see the horde. They're advancing rapidly towards Donghu City, Wang Yong remarked, his keen eyes directing attention to the southeast. Wang Gangjian and the others followed his gaze and, as anticipated, beheld a vast sea of the undead rushing forth without fatigue. In Donghu City, a few survivors remained, not affiliated with any faction. They barely had time to let out a scream before being engulfed by the relentless tide of corpses. "Can you believe there are flying zombies?" Song Dei exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of winged undead hovering in the sky. After 5 years, various advanced forms of the undead had emerged. "If our growth cannot keep pace with the zombies, we will inevitably be devoured and exterminated," Wang Gangjian stated solemnly. Wang Yong, Song Dei, and Cangxuan nodded in agreement. The pervasive energy had instigated rampant mutations among animals and plants. If humanity could not harness this energy to ascend the evolutionary ladder and adapt to this grand age of spiritual energy, it would soon face extinction at the hands of new species. "Let us depart. Our scent will soon attract the zombies." Delaying further may be too late, Song Dei sighed. However, Wang Gangjian suddenly noticed something, exclaiming softly, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Wang Yong queried, puzzled. Wang Gangjian pointed, "Your vision is sharp. Do you see that area shrouded in thick fog?" Wang Yong, possessing the talent of farsightedness, activated his ability, allowing him to observe distant objects with remarkable clarity. However, this came at the cost of seeing nearby objects in a blur. He required assistance to activate his talent. Raising an eyebrow, he focused in the direction Wang Gangjian indicated. Indeed, that particular area was enveloped in dense fog, while the surrounding regions were clear. "How peculiar," he remarked. Cangxuan chuckled. "What are you so curious about?" Wang Yong gestured towards the fog-laden area, asking, "Old Tang, have you been there?" "The fog is quite thick now." Cangxuan squinted into the distance, nodding. "Isn't that the former territory of the Lingquan gang? Just the other day, I passed through there on my way to the Donghu City bus station. There was no fog then. How could it have appeared so suddenly? It's quite strange." Song Dei laughed, given the outbreak of the zombie crisis. "A little fog is hardly surprising." Wang Yong and Cangxuan agreed, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. There were indeed numerous unreasonable, unnatural, and unscientific occurrences. It was unnecessary to overthink every detail. "Hey, a number of zombies are being diverted, charging into that fog," Wang Yong exclaimed, preparing to deactivate his far-sighted vision when he noticed something amiss. Suddenly, dozens, then hundreds of zombies began to break away from the horde, rushing towards the fog. Wang Gangjian, Cangxuan, and Song Dei were taken aback. What is happening? Have the zombies changed their behavior? Are they no longer pursuing the living and instead seeking the fog? Wang Yong remained fixated on the fog-enveloped area. Within 5 minutes, groups of zombies detached from the horde, sprinting towards the fog, including several robust and agile advanced zombies. What could possibly be in that direction to so compellingly attract the undead? Another 5 minutes passed, and Wang Yong observed with astonishment as the horde heading northward had entirely veered, redirecting its course towards the fog. "Did you see that? What on earth is happening?" Wang Gangjian pressed for answers. Wang Yong recounted the unfolding events in detail. Chapter 39. The words come to an end, no closer after much contemplation. Wang Gangjian devised a compromise. He would venture alone into the region to ascertain the unfolding events. Should the situation prove dire, we would retreat immediately. Implicitly, if the circumstances were not perilous, there would be no need to withdraw. After all, the security personnel of Haifeng Security Company were intimately familiar with Donghu City. In unfamiliar territory, starting anew would present numerous challenges. Thus, if we could avoid leaving, we would do so. Seeing that they wished to speak further, Wang Gangjian interjected decisively, asserting his status as a second-tier extraordinary being, with strength surpassing theirs, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Consequently, Wang Yong and his companions fell silent, their gazes filled with concern as they observed his retreating figure. Over 2 hours later, Wang Gangjian emerged from the mists. An eerie silence enveloped the fog, as if all sound had vanished. Logically, if something were attracting the zombies, or if extraordinary beings were engaged in battle, there should have been tumultuous conflict. Why was there not a sound? The fog swirled ominously, resembling a ravenous demon. Wang Gangjian, acutely aware of the peril, refrained from recklessly entering. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and positioned himself before a derelict fire hydrant. Lowering himself, he wrapped his arms around it and twisted with force. With a resounding crack, the hydrant yielded to his strength. Upon condensing his spiritual energy and ascending to extraordinary status, Wang Gangjian had not acquired any particularly extraordinary abilities. He merely felt his arms had grown robust, imbued with immense strength, akin to the legendary Qilin's arm. No one had named this newfound gift, so he referred to it as Rigid Arm. After his elevation to second-tier extraordinary being, his arms possessed even greater power. Wrenching the hydrant free was not an overly arduous task. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his strength and hurled the hydrant forward. It crashed through the fog, traveling over 20 meters before finally coming to rest. The mist was violently dispersed, revealing the scene within. Enveloped by fog, the sky appeared dim and foreboding, exuding a ghostly aura. It resembled a realm not of this world, but of hell itself. To his astonishment, he observed both zombies and extraordinary beings standing motionless, seemingly transfixed. Each encounter would pierce the hearts of the zombies and extraordinary beings alike. Those fallen would be drained of their life essence, transforming into desiccated corpses. Wang Gangjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even during the first year of the zombie crisis, when Donghu City had devolved into a hellish nightmare, he had persevered. Yet, witnessing such a scene left him utterly shaken. What had transpired? What was the dark sword that had appeared out of nowhere? At that moment, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Boss, look to the sky. Quickly, look above you." Wang Gangjian swiftly raised his gaze. To his astonishment, a figure was standing atop a flying sword, gazing down at him with an imposing presence. The piercing gaze and commanding aura felt as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat. Suddenly, Wang Gangjian recalled a significant event. On that day, Chu Xuan had faced an onslaught of spiders at the Donghu City Bus Company, including a formidable mutated spider queen. It was on that day that a young man wielding a flying sword had appeared, vanquishing the spider queen and inadvertently saving them. The figure before him, also commanding a flying sword and appearing similarly youthful, must be the same individual. He had been aware of Haifeng Security Company's decision to evacuate Donghu City early on. Perhaps he had realized the tide of zombies was imminent, leading him to make that choice. He had no ties to these individuals, hence he did not intervene. In recent days, Chu Xuan had been observing the situation within the formation from a nearby high-rise. Now that someone had appeared outside of his meticulously arranged Insha soul-snatching formation, he felt compelled to make his presence known to prevent any disruption. We were concerned that powerful extraordinary beings might emerge from within, so I came to assess the situation, Wang Gangjian admitted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 40. The Multicolored Auspicious Clouds. The soul-cleansing golden rain. Chu Xuan stepped out of the array with satisfaction. A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to gaze upwards. To his astonishment, he discovered multicolored auspicious clouds gathering in the sky. These clouds churned and twisted, forming ethereal dragons and phoenixes, showering the world with a radiant light of good fortune. Bathed in this divine glow, Chu Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted from his understanding. The myriad doubts he had harbored regarding the blood fiend, refining demon scripture, were now effortlessly resolved, akin to receiving a sudden enlightenment. Moments later, the heavens rumbled with the sound of spring thunder, yet there was not a hint of darkness on the horizon. Soon, a delicate rain began to fall. Surprisingly, the raindrops were golden, as if forged from molten gold. Chu Xuan stood motionless beneath this golden rain, each droplet that touched him quickly merging with his being. With his eyes tightly shut, he immersed himself in the experience, only to realize that his soul was expanding at an incredible pace. Previously, he could control a maximum of 10 corpses at a time. If any of them were of a higher rank, that number would diminish. For instance, he could only command 3 if they were of elevated status. Should one ascend to the rank of a corpse general, equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would be unable to control any others. Now, however, after being purified by the golden rain, his soul could command approximately 20 corpses. Even if one were to become a corpse general, he would still maintain effortless control over them. The multicolored clouds and the soul-cleansing golden rain. After a long while, Chu Xuan finally opened his eyes, marveling at the spectacle before him. This was the merit bestowed upon him from vanquishing nearly 100,000 zombies. Compared to the last time when the golden flowers fell chaotically, subtly enhancing his luck and lifespan, the aid from this extraordinary phenomenon of merit was evidently far greater. It is worth noting that the soul-cleansing golden rain specifically enhanced his spiritual essence. For cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, there are scarcely any methods to elevate their souls. Chu Xuan was aware that the Wuji Sect possessed a technique known as divine refinement, but even at its peak, it only slightly augmented the soul by 1 or 2 degrees. How could it compare to the soul-cleansing golden rain, which directly doubled his spiritual essence? Looking down, he observed that the unknown wild grasses at his feet had also been nurtured by the golden rain, appearing particularly verdant. Perhaps one day, they too would transcend and achieve enlightenment. With a faint smile, Chu Xuan took to the skies on his Tianshi flying sword and departed. As he left, the wild grasses suddenly began to compete for the remaining golden rain, their roots transforming into iron chains, their leaves into blades. They ruthlessly slaughtered their kin, and patches of wild grass fell to the ground. The juice that splattered was astonishingly golden. Ultimately, only one victor emerged. It uprooted its own roots, inserting them into the bodies of its fallen brethren, plunging into the splattered juice. In no time, it absorbed all the remaining golden rain. Within mere minutes, it rapidly blossomed and bore fruit. A bird soared across the sky, spotted the fruit, and swiftly dove down, effortlessly consuming it. Unbeknownst to the bird, as it flew far and wide, its speed gradually diminished until it ultimately plummeted to the ground, lifeless. From its corpse, vibrant green tendrils sprouted, swiftly growing into a wild grass that bore no distinction from its fellows. Only when a fierce wind blew might others notice that this particular grass seemed to possess sharp fangs. At the Black Blade Security Company, each person gazed anxiously at the dense fog in the distance, perpetually uneasy. They harbored a lingering dread that one day the fog might expand and engulf the entirety of Donghu City. Wang Yong stood daily at the highest point nearby, surveying the situation of the fog 3 times a day, without fail. On this particular day, as he activated his farsight ability to observe the area, he was suddenly struck dumb. There before him were multicolored clouds sprawling across the sky. The clouds coalesced into a mystical dragon and phoenix, a sight of unparalleled wonder, accompanied by golden rain cascading down from above. Chapter 41. The Shadowy Escape and the Malevolent Claws. 36 days later, Chu Xuan appeared fatigued, exhaling a heavy breath, yet his eyes gleamed with vitality. Before him hovered a chain of inky blackness, shimmering with an eerie light, as if the wails of tormented souls could be faintly heard. At last, it had been successfully forged. A smile graced his lips. The process of crafting the soul-binding chain had been unexpectedly smooth, akin to a seamless flow. He hardly felt a hint of difficulty. With a mere thought, the soul-binding chain began to revolve of its own accord, darting away in the blink of an eye. A resounding crash echoed as it shattered the hotel wall. Chu Xuan's expression reflected satisfaction. This was the advantage of a personal artifact. During the forging of the soul-binding chain, he had intricately severed a portion of his very soul to infuse into it. Without such a profound connection, it would not truly embody the essence of a personal artifact. Chu Xuan beckoned, and the soul-binding chain coiled around his waist like a belt. As long as the chain remained with him, his internal spiritual energy would perpetually nourish this personal artifact, ensuring its rank would ascend in tandem with his own cultivation. Having completed the forging of his personal artifact, he now needed to elevate his other capabilities. The greatest enhancements lay within the realms of foundational spells and insect manipulation. Thus, he resolved to begin with the latter. He wondered whether the bloodsteel wire insect egg nestled in his left forearm had hatched. 3 months prior, while setting up the shadowy soul-snatching formation, he had taken advantage of a lull to implant a bloodsteel wire egg in his forearm. A Chi refinement stage cultivator could only nurture a single bloodsteel wire. Exceeding this limit without sufficient sustenance would result in a backlash from the creature. Now that he had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he could indeed nurture a second bloodsteel wire. Perceiving no immediate signs of activity, Chu Xuan shook his head and decided to practice foundational spells instead. He retrieved the Blood Shadow Magic Refinement Classic. This tome comprised 9 tiers, corresponding to the stages of foundation establishment from 1 to 9. Mastering the first tier would grant him the ability to perform a basic foundational spell known as Shadowy Escape. Completing the second tier would unlock the offensive spell, Malevolent Claw. Shadowy Escape was a technique for evasion. Whether in pursuit or retreat, such techniques were essential. While the speed of Shadowy Escape was not particularly swift, it possessed a unique quality. It could accelerate by consuming shadowy energy. If one could continuously expend shadowy energy to execute the escape, its velocity would rival that of superior foundational spells. The Malevolent Claw functioned similarly. Fueled by shadowy energy, its potency would be greatly amplified. For most demonic cultivators, shadowy energy was not easily obtainable. The naturally occurring sites of shadowy energy were tightly controlled by righteous sects, leaving little room for their exploitation. However, for Chu Xuan, shadowy energy was within close reach, abundant within the confines of the shadowy soul-snatching formation. I must forge another vessel specifically designed to contain shadowy energy. In moments of pursuit or retreat, I could expend this energy to execute shadowy escape, making it challenging for early foundation establishment cultivators to match my speed. Utilizing shadowy energy to unleash the Malevolent Claw would further enhance its power. After a period of contemplation, Chu Xuan dedicated several days to crafting 20 small jade bottles. Each bottle bore an inscribed energy-gathering array, capable of consolidating shadowy energy within. Despite their palm-sized stature, each bottle could contain sufficient shadowy energy to sustain his escape over 300 miles. Chapter 42, Foundation Establishment Level 2, the Wu family raid half an hour later. 5 commanders arrived from various parts of Longjiang City, converging at the general's residence. Each commander possessed a distinct appearance. Some were tall and robust, while others were lean and almost skeletal. "Why has the general summoned us so suddenly?" one inquired. "I am uncertain, but must be of great significance," another replied. "Indeed, with only 10 commanders in total and the other 5 absent, our collective presence here surely indicates a matter of utmost importance." A personal guard gestured, "Hurry inside." A moment later, in the reception hall, the 5 commanders respectfully seated themselves. Yinan Tian remained with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, "The information has been prepared for you. Please take a look." The 5 hurriedly examined the documents before them. Though thin, the contents stirred a profound unease within them. A 30-meter-long aquatic creature? So it was this monster that attacked the cargo ship last time. As long as this creature remains alive, our aquatic transport for the Longjiang army will never run smoothly. With nearly 80,000 soldiers, can we not eliminate this beast? General, your summoning of us is surely to deal with this monster, correct? Yinan Tian nodded solemnly. This extraordinary creature is undoubtedly formidable, at least at level 3. Water is its domain, and within it, its power may reach level 4. To slay will be incredibly challenging, but we cannot allow it to continue disrupting the peace of Longjiang City. Your mission is to instill fear in it, to make it tremble, to ensure it dares not encroach upon our territory. The 5 commanders rose with a salute. Understood. In Donghu City, a figure soared through the air, trailing a chilling and sinister aura. In one breath, he was stationary. In the next, he appeared hundreds of meters away atop a skyscraper, moving with astonishing speed. With a casual grasp, a shadowy claw materialized, effortlessly shattering a utility pole. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure stood atop a signal tower. It was Chu Xuan, who wore an expression of satisfaction. This morning, he had attained Foundation Establishment Level 2. The shadowy escape and claw techniques were indeed as recorded in the texts. When propelled by spiritual energy, they were merely mediocre. However, When harnessed through sinister energy, they rivaled high-tier spells of the Foundation establishment stage. The majority of cultivators overlooked this nuance, thus underestimating its potency. Chu Xuan, however, could harness this to unleash remarkable speed and terrifying power, striking down foes unexpectedly. His journey to the Blue Sea Star had been transformative. Before his arrival, he was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now, he stood as a practitioner of Foundation Establishment Level 2, equipped with his innate magical artifact, the Soul Binding Rope, along with superior artifacts such as the Heavenly Gang Flying Sword and the Goldenwood Shield. Having also mastered techniques like Shadow Escape and Shadow Claw, he was now assured of survival, whether in battle or evasion. With such strength, even if targeted by Foundation Establishment practitioners like Sun Shi, he possessed the means to retaliate. A faint smile graced Chu Xuan's lips. The souls of the Foundation Establishment stage. He had arranged for Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao to guard the home while taking Xiao along with him. He trusted Xiao Hu completely and had intentionally left Xiao Bao behind to teach Xiao Bao a lesson, hoping to temper its rebellious tendencies. As for Xiao Long, being the strongest yet naturally contrary, he deemed it imperative to keep it close, never allowing it to stray from his sight. With all preparations in place, Chu Xuan retrieved the blood mirror from his storage pouch. In an instant, he seemed to evaporate into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Having gained experience, Xiao Hu remained unfazed. However, Xiao Bao was taken aback. Where is the master? Why does the connection feel so faint? Could it be that he could? His eyes began to dart with excitement. Roar! 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 Xiao Hu let out a cold snort and swiftly delivered a reprimanding swipe. Xiao Bao whined in protest, quickly silencing its thoughts. Chapter 43. The Cloud and Mist Mountains. A treacherous deception. Chu Xuan sheathed the Heavenly Gang Flying Sword and proceeded with measured steps. Upon his arrival at the Cloud and Mist Mountains, just as he was about to enter, two figures flitted towards him from either side. Clad in the robes of disciples from the Divine Gang Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple, these four individuals were all practitioners at the Qi refining stage, and their expressions were anything but welcoming as they regarded Chu Xuan. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xuan pondered how, on his very first visit to the Cloud and Mist Mountains, he had managed to attract the attention of both the Divine Gang Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple. Affecting a demeanor of trepidation, he clasped his hands and inquired, "Esteemed ones, I am merely a wandering cultivator. May I ask why you seek to obstruct my path?" The two monks from the Golden Dragon Temple exchanged faint smiles. "From whence do you hail, and to what destination do you journey?" they asked. "I come from the White Water Prefecture," Chu Xuan replied, "seeking to enter the Cloud and Mist Mountains to vanquish demonic beasts and earn some spirit stones." The White Water Prefecture lay at the foot of these mountains, and he refrained from mentioning his origins from the Qinghe Prefecture, which was considerably distant from the Cloud and Mist Mountains. It would be implausible for a mere Qi refining practitioner to travel such a distance for the sake of hunting demonic beasts. The disciples of the Divine Gang Sect scrutinized Chu Xuan with keen eyes. "You claim to be a wandering cultivator, yet do you possess any proof?" they demanded, in a state of distress. Chu Xuan scratched his head. "Proof? I have been a wandering cultivator for over 50 years. With a derisive sneer, a disciple of the Divine Gang Sect retorted, "You are clearly feigning the guise of a wandering cultivator, aiming to infiltrate the Cloud and Mist Mountains to rescue someone. You are unmistakably a demonic cultivator. Engage him and eliminate this scoundrel." As the words fell, the four of them closed in on him. The two disciples from the Divine Gang Sect activated their azure swords, while the two from the Golden Dragon Temple summoned their adamantine staffs. They moved in perfect synchrony, as if rehearsed, casting a formidable net that left no room for escape. No Qi refining practitioner could withstand such a coordinated onslaught, and they had already dispatched 8 wandering cultivators using this very strategy in recent days. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the four were taken aback. Where once stood Chu Xuan, only a faint residue of malevolent energy lingered. Suddenly, crimson lines flashed, and in an instant, for heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a swift motion, Chu Xuan collected the 4 corpses into his storage bag. Upon examining their possessions, he uncovered that they had indeed collaborated to eliminate numerous wandering cultivators, accumulating several storage bags in the process. From one bag, he discerned a command issued by a Foundation establishment practitioner. Thus, the mystery unraveled. Lu Jinxiong and his associates have been discovered and forced to flee southward, ultimately seeking refuge within the vast expanse of the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Several Foundation establishment practitioners led a multitude of Qi refining cultivators into the mountains to search for them, while the Qi refining disciples remained stationed at the foot of the mountains. The prospect of slaying a demonic cultivator promised substantial contributions to their sect, which had sparked the notion of engaging in a treacherous deception. Chu Xuan chuckled softly. He wasted no time and promptly ventured into the dense mists of the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Initially, he had anticipated that he would have to compromise and utilize the souls of Foundation establishment demonic beasts for his own purposes. However, it appeared that there were even more advantageous options at hand. The Foundation establishment practitioners pursuing Lu Jinxiong and his group were in essence walking souls, ripe for the taking. This would also provide an excellent opportunity to enrich his soul banner. Within a cavern of the Cloud and Mist Mountains, Su Ming, Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng trembled, silenced by fear. Before them lay Wu Tong, unconscious on the ground, his pallid visage marred by a narrow wound on his chest, from which golden light radiated, refusing to heal. Lu Jinxiong infused Wu Tong with spiritual energy, yet the golden light proved impervious to his efforts. The unique spell of the Golden Dragon Temple was indeed a formidable challenge to overcome. Su Ming whispered, "Master, what shall we do?" With a bitter smile, Lu Jinxiong replied, "We can only take it one step at a time. Who could have anticipated that Wu Tong's own grandson would betray us?" Alas! Just then, the sound of whistling artifacts echoed from outside, and the expressions of the group turned grave. Chapter 44. Lu Jinxiong. Cease your movements and meet your demise. Chu Xuan infused the living soul into the soul-devouring rope. Whether this living soul was suitable as a malevolent spirit for the rope required further refinement. If it failed to endure the refinement, it would perish, transforming into nourishment for the soul-devouring rope. Moments later, a wretched scream emanated from the rope as the living soul shattered into countless fragments. Chu Xuan shook his head helplessly, saying, "My friend, you're not up to the task." For the ensuing month, Chu Xuan remained within the misty mountain range, venturing out every few days to hunt foundational cultivators. Of course, his primary aim was to find a suitable malevolent spirit for the rope. It was certainly not for their storage bags. Indeed, not at all. By the end of the month, he had dispatched 3 foundational cultivators and over a dozen Qi refining cultivators. The soul-devouring banner had grown considerably, yet he still had not acquired a fitting malevolent spirit. All these living souls, without exception, succumbed within a mere 100 breaths, exploding into innumerable fragments that nourished the soul-devouring rope. This predicament left Chu Xuan quite troubled. He even wondered if the soul-devouring rope was deliberately seeking to consume more living souls. As for merit, there was no need for concern. After all, the realms of the celestial and mortal differ. Once a mortal embarks on the path of cultivation, they're no longer a mere mortal. Slaughtering mortals diminishes merit, yet killing cultivators does not. It seems I must eliminate a formidable foundational cultivator. That Sunshur would suffice. Chu Xuan noted that he had spotted Sunshur from a distance several times. However, Sunshur possessed a high cultivation level, at least at the 3rd tier of foundational cultivation. Confronting such a cultivator necessitated thorough preparation. Chu Xuan certainly did not wish to encounter misfortune. Is that the sound of battle? Suddenly, Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the increasingly close sounds of conflict. The air was charged with the howls of spells and artifacts. He swiftly shifted his form, appearing atop a colossal tree, concealing himself completely while surveying the surroundings. Soon, he witnessed one person pursuing another. The one being chased was none other than Lu Jinxiong. At this moment, his right arm bled profusely, and he bore numerous wounds. The pursuer was Sunshur, who bellowed, "Lu Jinxiong, you have slain my junior brother Zhao. You have also killed 2 foundational cultivators from my Divine Might sect. Surrender now and accept your fate. Lu Zhenxiong, employing his escape technique, was seething with rage, nearly spewing blood. When did I ever kill anyone from your divine might sect? Nonsense. I've been holed up in my cave every day. Killing would only expose my location. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to explain himself to Sun Shi. His only desire was to shake off Sun Shi and re-enter the depths of the fog-laden mountains. However, his injuries were severe and lacking healing elixirs. His escape speed had drastically diminished. Although he had wounded Sun Shi as well, the latter possessed ample medicinal resources. Even if Lu Zhenxiong expended his essence to flee, he still found it challenging to elude Sun Shi. Moreover, the commotion would undoubtedly attract other cultivators. If he drew the monks from the Golden Dragon Temple, his demise would be certain. Perched atop the giant tree, Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Sun Shi relentlessly pursued Lu Zhenxiong, completely oblivious to his presence. If he were to strike now, it would undoubtedly be a thunderous blow. Even if he could not eliminate him on the spot, he would certainly inflict serious injury. Seizing the opportunity, as Sun Shi executed his escape technique and dashed past the giant tree, Chu Xuan sprang into action. The soul-devouring rope shot forth, lashing towards Sun Shi's head. The soul-devouring banner surged to life as a dozen vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts lunged at him. Sun Shi had no inkling that such a terrifying ambush lay hidden within the tree. In his haste, he instinctively activated a silver shield for defense. However, Chu Xuan's long-accumulated attack was not so easily thwarted. With a resounding clang, the silver shield dimmed significantly and fell to the ground. The soul-devouring rope continued unabated, striking directly atop Sun Shi's head. With a piercing scream, Sun Shi plummeted towards the earth. Chapter 45. The Foundation Establishment Period Practitioner at 29. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it rumored among practitioners that one Wuying had been slain by 3 golden core cultivators from the Divine Gang Sect and the Golden Dragon Temple? How could Lu Zhenxiong claim he was still alive? Lu Zhenxiong quickly replied, "My friend, the outside world is spreading rumors that my master has perished. In truth, he has been captured by the Divine Gang Sect and is being used as a trial sword stone. This matter is rather disgraceful, which is why the Divine Gang Sect falsely claims my master is dead." As he spoke, his expression was filled with indignation. Chu Xuan's interest was piqued. What could it mean for Wan Wuying to be used as a trial sword stone by the Divine Gang Sect? If Wan Wuying was indeed alive, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Having a golden core ancestor as a supporter would change the situation entirely. Furthermore, if he were to have the opportunity to advance to the golden core stage in the future, he would undoubtedly require golden core techniques and a guide. What do you mean by that? Chu Xuan inquired. Lu Zhenxiong replied earnestly, "This isn't a place for conversation. Please follow me." After pondering for a moment, Chu Xuan decided to accompany him. A short while later, the two arrived at a concealed cave. With a quick glance, Chu Xuan spotted Su Ming, Chenggu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng, along with the unconscious Wu Tung on the ground. Aside from them, there was no one else. Clearly, the other Qi refinement disciples had either perished or gone missing, leaving only these few still with Lu Zhenxiong. Upon seeing a stranger enter, Su Ming and the others immediately became cautious. Lu Zhenxiong offered a brief explanation, and they soon relaxed, expressing their gratitude towards Chu Xuan. Without Lu Zhenxiong leading them, it was only a matter of time before they would be captured. Lu Zhenxiong spoke again. "May I ask which ancestral sect you belong to? I am acquainted with 7 out of 10 Foundation Establishment disciples from the Wuji Sect, yet I am unfamiliar with your visage." "Chu Xuan," he replied, revealing his identity without further concealment. Lu Zhenxiong was taken aback. "Chu Xuan?" Su Ming and the others were equally astonished. "Chu Xuan?" Chu Xuan waved his hand, and the disguise vanished, revealing his true appearance, the strikingly handsome and austere visage they recalled. However, the aura he exuded now was powerful, clearly indicating he had progressed beyond the mere Qi refinement stage. Lu Zhenxiong was left in shock. You have advanced to Foundation Establishment? When did this happen? I recall you were only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement not long ago." Chu Xuan chuckled lightly. "Ouyang Hao provided me with a Foundation Establishment pill, and after consuming it, I broke through. Just a stroke of fortune, I suppose." Lu Zhenxiong was momentarily speechless, astonished. A single foundation establishment pill allowed you to succeed. Junior brother Chu, your aptitude and luck are truly remarkable. His words indicated a recognition of Chu Xuan as a fellow disciple. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zhenxiong asked, Junior brother Chu, you must be under 40, correct? Chu Xuan nodded. I'm 29 this year. He had joined the Wuji at the age of 10, serving as a lowly disciple for many years, only achieving qi refinement at 20 and reaching the fourth layer at 28. According to the timeline of the Cangxuan continent, he was indeed only 29. Lu Zhenxiong expressed his amazement to have successfully established a foundation before 30. If the Wuji were still standing with your qualifications, I fear even the nascent soul ancestors would personally take you as a disciple. Chenggu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng were filled with excitement and envy. Zhu Si Su. Su Ming's expression was more complicated. He harbored some jealousy, having just seen Chu Shu after over half a month, while he remained at the fifth layer of qi refinement. How could Chu Xuan have soared to success in establishing his foundation while he remained stagnant? Such comparisons were disheartening. He recalled when the Wuji was still in existence. Chu Xuan's aptitude had been mediocre, and his cultivation speed was notably slow. Why was it that after the fall of the Wuji, Chu Xuan's cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, as if riding a celestial sword of a golden core master? Lu Zhenxiong suddenly seemed to recall something, asking, when Sun Shi pursued me, he claimed I had killed several of his disciples. Could it be? Chapter 46. The Divine Refinement Technique and the Bloodworm Manual. Chu Xuan was no fool. A modicum of thought revealed that at least 4 foundation-building cultivators were necessary for a successful rescue. Moreover, Wu Tong was injured and still unconscious. Lu Zhenxiong gravely remarked that there was another individual, a direct disciple of the first ancestor, who was at the 3rd level of foundation building. Chu Xuan's eyes flickered with realization. Could it be? Indeed, it was the most talented among all foundation-building disciples, the one most likely to advance to the golden core stage, brother Li Xianming. Chu Xuan was astonished to learn that he was still alive. Even before he had begun cultivating qi, he had heard tales of Li Xianming's legendary prowess. At that time, Li Xianming was known for his rapid cultivation and unmatched brilliance, with 10 golden core ancestors unanimously agreeing that he was destined to be the next cultivator to reach the golden core stage. After the fall of the Wuji, Li Xianming had vanished, and many believed him to be dead. Yet, he had somehow managed to escape, proving himself to be the foremost foundation builder of the Wuji. Lu Zhenxiong nodded, explaining that Wu Tong had made contact with him. He had since concealed his identity and joined a mid-sized sect, but he was willing to assist in rescuing their master, provided that their master accepted him as a senior disciple. Chu Xuan chuckled, recognizing the conditions set forth. It was only natural. With the Wuji's legacy lost, Li Xianming aspired to become the senior disciple of the elusive Wu Ying, seeking true inheritance. Lu Zhenxiong earnestly urged, "More hands make for lighter work. I hope you, Brother Chu, will also join us." With that, he knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan hastily helped him up, affirming, "Brother Lu, I agree." Lu Zhenxiong beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! This significantly increases our chances of success." Chu Xuan, what shall we act? Several foundation-building cultivators from the Divine Gang sect have perished, and they will likely send more reinforcements. Our time is limited, Lu Zhenxiong stated with gravity. As soon as Wu Tong recovers, we will act, within 3 days at most. Chu Xuan nodded in agreement. He paused momentarily before inquiring, "Brother Lu, do you possess the Divine Refinement Technique and the Bloodworm Manual?" The Divine Refinement Technique is a foundation-building method that can temper the soul, thereby enabling the control of more corpses. The Bloodworm Manual, likewise a foundation-building technique, allows one to cultivate an organ known as the bloodworm sac within the body to accommodate goo worms. The bloodworm sac serves a purpose similar to that of the corpse nurturing tower, though the latter is specifically designed for nurturing corpses, while the former is dedicated to nurturing goo worms. Moreover, upon mastering the bloodworm sac, one can cultivate their innate goo worms and enhance their limits. After advancing to the foundation building stage, the potency of blood steel threads diminishes, Chu Xuan had long intended to cultivate his innate goo worms, but had been at a loss for the bloodworm manual. Lu Zhenxiong acknowledged, I possess both texts. I have long heard of your expertise in goo worms, and now you intend to pursue both goo worms and yin corpses concurrently? He retrieved 2 tomes from his storage bag and presented them, stating, these are my own transcriptions, flawless and without error. Chu Xuan nodded and handed over his storage bag. This is, Lu Zhenxiong questioned. Upon opening it, his expression transformed to one of astonishment. So many blood pearls, and several large blood pearls. Chu Xuan, I have nothing else to offer, only these to exchange for the divine refinement technique and the bloodworm manual. I hope you do not take offense, Brother Lu. Lu Zhenxiong was overjoyed, exclaiming, not at all. This is more than sufficient. The blood pearls could be utilized by Su Ming and the others for their cultivation, while the large blood pearls were for his own use. This bag of blood pearls and large blood pearls would adequately resolve his immediate shortage of cultivation resources. In dire circumstances, blood pearls could even serve as healing elixirs, albeit not as effectively as genuine healing potions. Upon hearing the mention of blood pearls, Su Ming and the others' eyes lit up with excitement, their admiration for Chu Xuan deepening. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuan declared, I shall not remain here. I will seek another cave. He then placed a communication jade on the ground, saying, Brother Lu, use this to contact me. Chapter 47, Bloodsteel Wire's Second Transformation. Boiling Blood Technique. The bloodsteel wire eagerly nodded its small head. Chu Xuan looked on with astonishment, suddenly recalling the contents of the blood insect scripture. The bloodsteel wire was one of the descendants of the ancient aberrant insect, the golden blood mother. Should it consume such blood, there lies a chance of ancestral return. Even if unsuccessful, its strength would undoubtedly surge significantly. Could it be that the blood within this amber is that of the golden blood mother? No. Sun Shi was merely a foundational stage cultivator. How could he obtain the blood of an ancient aberrant insect? This must merely be the blood of a powerful goo insect, though it does bear some connection to the golden blood mother. It is quite possible that it belongs to another of her descendants, such as the sky blood locust or the mountain steel bug. Nevertheless, since the bloodsteel wire craved it, it would be prudent to allow it to consume the blood. It could only yield benefits. Chu Xuan sliced open the amber. Before he could issue a command, the bloodsteel wire lunged forward, swiftly devouring the dark crimson liquid. After consumption, the bloodsteel wire immediately appeared lethargic. Then, to Chu Xuan's astonishment, it began to spin a cocoon. He could distinctly sense that the aura of the bloodsteel wire was rapidly intensifying. Was it beginning its second transformation? Chu Xuan was utterly amazed. Suppressing his excitement, he commenced his cultivation of the god-forging technique. The technique was divided into 3 tiers. Practicing it did not involve spells, but it could enhance one's spirit by up to 30%. Yet, an increase of 30% was still an enhancement, which was preferable to none at all. Should he acquire better methods in the future, he would undoubtedly switch to a superior technique. 3 days later, Chu Xuan suddenly sensed an unusual change within the blood insect pouch. He hastily examined it, and was astonished to find that the cocoon of the bloodsteel wire had begun to crack, and its aura had abruptly broken through its previous limitations. Chu Xuan's expression shifted to one of joy upon observing the bloodsteel wire. He noted that while its exterior had not changed significantly, its length, hardness, and thickness had all increased by several degrees. Although it had not successfully returned to its ancestral form, its strength had surged immensely. It was now considered at the early stage of the second transformation, comparable to a foundational stage cultivator. If it could be refined into a life-bound goo insect, its power would escalate even further, but alas, time was of the essence. Chu Xuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With the bloodsteel wire's ascension to his second transformation goo, he had gained another method of defense. Having previously neglected to name it, he resolved to bestow upon it a resounding title. I shall not name you Little Steel, for that would be far too simplistic. Henceforth, you shall be called Steel Wire. Chu Xuan felt a surge of pride in the name he had chosen. So creative. The bloodsteel wire obediently nodded. It did not understand, nor did it dare to voice an opinion. Steel Wire it would be. Could name be changed so easily? What about its innate technique? Chu Xuan fos intenti. Understanding his intent, steel wire swiftly swam to the vicinity of Chu Xuan's heart. It opened its mouth and gently bit the surface of the heart. It seemed as if something was injected into it. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the flow of blood within him had quickened. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though it were on the verge of boiling. A stirring sensation surged within Chu Xuan, prompting him to slice open his palm. The wound appeared only briefly before healing at an astonishing pace. Within mere breaths, the scab fell away, and his hand returned to its pristine state. Chu Xuan was slightly taken aback. Boiling blood technique. This was undoubtedly a top-tier spell. Utilizing this technique would accelerate the flow of the host's blood and hasten the healing of wounds. All physical attributes would see a significant enhancement. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful! Chu Xuan exclaimed thrice, his heart filled with delight. At that moment, he felt a sudden tremor from within his storage pouch. Chu Xuan retrieved a communication jade, and, immediately, the voice of Lu Zhenxiong resonated within. Chu Shidi, Wu Tong is no longer in grave danger. Senior Brotherly is waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. It is time to depart. He returned once more to the cave from before, discovering only Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tong present. As for Su Ming and the other Qi refinement disciples, they had vanished without a trace. Chapter 48. The Golden Dragon Temple and the battle monk Huikong. Chu Xuan channeled his spiritual energy into the array-breaking mirror. Through its lens, he swiftly discerned numerous illusory threads that would guide him to the location of the array flags, even if he could not locate the array's core. Dismantling these flags one by one would inevitably weaken the formation shrouding the cloud mist manor. With his profound understanding of formations, finding the core was merely a matter of time. In a matter of moments, Chu Xuan discovered the first array flag embedded within a stone pillar, virtually invisible to the naked eye. Without needing any command from him, the little dragon emerged from the corpse-raising tower, let out a low growl, and struck the surface of the pillar with great force. With the first strike, cracks began to form. With the second, the pillar shattered entirely, revealing the concealed array flag within. Chu Xuan extracted the flag, infused it with his spiritual energy, and shattered it effortlessly. As anticipated, the formation enveloping the cloud mist manor weakened significantly. At that moment, sounds of combat echoed from within the manor, indicating that Li Xianming and his companions had engaged with the 4 cultivators of the Divine Vigor sect guarding the manor. Chu Xuan had no intention of intervening. Instead, he swiftly continued to remove the array flags surrounding the manor. Thanks to his solid foundation in formations and the assistance of the array-breaking mirror, he succeeded in uprooting and completely destroying over 120 flags in just half an hour. The formation cloaking the cloud mist manor dissipated immediately, alleviating the pressure on Li Xianming and his companions. Excellent. This is faster than I anticipated, Li Xianming exclaimed, laughter bursting forth as he struck with his fingers. The ominous energy surged forth, akin to a torrential downpour, overwhelming the adversaries. A pain scream erupted as one opponent's shoulder was pierced by the force, blood gushing uncontrollably. Li Xianming relentlessly pressed forward, unleashing a series of strikes until the final blow pierced the heart, claiming the foe's life. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Tong gradually gained the upper hand in their battles. It appeared that victory was within reach. Master Huikong, the formation is broken. If you do not intervene now, we shall perish. A cultivator from the Divine Vigor sect shouted in desperation, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enraged by Huikong's inaction. Li Xianming and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Huikong? Has a monk from the Golden Dragon Temple arrived as well? Within a chamber of the manor, discontented voices emerged. Foolish. This poor monk was waiting for the opportune moment to strike, but you have revealed my intentions. In the next instant, a cleaved through the wall, hurtling toward Wu Tong with blinding speed. The dazzling golden light and sharp energy raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Wu Tong instinctively dodged, the blade narrowly grazing his head and severing a tuft of dark hair. As he touched his scalp, he realized with dismay that he had become bald. Oomph! You can evade, It seems a mocking voice echoed. With a resounding crash, a towering figure leapt from the chamber, coming into view. This imposing silhouette stood over 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and stout, clad in ochre battle attire, with bindings around wrists and ankles. Huikong, the battle monk of the Golden Dragon Temple. Lu Zhenxiong's expression shifted slightly. Chu Xuan, perched atop the rooftop, observed the unfolding conflict within the manor, deep in thought. The monks of the Golden Dragon Temple were divided into 2 categories, battle monks and sutra monks. Battle monks, trained from a young age in the art of combat, excelled in vanquishing evil and demons. They traveled extensively, subduing malevolent forces. Disciples of the Wuji had often clashed with the battle monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. Conversely, sutra monks dedicated their lives to the study of Buddhist scriptures within the temple. Initially, their combat prowess lagged far behind that of the battle monks. However, upon attaining a certain level of understanding of Buddhist teachings, their strength would surge dramatically. This was the essence of their power. The name Huikong had reached Chu Xuan's ears before. He was a genius of equal renown to Li Xianming, possessing extraordinary talent. By the age of 30, he had reached the foundation establishment stage and was highly regarded by many golden core monks of the temple. Having faced Li Xianming several times, he had often emerged victorious. Li Xianming, my fellow disciple. Ha ha, we meet again. Chapter 49. The Secret Pattern Scripture, the Evil Suppression Pattern. With a low roar, Huikong's muscles bulged, and hidden golden dragon patterns erupted from his body. In an instant, he soared above the cloud mist manor, singing and howling, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. The myriad of souls pouring forth from the black banner had not yet approached Huikong when they were torn to shreds by the golden dragon patterns. The weaker spirits could not even withstand the radiant golden light emanating from the dragon patterns, vanishing into ashes in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon patterns showered the area with a magnificent golden light, completely obscuring the entire cloud mist manor. Li Shuangming, Liu Zhenxiong, and Wu Teng immediately felt their blood flow hindered and their spiritual energy blocked. The oppressive golden light weighed heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. Chu Xuan, lying on the rooftop, also sensed a significant slowdown in the operation of his blood-evil refining magic scripture. Li Xianming, having previously interacted with the Golden Dragon Temple, instantly recognized this technique. He exclaimed in disbelief, "The evil suppression pattern? You have actually cultivated this technique." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Teng suddenly recalled something, their expressions shifting dramatically. The techniques and spells practiced by the Golden Dragon Temple were primarily aimed at subduing malevolent entities. Thus, demonic cultivators often found themselves at a disadvantage against the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. The evil suppression pattern is a rare secret method from the Golden Dragon Temple scripture, exceedingly difficult to master. Once perfected, its power is formidable, capable of overcoming adversaries even 1 or 2 realms higher. Even within the Golden Dragon Temple, the number of monks who have successfully cultivated the evil suppression pattern could be counted on one hand. And yet, Huikong had accomplished it. No wonder he dared to challenge 3 opponents while boasting that none would escape. He possessed such an advantage. Buzz! The golden light struck the black banner, which emitted a mournful cry, dimming and cracking. A sense of dread filled Huikong's heart. This banner was his life-bound artifact, the Black Wind Banner, from which the myriad souls had been extracted after he defeated various cultivators. Yet it was now easily shattered. What could possibly contend with Huikong? He laughed maniacally, clearly believing victory was assured. Li Xianming gritted his teeth. We cannot hold back any longer. We must unleash our full power for a glimmer of hope. Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Teng nodded in agreement. Lu Zhenxiong produced a corpse tower, pointing a finger as a beam of black light surged forth. It was a corpse general he had painstakingly nurtured for many years. Huikong glanced over and sneered. I expected something more. If it were a 3rd-tier corpse general, I might have taken a second glance, but this is merely a 2nd-tier corpse general. Wu Teng suddenly clapped his shoulder, and a plump, giant insect emerged. Its rear aimed outward, launching a flurry of thumb-sized eggs that rapidly hatched into transparent little bugs. In the blink of an eye, thousands surrounded Wu Teng. Hui Kong surveyed them and scoffed again. Brain-eating worms? Is this your trump card? Li Xianming shouted, I have more. He hurled a black orb into the air, which exploded with a thunderous crack. Black light surged forth, enveloping the cloud, mist manner in an instant. The ominous energy spread wildly. The black light clashed with the golden light, preventing Li Xianming and his companions from being entirely overwhelmed by the golden radiance, allowing their techniques to operate at a more manageable pace. The evil black orb? Impressive. You have resorted to such treasures. Hui Kong laughed heartily. But do you think my evil suppression pattern is merely this level? With that, Li Xianming's trio's expressions shifted again as the golden dragon patterns in the air erupted with blinding golden light. The environment painstakingly created by the evil black orb was instantly shredded by the golden brilliance. Lu Zhenxiong's second-tier corpse general had just charged forward, only to be engulfed in flames under the golden light, howling in agony as smoke billowed from its body. Chapter 50. How laughable. Do you think such a trivial spell could harm me? Chu Xuan gazed at the furious and astonished Hui Kong, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He had been observing from the rooftop for quite some time. Could it be that his vigilance was in vain? He had already discerned the truth. Every time Hui Kong activated the suppression talisman, the markings on his body would briefly illuminate. It was evident that if he could disrupt these markings, the talisman's power would diminish significantly, if not vanish entirely. Even if he did not know how to dismantle the suppression talisman, his keen eyesight had revealed enough. Who are you, brat? Hui Kong glared at Chu Xuan with malice, bellowing. Without uttering a word, Chu Xuan lunged forward. As he dashed toward Hui Kong, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the palm of his right hand, gradually manifesting into the form of a colossal demonic claw. Having faced off against disciples of the Wuji Sect multiple times, Hui Kong recognized this spell at a glance. The Insha demonic claw? How ridiculous! You believe such a feeble incantation could possibly harm me? Hui Kong scoffed disdainfully, forcefully stepping onto the ground and drifting backward. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong, both foundational stage cultivators, were well aware of the true nature of the Insha demonic claw. This foundational stage spell was neither particularly strong nor weak. When fueled solely by spiritual energy, it could be deemed rather feeble. However, with the realm of Insha already occupied by the righteous 5 sects, how could an ordinary demon cultivator procure any Insha energy? Insha demonic claw, without its requisite energy, was hardly distinguishable from any other foundational stage spell. Such sluggishness! He can't even graze the hem of Hui Kong's robes. Li Xianming lamented inwardly. The 3 foundational stage cultivators from the Divine Gang sect exchanged looks of derision, mocking Chu Xuan. Can you believe there are still those who employ the Insha demonic claw in this day and age? Truly outdated. Seeing the 3 of them attempting to approach, Hui Kong waved his hand decisively, commanding stay back. This demon spawn is for me to handle alone. The injury I sustained earlier was merely due to a sneak attack. I shall wash away this humiliation with my own hands. I can hardly wait to cleave this nameless cultivator's skull. At that very moment, Chu Xuan abruptly clapped his sleeve. To his astonishment, Insha energy gushed forth from within. The Insha demonic claw, which had only just begun to manifest, swiftly took shape, crossing over dozens of yards. It lunged violently toward Hui Kong. Hui Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. The Insha demonic claw tightened suddenly, and he felt every bone in his body crackle audibly. In an instant, the bones in his arms were shattered. Ah! Yu Kong's Kimed Inaguni. His cries stunned Li Xianming, Lu Zhenxiong, and the 3 Divine Gang sect cultivators. How had the situation flipped so drastically in the blink of an eye? Why was Hui Kong ensnared by the Insha demonic claw? This was inconceivable. Could it be? Li Xuanming's gaze shifted to Chu Xuan's sleeve, where remnants of Insha energy lingered. Understanding dawned upon him. Junior brother Chu had initially condensed the Insha demonic claw with spiritual energy, leading Hui Kong to underestimate him. He swiftly infused the claw with Insha energy, allowing it to instantly take form. This Insha energy was remarkably pure, endowing the claw with immense power. Li Xianming murmured. Lu Zhenxiong, astonished, inquired Insha energy. Where on earth did Chu Xuan acquire such energy? Chu Xuan fixated on Hui Kong, now ensnared by the Insha demonic claw, and once more summoned the soul-binding rope, forcefully directing it towards Hui Kong's head. Damn it, I shall tear you apart. The pain ignited a fury within Hui Kong. Even his usual chant of poor monk escaped his lips in silence. With a mighty roar, he summoned his prayer beads, which flew through the air. The string holding the beads snapped in mid-flight, and the 72 beads, each the size of a thumb, hurtled toward Chu Xuan like cannonballs. Chu Xuan raised his hand, summoning the goldenwood shield, and the sound of clashing resonated through the air. Chapter 51. The disciple of the Wuji Sect, Chu Xuan, greeted the elder Lu Jinxiong as he assisted Wu Tung to his feet. The four of them proceeded into the depths of the mountain residence. Before long, Li Xianming uncovered a hidden door leading to the underground of the estate. They descended, ultimately arriving in a vast subterranean palace, its floors adorned with obsidian stones. The air was thick with malevolent and ominous energy, creating discomfort for righteous cultivators. However, for a practitioner of the demonic path, like Chu Xuan, it felt akin to being in a paradise. In the center of the palace sat a gaunt figure, seemingly little more than skin and bones, an unsettling sight. As the footsteps of the four approached, the ancient figure remained unresponsive for a long while before finally speaking without lifting his head. Back again? How much blood do you intend to draw for me this time? Lu Jinxiong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Master, is I Jinxiong? The elderly figure, taken aback, suddenly raised his head, revealing the familiar faces of Lu Jinxiong, Chu Xuan, Li Xianming, and Wu Tung. At that moment, Chu Xuan truly beheld the visage of Wan Wuying. The once vibrant golden core elder now resembled a skeleton, with sunken eyes and pronounced cheekbones, clearly having endured relentless torment from the Divine Gang sect. Jinxiong, Wan Wuying's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Xuan, Li Xianming, and Wu Tung all bowed respectfully, proclaiming, We are disciples of the Wuji Sect. Greetings to Elder Wan Wuying. Initially taken aback, Wan Wuying erupted into laughter. Indeed, heaven has not forsaken me. I never imagined I would live to see the day of my liberation, he exclaimed joyfully. Excellent. You are all valiant sons of the Wuji Sect. Lu Jinxiong solemnly replied, Master, we shall activate the formation and rescue you immediately. The formation flags were all laid bare, evidently designed to protect the interior rather than the exterior. It was likely that Mo Huanshan, the leader of the Divine Gang sect, never expected anyone to locate the cloud mist manor or breach the external formation to slay the guarding cultivators, ultimately arriving before Wan Wuying. Before long, the four had removed the formation flags one by one. Lu Jinxiong hurried forward to support Wan Wuying, while Li Xianming produced a vial of healing elixirs. Offering it with both hands, Elder, your recovery is of utmost importance. Chu Xuan followed suit, presenting a bag of large blood pearls. Wan Wuying, filled with joy, swallowed the elixirs and blood pearls whole. Almost immediately, his emaciated form began to visibly restore, akin to a deflated balloon being reinflated. In the blink of an eye, his once hollow and ghastly countenance regained some semblance of the formidable presence of a golden core cultivator. Ah, I recognize you. You are the esteemed disciple of the first ancestor, Li Xianming. He often boasted of your golden core potential. Today, I see not only your exceptional talent and strength, but also your noble character. Wan Wuying laughed heartily, gently patting Li Xianming on the shoulder, clearly pleased with him. Now that I have escaped, Mo Huanshan will surely become aware. There is no time to waste. We must depart at once. We shall converse en route. Wan Wuying stated with gravity. Yes. Where shall we go, master? Do you already have a destination in mind? Lu Jinxiong inquired, puzzled. Wan Wuying chuckled mysteriously. I have long decided where to go. I was merely surrounded by the cultivators of the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple on the way. Follow me. He enveloped the four in spiritual energy and soared southward. As they passed through the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, they also gathered Su Ming and a few others. Wan Wuying, a golden core cultivator, wielded a treasure of immense power, far surpassing the capabilities of the tools employed by Qi refinement and Foundation establishment practitioners. However, having lost his treasures, he was left to rely solely on his golden core might to traverse the air. Even without any instruments, and despite carrying numerous cultivators, his speed remained astonishingly rapid. In an instant, they had crossed the cloud, mist mountain range, and reached the borders of Wuzhou. Upon arriving in Wuzhou, Wan Wuying continued southward, unwavering, until he finally spotted a mortal city in the distance, at which point he halted. He sought out a valley rich in spiritual energy nearby and settled there to rest. After issuing his commands, Wan Wuying promptly entered a meditative state, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Xuan only knew that south of Tongzhou lay Wuzhou, but he remained largely unfamiliar with the specifics of the latter. Chapter 52. Entering the Heavenly Seal sect, Wan Wuying gazed at Chu Xuan with great interest, as though he had discovered an uncut gem. Such a promising talent is indeed rare these days. After the destruction of the Wuzhizong, it is likely that all the aspiring cultivators in Yu country have fallen under the control of the 5 righteous sections. With Chu Xuan's qualifications, he has a strong potential to ascend the path of golden core cultivation in the future. A disciple of this caliber should be nurtured closely. Wan Wuying smiled and said, Chu Xuan, do you wish to take me as your master? Chu Xuan promptly performed the bowing ceremony, respectfully proclaiming, I bow to you, esteemed ancestor. Wan Wuying laughed heartily, exclaiming, wonderful. Having a disciple like you brings me great joy. Su Ming, Chun Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng watched this scene with envy. This was a golden core ancestor, a figure usually elusive, rarely seen. Yet now, due to Chu Xuan's qualifications and strength, he personally took him as a disciple. In the past, Chu Xuan was merely a small practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement. How could he have ever received such treatment? Li Xianming observed this with mixed emotions. Chu Xuan's astonishing talent and formidable strength clearly placed him above Li in Wan Wuying's eyes. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to accept Chu Xuan as a disciple. Li's future status might be threatened. Reflecting on their initial meeting, he had referred to Chu as Junior Brother Chu and had arrogantly instructed Chu to maintain a low profile. Little did he know, Chu Xuan's prowess had already reached a level comparable to his own. He had been too prideful and had underestimated Chu Xuan. Wan Wuying chuckled and said, Xianming, now, in the Wuzhizong, I am the only golden core cultivator left. Do you wish to take me as your master? Without hesitation, Li Xianming knelt on one knee and performed the bowing ceremony, declaring, I, Li Xianming, pay my respects to my master. Wan Wuying then looked towards Wu Tong. Wu Tong understood and said, I, Wu Tong, pay my respects to my master. Wan Wuying nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Chu Xuan. Xianer, your talent is exceptional. Yet Xianming, Wu Tong, and Jinxiong all have more experience than you. From now on, Li Xianming shall be your senior brother, Lu Jinxiong your second senior brother, and Wu Ting your third senior brother. Wan Wuying laughed. Now, do hurry and pay your respects to your 3 senior brothers. Yes. Chu Xuan bowed to each of the 3. Thus, he officially became a disciple under Wan Wuying and gained 3 senior brothers. Chu Xuan had no intention of assuming the position of senior brother over Li Xianming. He had long known that Li wished to hold that title. Moreover, with his relatively limited experience compared to Li and the others, he lacked the prestige to claim such a position. Forcing the issue would only invite trouble. Lu Jinxiong inquired, Master, what are your plans moving forward? This question was well known among the cultivators of Yu country. Lu Jinxiong promptly answered, the Cangxuan Sect, the Golden Dragon Temple, the Miao Yin Palace, the Yuling Mountain, and the Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuying then asked, which sect has taken control of our 3 states in the Wuzhizong? Lu Jinxiong was taken aback. This information was unknown to him. Li Xianming replied solemnly, I know. Tongzhou has been swallowed by the Cangxuan Sect. Jiangzhou has been divided between the Golden Dragon Temple and the Miao Yin Palace. 1/3 of the northern part of Wuzhou, a populous and fertile land, has been claimed by the Yuling Mountain. The remaining 2/3 of the southern part of Wuzhou, a wild and barren territory, belongs entirely to the Heavenly Seal Sect. Wan Wuying smiled slightly. The southern part of Wuzhou is filled with scorching rainforests, teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. The other 4 sects would not even glance at it, leaving it entirely to the Heavenly Seal Sect. Can you guess their current attitude? Chu Xuan and the others' eyes brightened. The five righteous sects had all contributed to the assault on the Wujizong. Yet, during the division of spoils, it was evident that the distribution was inequitable. The Cangxuan sect, being the strongest, took the lion's share. The Golden Dragon Temple, while second in strength, only received half a state. The Heavenly Seal sect fared the worst, gaining only the wild southern region of Wuzhou. They must harbor resentment. Chu Xuan had already deduced Wan Wuying's target. Wan Wuying narrowed his eyes and smiled precisely. The Heavenly Seal sect. During the siege against my Wujizong, 2 golden core cultivators from the Heavenly Seal sect perished. Now, they need to develop the wild lands in southern Wuzhou, which requires manpower. Our entry into the Heavenly Seal sect is an excellent choice. Wu Tung expressed his concern. But Master, we are regarded as practitioners of demonic paths. Will the Heavenly Seal sect accept us? Wan Wuying chuckled. There will certainly be those who oppose our recruitment. But so what? Do they not desire the techniques and spells of the Wujizong? A golden core cultivator, 4 foundation establishment cultivators. And these Qi refinement practitioners, do they not want us? Li Xianming and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 53. Old Ghost One, do not jest with me. The middle-aged cultivator swallowed hard. He was not alone. The disciples of the Tianyin sect present also gulped nervously. The presence of a golden core powerhouse loomed before them, and they dared not accuse one another of being malevolent demonic cultivators. With the prowess of this golden core master, annihilating all members of the Feishan Hall would be but a trivial task. Why the hesitation? Do you wish for me to slay a few individuals to prove my worth? Wan Wuying remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. The middle-aged cultivator, as if scorched by flames, hastily retrieved the Wanli sound transmission jade. Why, you wait a moment. I shall inform my master immediately. Ordinary sound transmission jades have a limited range. Yet the Wanli sound transmission jade can convey messages across distances of up to 100,000 miles. While that may be an exaggeration, it could certainly encompass a significant portion of Jianzhou and Wuzhou. The middle-aged cultivator quickly reported the situation in detail to the main hall. A moment later, he respectfully addressed Wan Wuying, Senior Wan, and esteemed members of the Wujizong. Please wait here. Our golden core ancestor from the Tianyin sect will arrive within half a day at most. Wan Wuying responded calmly. You misspoke. Is the Jin Cave? Yes, indeed. The Jin Cave. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly corrected himself. Chu Xuan Listen Tao Gu Fun. The Wujizong has 10 golden core ancestors, each residing in their own cave, independently accepting disciples. They only gather during times of crisis or to hold grand ceremonies. Wan Wuying's dwelling, the Jin Cave, was evidently mentioned to disassociate from the Wujizong, avoiding any potential incrimination. This marked the first step of the demonic cultivator's attempt at redemption. Go about your affairs. I shall await here, Wan Wuying stated with tranquility. Yes. The middle-aged cultivator nodded vigorously. Thus, Chu Xuan and the others stood in the square, while the Tianyin sect's cultivators busied themselves, not daring to approach. Half a day later, a streak of light shot down from the sky. Old Ghost One, what brings you to our Tianyin sect? Do you not fear for your life? A cold laugh echoed through the air. Wan Wuying chuckled eerily. It is you. I must say, even with 2 golden core cultivators from the Tianyin sect, they are not my match. What should I fear? At that moment, a figure swiftly descended. Chu Xuan focused his gaze and discerned that the individual was a refined middle-aged cultivator, clad in blue robes, adorned with a jade belt. Upon closer inspection, it was not a jade belt at all, but rather a slender azure snake. Ha, old Ghost Wan, your words remain as merciless as ever. The elegant cultivator laughed heartily. Must you flaunt that azure snake wherever you go? Such ostentation, Wan Wuying scoffed. The refined cultivator chuckled lightly. It is merely a personal preference. He gestured towards the grand hall. Old Ghost Wan, let's step inside. He then glanced at Chu Xuan and the others, smiling. Servants, bring tea for these young friends from the Jin Cave. Do not neglect them. Of course, the earlier middle-aged cultivator nodded repeatedly. Chu Xuan and the others were escorted to a side hall where tea was promptly served. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, combining bitterness with sweetness, truly the specialty of Wuzhou, the bitter hair peak tea. This tea is rich in spiritual energy, and regular consumption can refine the body and eliminate impurities. Though it cannot compare to the efficacy of medicinal pills, nonetheless, many cultivators enjoy gifting it to others. When the Wuji was still active, Chu Xuan had received a small jar of bitter hair peak tea, believing he would never taste it again in this lifetime. Yet today, he savored its exquisite flavor once more. Do you think this matter can be resolved? Wu Tung inquired quietly after sipping his tea. I believe that refined elder seems to have some rapport with our master, Li Xianming replied calmly. That golden core elder is named Zhao Wuyo. He has always disdained the God Gang sect's tyrannical behavior. The Tianyin sect must have intentions to negotiate by sending him here. Chapter 54. Taming Hui Kong. Achieving the soul of destruction, Wan Wuying shrugged. How would I know? Chu Xuan felt a sense of helplessness within. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet he found himself sold out by his overly showy master. Having a master who revels in ostentation truly is a headache. He clasped his hands in respect towards Zhao Wuying, Senior Zhao. The destruction of the Wuji Sect has made me acutely aware of the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. That day was like a revelation. Coupled with a stroke of good fortune and some fortuitous encounters, my cultivation has soared to such heights. In truth, my innate talent is no greater than that of my fellow disciples, Li and Lu. It is merely luck that has favored me. Chu Xuan was quite clear about his own cultivation aptitude, acknowledging that it was indeed just good fortune. Were it not for acquiring the blood mirror and stumbling upon the doomsday planet, Ocean Blue Star, to serve as his backyard, how could he have attained his current level of power and prowess? Seeing his humility, Wan Wuying nodded slightly. Zhao Wuying also acknowledged this with a nod. Fortuitous encounters are indeed serendipitous. The cultivation realm is rife with tales of those who have stumbled and fallen, only to inadvertently discover the hidden abodes of powerful predecessors. Some individuals have even experienced instant enlightenment, leaping directly from a mortal realm into the foundation establishment stage. In comparison, Chu Xuan's experiences are not particularly rare. If he truly had encountered such fortunes, his rapid rise in cultivation over the past 2 years would not be surprising at all. Zhao Wuying nodded, expressing, Old Goswan, you have a promising disciple. Wan Wuying chuckled, somewhat pleased with himself. Zhao Wuying clasped his hands, stating, I will report the situation to the sect leader. Within 2 days, there will be a formal appointment. He added, please take a rest in the Flying Mountain Hall for these 2 days. Wan Wuying nodded, very well. I await Brother Zhao's good news. Zhao Wuying then stomped the ground, rising with the wind, and vanished in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged cultivator who had previously received Wan Wuying approached hastily. He respectfully introduced himself. Senior Wan, I am Li Shan, an intersect steward of the Tianyin sect, currently responsible for the affairs of the Flying Mountain Hall. I have arranged temporary caves for these friends from the Extreme Yin Cave. Wan Wuying waved his hand. Just make casual arrangements. Once the formal appointment arrives in 2 days, I shall personally establish my cave. Understood. Li Shan respunda, departing promptly. Everyone, please take your rest. Wan Wuying gestured. Chu Xuan and the others were then led by the Tianyin sect cultivator to their temporary abodes. Chu Xuan chose a cave situated halfway up the mountainside. Upon entering, he immediately assessed the surroundings. After confirming that no one could spy on his formations, he began to set up various arrays for concealment, early warning, and ambush. Once the intricate formations were properly arranged, he finally settled onto the stone bed, allowing himself to relax. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, even Chu Xuan felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated his strength to have escalated to such a degree. Hui Kong's prowess was renowned among the younger generation of Foundation establishment cultivators, yet he had managed to vanquish him without even employing the goo worms. This indicated that his strength could likely overwhelm the majority of initial Foundation establishment cultivators. Chu Xuan smiled slightly, gaining a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Now, at merely the second layer of Foundation establishment, he could already overpower the majority of initial stage cultivators. Once he ascended to the 3rd layer, even those at the 4th layer would pose no threat to him. With a blood mirror in hand and the zombie-infested Ocean Blue Star as his backing, all of this seemed imminent. Ah, the soul of destruction is stirring. Chu Xuan felt a shift within, retrieving the soul of destruction. The soul had yet to stabilize. Initially, he had intended to use Sun Shi's living soul as the soul of destruction, but upon acquiring Huikong's living soul, he had decided to toss it in as well. Now, with two souls vying for dominance, the victor had emerged. Roars of triumph echoed from within the soul of destruction. Chu Xuan focused his gaze, witnessing Huikong tear apart Sun Shi's soul and consume it in mere moments. With a thought, he summoned Huikong forth. Currently, Huikong was but a living soul, eyes brimming with ferocity and bloodlust, devoid of any remnants of human rationality. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, it lunged forward. However, with a mere thought, the soul of destruction lashed out. Crack! Huikong winced in pain, its soul dimming considerably. Yet it did not retreat, instead continuing its vicious assault towards Chu Xuan. Crack! The soul of destruction struck again, further dimming Huikong's essence. Crack! Crack! Chapter 55. Opening the cave dwelling, named Water Curtain Cave. As Chu Xuan and his companions approached, the mountain peak ahead had been leveled, revealing a flat dojo. This dojo was conveniently situated at the center of several surrounding peaks, serving as a place for the disciples of the extreme cave to spar and exchange insights. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Wan Wuying materialized before the four. Chu Xuan and his companions clasped their hands in greeting, addressing him as master. Wan Wuying nodded slightly, explaining that this location was the most spiritually enriched area within a radius of several thousand miles. I have already communicated with the Tianyin sect regarding this dojo. The territory within a 3,000-mile radius is now under the jurisdiction of our extreme cave. You may establish your cave dwellings within this expanse. A faint smile graced Wan Wuying's lips as he remarked, "We must nurture this place diligently. As long as we endure, and our lineage remains unbroken, there lies the possibility of a resurgence." Indeed, Chu Xuan and his companions nodded earnestly. Wan Wuying continued, "For now, focus on establishing your cave dwellings. I shall procure the necessary resources for your cultivation from the Tianyin sect. They require our extreme cave's assistance and would not dare to refuse us. Once stability is achieved, we shall begin relocating mortals, encompassing all the barbaric lands around us into our domain. Only then can we truly solidify our position." Chu Xuan wholeheartedly agreed, recalling how the Wuji operated. Once one became an inner disciple, they were always attended by countless mortal servants. These servants, devoid of their own lives, dedicated themselves solely to preparing meals and maintaining the cave dwellings for the inner disciples. While cultivators were fundamental, these servants were equally indispensable. Moreover, numerous spiritual herbs and ores required for alchemy and artifact forging need not be cultivated or mined by cultivators. Such labor could be entirely entrusted to mortals. Only the exceptionally rare resources necessitated the personal involvement of cultivators. More importantly, among mortals, there existed the potential for the emergence of spiritual seedlings, individuals possessing spiritual roots. After testing, these seedlings would enter the sect to cultivate, learn, and ultimately become new disciples. Among these disciples, those with superior aptitude would strive for higher realms, while those with lesser aptitude would leave the sect, establishing families and continuing their lineage. The likelihood of spiritual seedlings arising from the descendants of cultivators was significantly higher, creating a virtuous cycle that would ultimately lead to the flourishing of the sect. It can be said that behind a grand and thriving sect lies the unwavering support of countless mortals. Chu Xuan had never underestimated the role of mortals. Once Wan Wuying concluded his words, he vanished in a flash. A rumble echoed nearby. Evidently, Wan Wuying was in the process of establishing his own cave dwelling. "I shall head that way." Li Xianming pointed northward. Lu Zhenxiong and Wu Teng also set off to find suitable locations for their cave dwellings. Chu Xuan, however, chose not to accompany them and instead soared southward alone. He had few demands for his cave dwelling. He merely desired tranquility, free from disturbances. Steering the Tian Gang flying sword, Chu Xuan circled the area for a considerable time before finally selecting a secluded valley. Within the valley, a waterfall cascaded down, forming a small lake amidst the flowing waters, teeming with unknown fish and shrimp. Surrounding the lake were clusters of green bamboo and various unidentified trees. Chapter 56. The exceptional defensive artifact, the Bell of Merit. Chu Xuan retrieved Huikong's storage bag. After slaying Huikong, he had immediately descended into the underground palace to rescue Wan Wuying and subsequently departed from Yunwu Manor, heading straight for Feishan Hall. During this time, he had scarcely a moment of leisure. Now, he finally had the opportunity to examine the contents. Huikong's storage bag was anything but ordinary. Cultivators at the qi refining stage typically use inferior-grade storage bags, which possess a space of merely 1 cubic meter. In contrast, foundation-building cultivators often utilize medium-grade storage bags with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. However, Huikong wielded a superior-grade storage bag, boasting an impressive space of 100 cubic meters. It is worth noting that storage bags are classified as spatial artifacts, and due to their unique nature, they are inherently more valuable than offensive, defensive, or flying artifacts. Superior-grade storage bags command prices approximately 30% higher than even superior-grade artifacts. Currently, Li Xianming was still using a medium-grade storage bag, while Huikong possessed a superior-grade one, truly a testament to his status as a prodigy of the Golden Dragon Temple. Remarkable! Chu Xuan rubbed his hands together with excitement as he slowly opened the storage bag. A plethora of treasures immediately came into view. First and foremost were the dazzling spirit stones. Small spirit stones were piled high, forming a miniature mountain with a rough estimate of at least 3,000 pieces. Medium spirit stones were huddled in a corner, numbering around 50. Just these spirit stones alone were sufficient to purchase 3 to 4 superior-grade artifacts. Aside from spirit stones, Chu Xuan also spotted several medium-grade artifacts. Yet, with his elevated standards, he found these medium-grade artifacts to be rather inadequate, merely a pittance. In truth, he yearned for Huikong's Vajra Pearl, a versatile artifact adept in both offense and defense, exceedingly rare and valuable. Regrettably, Huikong's Vajra Pearl and Vajra Robe had been destroyed in battle, leaving only the ring knife in Chu Xuan's possession. However, that ring knife was crafted by the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple and was excessively formidable, making it difficult for him to wield. He could manage to unleash only 30% of its potential. The Golden Dragon Formation, Ghost Control Formation, and Exorcism Formation. These formations are commendable, yet I have no use for them. Perhaps I shall find an opportunity to sell them instead. A comprehensive analysis of foundation-building formations. This seems promising. Oh, what is this? A box of Tai Sui pills? Chu Xuan discovered a box of elixirs in the corner, revealing a look of intrigue. Tai Sui pills, crafted primarily from the flesh of the Tai Sui, are highly toxic to cultivators, yet serve as a tremendous tonic for corpses. Many corpse soldiers require Tai Sui pills to advance to the rank of corpse generals. The Wuji had once cultivated a significant number of Tai Sui to produce these pills. Chu Xuan had been troubled, unsure where to find Tai Sui for his own concoction, and now Huikong had unwittingly provided them. There were even some seeds of the Tai Sui. These must have been discarded by Huikong, unable to comprehend their value after slaying the demonic cultivator. A smile spread across Chu Xuan's face as he continued to rummage. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a large, exquisitely crafted jade box. The surface of the box bore a seal with a line inscribed, "Insufficient merit, do not open." Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Merit? Chapter 57. The Two-Headed Python, the life source Gu on the Azure Star, in Donghu City at the Hot Hotel. Chu Xuan found himself once again in this familiar locale. He appeared on the rooftop, a place he favored for its expansive view, preferring it to the confines of a hotel room. The moment he materialized, he was greeted by the jubilant roar of Little Tiger. In the blink of an eye, a robust and imposing figure charged toward him like a tank, nuzzling its large head against Chu Xuan. While it might seem peculiar to outsiders, this was merely the way the corpse expressed its affection. Little Tiger animatedly gestured with its limbs, pointing east one moment and west the next, leaping and bounding with fervor. Of course, Chu Xuan could not decipher these displays at face value. He relied on the spiritual connection he shared with Little Tiger to glean the essence of its thoughts. As I anticipated, everything was largely as usual, with a minor development. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, having received the message from Little Tiger that a two-headed python had emerged in Donghu, measuring over 20 meters in length and reigning over its domain. Many extraordinary creatures in the vicinity had fallen prey to this imposing serpent. 2 months prior, it had wreaked havoc across Donghu City, causing significant losses to the Black Blade Security Company, which had to seek assistance from the Linjiang army. The two-headed python audaciously attempted to enter the Insha soul-taking grand formation, but fled shortly after, seemingly affected in its spirit. Little Tiger had even engaged in a confrontation with the python, delivering a thorough beating that resulted in the serpent losing its tail and making a hasty escape. Its current whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps it had entered Longjiang or was hiding in the depths of Donghu to recuperate. Presently, the Linjiang army had dispatched over 100 personnel to Donghu City, scouring various water bodies for traces of the two-headed python. Little Tiger and Little Leopard had encountered them, but each time they vanished into the shadows. The soldiers of the Linjiang army were of rather low strength and failed to notice their presence. Chu Xuan found the two-headed python particularly intriguing. The extraordinary creatures of the Azure Star appeared markedly different from the demonic beasts of the Cangxuan realm. Had an ordinary demonic beast ventured into his meticulously arranged Insha soul-taking grand formation, it would have long since become sustenance for the array. However, this two-headed python lingered briefly yet emerged alive, which astonished him. Its essence might possess unusual qualities. If extracted, it could potentially serve as the main soul of the formation. Nevertheless, there was no rush. The continued presence of the Linjiang army in Donghu City indicated that the python remained in the area. After all, could a mere two-headed python rival the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator? When the time was right, he would effortlessly collect it, deeming it not worth undue concern. And Little Leopard? Chu Xuan Inquitgasu. Little Tiger pointed toward the north. Chu Xuan nodded, understanding that Little Leopard had ventured out in search of food. The zombies of Donghu City had perished en masse during the last wave of the undead. Over the past year, although a few other zombies had drifted in from surrounding cities, their numbers remained relatively sparse. Consequently, Little Tiger and Little Leopard had taken to scouring neighboring cities like Shuanglong for sustenance. Chu Xuan felt confident in their abilities. The real concern lay with the zombies in those cities. Remain vigilant here, Chu Xuan instructed casually. Little Tiger thumped its chest solemnly in response. Chu Xuan then settled down, commencing the cultivation of his life source goo. The Tome of the Bloodworm detailed that the cultivation of a life source goo required 2 conditions: the formation of a bloodworm sac and the nourishment of the life source goo with essence blood. The bloodworm sac had already coalesced. Now, Chu Xuan needed to feed the blood silk with his essence blood. "Silk, arise," he whispered softly, and a fissure opened in his palm, allowing the silk to emerge and affectionately rub against his arm. Chu Xuan forced out 3 drops of his vital essence, his complexion turning pale. Chapter 58. My recommendations to the 3. Meanwhile, the temporary encampment of the Linjiang army was situated adjacent to the Black Wind Security Company. In stark contrast to the modest structures of the security firm, the temporary camp was notably larger, exuding an air of professionalism and strength characteristic of a regular military unit. At that moment, within a modest building at the center of the camp, 7 individuals convened around a circular table engaged in earnest discussion. Among them, 3 donned the military uniforms of the Linjiang army, occupying the higher positions at the table. The foremost figure was a robust and imposing bald man, flanked by a lean individual to his right. They were the 3 commanders of the Linjiang army, known as Xiong Xing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu. The remaining 4, dressed in civilian attire, were the 4 extraordinary individuals from the Black Wind Security Company. The man with a buzz cut was Wang Jiangan, while the thin middle-aged figure was his cousin, Wang Yong. The corpulent man was named Tang Jinchuan, and the one-armed middle-aged man was Song Dei. I still maintain that with our current personnel, we cannot intercept the two-headed python from entering the lower reaches of the Longjiang River. We must seek assistance from headquarters. Litiemu asarta gravedi. Let us not forget that this two-headed python previously broke through the blockade of 5 of us and over 300 Linjiang soldiers. By the time headquarters arrives, it may have already recovered. I believe we must act swiftly to set up an interception. We cannot allow it to enter the lower Longjiang. That territory is not within our domain, Xing remarked, rubbing his temples as he glanced toward the Black Wind Quartet, who had remained mostly silent. He inquired, "This Donghu city is your territory, Wang Jiangan. What are your thoughts?" Wang Jiangan smiled awkwardly. "What thoughts could I possibly have? I defer entirely to your judgment." He was merely a retired soldier, and had it not been for the Linjiang army's call to arms and his fortuitous awakening of his abilities, he would never have founded the Black Wind Security Company or claimed this territory in Donghu City. He understood this all too well. Wang Jiangan remained silent, but Tang Jinchuan spoke up. "I suggest that you 3 consult the cultivator residing at the Haodai Hotel. With his intervention, not only would it be feasible to intercept the two-headed python, but even to slay it would be well within reach." Upon hearing this, Xing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu frowned. Wang Jiangan and Wang Yong silently lamented the suggestion. Since the Linjiang army's arrival in Donghu City, they had made 2 attempts to contact the enigmatic cultivator at the Haodai Hotel, but despite their calls, there was no response from within. Forcing their way in felt like walking into a fog. They would emerge hours later, disoriented, only to find themselves in the same spot. Clearly, this mysterious cultivator had no intention of meeting them. As commanders of the Linjiang army, the backbone of the most formidable force in Linjiang province, they could hardly continue to press their warm faces against the cold shoulders of others. Xing stated flatly, "That individual does not wish to see us. Let us not bring this matter up again." Tang Jinchuan was about to protest further when he was restrained by Song Dai, compelled to take his seat. Tang Jinchuan had personally witnessed the cultivator's formidable prowess. The powerful Spider Queen had been vanquished with ease by this cultivator. From that moment, he recognized that the cultivator's strength far surpassed their own capabilities as extraordinary beings. Perhaps even Yinan Tian, a general of the Linjiang army who had recently ascended to a level 4 extraordinary being, would not stand a chance against him. It was regrettable that these 3 commanders, so high on their own esteem, had only ventured to the Haodai Hotel twice before giving up. It was truly lamentable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xing decisively declared, "Then it is settled. We shall immediately arrange obstacles at the point where the Longjiang River enters Hanhai Province. Within 1 week, we must eliminate this two-headed python that poses a threat to Linjiang Province. To the south of Linjiang Province lies Hanhai Province, through which the Longjiang River flows. Entering Hanhai Province, where the ruling force is the Ship Gang, individuals who are not particularly favorable toward the Linjiang army." Chapter 59. The Ambush of the Two-Headed Python. The demise of the commander. Water splashed as it surged southward, evidently a colossal creature fleeing along the river. The physical prowess of extraordinary beings had been comprehensively enhanced, yet wisdom remained a scarce commodity. For the majority of these remarkable entities, their intelligence had only seen a slight augmentation, akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old human child. When sensing a threat to their existence, their instinctual response was invariably to flee. In this respect, the two-headed python was no anomaly. Chu Xuan exercised patience as he continued to observe. The two-headed python moved with astonishing speed, darting over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, outpacing even a speedboat. The soldiers of the Linjiang army attempted to pursue, yet they could not even touch the splashing water, left helplessly watching the creature escape. At that moment, the 3 commanders, including Xing, along with 4 extraordinary individuals from the Black Blade, stood guard at the pass. Behind them lay the Longjiang River, but they were already within the territory of Hanhai Province. Their objective was to intercept the two-headed python within the confines of Linjiang Province. Ideally, they sought to slay it. If that proved impossible, they must at least inflict severe damage. Here it comes. Wang Yong, blessed with the gift of farsightedness, spotted immense waves rising upon the river surface, a clear indication that a dreadful creature was advancing rapidly toward them. "Prepare," Xing bellowed, and all extraordinary beings took their positions with utmost readiness. The waves drew closer, the threat from the submerged, two-headed python escalating with each passing moment. Each soldier clenched their weapons tightly, unaware of the beads of sweat trickling down their brows. Suddenly, the two-headed python, moving at high speed, failed to halt in time and collided with the barbed wire. The barbs embedded deeply into its scales, tearing flesh and eliciting a cascade of blood that stained the river beneath their feet. Fire! Xiongxing commanded with a sweeping gesture. The muzzles of automatic rifles belched flames as bullets relentlessly pierced the water, striking the two-headed python. Its anguished cries echoed as its massive body thrashed wildly, generating tumultuous waves. Some soldiers of the Linjiang army lost their footing and were swept away, plunging directly into the water. The ferocious two-headed python opened its gaping maw and devoured those unfortunate souls in half. Continue firing, deplete the magazines. Xiongxing's gaze turned icy as he remained rooted, issuing further commands. The sound of gunfire shattered the air, penetrating the water. However, this time, the agonizing cries of the two-headed python were absent, and no more blood surfaced. The soldiers quickly emptied their magazines. Yet, as trained fighters of the Linjiang army, they had already prepared spare magazines, autonomously reloading without the need for their commander's orders. With their weapons trained on the water surface, they remained on high alert, for this was not their first encounter with the two-headed python. Xiongxing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu exchanged glances, instinctively sensing something amiss. How could the two-headed python seem to have vanished? Or perhaps, after their concentrated fire, it had sustained severe injuries? Lin Xiao leaned forward, peering into the water, hoping to discern the creature's whereabouts. The depths appeared eerily empty. Just as she was about to speak, a colossal head burst forth from the water, its gaping maw wide open. With a swift motion, it devoured Lin Xiao whole. Plop. Chapter 60. Steal my Insha Qi, and you shall die. Boom. A myriad of attacks rained down upon the two-headed python, leaving its flesh torn and its cries echoing. The creature's provocations had evidently failed. It had sought to enrage the extraordinary beings, luring them into the river to exploit its home advantage and eliminate them one by one. Yet this plan had not come to fruition. A torrent of blood gushed from the python, quickly staining the river's surface crimson. Each time it attempted to lash out with its colossal tail, the seasoned warrior, Xiongxing, anticipated its moves with precision, countering with a razor-sharp, poison-coated iron spear carefully prepared for this very beast. In the midst of this chaotic battle, the two-headed python bore numerous wounds, with nearly a third of its scale shattered. In contrast, the human extraordinary beings suffered minimal losses. Merely 3 soldiers from the Jiang army and 6 members from the Black Blade Security Company had fallen. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the python's cries grew desperate, seemingly devoid of the strength to retaliate. If this continued, the scales of justice would undoubtedly tip irreversibly in favor of the extraordinary beings. Xiongxing and Li Taimu exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. They were resolved to avenge their fallen comrades. High above in the clouds, Chu Xuan yawned, unimpressed. Thus far, the two-headed python had failed to reveal any remarkable traits, save for its cunning nature, which piqued his curiosity just a fraction. Yet in that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar wave emanating from within the python. Was that Insha Qi? Chu Xian's spirit surged. In the next instant, the python abruptly lifted its 2 heads, unleashing a plume of dark purple gas from its maw. The atmosphere turned sinister and eerie, filled with what seemed like the wails of tormented souls. Those who heard it instinctively recoiled in dread, scattering in all directions. However, some remained oblivious, only to be enveloped by the ominous gas. When the gas dissipated, it left behind naught but a lifeless corpse, contorted in agony, devoid of warmth. Even a first-level extraordinary being had succumbed to this gas, barely enduring a few seconds longer than an ordinary person. Wang Jian's brow twitched violently as he beheld this scene. He recognized the gas. It was identical to that which he had witnessed on the day of the zombie tide near the Haotai Hotel. Run. Quick run. Without a second thought, Wang Jian seized Wang Yong and fled. On that fateful day, Legions of zombies and countless extraordinary beings had charged into the area shrouded by that gas, and all had perished. They were but a pitiful few compared to those zombies, and far weaker. How could they possibly withstand the assault of this dark purple gas? Cangxuan and Song Dei, bewildered, nonetheless followed closely behind. Xiongxing and Li Taimu found themselves enveloped by the gas as well. However, as seasoned second-level extraordinary beings, they were somewhat fortified. The yin sha qi emitted by the python had already been significantly diluted, compared to the soul-harvesting yin sha qi within the array. This was merely a fraction of its potency. Yet even so, Xiongxing and Li Taimu felt the oppressive weight of the gas. It felt as if swarms of malevolent spirits had invaded their minds, tearing at their very souls and flesh. They found themselves powerless to resist, helplessly witnessing their own disintegration. This sensation was fleeting. Just then, a serene voice resonated from the heavens. "Steal my yin sha qi, and you shall die." The voice possessed an authoritative sanctity that shattered the horrifying illusions and anguished cries in an instant. Realizing their bodies had grown rigid and were already displaying signs of a ghastly hue, they understood that if this continued, death would soon follow. Unanimously, they turned their gaze skyward, where they beheld a figure standing upon a flying sword, surveying the realm. The figure's garments fluttered gracefully, and their expression was calm, reminiscent of the legendary Taoist immortal, completely devoid of earthly desires. Wang Jian, Wang Yong, and the others who had been fleeing halted abruptly, gazing in disbelief at the sky. "He has appeared. The enigmatic cultivator has made his entrance." Tang Jinxuan's expression was one of fervent excitement. Chapter 61. Soul Extraction and the Celestial Being's Power. What lay before them was merely a zombie manipulated by a celestial. Should the celestial take matters into their own hands, the two-headed serpent would undoubtedly meet its demise. Tang Jinjun lamented. The concerns that Wang Jiangang and the others had harbored regarding the celestial's strength dissipated as they nodded in agreement. Roar! One of the heads of the two-headed serpent exploded, and the remaining head let out a mournful wail, filled with brutality and murderous intent. Just as it prepared to unleash another attack, a swift and compact figure suddenly emerged, driving a nail imbued with a terrifying aura deep into the serpent's massive body. In fire strike. Boom! The sky erupted with dark flames. The two-headed serpent was severed at the waist, and a torrent of shattered flesh and blood was flung in all directions. This unexpected spectacle once again stunned the onlookers. Where did that figure come from? Moments ago, the Celestial had mentioned the presence of Little Tiger and Little Leopard, suggesting that both zombies had appeared simultaneously. No wonder. The first to emerge was robust and warrior-like, while the second was nimble and clearly an assassin type. Is this what a Celestial truly is? The crowd exchanged astonished murmurs, overwhelmed by the contrast between their own futile attempts to vanquish the two-headed serpent and the ease with which the Celestial's minions had nearly finished it off. The disparity was staggering. Whoosh! Little Tiger and Little Leopard swiftly appeared beside Chu Xuan. Little Tiger was brimming with pride for accomplishing another task set by his master, while Little Leopard savored a piece of serpent flesh, relishing every bite. Chu Xuan gazed down at the two-headed serpent, which had lost one head and its lower half, with blood gushing from its wounds. Remarkably, it still clung to life. Its vitality surpassed Chu Xuan's expectations. Though the essence of spiritual energy was inferior to that of pure qi, its enhancement to life force was nearly comparable to spiritual qi. Hiss! The two remaining eyes of the two-headed serpent glared at Chu Xuan with deep-seated resentment. It understood that its chances of survival were non-existent. It was enraged. It sought to drag this unexpected human to the grave with it. In the next moment, the serpent opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of dark, sinister energy from within. It aimed to expel every ounce of this malevolent essence to destroy the uninvited guest. Chu Xuan, observing the swirling malevolence, wore an enigmatic smile. "Are you offering me a gift?" For one who practiced the blood fiend refinement scripture, this dark energy served as a form of sustenance. Although the essence emitted by the two-headed serpent was not particularly potent, it could still be absorbed and cultivated. Chu Xuan decided to channel the blood fiend refinement scripture, allowing the dark energy to envelop him. The serpent's eyes sparkled with delight. How foolish! It was utterly unaware of the true danger of this dark energy, allowing it to envelop itself. It seemed that even in death, it could take this wretched human down with it. As the crowd witnessed this scene, anxiety gripped their hearts. Moments ago, they had seen the Celestial remain motionless, seemingly unperturbed. Could it be that the Celestial was frightened? Surely, there were no true Celestials. They were merely more powerful humans. The spectators engaged in fervent discussions, each with their own thoughts. Song Dei murmured, "Can the Celestial truly withstand such malevolence?" Wang Jiangang, lacking conviction, hesitated, stating, "That area is saturated with this malevolent energy, yet the Celestial remains nearby. Surely they have some means of protection." He had never witnessed Chu Xuan entering the soul extraction formation and only knew that Chu Xuan had previously warned him to keep his distance from the formation. Thus, he could only judge based on past experiences. Cangxuan's gaze was resolute. "I believe he will prevail." Xiongxing and Li Taimu, initially filled with hope, felt their spirits plummet upon seeing Chu Xuan shrouded in dark energy. What on earth? Why isn't he dodging? Doesn't he seem that formidable? Li Taimu was nearly driven to rush in and pull Chu Xuan out, shouting in his ear, "Why aren't you evading?" Xiongxing sighed, urging patience. "Let us observe a while longer. Perhaps he possesses some hidden card." Buzz. Chapter 62. It is imperative to win him over to the Linjiang army's camp. Do not worry. Brother Xiong, this is not your fault. None could have anticipated that he was truly an immortal. Before arriving, I had remarked to Qiao that there were no such beings as immortals in this world. If they truly existed, they would have saved the blue sea star long before the apocalypse. Li Taimu discerned the guilt that weighed upon Xiongxing and spoke to console him. With a deep sigh, Xiongxing nodded slightly. After extracting the soul of the two-headed python, Chu Xuan directly took away its massive body. Having completed his task, he paid no further attention and stepped onto the Tiangang flying sword, vanishing without a trace. The grateful onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Chu Xuan's intervention was not to save anyone. Rather, it was to slay the two-headed python and obtain the main soul of the formation. Their heartfelt gratitude was of no concern to him. Xiongxing spoke in a somber tone. "If it is lost, then so be it. As long as the ship did not assist, that is enough." "Very well." Li Taimu nodded in agreement. At the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, a gust of wind swirled as Chu Xuan landed gracefully. He released Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Bao from the corpse-raising tower, casually discarding the enormous body of the two-headed python alongside them. Xiao Long, curious, crouched down to examine the python's body closely. Xiao Hu remained as steadfast as ever, guarding Chu Xuan without leaving his side. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Bao had seized a piece of the python's tail, crunching it gleefully. Xiao Hu shot him a disapproving glance and delivered a playful reprimand. "Roar, roar, roar, roar." It seemed as if he were chastising Xiao Bao for disturbing their master. With a whimper of complaint, Xiao Bao reluctantly spat out the tail. Observing their antics, Chu Xuan could not help but smile. "You two performed admirably this time. Here is your reward." With a flick of his fingers, he sent two pitch-black Tai Sui pills flying towards them. Their eyes sparkled with delight as they eagerly caught and swallowed the pills. Unaware of their nature, they were instinctively compelled to consume them without hesitation. Now both Xiao Hu and Xiao Bao had attained the realm of 8th-level corpses. With further effort, they could aspire to become corpse generals. By providing them with Tai Sui pills, this advancement could be expedited. Chu Xuan had plenty of these pills at his disposal, sufficient to elevate all three of his shadowy corpses to the rank of corpse generals. Xiao Long also caught a whiff of the Tai Sui pills, his eyes gleaming with greed. As for the body of the two-headed python, it would serve as sustenance for these shadowy corpses. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of shadowy corpses were released from the corpse-raising tower. Though their ranks varied, they were all formidable, possessing strength far superior to that of ordinary zombies on Blue Sea Star. A bit of nurturing would be beneficial. They might prove useful as cannon fodder in the future. Upon receiving their master's command, the shadowy corpses surged forward. Time to eat. Chu Xuan instute. Roar, roar. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Bao dashed forward with great enthusiasm. Before long, 20 robust zombies had been tossed before Chu Xuan. A glance was enough for him to discern that these were no ordinary zombies. All were at least first-level zombies, having evolved to possess energy crystals within. Well done. Here is your reward. Chu Xuan tossed a Tai Sui pill to Xiao Long, who promptly caught it in his mouth and scurried off to digest it. Xiao Bao, with a glint in his eye, approached the newly acquired zombies and immediately began to claw at them, creating bloody openings. Then, he lay before Chu Xuan, as if to showcase his prowess. Chu Xuan looked at the disfigured zombies and could not help but facepalm. To use living beings as cauldrons, one must carve blood openings at the sites of blood convergence to bury seeds. It is not as simple as just making a hole. Take him outside for a beating, he calmly ordered. Roar, roar. Xiao Hu nodded vigorously, his wrists cracking ominously. He seized Xiao Bao's leg and, amidst the latter's terrified gaze, hurled him off the rooftop. Sound of crashing soon followed. These zombies were no longer of any use. Chu Xuan employed the blood transformation technique, extracting their blood and condensing it into a large blood pearl. As for the remaining first-level zombies, he personally went to work, creating blood openings and burying various seeds within. Each of these seeds required the essence of living flesh and blood to thrive. Chapter 63. Hanxi Province. Ship Alliance Hanxi Province is home to a vast inland lake known as Han Lake, one of the largest inland bodies of water in the Yanhan Empire. To the east lies the expansive East Sea, hence the province's name. The internal waterways of Hanxi Province are remarkably developed, boasting a significant fleet that has existed since ancient times, ranging from small fishing boats to formidable Coast Guard vessels. Following the outbreak of the zombie plague, the inhabitants who had lived on these vessels and made their living through fishing largely survived. Subsequently, under the leadership of several extraordinary individuals, various factions emerged, ultimately coalescing into the Ship Alliance. The Ship Alliance lacks a singular leader. Instead, it is governed by the Extraordinary Council, composed of these extraordinary beings. However, the Alliance's influence is vast, permeating the entirety of Hanxi Province. Many find it challenging to reach the Extraordinary Council convened in Yuhai City promptly. Each extraordinary individual possesses their own domain, and some harbor rifts between them, making it difficult for all members to attend meetings. Thus, many minor matters can be resolved by 2 or 3 extraordinary individuals. The Extraordinary Council is established within a large shipyard in Yuhai City, which was once the primary shipyard of the city, having constructed 6 ironclad warships and received commendations from the Emperor of Yanhan. However, with the onset of the zombie outbreak, this shipyard has long been taken over by the Ship Alliance, transforming it into their central hub. At this moment, in a conference room on the highest floor of the shipyard, 2 extraordinary individuals are engaged in reviewing various documents sent by their subordinates from across the province. These documents invariably pertain to the advanced zombies and extraordinary creatures plaguing Hanxi Province. The rate of evolution among zombies and extraordinary beings is not slower than that of humans. The powerful zombies can rally hordes of their kind with a mere call, periodically raiding nearby human settlements. As the most formidable force in Hanxi Province, the Ship Alliance naturally bears the obligation to assist the weaker factions. Eliminating those advanced zombies and extraordinary creatures also serves to strengthen their dominion. One of the extraordinary individuals is a petite figure with a youthful visage, resembling a young boy at first glance. Yet a closer look reveals a worldliness that belies his age. The woman, holding a bottle of liquor in her left hand and a document in her right, appears utterly bored. After taking a hearty swig, she casually states, in Jincheng City, an advanced zombie has emerged with the ability to launch ice spikes, having already destroyed 3 small settlements. It is suspected to be a second-tier zombie, commanding over 1,000 ordinary zombies and more than 21st-tier zombies. As soon as she finishes speaking, the boy immediately responds, Ding Peng is closest to that location. Send word to Ding Peng to lead a team to exterminate the zombie horde. The woman continues to report on several disaster-stricken areas within Hanxi Province. The boy is able to provide swift responses in less than a second, as if an entire map of Hanxi province is etched in his mind. The locations of all extraordinary beings and settlements under the ship Alliance's rule flicker in his mind like stars in the night sky. The woman, upon glancing at a document, suddenly becomes intrigued. The boy, without even looking, remarks, "Sister Yu, this is the first time today I've seen you display interest." The woman chuckles softly. Reports have come from within Lingjiang province that the two-headed python, which broke through the encirclement of Yi Nantian and others, has appeared in Donghu City. Yi Nantian has dispatched 3 leaders, Xiong Xing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu, to Donghu City to encircle and eliminate the injured two-headed python. She smiles, Xiaoliang. "That is the two-headed python we encountered before." The boy nods. "That two-headed python is cunning and powerful. It won't be easily slain." Xiong Xing, Lin Xiao, and Li Taimu are all experienced second-tier extraordinary beings. I have just calculated that. If we limit ourselves to a casualty of 2 and the loss of more than 10 first-tier extraordinary beings, there is barely a 72 chance of stopping the two-headed python. The woman chuckles, "Xiaoliang, you have made an error in your calculations." The boy furrows his brow. "Impossible. All variables are constants. The outcome must be definitive." The woman pushes the document towards him with a light laugh. "Take a look. An unexpected factor has arisen." The boy reads the document swiftly, and for the first time, an expression of surprise crosses his calm face. He finds it hard to believe. Chapter 64. Foundation Building Level 4. Descendant of the Corpse Empress. The captain lightly tapped the table. "Ji Xingyu, He Shongyang." These 2 individuals have been with the ship gang for over a year, yet they have shown no intention of staying. Now, they have suddenly departed? They even took half a case of wine before leaving. When they first arrived at the ship gang, it seemed they were in search of lost memories, hoping to receive assistance from the extraordinary to enhance their minds. It appears they have set their sights on that so-called immortal who appeared in Linjiang province as their target. The captain sighed softly. He recalled how these 2 had been attacked by the Corpse King and were on the brink of death until he saved them. The young boy's awakened talent significantly enhanced his cognitive abilities, allowing him to process information at an astonishing speed. The ship gang, comprised largely of brawny individuals fixated on combat, greatly needed someone like He Shongliang. Thus, he imposed almost no restrictions initially, merely wishing for them to remain. After a year, they were free to leave. To his surprise, they truly left. The captain shook his head in resignation. While he felt regret at their departure, their desire to leave was evidently strong, and no amount of persuasion could retain them. If they wished to go, so be it. As for the cultivator who appeared in Donghu City, should the ship gang seek to befriend him? Or perhaps it would be wise to mention him within the extraordinary society, advising them to avoid provoking this cultivator. The captain shook his head again, sighing softly. The ship gang, while appearing formidable, was, in truth, rather disorganized. His position as the chief merely lent weight to his words, and whether others heeded them was uncertain. At present, a more pressing concern loomed: the increasingly formidable Corpse Empress to the north of Hanhai Province. It was imperative to prevent her from continuing to produce progeny and expanding unchecked. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Chu Xuan remained seated within the Insha soul snatching array, motionless. During this time, the soul of the two-headed python repeatedly exhibited hostility towards him, but was soundly beaten by Shahan Huikong. Before entering his meditative state, Chu Xuan had instructed Huikong that should the two-headed python soul dare to take action against him, he would retaliate against Huikong. Regardless of whether Huikong witnessed it or not, the punishment was inevitable. Thus, to avoid being struck, Huikong even prohibited the two-headed python's soul from approaching Chu Xuan. If it dared to come near, it would face a severe beating. After several such encounters, the two-headed python soul became more subdued, content to merely absorb the surrounding Insha energy without further provocation. At this moment, the aura surging within Chu Xuan grew increasingly potent, seemingly on the verge of breaking through a barrier. A year prior, bolstered by the immense Insha energy, he had seamlessly entered the 3rd level of foundation building. Now, he was striving to reach the 4th level. Achieving the 4th level would elevate him to the ranks of mid-stage foundation building cultivators. With his array of hidden cards, Even when facing cultivators at the 5th or 6th level, he would remain unperturbed. If he disregarded the exposure of his trump cards and activated the merit bell, he would even stand fearless against a 7th-level foundation-building cultivator's full assault. Buzzing. The spiritual power surging within Chu Xuan resembled a raging dragon, relentlessly crashing against the invisible bottleneck. Once, twice, thrice. It was impossible to count the number of times he struck. Ultimately, the bottleneck shattered wide open. In an instant, it was as if a hidden dragon had emerged from the abyss. The overwhelming aura surged forth in all directions. The various spirits and demons birthed within the Insha soul-snatching array were directly obliterated by this immense force. In that moment, Chu Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Foundation building level 4. A knowing smile graced his lips. Sitting within the array for cultivation, he was surrounded daily by a copious influx of pure Insha energy, akin to consuming medicinal pills. It was no wonder his rate of advancement was so swift. With a casual gesture, he stepped lightly onto the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he exited the array's confines. He commandeered the Tiangang flying sword, soaring freely through the skies. He intended to seek out a location teeming with zombies to experiment with the new spells he had acquired. Meanwhile, in Shuanglong City, a woman and a young boy stood atop a high-rise building, gazing towards another peculiar skyscraper nearby. This building was striking, adorned with what appeared to be veins and sinews on its exterior. Chapter 65. The three of us together. Yet you constantly howl. Chu Xuan's spirit extended outward, swiftly enveloping the entire skyscraper. Within a mere minute or two, he comprehended the peculiar nature of these zombies. These diminutive undead were spawned from a corpse matriarch, akin to a queen bee or ant. As long as the little zombies continuously provided nourishment, the matriarch could ceaselessly produce zombie eggs. Clearly, these creatures defied conventional reasoning. After all, if we were to invoke scientific principles, zombies ought to be viviparous rather than oviparous. Intriguingly, one wonders if such small zombies could serve as fertile soil for a zombie farm. The more Chu Xuan observed, the more intrigued he became. To stumble upon such an opportunity by mere happenstance was quite unexpected. As for the two survivors concealed within the skyscraper behind him, he had discerned their presence from the outset. However, since they remained hidden out of fear, he saw no reason to squander time locating their hiding spot. Little dragon, little tiger, little leopard, extract the corpse matriarch from this location, Chu Xuan commanded casually. The three undead surged forth from the corpse-raising tower, landing at the entrance of the skyscraper. Roar, roar, roar. The trio of zombies erupted into fervent roars. He Shengliang and Ji Xingyu observed the scene with grave expressions. The foremost bald zombie, followed closely by a robust undead and a gaunt, intermittently visible zombie, all bore the potential of being 4th-level zombies. This cultivator possesses formidable abilities. He Shengliang remarked earnestly. Ji Xingyu teased. You no longer speak of probabilities. Are you feeling anxious? He Shengliang fell silent. Yi Xingyu inquired. The corpse matriarch has yet to appear. If it recklessly hatches the zombie eggs, do you believe these 3 zombies can withstand the onslaught? He Shengliang rapidly pondered, drawing upon the information stored in his mind. Wisps of white vapor emanated from his head, clearly indicating his brain was working at an accelerated pace. After a moment, he replied seriously, these 3 zombies have a 35% chance of slaying the matriarch, albeit with potential losses. No sooner had he spoken than Little Dragon and Little Tiger charged into the skyscraper like savage beasts, leaving a trail of severed limbs and a blood-soaked path in their wake. Little Leopard, akin to an assassin, claimed the life of a little zombie with each appearance. Together, the trio was invincible. Deep within the subterranean depths, an enraged low growl suddenly resonated. Evidently, the corpse matriarch, which had been continuously producing zombie eggs, had realized its progeny was being systematically slaughtered. Bang! 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 A series of subtle explosions echoed from various directions. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a multitude of new lives emerging from the depths below, racing toward the surface. Predictably, the zombie eggs, urged by the matriarch, were hatching prematurely. Bang! 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 A violent explosion erupted suddenly. Chu Xuan focused intently, witnessing several little zombies embracing little leopard before detonating themselves. Internal organs, flesh, and bone fragments splattered everywhere. The bodies of those little zombies had undergone some transformation, now brimming with unstable energy. Even the slightest external stimulus could trigger an explosion. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, more little zombies emerged from the depths, rushing at Little Dragon and the three zombies, immediately self-destructing without regard for their own safety. Despite Little Dragon and the three zombies being nigh indestructible, they were left dazed amidst the relentless explosions. Particularly, Little Leopard, characterized by high offense and low defense, suffered greatly. Chapter 66. This man is terrifying. The blood refinement corpse fire. With a low growl, Chu Xuan unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within, enveloping the entire towering structure from top to bottom. Despite his current spiritual energy reserves, managing to encase this 100-meter edifice was no small feat nevertheless. The entire building's zombies found themselves ensnared within his spiritual grasp. The corpse mother sensed the shift in her surroundings and began to howl restlessly. The smaller zombies, obedient to her command, scattered in three different directions. However, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, no matter how fervently they charged. They could not breach the 10-meter radius surrounding the high-rise. In a fit of anger and confusion, the corpse mother roared, her gaze fixated on the suspended figure of Chu Xuan. In her walnut-sized brain, she concluded that this human was the source of her predicament. If she could eliminate him, all her troubles would dissipate. With a piercing shriek, she commanded over 300 smaller zombies to rush towards the rooftop. Suddenly, the air around them ignited as if set ablaze. Boom! Flames engulfed the entire building in an instant, shooting skyward. The intense heat forced He Shengliang and Ji Xingyu to retreat repeatedly. Ji Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Fire? He Shengliang, with a grave expression, remarked, "He possesses elemental affinity? Shouldn't he only have enhancement abilities? Could be dual talents?" Such dual-talented, extraordinary individuals were rare. He had heard of their existence in the capital of the Flame Han Empire, Yanjing, but had never witnessed one firsthand. Amidst the inferno, the anguished wails of the smaller zombies filled the air. Their flesh ignited like oil, fueling the flames further. Their bones were reduced to ash within 5 or 6 minutes. Every zombie from the highest floor to the lowest was incinerated in this dreadful corpse fire. The accumulation of corpses only served to intensify the flames. This was the terrifying aspect of the blood refinement corpse fire. If unleashed on a vast battlefield, it could burn relentlessly for months, even years, until every last remnant was reduced to cinders. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Leopard retreated far away, fearful of the encroaching flames. Little Leopard was particularly swift. Little Dragon and Little Tiger, witnessing his cowardice, felt a surge of frustration. It's your fault for being so fragile. You couldn't withstand a few blows from these native zombies, forcing the master to intervene personally. You're truly insufferable. Sharing a tacit understanding, Little Dragon and Little Tiger exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks, delivering a resounding slap. Within the high-rise, the faint growls of the corpse mother echoed. All the small zombies and their eggs had become the terrifying fuel for the blood refinement corpse fire. Only she, due to her higher level and tenacious life force, managed to cling to life, though a significant portion of her body had already turned to char. It was evident her end was near. Suddenly, the blood refinement corpse fire retracted at an astonishing pace, ultimately vanishing entirely. Thud! Footsteps approached. The corpse mother lifted her head, beholding the figure of the cloaked human standing before her. He resembled the Grim Reaper, traversing through the remnants of the zombies. The dreadful blood refinement corpse fire had been quelled by his mere presence. The corpse mother's eyes, once filled with fury, now reflected nothing but profound terror. With a casual command, Chu Xuan gestured. Roar! Little Tiger, ever eager, charged ahead, hoisting the corpse mother. Chu Xuan tossed 2 large blood orbs into her mouth. Instantly, the charred portions of her body began to visibly regenerate, albeit slowly, yet resolutely. The corpse mother was astonished. Such pure flesh and blood energy. Let us go. Chu Xuan Bekon Nun Chalen. Chapter 67. The creation of blood fiend puppets. The three-headed corpse generals. From his elevated position, Chu Xuan gazed down upon the corpse matriarch and spoke with a measured tone. Your task is to produce a version of the little undead that has been neutered. These little corpses will neither consume sustenance nor engage in movement, nor possess the capacity for thought. They shall serve as the very soil of this farm. Do you understand? The corpse matriarch nodded vigorously, having lost all will to resist after the preceding battle. As long as she could survive, she was willing to comply with any demand. Soon, having received ample supplies, the corpse matriarch began to lay eggs at full capacity. One by one, the zombie eggs were placed into designated pits by the corpses. In 4 to 5 days, these eggs would hatch, and the physical forms of the little undead would become nurturing beds for the cultivation of spiritual plants. Consequently, such spiritual flora as flesh tai sui and blood demon fangs could be produced in bulk. The cultivation levels of the corpses under Chu Xuan's command would also rise swiftly. Moreover, each time a little undead perished after having its energy drained by the spiritual plants, Chu Xuan would earn a measure of merit. Standing atop the rooftop, Chu Xuan surveyed the thriving zombie farm, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is how it should be. He soon settled into the fiend soul-snatching array, commencing the refinement of blood fiend puppets. The process of creating blood fiend puppets was a painstaking endeavor, requiring both vital essence and the essence of fiends. Chu Xuan estimated that it would likely take a year to fully refine the 3 blood fiend puppets. Fortunately, being in the Azure Ocean Star meant that time flowed at merely 1/10 the rate compared to the Cangxuan realm. Although 2 years had passed, only a little over 2 months had elapsed in the Cangxuan realm. For cultivators, 2 months of training was but a fleeting moment. What harm could there be in extending it further? As days turned into weeks, Chu Xuan's daily tasks remained uncomplicated. He devoted his days to refining tai sui pills and other elixirs, while his nights were spent on the creation of blood fiend puppets. A year later, he still sat within the fiend soul-snatching array, his shadow elongated as if something peculiar had seeped into it. The 3rd blood fiend puppet was finally completed. Often, he could utilize the blood fiend puppets to exchange injuries for injuries and life for life. A content smile spread across Chu Xuan's face as 3 distinct corpse roars echoed nearby. The little dragon, little tiger, and little leopard had sensed the conclusion of his cultivation and hurried to his side. Soon, the 3 corpses stood before him, each radiating a uniquely formidable aura. The little dragon, a bald giant, boasted a muscular physique. He excelled in both physical combat and spells, showcasing a perfect blend of martial prowess and magical aptitude. The little tiger, a hulking figure, was even larger than the little dragon, a true behemoth, a tank of a man. The little leopard, lean and wiry, was enveloped in a faint black glow, resembling a dagger gliding through the night, poised to harvest the lives of enemies. However, the mousetail that had yet to fully swallow rendered this nightblade somewhat comical. No more junk food from now on, Chu Xuan admonished. The little leopard hastily spat out the mousetail, retracting its neck in acknowledgement. Chu Xuan glanced around and noted that all 3 corpses had smoothly ascended to the rank of corpse general. The little dragon held the highest rank, a level 2 corpse general, while the little tiger and little leopard followed closely as level 1 corpse generals. Before long, more corpses arrived from all directions. These were the first batch that Chu Xuan had casually refined. Their ranks varied, with the highest being level 8 corpse soldiers and the lowest at level 5. Chu Xuan held no expectations regarding their levels. He would let them roam freely, as long as they could serve a purpose in critical moments. 3 corpse generals, each a foundational cultivator. Had I remained in the Cangxuan realm without the support of tai sui pills, I could not have so easily nurtured 3 corpse generals. A satisfied smile graced Chu Xuan's lips. Each visit to the Azure Ocean Star rendered him stronger, granting him more hidden advantages. This time, with 3 corpse generals by his side, along with blood-refined corpse fire and blood fiend puppets, he had fully transformed his innate artifact, the soul snare, and had the enlightened presence of Hui Kong guarding it. Additionally, he possessed formidable defensive tools such as the merit bell. However, the efficiency of the Fiend's soul-snatching array had diminished significantly. The daily output of Fiend energy was insufficient to sustain both his cultivation and the consumption required for the soul snare. Chu Xuan surveyed his surroundings and immediately discerned that the Fiend energy within the array had weakened considerably. Chapter 68. A Bountiful Harvest. After a brief exploration, Chu Xuan discovered that his three senior brothers, Li Xianming, Lu Zhenxiong, and Wu Teng, were still engrossed in their seclusion. It was indeed a testament to the adage that time holds no sway in the mountains, nor does it in the realm of cultivation. Such a phenomenon was not surprising. After all, once one ascended to the foundational stage of cultivation, they were bestowed with a lifespan of at least 2 centuries, with most being around 170 or 80 years old. A period of seclusion spanning 3 to 4 years was entirely commonplace. As for their master, Wan Wuying, his retreats often extended to a minimum of 10 years. However, Chu Xuan noticed that the 4 disciples of the Qi refining stage, Su Ming, Chen Gu, Wei Hua, and Bai Feng, were tirelessly engaged in their daily endeavors. As he soared through the skies on his Tian Gang flying sword, he observed Chen Gu and Wei Hua escorting a group of mortal craftsmen. It was evident they were relocating them to a plane within the territory of the extreme Yin Cave. This presented a perfect opportunity to inquire about any recent developments. With a swift motion, Chu Xuan appeared above Chen Gu and his companions. Sensing the formidable aura, Chen Gu and Wei Hua immediately donned expressions of vigilance, standing at the ready. Upon realizing it was Chu Xuan, they exhaled in relief. Chen Gu exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, it is Master Uncle Chu. Master Uncle, you have only been in seclusion for a few months. How have you emerged so soon?" Previously, Chen Gu and Wei Hua considered Chu Xuan a friend. Now that he had ascended to the foundational stage, they addressed him as Master Uncle, although they still took pride in their past friendship with him. Wei Hua turned to the mortals, declaring loudly, "This esteemed individual is our foundational stage Taoist, Master Uncle Chu." As Chu Xuan approached on his flying sword, the mortals gazed at him with admiration. Now, upon hearing Wei Hua's introduction, their respect deepened. A foundational stage Taoist. To these mortals who could not cultivate, he appeared almost divine. "I find myself with nothing pressing to attend to. Allow me to accompany you to your destination," Chu Xuan offered casually. Chen Gu and Wei Hua felt profoundly grateful, responding, "Thank you, Master Uncle." The mortals echoed their gratitude. The region of Wuzhou was fraught with rampant serpents, insects, mice, and ants. By nightfall, malevolent spirits would emerge. Even with the protection of Chen Gu and Wei Hua, casualties were inevitable, with the previous group of mortals suffering a mortality rate of 30%. However, with the presence of a foundational stage Taoist, their safety was significantly assured. "Tian Yi, come here," Chu Xuan beckoned. Chen Gu obediently approached, his demeanor submissive. He feared he had disappointed Chu Xuan and anticipated reprimand. Observing his anxious expression, Chu Xuan could not help but chuckle. "Fear not. I am not here to chastise you. I merely wish to ask a few questions." Chen Gu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Master Uncle, please do." Chu Xuan inquired about the happenings of the past few months. As he had suspected, there had been no significant changes among the righteous sections. Wan Wuying had escaped from Yunwu Manor, and the talented monk Hui Kong of Jinlong Temple had perished. Both events had seemingly faded into obscurity. The Cangxuan Sect and Jinlong Temple were evidently loath to publicize these incidents. Such matters were far from honorable. Should the world of cultivators learn that the Cangxuan Sect, the foremost of the righteous sects, had imprisoned Wan Wuying, extracting his essence to nourish spirits for the sharpening of sword energy, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar within the realm of Yu. The Cangxuan Sect's status as the preeminent sect would be severely compromised. The entire world of cultivators would recognize that the Cangxuan Sect and Jinlong Temple were merely hypocritical establishments, publicly vanquishing demons while secretly deceiving the masses. "Oh, Master Uncle Chu, there's indeed a pressing matter recently," Chenggu whispered. "The Tianyin sect is preparing to take aggressive action against the indigenous sects of Wuzhou. It is said that a golden core elder was ambushed by the local sect, leaving him grievously injured and unconscious. This incident has spurred the Tianyin sect to accelerate their plans." Chu Xuan could not help but chuckle. He had long perceived the Tianyin sect's sluggishness in their endeavors. They should have mustered their full strength to march eastward, employing their overwhelming superiority to obliterate the indigenous sects of Wuzhou. Instead, they had merely dispatched a small contingent of cultivators, establishing the Feishan Hall and relocating mortals, transforming an offensive advance into a painstaking struggle for ground. Now, only after a golden core cultivator had been gravely wounded did they contemplate a large-scale invasion. Why did they not act sooner? However, it was not difficult to deduce the underlying reasons. Internal power struggles within the Tianyin sect were likely at play. The indigenous sects of Wuzhou were neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak. Chapter 69. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall complete the task. In the end, Chu Xuan and his companions successfully delivered this group of mortals to a place named Pingyuan City. This city, the first mortal settlement under the protection of the extreme Yin Cave, had not been established long, barely over 2 months. Within its confines lay only 2 main thoroughfares, one running east to west and the other north to south, and the number of houses amounted to merely a few hundred. The population of mortals was little more than 2,000. Rather than a city, it resembled a quaint village. Additionally, due to the prevalence of serpents, insects, and malevolent spirits in Wuzhou, the construction of towering city walls was of utmost priority. Consequently, the development of houses and shops was postponed. However, these tedious affairs did not require Chu Xuan's oversight. As a foundational period cultivator and a pillar of the extreme Yin Cave, his assistance in escorting the mortals had already earned their heartfelt gratitude. The more intricate tasks of supervision could be entrusted to disciples like Chengge and Wei Hua, who were in the qi refining stage. Upon their arrival in Pingyuan City, Chengge exchanged a few words with Wei Hua before leading Chu Xuan away from the city. Heading northward, finding Chengge's pace too slow, Chu Xuan effortlessly lifted him onto his Tiangang flying sword. Soon, they descended outside a marketplace, nestled among verdant hills and clear waters. Chengge rubbed his head, a dazed expression upon his face. "Master Uncle, your flying sword is too fast. I feel dizzy." With a light chuckle, Chu Xuan waved his hand, channeling spiritual energy into Chengge's body, swiftly dispelling his dizziness. Chengge immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Disguising themselves, the 2 men soon transformed their appearances entirely before stepping into the marketplace. As they advanced, Chengge informed Chu Xuan about the situation in the market. Through Chengge's descriptions, Chu Xuan quickly grasped various details about this nameless marketplace. It had emerged as a gathering place for the first batch of Tianyin sect cultivators who had arrived in Wuzhou, which later attracted wandering cultivators from the surrounding areas, thus forming the market. The order within the marketplace was maintained by a few of the strongest foundational period cultivators. Generally speaking, as long as no major disturbances arose, those foundational cultivators could hardly be bothered to intervene, preferring to observe the market trends. As Chu Xuan perused the stalls, Chengge followed closely behind. Indeed, they encountered a plethora of items belonging to demonic cultivators. Blood beads were particularly popular and in high demand. Every cultivator in this nameless marketplace had disguised themselves, and thus, they did not hesitate to purchase such demonic treasures. "Since I'm disguised, I shall buy blood beads without a care. If you have the ability, go report me to the Tianyin sect headquarters." Aside from blood beads, ink corpses and goo worms were also highly sought after. Chu Xuan witnessed several cultivators engaged in heated disputes over a mid-grade ink corpse, each party raising their bids. Ultimately, the corpse was traded for 300 small spirit stones, an exorbitant price, considering that a mid-grade magical artifact typically cost only 200 small spirit stones. A mid-grade ink corpse, unless possessing a higher realm, generally matched the price of a mid-grade magical artifact. The fact that this corpse sold for an additional 100 small spirit stones demonstrated the lengths to which these cultivators would go to enhance their strength. As for the goo worms, the variety indicated that many cultivators had secretly nurtured them, now offering them for sale. It appeared that there were quite a number of cultivators secretly raising goo worms, but unfortunately, all they had were first-tier goo worms, lacking the second-tier ones that Chu Xuan sought. Beyond the corpses and goo worms, there were also the more orthodox treasures, pill arrays, talismans, and magical artifacts. After surveying the offerings, Chu Xuan found nothing particularly remarkable. Master Uncle, I have several long-term customers who have purchased numerous beast blood beads from me. Would you be interested? Tian Yi Vispirit. With a smile, Chu Xuan tossed a storage bag towards him. These items I entrust to you for sale. You may keep 10% of the profits. Taken aback, Chenggu immediately opened the bag and was instantly awestruck by the abundance of treasures within. Blood beads, energy, low-grade magical artifacts, mid-grade magical artifacts. Chapter 70. The Great Array of Nourishing Evil Spirits. Illustrated diagram of demonic arrays after consuming 2 cups of bitter tea. Chu Xuan noticed a figure ascending the staircase, arriving at the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor. He cast his gaze and discovered that the individual was a young cultivator clad in white. The young man's disguise was rather rudimentary. While it may suffice among other Foundation establishment cultivators, Chu Xuan had immersed himself in the art of disguise for years, having evaded countless pursuits from righteous cultivators through his mastery. His skills were unparalleled. Unless an advanced golden core expert appeared, it would be nearly impossible to discern his true identity. However, the cultivator before him was easily seen through by Chu Xuan. The young man's actual visage appeared quite youthful. Achieving Foundation establishment at such an age suggested he possessed considerable talent. Yet he had been relegated to Misty Prefecture to serve as one of the initial attackers against the indigenous sects, evidently a casualty of factional strife. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Song Feng. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? The young cultivator inquired with a smile. Chu Xuan replied casually, He Liang. After all, he was merely using a pseudonym. Any name would suffice. Song Feng smiled and asked, Do you have anything to sell? What do you need? Without hesitation, Chu Xuan flicked a large blood pearl toward him. Song Feng caught it and examined it closely, revealing a look of astonishment. This blood pearl was of exceptional quality, perfectly round and lustrous. Upon closer inspection, it even exuded a sweet, sanguine aroma. Such high-quality blood pearls were indeed rare. Song Feng grinned. How many of these do you possess, fellow Taoist? I shall take as many as you can offer. Chu Xuan replied nonchalantly, Do not rush. What I seek may not be within your possession. Song Feng chuckled heartily. You underestimate me, fellow Taoist. Please do tell. Chu Xuan directly named 3 types of grand arrays, each superior to the Insha soul-snatching array. The last 2 were classified among the finest Foundation establishment arrays, boasting a coverage area at least tenfold that of the Insha soul-snatching array. Upon hearing the names of these 3 arrays, Song Feng's expression shifted. He truly could not procure them. The arrays Chu Xuan mentioned were indeed top-tier demonic arrays. All living beings within the confines of these arrays would be slain to nourish the Insha energy. Currently, the 5 righteous sects were relentlessly combating various atrocities against mortals, and such demonic arrays had naturally been confiscated. The Tianyin sect had not profited much from the previous conflicts, thus had little in the way of demonic arrays to seize. With an awkward smile, Song Feng said, Alas, I do not possess such grand arrays. However, I do have a high-quality corpse that I have refined over many years. Now, at the 9th level of the corpse soldier realm. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. If you do not have it, then there is no need for further discussion. He had come solely for the grand arrays. Nothing else piqued his interest. Unwilling to concede, Song Feng insisted. I have 3 high-quality magical artifacts that I can sell at a discount. I only desire the blood pearls. Chu Xuan shook his head again. I'm only interested in the grand arrays. Just as Song Feng was about to speak again, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Shortly thereafter, a robust cultivator appeared. Grand arrays? I have them. The muscular cultivator exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chu Xuan nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. May I have a look? Of course. The burly cultivator replied, casting a glance at Song Feng. Song Daoist. He is not interested in anything else. You may leave. This business is mine. With a soft sigh, Song Feng glanced at Chu Xuan a few more times before turning to depart. Chu Xuan smiled lightly. How should I address you? The robust cultivator sat before Chu Xuan, stuffing several pastries into his mouth. Since we are using aliases, call me Old Han. Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was quite genuine and amusing. The cultivator, named Han, casually retrieved a set of array discs from his storage bag. Here, the nourishing evil spirits array. Take a look. Chu Xuan glanced over, frowning. This nourishing evil spirits array is merely of medium quality among foundation establishment arrays. I do not require it. Hansmi lid vrili, fellow of the East. The grand arrays you specifically requested have long since been claimed. I doubt even the remnants of the Wuji Sect possess such arrays. This nourishing evil spirits array is quite decent. I can also provide you with a tome on array techniques. If you have a modicum of talent for arrays, you might combine the nourishing evil spirits array with others to meet your needs. As he spoke, Han handed over a thin booklet. The cover bore 6 characters, illustrated diagram of demonic arrays. Chu Xuan perused the contents briefly, discovering a wealth of information on foundation establishment and Qi refining period arrays, all categorized as demonic arrays. Chapter 71. The essence of win-win is to achieve personal victory twice. Once the gaze of the Han surname cultivator shifted away, Chu Xuan relaxed his right hand, which he had been holding in a reverse grip. His 6 senses were exceptionally acute, allowing him to immediately perceive the other's scrutiny. However, since the individual did not pursue nor harbor any murderous intent, he too refrained from making a move, displaying a commendable sense of propriety. After departing from the tea house, Chu Xuan swiftly located Chun Gu at the stall. Beside Chun Gu stood a small leopard exuding an ominous aura, making him particularly conspicuous among the numerous Qi refinement stage cultivators. Few dared to provoke him, for with such a corpse general present, only someone truly desperate would dare to challenge Chun Gu. Chun Gu was currently basking in success, having visited this nameless market multiple times before, but none compared to the treatment he received today. Chu Xuan gave a slight nod as he surveyed the stall, noting that most of the items had already been sold. After selling out, it will take you to my cave abode, Chu Xuan casually remarked, gesturing towards the small leopard. Indeed, Chun Gu replied earnestly. Previously, every time he traversed between realms through the blood mirror, he had to wait for the mirror's energy to recharge. However, now that Chu Xuan's resources had become increasingly abundant, he could expedite this process using spirit stones. At present, the diagram of demonic arrays required time for comprehension, and it was naturally impossible to achieve this understanding within the Cangxuan realm. Any endeavor demanding prolonged contemplation should be conducted in the Blue Sea Star, where time flowed at 1/10 the rate of the Cangxuan realm. On the rooftop of the Haodai Hotel, Chu Xuan unfurled the diagram of demonic arrays and engaged in meticulous contemplation. His aptitude for formations was moderate, neither outstanding nor poor. However, his willingness to invest effort into the study of formations had granted him a commendable level of expertise. Previously, after slaying Huikong, he had obtained a foundational formation essentials from Huikong's storage pouch. This volume contained only a selection of foundational formations, predominantly from the Divine Gang sect and the Golden Dragon Temple, heavily infused with the essence of righteous sections. Naturally, Chu Xuan found it of little use. Nonetheless, the knowledge of formations is interconnected, and through diligent study, he had unearthed considerable insights. Now, as he revisited the diagram of demonic arrays, past knowledge of formations surfaced in his mind. The synthesis of these 2 bodies of knowledge swiftly birthed fresh understandings. So, that is the secret to nurturing malevolent formations. The first step involves the slaughter of living beings. The second step is to amalgamate the resentment of these beings with dark energy to cultivate the essence of malevolence. Now that he possessed the necessary formation for the second step, only the first step remained. Following the diagram's guidance, he promptly selected the most suitable formation for himself, the soul-capturing array. This formation was merely an exquisite array of the Qi refinement stage, typically inscribed on the surfaces of bronze bells and other such artifacts. When activated, it could seize the hearts of men, thus securing an advantage in battle. Chu Xuan intended to lay out the soul-capturing array atop the foundation of the malevolent formation. In doing so, the living beings within the array's radius would have their souls extracted, leading to their demise. The resentment and dark energy produced from their deaths would ultimately coalesce into malevolent essence. Those lost souls would then transform into specters under the influence of this essence. Over time, these specters would grow stronger, enabling the collection and enhancement of his myriad soul banners. A true win-win. Yes, the essence of win-win is to achieve personal victory twice. There is no fault in that. Let us proceed with determination. Chapter 72. My goo worms. Do not stare too much. 5 days later, he returned to the tea house in Wumingfang Market, where he indeed encountered the Han surnamed Cultivator. At that moment, the Han Cultivator was accompanied by a gaunt figure with deep-set eyes. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, the Han Cultivator burst into laughter. Ah, Taoist he. This is the person I wanted to introduce to you. We call him the Spirit Worm Taoist. Chu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. The emaciated cultivator raised his head, scrutinizing Chu Xuan for a moment before frowning. You seek a second-turn goo? Second-turn goo worms must reside within a fleshly organ. You do not appear to be the type who nurtures goo worms. Your body lacks such an organ, does it not? If you lack a fleshly organ, it would be best not to waste my time. Chu Xuan smiled faintly. Indeed, cultivators who raise goo worms often resemble the spirit worm Taoist, thin and hollow-eyed, as if drained of vitality by a succubus. However, Chu Xuan possessed ample flesh to nurture goo worms. How could he be harmed by them? Yet, considering his appearance, it was not surprising that the other party harbored doubts. With a flick of his hand, glimmering steel threads, radiating a metallic sheen, emerged from his palm. The spirit worm Taoist halted in his tracks, his interest piqued. Blood steel threads? At the second turn, his expression shifted from indifference to astonishment. Blood steel threads were merely a standard first-turn goo with a low ceiling. To think this individual possessed second-turn blood steel threads intrigued him deeply. He leaned in closer for a better observation. My goo worms are not for idle gazes, Chu Xuan stated calmly. The Han Cultivator interjected to ease the tension. Taoist spirit worm. Indeed, one should not approach another's goo worms carelessly. Only then did the spirit worm Taoist nod, inviting them to sit and converse leisurely. The three settled down, with Chu Xuan facing the spirit worm Taoist while the Han Cultivator indulged in pastries and chilled tea. What second-turn goo do you possess? Chu Xuan inquired. The spirit worm Taoist extended 3 fingers. I have 3 second-turn goo. The first, iron armor shell. The second, nurturing thoughtworm. The third, spirit sea child. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had encountered all 3 types of goo in the bloodworm book. The iron armor shell, a second-turn goo, secretes a substance that continually fortifies the cultivator's outer skin. When under attack, the iron armor shell accelerates the secretion, rendering the outer layer exceptionally hard, capable of withstanding the full force of high-grade magical artifacts. The nurturing thoughtworm, also a second-turn goo, must be nurtured within the brain. It amplifies the cultivator's spiritual consciousness, enabling the simultaneous manipulation of multiple magical artifacts. Often, controlling an additional artifact translates to an increased chance of victory. However, nurturing the thoughtworm, even with sufficient flesh to consume, poses the risk of backlash, as they have a penchant for feasting on the cultivator's very soul. Being situated in the brain, they are always in proximity to the cultivator's soul, and one day, they might succumb to temptation. Unlike the iron armor shell and nurturing thoughtworm, the spirit sea child is a third-turn goo. This means that as long as sustenance is abundant, it can at least condense into a goo dan, advancing to the third turn, comparable to the prowess of a golden core expert. Chapter 73. The hatching of insect eggs and the new goo worms. The surface of the black insect egg was marred with cracks resembling a spider's web. Soon, under the watchful gaze of Chu Xuan, it suddenly split open. A soft, black larva emerged from within the egg. Its body was encased in a shell, yet a mere poke would pierce it, akin to delicate parchment. Its limbs were incredibly frail, appearing as though they would snap at the slightest touch. Upon its birth, the larva was already feeble, its vitality fading like thread unraveling. This larva, born from a union of iron shell and blood steel, was a grotesque aberration. Before Chu Xuan could take action, the unfortunate creature met its demise. Chu Xuan shook his head. It seemed that this mating had ended in failure. It was not uncommon for goo worms to fail in reproduction, even if other insect cultivators succeeded in mating iron shell and blood steel. It did not guarantee success for Chu Xuan. After all, each goo worm's diet and growth were entirely unique, making them one of a kind. Even the most accomplished insect cultivators could only strive to record the probabilities of successful pairings, without daring to assert absolute certainty. Chu Xuan remained undeterred. He calmed his mind and continued his cultivation, awaiting the emergence of the second and third eggs. A month later, both eggs exhibited cracks. Under his watchful gaze, two slightly translucent larvae hatched one after the other. The larvae born from the nurturing thought worm and blood steel were a translucent white, while those from the spirit sea child and blood steel appeared sky blue. To Chu Xuan's astonishment, neither of the larvae exhibited deformities. Instead, they were lively and vibrant, immediately devouring their shells entirely. Their bellies swelled as they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Chu Xuan gathered them into his bloodworm pouch and promptly fed them with blood pearls. Simultaneously, he employed his identification technique to assess their qualifications. Upon investigation, Chu Xuan was further astonished to discover that both larvae possessed the potential for third transformation. This indicated that, as long as sufficient flesh was provided, they could seamlessly ascend to third transformation goo worms, rivaling the prowess of golden core experts. Moreover, both larvae exhibited characteristics inherited from their respective progenitors. A look of satisfaction spread across Chu Xuan's face. Surely, the merits accumulated from his deeds were once again playing a role in the unseen realm. With the blessing of merit, one could alter the probabilities of existence. More fortune, more luck. However, these two larvae were not yet capable of providing combat strength. They required at least 1 or 2 months of cultivation before they could truly fulfill their potential. The larva from the nurturing thought worm would enhance his spiritual sense, allowing him to manipulate a greater number of magical artifacts simultaneously. The spirit sea child's larva, akin to a miniature spirit sea, would subsequently raise his total spiritual power by a small margin. Chu Xuan smiled faintly. After a moment of joy, he resumed his meditative practice. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed in the time of the Azure Sea Star. With a thought, 3 goo worms manifested in the palm of his hand. The first was a second transformation goo steel wire, the second was a first transformation goo little white, and the third was a first transformation goo little blue. Chu Xuan, disinterested in naming these 2 small beings, simply referred to them by their colors. As for the listening bug nestled in his ear, since Chu Xuan had ascended to the foundation establishment stage, its usefulness had diminished significantly, yet it still demanded an extra share of flesh. Thus, Chu Xuan granted it freedom and allowed it to depart. Once Little White and Little Blue established roots in his mind and spirit sea, Chu Xuan could distinctly sense an increase in his spiritual sense and spiritual power. He gestured with his hand, summoning the soul-binding rope, which coiled around him like a black python. With another gesture, the 10,000 Souls banner appeared in tandem. In the past, activating these 2 magical artifacts simultaneously had already induced a slight dizziness, yet now he had not reached his limit. This implied that he could still command a third artifact. Chu Xuan brushed his hand across his storage bag. The merit bell materialized abruptly, hovering above his head and enveloping him. A robust golden light surged forth, seemingly capable of dispelling all malevolent entities. This golden radiance was extraordinarily dense, nearly forming a substantial golden bell. It seemed that no attack in this world could breach its defenses. A look of delight illuminated Chu Xuan's face. Chapter 74. Is it possible that the extreme Yin Cave lineage is also to be drawn into the conflict? Chu Xuan nodded with a smile. Lu Zhenxiong enthusiastically introduced. Junior brother, this is Zheng Changqing, the esteemed disciple of Zhao Wuyo. He is well versed in the art of beast taming and has several foundational spirit pets by his side. Zheng Chongqing chuckled lightly. My friend has overstated my abilities. I merely harbor a passing interest in raising demon beasts. He turned to Chu Xuan. So, you are Chu Xuan? My esteemed fellow. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard of your remarkable achievements from Lu Daoyu. Advancing to foundational stage at such a young age is indeed a rare talent. Chu Xuan simply smiled. Brother, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of luck. Zheng Chongqing returned the smile. Our master is an old acquaintance. We should support each other. The three entered Lu Jinxiong's cave dwelling and took their seats, with Lu Jinxiong and Zheng Chongqing engaging in lively conversation, while Chu Xuan participated sporadically. After a while, Zheng Chongqing remarked, my junior brother will be arriving shortly. Lu Jinxiong's expression brightened. Lu Yin, my fellow Taoist? I wanted to meet him last time, but he never showed. Why is he coming this time? Zheng Chongqing sighed with a hint of resignation. Junior brother Lu possesses a rather peculiar and stubborn character. It took considerable persuasion for him to agree to come. If he speaks out of turn, I hope you both will be understanding. Lu Jinxiong and Chu Xuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that eccentricities among cultivators are quite common, especially among those who seclude themselves for years, leading to inevitable shifts in temperament. Before long, a voice echoed from outside, I have arrived. Lu Jinxiong ushered the two outside, where Chu Xuan beheld the newcomer. He was a gaunt figure with sunken eyes and a withered visage. Lu Jinxiong greeted him warmly. Taoist Lu, I am Lu Jinxiong of the Extreme Yin Cave. A pleasure to meet you. Lu Yin scrutinized him for a moment before merely nodding. He then turned his attention to Zheng Chongqing. Senior brother, I have arrived. Let us proceed inside. Zheng Chongqing offered an awkward smile. Very well, let us sit down. Once seated, Lu Jinxiong lowered his voice to inquire, Taoist Lu, do you have any second-grade goo for sale? Lu Yin cast a sidelong glance at him. Taoist Lu, second-grade goo requires flesh and organs. If you lack these, it would be unwise to purchase them. Lu Jinxiong chuckled. Even if I do not possess the necessary materials, inquiring about the price is harmless. Lu Yin replied calmly. The minimum price is 1,200 small spirit stones. Lu Jinxiong's smile faltered at the exorbitant price. Chu Xuan observed Lu Yin closely, although his appearance did not match. The tone of his speech led Chu Xuan to surmise his identity. He was indeed the spirit insect Taoist encountered previously at the Nameless Market. Their dispositions were strikingly similar, both rather unwelcoming. Zheng Chongqing spoke in a low voice. Junior brother Lu, Taoist Lu's master is one Wuing, a longtime acquaintance of our own master. Surely, we will need to support each other in the future. Could you not lower the price? Lu Yin appeared somewhat impatient, but conceded, very well, 1,000 spirit stones. That is the best I can offer. The negotiations between Lu Jinxiong and Lu Yin reached an impasse, and finally, Lu Yin, disinterested, took his leave. Zheng Chongqing offered his apologies to Lu Jinxiong, and they departed. Once they had left, Lu Jinxiong furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Brother, is this Lu Yin truly formidable? Chu Xuan inquired. Lu Jinxiong replied solemnly, I have inquired, and there are not many foundational stage cultivators secretly nurturing goo within the Tianyin sect. Lu Yin is widely acknowledged as the most skilled in goo cultivation. The goo he raises possess formidable combat prowess and are relatively docile. Last time, I could not entice him. This time, despite my efforts, we still failed to reach an agreement. Lu Jinxiong lamented. Our extreme Yin Cave lineage has already lost much of its goo cultivation heritage, with only the blood insect codex remaining. To enhance our strength, we are compelled to rely on others' goodwill. Chu Xuan pondered Lu Jinxiong's words thoughtfully. Enhanced strength? Could it be that the extreme Yin Cave lineage is also to be embroiled in battle? This is certainly not a favorable development. Currently, the war between the Tianyin sect and the indigenous factions of Wuzhou is at a critical juncture. It is akin to a meat grinder, poised to shred any living being into oblivion. Chapter 75. In these tumultuous times of war, how many shall return to the water curtain cave? A month has passed, which equates to 10 months on the Blue Sea Star. Most of the time, Chu Xuan has been immersed in the soul-capturing and demonic cultivation array located in Shuanglong City, diligently honing his skills. Whenever the spiritual plants mature or he harvests the large blood pearls, he would leave the Blue Sea Star and venture to the nameless market to exchange these items for the resources he requires. Naturally, each time he enters the nameless market, he adopts a new guise, employing 3 distinct identities in total. With his mastery in the art of disguise, even if he were to brush shoulders with Songfeng, Lu Yin, or any Han surname cultivators, they would remain oblivious to the fact that he is the foundation establishment cultivator with whom they had previously transacted. Every visit to the nameless market intensifies the palpable tension of war. The previous batch of Qi refinement cultivators has been replaced in mere days, and the self-important Songfeng has met his demise in the conflict, leaving no trace behind. This stark reality underscores the terrifying nature of this grinding war. At last, the time has come for the extreme Yin Cave faction to enter the fray. A new message has been left in the sound transmission array of the Water Curtain Cave. From the eldest disciple of the extreme Yin Cave, Li Xianming, junior brother Chu Xuan, our master summons us to the dojo. Chu Xuan had anticipated this day. He gathered his belongings and made his way to the extreme Yin Cave dojo. Upon his arrival, he found that the other foundation establishment cultivators had already assembled. The one at the forefront, dressed in flowing white robes, exuded an air of valor. It was Li Xianming. Beside him stood Lu Jinxiong, Wu Tong, and another individual who appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Li Xianming was engaged in an animated conversation with this newcomer, who was presumably Chun Zhaofeng, a recent inductee into the extreme Yin Cave. Junior brother, Li Xianming acknowledged Chu Xuan with a slight nod, offering no further words. His current cultivation level had reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment, placing him among the mid-stage cultivators. Even within the entire Tianyin sect, he was a prodigy of remarkable talent. In comparison, Chu Xuan seemed rather inconspicuous, and thus, Li Xuanming's wariness towards him gradually dissipated. Chu Xuan smiled lightly and nodded in return. The absence of Li Xuanming's apprehension was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Previously, he had harbored concerns that this senior brother might succumb to jealousy, forcing him to take drastic measures. Wu Tong, similarly to Li Xianming, merely exchanged pleasantries with Chu Xuan before resuming his conversation with Chun Zhaofeng. Only Lu Jinxiong approached Chu Xuan with warmth, inquiring about recent developments. Despite having keenly observed the changes in the outside world, Chu Xuan patiently listened to Lu Jinxiong's words. This senior brother evidently regarded him as a genuine junior brother and friend. After a brief exchange, Lu Jinxiong suddenly discreetly handed over an object. Chu Xuan glanced down to discover a talisman crafted from human skin. Unlike traditional talismans adorned with vermilion ink, this one bore twisted and bizarre lines. At first glance, these lines appeared absurd, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to form a horrifying pattern. It was a demonic talisman, containing the spirit of a foundation establishment tiger. Lu Jinxiong whispered, in critical moments, "This may save your life." Chu Xuan's heart stirred. From where did Brother Lu acquire this? This talisman was undoubtedly of the demonic variety. The righteous arts comprise array formation, alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making. Some demonic cultivators, possessing exceptional talent, have managed to develop demonic talisman crafting techniques through traditional methods. Each demonic talisman requires the sealing of a living soul within human skin, subsequently suppressed by demonic patterns. Thus, the soul remains eternally encased within the talisman, available for use. Once activated, this demonic talisman can summon the tiger spirit to combat enemies. Hence it is referred to as the tiger spirit talisman. This tiger spirit was a foundation establishment beast in life, and its formidable aura now surpasses even that, rivaling high-grade magical artifacts. The true prowess of demonic talismans lies in their autonomy. They function as an alternative means of beast manipulation. Chapter 76. Officially entering the fog state and arriving at Iron Line Mountain, Chu Xuan and his 4 companions navigated their flying artifacts, departing from the realm of the extreme Yin Cave and stepping into the true fog state. Here, the air was thick with humidity and heat, teeming with venomous insects and malevolent spirits, while the indigenous cultivators might be lurking in every shadowy corner. This was the genuine fog state, fraught with peril. In Chu Xuan's mind, detailed information about the fog state surfaced. He had long been consciously gathering various intelligence regarding this region. Historically, The Fog State had never belonged to the kingdom of Yu. Rather, it was the territory of the southern barbarian tribes. A millennium ago, it was conquered by the Wuji Sect, thereby integrating it into the kingdom of Yu. The indigenous sects of the Fog State were established by these barbarians. Consequently, the Wuji Sect was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these local sections. Although they might not possess many golden core cultivators, their intimate knowledge of the Fog State allowed them to effortlessly eliminate any intruders amidst the rainforests, marshes, and valleys. After weighing the potential gains against the losses, the Wuji Sect abandoned the notion of fully annexing the Fog State, choosing instead to view it as a garden for harvesting various materials. The indigenous sects, observing this, maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Wuji Sect. However, the landscape shifted dramatically following the destruction of the Wuji Sect, as the five righteous sects divided the Fog State, granting it to the Tianyin Sect. Thus, war erupted. The conflict between the Tianyin Sect and the indigenous sects of the Fog State was now in full swing. 1,000 miles east of the extreme Yin Cave lay the front lines of battle. Naturally, the five foundation establishment cultivators, including Chu Xuan, could not concentrate their efforts in a single location. Currently, reinforcements were desperately needed across the battlefield. Notably, the battles involving the Cangxuan Sect, Blood Fury Sect, and Liangu Zhuang were particularly intense. The task assigned to the extreme Yin K faction was to completely conquer the Cangxuan Sect, one of the 12 most powerful sects in the Fog State, which controlled nearly 30 smaller sections. The first and second waves of cultivators sent by the Tianyin Sect had been engaged in a protracted struggle against the Cangxuan Sect and its subordinate sections. Li Xianming and his companions each had their own missions, which did not involve a direct assault on the Cangxuan Sect itself, but rather targeted its affiliated sections. After all, the Cangxuan Sect was presided over by Golden Core ancestors. Even if they were outnumbered by the Tianyin Sect, they were still formidable opponents. Unless both sides were to exchange blows, there would be little space for Foundation establishment cultivators to maneuver. Chu Xuan had already formulated his own strategy. Assess the situation first. If the battle proved excessively intense, he would retreat to the Azure Sea Star, avoiding unnecessary risks. His philosophy was straightforward. Fight if they could win, flee if they could not. After all, he possessed the Blood Mirror, allowing him to traverse freely between realms. A day later, Chu Xuan arrived at the outskirts of Iron Line Mountain. This mountain was one of the larger sects affiliated with the Cangxuan Sect, guarded by only 6 Foundation establishment cultivators, with no golden core powers in sight. Recently, an inexplicable mist had enveloped Iron Line Mountain, trapping 3 early Foundation establishment cultivators from the Tianyin Sect, one of whom was a direct descendant of a certain golden core powerhouse within the sect. Chu Xuan accepted the mission to rescue the 2 trapped cultivators. As he approached, he could already see the dense mist swirling around Iron Line Mountain, punctuated by faint flashes of magical light. According to the intelligence gathered, the mist had not been this thick previously. Chapter 77. The only being we can rely on is that immortal on the other side. Chu Xuan and Zhou were not far from the exit of the mist. However, a cold snort echoed behind them. Try to escape? Leave your life here. A putrid gale surged forth without warning. Zhou was caught off guard and struck violently in the back, sent flying, his fate uncertain. Behind Chu Xuan, a scarlet blood shadow suddenly emerged, intercepting the ferocious blow. It was the blood fiend shadow. Chu Xuan let out a muffled grunt, utilizing the rebound force to dash out of the mist, fleeing swiftly. The Iron Wire Mountain was perilous. I am not currently capable of contending with it. Chu Xuan gazed at the undulating mist, shook his head, and promptly retreated. On the Blue Sea Star, Chu Xuan once again sat cross-legged within the Grand Formation. He resembled the eye of a hurricane as the sinister energy within the formation converged towards him. Not enough. Still insufficient. Even with such a tremendous amount of sinister energy as support, I require painstaking effort to continue advancing. The crux of the matter lies in my mediocre aptitude. Chu Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. He had long been aware that his talent was lacking. Spiritual roots were classified into inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary grades. Beyond extraordinary, there existed earth and heaven spiritual roots, which were exceedingly rare prodigies. Throughout the entire Yu Kingdom, Chu Xuan had only heard tales of an extraordinary fire spiritual root that emerged 400 years ago, originally intended to be claimed by the divine Cangxuan sect. It was intercepted midway by the burning heaven sect from the southern Yu Kingdom, which seized the extraordinary fire spiritual root. Consequently, the divine Cangxuan sect had always harbored animosity towards the burning heaven sect. Chu Xuan's spiritual root was merely a middle grade wood spiritual root, better suited for cultivating wood attribute techniques. His astonishing speed in cultivation was solely due to the significant time flow disparity between Cangxuan World and Blue Sea Star. While others believed he had only cultivated for a month, in reality, he had endured 10 months of arduous training. Suddenly, Chu Xuan recalled something. Apart from spiritual roots, there was also the concept of spiritual bodies. Both spiritual roots and spiritual bodies are innate, yet can be supplemented through acquired means. However, to compensate for one's spiritual root, one must at least reach the golden core stage. For me, cultivating an acquired spiritual body is the most effective approach. Some demonic arts can extract another's spiritual body and graft it onto oneself. Alternatively, through some inhumane methods, one could blood sacrifice numerous living beings to recreate an acquired spiritual body. Chu Xuan pondered thoughtfully. This is indeed a viable method. The blood fiend refinement technique contains methods for recreating acquired spiritual bodies. However, the conditions are exceedingly harsh. Previously, Chu Xuan had not intended to consider this, but now, since there is a need to accelerate the pace of cultivation, it must be prioritized. The blood fiend refinement technique outlines 3 methods for recreating acquired spiritual bodies. The first is the ice-drinking spiritual body, which requires daily consumption of ice attribute spiritual substances and preferably cultivation in extremely cold environments. After 3 months, one can achieve minor success in the ice-drinking spiritual body, which will then allow cold ice to accompany one's every movement. The second is the blood of the red spirit body, which necessitates immersion in the blood of foundational stage demon beasts for 49 days, each day requiring a different type of demon beast blood. After minor success, the blood circulation accelerates, greatly enhancing the power of close combat physical cultivation techniques. The third is the evil wood spiritual body, which requires the consumption of wood attribute spiritual substances taken 3 times every 3 days, for a total of 33 times to achieve minor success. Afterward, the healing speed of wounds dramatically increases, physical defense rises, and one gains the ability to manipulate trees. Chu Xuan deliberated repeatedly, quickly dismissing the ice-drinking and blood of the red spirit bodies. While the ice-drinking spiritual body is advantageous, its attributes do not align with mine, and acquiring extremely cold substances is challenging. As for the blood of the red spirit body, it is even less feasible. Chapter 78, Mushroom City. Mushroom People. High above, Chu Xuan soared through the skies, deftly maneuvering the Tian flying sword. A few audacious birds, underestimating their own capabilities, attempted to prey upon him but were effortlessly dispatched. As he gazed down upon the desolate city below, a curious expression crossed his face. How intriguing, Mushroom City. His eyes alighted upon a city entirely cloaked in mushrooms, located to the east of Donghu City. The ground, the walls, the corpses, and even the utility poles were all adorned with a plethora of mushrooms, red, green, yellow, white. They were ubiquitous. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the mushrooms to sway gracefully, their spores dispersing and drifting towards Donghu City. It seemed that the presence of a living being like Chu Xuan had not gone unnoticed, for those spores began to gravitate toward him. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a fireball of infernal flames, incinerating the spores into ashes in an instant. Chu Xuan remained aloft, standing upon the Tian flying sword as he surveyed the city's condition. As far as the eye could see, mushrooms proliferated, presenting a vibrant fade. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound silence, an eerie stillness as if all life had been consumed. Rather than feeling alarmed, Chu Xuan felt a surge of delight. He had never regarded extraordinary beings as threats. With sufficient strength, everything could be crushed like mere insects. The distinction lay solely in their utility. Some insects were utterly useless, while others could prove invaluable. Casting a sweeping glance, he found no other creatures inhabiting the city and continued his flight eastward. Soon, he crossed the boundary into Hanhai Province, where Mushroom City was even more prevalent. It occurred to him that the local faction was known as the Ship Gang. In Yuhai City, the capital of Hanhai Province and the very heart of the Ship Gang's dominion, safety was expected. However, it had now succumbed to the encroaching mushrooms. Gunfire erupted in the streets, and mushroom people fell in droves, yet more continued to rise. Survivors who had sustained even the slightest contamination or inhaled mushroom spores would undergo violent transformations within the hour. Without timely intervention, they too would join the ranks of the mushroom army. These terrifying fungi were thus able to sweep through with unmatched ferocity. Roared Captain Ship, his muscles bulging, surpassing even the girth of his thighs. Brandishing a massive anchor, he crushed a mushroom person into pulp. A formidable level 4 enhancer, like the majority of his kind. His arms were his source of strength. When he unleashed his full power, his arms could swell to 4 times their size, wielding weights far beyond their limits. Old Road. Another wave of mushroom people is approaching. Block them. Captain Ship bellowed. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself off the ground, shattering a mushroom person's skull beneath his foot as he ascended to greater heights. Chapter 79. Retreat quickly. The celestial being is coming for you. However, as they broke through the encirclement of the mushroom people and arrived in the eastern district, they discovered a small team stationed there, standing motionless with vacant expressions, occasionally twitching. To their astonishment, vibrant mushrooms had sprouted all over their bodies. Among them stood a yellow figure, crowned with a peculiar umbrella-like cap. It resembled a humanoid formed from an amalgamation of mushrooms. I am Stinky Yellow Mushroom. So, pleased to meet you. The yellow figure raised its head and gazed at the captain and others, astonishingly articulating human speech. The captain and Feng Biao appeared ashen. Did I hear that correctly? It spoke in human language? An ordinary person exclaimed in terror. The rest of the ordinary folks were equally filled with dread. Though its speech was somewhat halting, it was undeniably human language. Years had passed since the outbreak of zombies, and they had encountered all manner of bizarre entities. Yet, this was the first time they had witnessed a sentient being capable of speech. Flesh and blood are weak. Why not join me and become mushrooms? Stinky Yellow Mushroom laughed heartily. Suddenly, an abundance of yellow spores erupted from its body, as if preparing to envelop the captain and his companions. At that moment, a bird covered in mushrooms swooped through the crowd, landing beside Stinky Yellow Mushroom. The bird emitted a harsh, guttural sound. Retreat, quickly. The celestial being is coming for you. Stinky Yellow Mushroom froze. Celestial being? Impossible. Isn't he always in Donghu City? I'm about to assimilate them. I cannot. Retreat. The mushroom bird's voice echoed again. This is an order from the Mo Gue umbrella. Stinky Yellow Mushroom furrowed its brow. Big brother? Very well. It gazed deeply at them, torn between the desire to leave and the hesitation to do so. The captain and Feng Biao, poised for confrontation, were momentarily stunned by this scene. Why this indecision to fight or flee? Consider yourselves fortunate. Stinky Yellow Mushroom sneered, turning to depart. However, just as it turned, a black chain descended from the sky like a great serpent, enveloping it in an instant. It ensnared the creature tightly, as if bound by ropes. Stinky Yellow Mushroom was taken aback, filled with astonished fury. Celestial being. The mushroom bird screeched in alarm, flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. The wind howled fiercely, blinding the captain and Feng Biao. When they regained their sight, they were shocked to find that Stinky Yellow Mushroom had vanished, lying lifeless on the ground. Feng Biao was dumbfounded. Where's the yellow mushroom person? The survivors exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Indeed, where is it? The captain repeatedly mulled over the term, celestial being, or the mushroom bird and the mushroom person discussing. Suddenly, the mushroom people seemed to have received some signal, retreating like a receding tide. The survivors stood amidst the ruins, looking skyward and crying out in overwhelming joy. We are alive. We have survived. The ship gang stands tall. Chapter 80. The terrifying power of immortals. I had long witnessed the dread of the foul mushroom. We have no intention of opposing the immortals. It quivered in fear. Its countenance shifted drastically, and its gaze hardened. Suddenly, it unleashed a torrent of spores, enveloping Chu Xuan in a thick, yellow haze. Upon closer inspection, the air was saturated with numerous spores. Inhaling them would result in a parasitic infestation, embedding themselves within his very being, transforming him from the inside out into a mushroom creature. Go, perish! The foul mushroom bellowed. How intriguing, Chu Xuan mused, effortlessly conjuring a spirit blood shield around himself. This was a technique from the Qi refinement stage, rarely employed by him now. Yet, it proved more than sufficient to fend off the onslaught of yellow spores. The spores surged like living entities against the spirit blood shield, creating ripples upon its surface. However, even this formidable technique could not be breached. Such an assault rivaled that of a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, which left Chu Xuan astonished. Release me at once. My brothers. They are almost here. The foul mushroom threatened with malice. Chu Xuan merely smiled faintly and with a casual gesture summoned the blood-refining corpse fire, incinerating the surrounding yellow spores entirely. Even those that attempted to infiltrate his pores were kept at bay by his spiritual energy. Don't kill, please. The foul mushroom cried in terror upon witnessing this. Chu Xuan, uninterested in further dialogue, activated the blood-refining corpse fire, engulfing the foul mushroom completely. Its screams abruptly ceased, replaced by the aroma of roasted mushrooms wafting across the rooftop. With Chu Xuan's nod of approval, the little leopard dashed forward, seizing the roasted mushroom with fervor. It savored every bite. The little tiger, after several mouthfuls, excavated something from the foul mushroom's head and presented it to Chu Xuan like a precious treasure. What is this? Chu Xuan scrutinized the irregular yellow crystal, deep in thought. This was likely the foul mushroom's spiritual energy core. He sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, surpassing any core of a transcendent creature he had encountered before. Could this be utilized as a wood-type spiritual object? Suddenly, a thought struck him, igniting his interest. To recreate the evil wood spirit body, he needed to refine a wood-type spiritual object every 3 days, a total of 33 times, before achieving a minor success. While its energy might not reach the level of a wood-type spiritual object, he could assist it in evolving. For righteous cultivators, spiritual objects were exceedingly rare, either requiring substantial monetary expenditure in the market or countless hours traversing mountains and rivers to locate them. However, for demonic cultivators, spiritual objects could also be created, provided one had a suitable seed. Naturally, a wood-type spiritual object necessitated a wood-type seed. In Chu Xuan's view, the foul mushroom's spiritual energy core was an ideal candidate for such a seed. The creation of wood-type spiritual objects demanded the infusion of numerous wood-type beings, and fortunately, there was an abundance of mushroom creatures here. A smile graced Chu Xuan's face. You lot, go out and capture as many mushroom creatures as you can. The more, the better. The trio of corpses let out a series of roars and swiftly darted away like 3 streaks of black light. Chu Xuan chose a flat patch of ground to begin setting up the formation. The array for recreating a wood-type spiritual object was named the 100 Woods Nurturing Spirit Array. Though it sounded akin to a righteous formation, it was, in fact, an unequivocal demonic array, as cultivators with wood-type roots could also be fed into this array to nourish the wood-type spiritual object. Chapter 81. Little Grass King, are you here to assist me? Chu Xuan gazed at the 2 mushroom beings that spoke human language, a faint smile gracing his lips. After meticulously arranging the 100 Wood Spirit Nourishing Array and crafting the wooden elemental artifact, he commenced his search for the so-called Elder Brothers. He examined the maps of the nearby provinces, correlating them with the routes taken by the mushroom beings during their attacks and retreats. It soon became evident that they predominantly originated from the northern region of Hanhai Province. Given that the Grand Dream Marsh is renowned for its diverse fungal life, Chu Xuan swiftly surmised that the stronghold of these mushroom beings was likely located within the Grand Dream Marsh. With his mastery over the Tian gang, flying sword, and formidable prowess, he traversed the distance with ease. Along the way, he encountered only a few audacious birds, which he effortlessly dispatched. Even if he were mistaken and the Grand Dream Marsh was not their stronghold, the journey would not be in vain. Within the marsh, a plethora of biological communities thrived, potentially housing formidable, extraordinary creatures. Upon reaching the periphery of the Grand Dream Marsh, Chu Xuan immediately noticed numerous mushroom beings lurking in the dark corners, within the water, among the dead tree trunks, and even underground. At that moment, he concluded that this was undoubtedly the stronghold of the mushroom beings. The reality soon validated his assumption. Kill! The ink ghost umbrella roared. Its sonic waves reverberated through the tranquil Grand Dream Marsh, awakening countless mushroom beings beneath the still water surface, which surged towards Chu Xuan in a frenzy. Chu Xuan summoned the corpse-raising tower. The three corpses transformed into three streaks of black light, darting forth. Wherever they passed, mushroom beings were sent flying, some with concave chests, others with exploded heads, or torn asunder. None posed a challenge. At that moment, the green hat fungus expanded its form, releasing a dense mist of green spores towards Chu Xuan. Yet, with a mere gesture, he conjured a massive, ghostly claw that materialized from thin air, gripping the green hat fungus tightly. The green spore mist was immediately engulfed in the blood-refining corpse fire, producing a cacophony of high-pitched sounds as countless small lives perished in the inferno. The green hat fungus, ensnared by the malevolent, ghostly claw, emitted sounds of unbearable strain, accompanied by wails of despair. The ink ghost umbrella's gaze was filled with trepidation. The green hat fungus was no less powerful than it. It displayed no capacity to resist. Immortal, we do not wish to be your adversary. However, if you continue to press me, I shall have no choice but to exert all my strength. The ink ghost umbrella's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Chu Xuan regarded it with keen interest. Oh, let me witness your full strength. With a furious roar, the ink ghost umbrella declared kill. In the next instant, a cloud of black spore mist erupted from beneath it, enveloping its entire form. It was, in fact, making a hasty retreat. Chu Xuan mused, quite clever indeed. It understands the futility of resistance and chooses to flee. Alas, before me, even escape is but a distant hope. We can't go. Chu Xuan commanded casually. Whoosh! The soul-binding rope tore through the air, resembling a massive black python that swiftly lunged behind the ink ghost umbrella. A soul of malice surged forth from the rope, revealing a fierce and menacing bald figure, none other than Hui Kong, the prodigious monk from Jinlong Temple. Heh. Hui Kong cackled ominously before launching himself at the target. Chapter 82. Has my loyal servant been abducted? Long ago, they forged an alliance with the Grass King, agreeing to mutual non-interference and serving as each other's horns. However, the Mushroom Brothers found it peculiar that the Grass King preferred solitude and never sought to expand his territory. I have come to assist you. Let us depart swiftly, for the immortal has arrived at the dreaming marsh, proclaimed a youthful voice amidst the tender green grass. The spotted mushroom gestured towards the glimmering sword light in the distance. I have already seen it. The immortal has just flown out of the dreaming marsh. My brothers are likely dead. The Grass King gasped in surprise and then inquired, what will you do? Will you confront the immortal? A flicker of hatred glinted in the spotted mushroom's eyes. Of course I seek vengeance, but not now. I shall lead my followers far from the dreaming marsh, seeking a new territory to quietly amass strength. The spotted mushroom turned to the Grass King. We are allies. You will aid me, will you not? The Grass King nodded. Indeed, we are allies, forever allies. The spotted mushroom felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Thank you. Do not mention it, the Grass King smiled. In the next moment, countless grass roots burst forth from the earth and plunged into the spotted mushroom's body. These roots had long been lying in wait around the spotted mushroom. Now, they struck suddenly, leaving him no time to react. Why are you attacking me? Are we not allies? Did we not agree that the eastern provinces belong to us and the central provinces to you? The spotted mushroom felt his spiritual energy swiftly siphoned away. He howled in agony and cursed in fury. Upon hearing his words, the Grass King intensified his extraction. How could I dare to slay an immortal? The reason I allowed you to expand your territory was merely to deceive you into revealing yourselves. In his eyes, the Mushroom Brothers posed a significant threat. Should their power grow, they would undoubtedly endanger him. Rather than waiting for that day to arrive, it was wiser to ensnare them and let them meet their own demise. The spotted mushroom stared wide-eyed, consumed by rage. You. The remainder of his words failed to escape his lips, for the loss of spiritual energy was so great that even his intellect began to fade rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the last of the Mushroom Brothers was completely drained of energy, reduced to a desiccated mushroom. The Grass King gazed towards the direction where the sword light had vanished. Immortal, may we never meet again. Though I must bathe in golden rain to awaken my wisdom, I still do not wish to encounter you. A sphere immediately formed. Squeak! The Wuling divine car came to an abrupt halt. Wang Yong leapt from the vehicle, gazing despairingly at the bridge overrun with mushrooms. He had taken on a mission from Wang Gang, departing from the Black Blade Security Company, and was now en route to the territory of the Ship Gang. He hoped they could offer assistance in repelling the advancing mushroom beings. However, the path to the Ship Gang was also claimed by mushrooms, indicating that the Ship Gang was now equally precarious. Wang Yong sighed deeply. Who dares to intrude? Do you not know this is the territory of a Ship Gang? At that moment, a vigilant voice emanated from the river beneath the bridge. Wang Yong turned his gaze to see a small boat, upon which sat two middle-aged men. Chapter 83. Dare you speak of love for me? Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan stood apprehensively outside the Haodai Hotel, surrounded by swirling mist that seemed to conceal a ferocious dragon within. This marked their 5th visit to the establishment in hopes of summoning the enigmatic sage. Their pleas echoed into the void, unanswered. Nonetheless, they refused to surrender their hopes. Wang Gangjian was acutely aware that the lives of the several hundred members of Haifeng rested upon the shoulders of a few extraordinary individuals like themselves. If they did not strive, if they did not endeavor, the others would inevitably meet a grim fate. O sage, please grant us your assistance. The mushroom men are overwhelming us, and we are powerless. Whatever you desire, we shall offer it to you willingly. Wang Gangjian spoke earnestly, without the aid of a loudspeaker or recording device, choosing instead to voice his supplications personally, believing it to be a matter of solemnity. The mist continued to churn quietly, with no sign of the sage's emergence. Tang Jinchuan, his expression pained, urged, "Let us depart, my friend." With a sigh, Wang Gangjian turned to leave. However, as they pivoted, they found a figure standing behind them. Clad in black attire with dark hair and eyes, it was indeed the sage. Both Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "O sage!" Chu Xuan responded with calmness. "You just claimed that whatever I desire, you can provide?" The two nodded vigorously, without a hint of hesitation. With a faint smile, Chu Xuan inquired, "Then would you be willing to transform into zombies at my behest?" They exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Yet, after a fleeting moment of trepidation, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan solemnly nodded, "We are willing. If our lives can ensure the survival of the hundreds in Haifeng, we shall comply." Chu Xuan fell silent, and a heavy stillness enveloped them. Moments later, he casually remarked, "The leader of the mushroom men has perished. The remaining ones pose no threat. You need not worry anymore." Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were taken aback, their eyes widening with astonishment. The leader is dead? Truly. Wang Gangjian instinctively opened his mouth to inquire further, but quickly realized that the sage had no reason to deceive them, allowing relief to wash over him. "Thank you, O sage." They bowed deeply before Chu Xuan. "Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have tasks for you as well," Chu Xuan stated nonchalantly. Wang Gangjian replied earnestly, "Please, sage, command us. Haifeng stands ready to serve you." Chu Xuan spoke with calm authority. "I require you to gather intelligence. More is better. From Lingjiang Province, Hanhai Province, even the Yanhan Celestial Empire, I seek information on all extraordinary beings." Though he could wield the Tiangang flying sword to seek extraordinary life forms, The vastness of Lingjiang province alone was comparable to a significant portion of Wuzhou. Most of his time was devoted to cultivation and transcending to higher realms, and he could not afford to waste it lightly. Entrusting such tasks to the Yin Corps would present challenges, as only the likes of Xiaolong, Xiaohu, and Xiaobao possessed intelligence comparable to normal humans. The lower-ranked corpses lacked the cognitive capacity for such endeavors. Chu Xuan believed that the few individuals from the Haifeng Security Company were commendable. At the very least, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan exhibited exceptional resolve, making them suitable candidates. "We are willing," Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan exclaimed with delight, nodding fervently. To serve the sage was an immense honor. "Serve me, and you shall never betray me for eternity," Chu Xuan proclaimed. Both Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan visibly flinched at such words. Were anyone else to utter such a declaration, they would dismiss it as mere boasting. Yet, spoken by the sage, it carried an entirely different weight. They inhaled deeply in unison and solemnly affirmed, "We are at your service, O sage." Chu Xuan nodded slightly and snapped his fingers. 2 energy cores landed precisely before them. "Consume these," he instructed casually. "This." Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan stared in awe at the egg-sized energy cores, both astonished. Such large energy cores. They must be at least Tier 3. Chapter 84. The Master's Expectations. After a brief moment, Wang Gangjian opened his eyes. His muscles had swelled considerably, pulsating with vigor. His heart thumped vigorously, akin to a colossal pump, circulating blood throughout his body. His arms had expanded beyond recognition, the muscles protruding like granite. It was undeniable that the power coursing through him was sufficient to pierce through iron plates. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Gangjian exclaimed, "I am now a level 3 extraordinary being." "Thank you, immortal." Chu Xuan cast a glance at Tang Jinchuan, urging, "You should partake as well." "Yes," Tang Jinchuan replied without hesitation, immediately consuming the level 3 spiritual energy core in his hand. His fortune was slightly more favorable. He did not experience the drastic zombification that Wang Gangjian did. Yet his entire body was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if countless malevolent spirits were attempting to tear him apart. If this continued, he would be unable to fully absorb the energy from the core, leading to waste. With a casual gesture, Chu Xuan dispelled the stagnation of spiritual energy, allowing it to flow like a gentle stream to its rightful destination. In a moment, Tang Jinchuan stood upright once more, barely containing his excitement. "I am now a level 2 extraordinary being. Thank you for your generous gift, immortal." Chu Xuan calmly instructed, "Demonstrate your talents for me." "Understood." Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan replied in unison, immediately activating their respective abilities. Their talents were Iron Arm and Liposuction. With the elevation of their spiritual energy levels, their abilities had also grown stronger. After observing, Chu Xuan reflected thoughtfully. His previous conjectures had proven accurate. Spiritual energy was markedly inferior to spiritual essence in various aspects, and even more so when compared to the refined spiritual power derived from it. However, in terms of vitality, spiritual energy could indeed rival spiritual essence. At present, Wang Gangjian, though merely a level 3 extraordinary being, possessed tremendous strength. He was capable of slaying cultivators at the first layer of Qi refinement in close combat. His vitality was so robust that it could compare to that of cultivators at the third layer of Qi refinement. Tang Jinchuan's talent, on the other hand, was more versatile, allowing him to extract fat and consolidate it into various forms for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, along with unique applications. "You both possess sufficient strength for now." Chu Xuan zimak non chalen. "Yes." The two nodded vigorously before turning to leave, their hearts still brimming with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the few survivors guarding the gate were left utterly perplexed. "Boss Wang, Boss Tang, did they mistakenly consume something? Why do they look so joyful?" Wang Yong felt anxious, "Brother. The ship gang has encountered an attack from the mushroom creatures, suffering heavy casualties. They cannot assist us. Have you managed to request the Immortal's help? How did it go? Were you able to summon him?" At that moment, Wang Gangjian and Tang Jinchuan were grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha! You would never believe what just transpired. They proceeded to recount every detail of the recent events, leaving Wang Yong and Song Dei utterly astonished. Chapter 85. The necessary sacrifices for the quota. Before long, Chu Xuan arrived at the outskirts of the Baimu spirit nurturing array. For shadow corpses stood guard at the perimeter of the formation, vigilant of their surroundings. Each of these shadow corpses possessed a level around that of a fourth-tier corpse soldier. The innate spells they wielded included devouring technique, water absorption technique, purification technique, and self-detonation technique. Initially, Chu Xuan had concocted them merely to serve as cannon fodder. However, he later realized that instead of letting them perish uselessly, it would be more beneficial to slightly adjust their education and employ them for simple labor. Thus, he aptly named them based on their innate abilities: the devouring shadow corpse, water-absorbing shadow corpse, purifying shadow corpse, and self-detonating shadow corpse. Their task was to prevent any zombies or extraordinary beings from approaching, and should anyone dare to venture close, they would be swiftly executed. As for any humans foolish enough to recklessly invade, they too would be met with a similar fate. After all, Chu Xuan's merit was already substantial. The reduction in merit from slaying one or two oblivious survivors was merely a drop in the ocean for him. Moreover, these 4 shadow corpses were responsible for throwing the mushroom beings captured by Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Bao into the array. Upon Chu Xuan's arrival, they emitted respectful growls from their throats, welcoming their master. Chu Xuan nodded slightly and gazed into the array. Within, fresh mushroom corpses had accumulated into a small mound, while many older mushroom corpses lay scattered on the ground. However, the essence had already been absorbed by the formation and returned to the wood attribute embryos. Looking towards the center, he immediately spotted a dozen irregular green crystals shimmering with a radiant green light. The brilliance surpassed that of spiritual energy cores, indicating that they had matured. A smile broke across Chu Xuan's face as he extended his hand, drawing the crystals toward him with an unseen force. Among the dozen green crystals, 3 stood out as particularly large and luminous. They were crafted from the spiritual energy cores of the stinky yellow mushroom, ink ghost umbrella, and green hat fungus. Chu Xuan estimated that these 3 crystals fell within the range of mid-grade spiritual items suitable for foundation establishment. The remaining crystals were at least equivalent to low-grade spiritual items of the same tier. In total, he had successfully acquired 18 wood attribute spiritual items. Furthermore, more wood attribute spiritual items were on the verge of maturation. Judging by their luster, he anticipated that within 5 days, he could reap an additional 20 or more wood attribute spiritual items. This development not only allowed him to fully refine the evil wood spirit body, but also provided surplus spiritual items for future use. Whether to continue consuming them to enhance the evil wood spirit body to its fullest potential or to sell them at a premium in the cultivation market. Both options were excellent choices. Thus, I have unwittingly become a trader between 2 realms, utilizing the mushroom beings on the blue ocean star to produce wood attribute spiritual items, which I could then sell at a high price in the Cangxuan realm. Chu Xuan Juke Sopti, relishing the prospect of a business venture with no risks and abundant profits. In this way, he amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, while cultivators acquired wood attribute spiritual items, a true win-win situation. Days later, as Chu Xuan had anticipated, another batch of wood attribute spiritual items matured. He took stock, and combined with the previous ones, he had 3 mid-grade spiritual items for foundation establishment and 41 low-grade spiritual items. This was more than sufficient. After settling down, he consumed one of the spiritual items. As the mid-grade spiritual item dissolved rapidly under the influence of his spiritual energy, it transformed into a tremendous surge of wood attribute spiritual energy. Chapter 86. Oh, how quickly women change their faces. All the turmoil of the outside world bore no relevance to Chu Xuan. Possessing the malevolent wood spirit body, he was methodically advancing towards the 7th level of foundation establishment. On this particular day, after sitting in meditation for an entire year, an explosive surge of energy erupted within him. The bottleneck that had constrained him for 3 long years finally showed signs of yielding. With a low roar, Chu Xuan hastened the operation of the blood fiend, refining demonic scripture. In his spiritual sea, spiritual energy gushed forth like a towering wave, crashing against the barrier before him. Boom! 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 Once, the barrier held firm. Twice, it remained unyielding. Thrice, 4 times, 5 times, until the 6th assault. The barrier was obliterated by this overwhelming spiritual force. In an instant, Chu Xuan felt a profound clarity. Compared to the 6th level of foundation establishment, he had at least doubled his power. This was the distinction between the mid and late stages of foundation establishment. He had finally stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment. Suddenly rising to his feet, Chu Xuan felt a rush of exhilaration. With my strength at the late stage of foundation establishment, I should be able to carve out a share for myself amidst the chaos and danger of Wuzhou. In the Cangxuan region, outside the Iron Wire Mountain, within an unassuming cave, Chu Xuan appeared abruptly. The extreme Cave faction had been compelled to engage in battle under the command of the Heavenly Seal Sect. He had accepted a mission to rescue 2 entangled cultivators of the Heavenly Seal Sect from the Iron Wire Mountain. At that time, he was ambushed by a goo master from Iron Wire Mountain. Realizing the vast disparity in strength, he opted to retreat to this cave. Prior to heading to the Azure Sea Star, he had meticulously set up layers of formations within the cave to ensure that no one would discover its secrets. Confirming there were no signs of intrusion, he finally felt at ease. His greatest concern was that upon traversing through the blood mirror, he would land right into the waiting arms of enemies. That would be the most terrifying outcome. I have cultivated for a total of 4 years on Azure Sea Star, equating to 48 months, which translates to nearly 5 months in this realm. In 5 months, the changes must be significant. Therefore, I must act with caution and first gather intelligence. Chu Xuan dismantled the cave's formations, disguised himself as a burly man with a scruffy beard, and flew towards the battlefield etched in his memory. However, after just 15 minutes of flight, he stumbled upon 3 chi refining cultivators engaged in a fierce skirmish. 2 were from the Heavenly Seal Sect, while 1 was a cultivator from the Bloodbee Cave. The Bloodbee Cave is a sect under the Thousand Insects sect, comparable in strength to Iron Wire Mountain. Chu Xuan recalled that the task assigned to Li Xianming was to rush to the Bloodbee Cave for support. Nevertheless, the Bloodbee Cave cultivator evidently possessed superior strength. He commanded a swarm of blood bees, mercilessly pressing the 2 Heavenly Seal sect members. The 2 Heavenly Seal cultivators were battered and their spiritual energy waning. "Brother, we must flee," the short and slender Heavenly Seal cultivator exclaimed in desperation. "Junior brother, you go ahead," the tall and lean Heavenly Seal cultivator responded, his eyes darting. "Demonic cultivator of the Heavenly Seal sect, perish." The Bloodbee Cave cultivator laughed cruelly, urging his swarm of blood bees to swarm the tall and lean Heavenly Seal cultivator. With a fierce glint in his eye, the tall cultivator seized the short one and hurled him behind him. The blood bees descended upon the short cultivator's face and chest, their sharp mandibles open wide, tearing away flesh in an instant. In some areas, the glimmer of white bone was visible. "Brother, you!" The short cultivator screamed, consumed by rage, his eyes almost shooting flames. He wished nothing more than to reduce this so-called brother to ashes. The tall cultivator let out a cold chuckle, not even turning his head, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Yet, just a few steps away, he heard the pained cries of the Bloodbee Cave cultivator behind him. With a sudden, vicious grip, the ghostly claw crushed the cultivator into several pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Chapter 87. I fear my senior sister will misunderstand. 300 miles north of Iron Wire Mountain, 3 figures soared through the air, riding their flying artifacts in unison. At the forefront was a strikingly handsome man clad in white robes, none other than Li Xianming, the foremost disciple of the extreme Cave. Following closely were Lu Zhenxiong, the second disciple of extreme Cave, and Zhou Yu, a practitioner from the Heavenly Seal sect. Lu Zhenxiong's flying artifact bore a tightly bound foundation-building practitioner, whose face reflected sheer terror, devoid of any means to resist and marked by utter despair. As the trio advanced, Lu Zhenxiong coldly declared, "Speak not, or I shall end your life this very moment." The death of a foundation-building practitioner is of little consequence in these times. Zhou Yu's facial muscles twitched. He had long been aware that these two disciples of extreme Yin Cave were not to be trifled with. Now, witnessing their audacity in binding a foundation-building practitioner from the Heavenly Seal sect, he felt an even deeper dread. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu recounted the events that had transpired. I initially came here with my fellow cultivators Zhao Wan and Chu Xuan, but Zhao Wan was suddenly infested by the iron wire worm, with white goo worms emerging from his eyes. Realizing the peril, Chu and I decided to retreat immediately. Yet, scarcely had we turned when that goo master appeared, striking us from behind. I was severely wounded. Fortunately, I possessed a life-saving talisman that allowed me to escape. As for Chu, I do not know his fate. If anything befell him, it is not my fault. After all, it was a failure of sect intelligence. Who could have known that the goo master of Iron Wire Mountain was actually at the mid-foundation stage? Zhou Yu spoke with a shrinking demeanor, fearing that the two might take offense and end his life. Li Xianming's expression remained largely unchanged, though a hint of melancholy flickered across his features. Chu Xuan had been missing for far too long. As the leading disciple of extreme Yin Cave, it was his duty to investigate and provide an account to his master. After conferring with Lu Jinxiong, they discovered that the information previously obtained by the Heavenly Seal sect had been gravely flawed. The goo master of Iron Wire Mountain was not at the initial foundation stage, but rather at the mid-foundation stage. The mists shrouding Iron Wire Mountain were anything but ordinary, concealing drifting worm eggs. At the time, Chu Xuan had only reached the second level of foundation building, rendering him no match for the goo master of Iron Wire Mountain. Months had passed without a trace of Chu Xuan, and it was highly plausible that he had been dragged away by the goo master, his body repurposed as a breeding ground for goo worms. Initially, Li Xianming had no intention of risking a venture to Iron Wire Mountain. His cultivation was merely on par with that of the goo master, who possessed the advantage of home ground. The outcome was uncertain. However, upon learning that Chun Zhaofeng, a new disciple of extreme Yin Cave, had also been captured by the goo master, and that he possessed a top-tier artifact, Li Xianming felt compelled to act, primarily to avenge his junior brother, with the artifact being a secondary consideration. At this moment, Lu Jinxiong's countenance seethed with rage as he delivered a vicious kick to the belly of the foundation-building practitioner, who let out a wretched scream, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Lu Jinxiong growled, "You wretched creature, do you comprehend how your false intelligence has harmed my two junior brothers? Once I eliminate the goo master of Iron Wire Mountain, I shall sever your head to honor their graves." The foundation-building practitioner trembled in fear, desperate for mercy. But his mouth had already been sewn shut by Lu Jinxiong, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds. Soon, the trio arrived at the outskirts of Iron Wire Mountain, which remained enveloped in swirling mists. Within the roiling white fog lay immense peril, and any unwitting intruders would become mere sustenance for the mountain's hidden dangers. Chapter 88. Watch me settle this. Lu Jinxiong cast a fleeting glance before speaking in a deep voice. The black-backed golden beetles, once they are cursed, shall be incinerated by flames. Li Xianming nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into the blood-refining corpse fire. With a thunderous roar, the blood-refining corpse fire surged, enveloping the swarm of black-backed golden beetles before him. The yellow flames crackled with ominous sounds as the cursed insects plunged into the corpse fire, swiftly reduced to ashes. The flesh and blood energy contained within them became sustenance for the blood-refining flames, causing it to grow even more formidable. This was the terrifying nature of the blood-refining corpse fire. As long as there was enough flesh, it required no external spiritual energy and could burn endlessly. Meanwhile, as the black-backed golden beetles charged from behind, Lu Jinxiong cautiously retrieved a box and opened it. A cyan insect gradually awakened, and upon catching the scent of the black-backed golden beetles, it lunged forward as if starved for decades. The black-backed golden beetles emitted terrified squeaks, scattering in all directions. The cyan insect moved through them like a tiger among sheep, leaving a trail of shredded beetles in its wake. Black shells, translucent elytra, and yellow bodily fluids plummeting to the ground. Zhou Yu watched, utterly astonished. Throughout the past few months of warfare, he had encountered the black-backed golden beetles many times. While these cursed insects were indeed difficult to evolve further, they bred easily and had hard shells, appearing in swarms reminiscent of locusts. Many early-stage foundation-building cultivators found them to be a nuisance and had to retreat when faced with large hordes. What was this cyan insect? It seemed like the nemesis of the black-backed golden beetles. Lu Jinxiong casually remarked, the green-armored immortal, a predator of the black-backed golden beetles. I brought several types of cursed insects with me this time, just in case, and the green-armored immortal is merely one of them. Zhou Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Impressive. Truly impressive. Compared to these two cultivators from the extreme Yin Cave, he felt like a flower grown in a greenhouse. Utterly ignorant. It seemed he must delve into the knowledge of cursed insects in the future, before all the black-backed golden beetles could be exterminated. The cursed master could no longer remain idle. He drifted through the ruins and trees like a specter, approaching the trio. At a certain moment, he suddenly lunged, pointing directly at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu felt a surge of frustration. Why was he targeting me? You're the weakest among the three. If not you, then who? The cursed master sneered coldly and struck with an open palm aimed at Zhou Yu's face. Zhou Yu roared in defiance, conjuring a small shield before him. At the same time, he unleashed a swirling water barrier to protect himself. Even so, he bore the brunt of the attack, feeling his blood surge violently, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Just wait for your chance. Lu Jinxiong suddenly pinched 3 fingers together. Zhou Yu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a worm unexpectedly emerging from his shoulder. The worm moved with incredible speed, darting toward the cursed master in the blink of an eye before exploding violently. Boom! Blood splattered as it instantaneously coalesced into a terrifying blood claw that lunged toward the cursed master. Caught off guard, the cursed master was seized by the blood claw, rendered immobile. At that moment, Zhou Yu wore an expression of sheer horror. What on earth? Chapter 89, Yao Shi's Struggle. The leading Gu master, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly produced a small vial and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, a floral fragrance permeated the air, guided by the spiritual force. It drifted into the wolf soul-killing formation. Upon inhaling this unusual aroma, Lu Jinxiong's once bulging muscles immediately softened. The dark fur that enveloped him quickly retracted. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original human form. Lu Jinxiong's expression twisted in fury as he roared, blood-dispelling fragrance. You dare to know the weakness of the black beast demon body. This is impossible. He had always been aware of the black beast demon body's vulnerabilities. However, the indigenous sects of Mist State lacked the extensive knowledge of the righteous 5 sects, making it improbable for them to discern the demon body's weaknesses, unless someone had informed them. The leading Gu master chuckled ominously. Lu Jinxiong, Li Xianming, is it? You have quite a capable junior brother. The expressions of Li Xianming and Lu Jinxiong shifted dramatically as they began to piece together why their weaknesses were so thoroughly understood by the Gu masters of Iron Wire Mountain. Chen Zhaofeng, come out. Li Xuanming Balua. Oh, why must you 2 senior brothers insist on seeking me out? Came Chen Zhaofeng's voice from behind a giant tree. He then strolled forward at a leisurely pace, meeting the furious gazes of Li Xianming and Lu Jinxiong. The leading Gu master respectfully addressed him, Brother Chun. They're already trapped like fish in a barrel. We agreed that you would handle these individuals. In a fit of rage, Lu Jinxiong exclaimed, Chen Zhaofeng, we came all this way to rescue you, and yet you wish to kill us? Li Xianming inhaled deeply, demanding, tell me why. Chen Zhaofeng smiled slightly. Because I am now a disciple of the 1,000 Insect sect, and the chief disciple under the esteemed 100 Gu Daoists to the Golden Core level. I have access to the sect's treasures at will. To me, you 2 are nothing but enemies. Both Li Xianming and Lu Jinxiong suppressed their fury, branding him a traitor to his teachings. My 2 senior brothers possess considerable strength. Let us use the wolf soul-killing formation and the Gu insects to exhaust them before striking decisively. Chen Zhaofeng proposed with a faint smile. Very well, Brother Chun. The leading Gu master nodded respectfully. The three goo masters of Iron Wire Mountain immediately unleashed a variety of goo insects, including the iron wire worm, into the formation. No matter how formidable Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong were, they could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. Their trump cards dwindled, their spiritual energy gradually depleted, and their injuries multiplied. As for Zhou Yu, several iron wire worms had already burrowed into him, leaving his complexion ghostly pale. At that moment, a crackling sound of burning echoed through the mist. The three goo masters exchanged glances, intrigued, and turned to see a figure striding confidently into the fog. Upon recognizing the figure, everyone except the three goo masters from Iron Wire Mountain was taken aback. Zuiyuet Gleam, Chu Xuan, you're still alive. Lu Zhenxiong first felt a surge of joy, then bellowed, Junior brother run. Chen Zhaofeng is a traitor. Li Xianming sighed deeply. Chu Xuan, your timing is unfortunate. Just flee. Chu Xuan's survival was indeed good news, but now he had barged into the mist. It would have been better had he died back then. Chen Zhaofeng wore a half-smile. Chu Xuan? The leading goo master furrowed his brow. Your luck is rather commendable to have survived. It was I who struck you from behind before. Unfortunately, you managed to escape. Chu Xuan surveyed the surroundings, grinning. It seems I've arrived just in time. He had not anticipated that his long journey would coincide with Li Xianming and the others attempting to rescue Chen Zhaofeng. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Chen Zhaofeng had already betrayed the extreme Yin Cave. This was, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events, sparing him the need to seek out an opportunity to assassinate Chen Zhaofeng. Killing him would be trivial, merely a foundation establishment second layer. I can hardly be bothered to act. Chen Zhaofeng waved dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Two goo masters immediately advanced towards him, one commanding the iron wire worm, while the other controlled the black-backed golden tortoise, intending to flank Chu Xuan from both sides. However, they were met with a fleeting blur before their eyes, and Chu Xuan's figure vanished from sight, leaving only a faint residue of Insha energy, evidence of his use of the Insha escape. Chapter 90. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Though this tale may seem lengthy, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. By the time Li Xianming and the others grasped the situation, the three goo masters from Iron Wire Mountain had already met their demise. Only Chen Zhaofeng remained in the arena. With a casual gesture, Chu Xuan summoned the soul-binding rope, which undulated like a living serpent, shaking off the blood and hovering beside him. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Zhaofeng. The latter's expression shifted from one of confident triumph to a pallid visage. Thud! Chen Zhaofeng fell to his knees, crawling through the filth and blood towards Chu Xuan, tears and sorrow streaming down his face. Senior brother Chu, they forced my hand. They implanted goo insects in my mind. We are brothers. The master holds me in high regard. You must save me. His voice was earnest, intermingled with tears and blood. Even the faintest hint of compassion might have caused one to waver. At that moment, Chen Zhaofeng was unaware that he had turned his back on Lu Zhenxiong, Li Xianming, and Zhou Yu. Lu Zhenxiong's pupils suddenly constricted. He had noticed a subtle movement from Chen Zhaofeng. A talisman. Caution! A talisman! He shouted, but it was too late. The plea on Chen Zhaofeng's face vanished, replaced by a mask of malevolence. He cried, brandishing the talisman and launching it towards Chu Xuan. However, he was astonished to find his right hand suddenly unresponsive. Lowering his gaze, he discovered, to his horror, that his right arm had been severed at the shoulder. A bloodline-like goo insect was voraciously devouring his flesh. The talisman was rendered ineffective. Chen Zhaofeng's anguished wails filled the air as he clutched his empty shoulder and writhed on the ground. Chu Xuan looked down upon this disciple of the extreme Yin Cave with a dispassionate expression. One of his objectives this time was to eliminate Chen Zhaofeng. Thus, whether the latter begged for mercy or not, he had resolved to act. In that fleeting moment, the steel wire had silently infiltrated Chen Zhaofeng's body. The latter, consumed by his emotions, had failed to notice that his right arm had been almost entirely devoured. Even without his intervention, Chu Xuan would have let the wire compel his right hand to strike. Senior brother Chu, I possess an exquisite magical artifact. I will give it to you. Spare me Chun Zhaofeng's agonized pleas continued, but Chu Xuan swiftly struck the top of his head, invoking the soul-searching technique. This spell was far superior to the soul-capturing eye, allowing him to discern even the most intimate details of the target's past. Unlike the dizziness induced by the soul-capturing eye, the aftereffects of the soul-searching technique were merely slightly more severe, often resulting in a state of idiocy. In moments, Chu Xuan acquired the information he sought. With a swift motion, he crushed Chun Zhaofeng's skull as one would a watermelon. He then stored Chun Zhaofeng's corpse within the corpse-nurturing tower, whether as nourishment for blood or to refine blood beads as fuel for corpse fire. The remains of a Foundation establishment cultivator were of the utmost value. Was T. Chun Zhaofeng a fellow disciple of the Extreme Cave? Soul-searching, treasure-seizing, and corpse-collecting were executed seamlessly. Those unaware might think he was dealing with an arch-nemesis. Chu Xuan approached and dismantled the formation flags of the wolf soul-killing array, effortlessly collecting them from afar. The killing formation was typically designed to target internal threats, making it susceptible to external assaults. This particular wolf soul-killing array was quite effective. With minor repairs from a formation master, it could serve his purposes in the future. "My esteemed brothers, you have endured much," Chu Xuan said, helping Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong to their feet. Lu Zhenxiong smiled with satisfaction. "Junior brother, we came to avenge you, never expecting you to still be alive. Moreover, your strength has grown remarkably. The master would be exceedingly proud if he knew." Chapter 91. Do you still desire my child? 2 hours later, in the clearing beneath Iron Wire Mountain, 6 lifeless bodies lay sprawled in disarray. All were Gu masters from the Thousand Insects sect. Upon witnessing the signal talisman released by Chu Xuan, they hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed over, completely unprepared. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan and his companions had been conserving their energy, waiting patiently. The outcome was inevitable. Chu Xuan and his allies reaped considerable rewards. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong each vanquished 1 Gu cultivator, while Chu Xuan, the mightiest among them, swiftly eliminated 2 and subsequently dispatched another 2 in a fierce clash. As for Zhou Yu, he lamentably endured the agonizing assault of 2 iron wire worms penetrating his innards. Had it not been for Xiao Hu, who swooped in to assist, he might have met his demise. In total, there were 6 storage bags which the 3 of us decided to divide equally. Chu Xuan retrieved 2 bags from his own collection and handed them to Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong. The 2 were taken aback at first. "Junior brother, this is your spoils," Lu Zhenxiong protested. Chu Xuan smiled. "We collectively felled 6 Gu cultivators from the Thousand Insects sect. How could I possibly claim them all for myself? Besides, we are comrades." With some reluctance, Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong accepted. Zhou Yu timidly raised his hand. I also wish to have." Chu Xuan replied joyfully. "Has fellow Taoist Zhou come to a realization? Do you plan to nourish yourself to the corpses or the worms?" A subtle smile graced Chu Xuan's face, his eyes reflecting deeper meaning. He had already obtained Chun Zhaofeng's storage bag, not to mention the exquisite magical artifacts and the various treasures bestowed upon Chun Zhaofeng by the 100 Gu Taoist. The substantial amount of spirit stones contained within was a significant bounty in itself. Furthermore, the storage bag from the 3 slain Gu masters had also found their way into his possession. To hoard these 4 additional bags would be an act of excessive greed. Had Chu Xuan not known Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong, and if they were not fellow disciples, it would not have mattered. With his formidable strength, they would not dare to question him. Yet, as they were all disciples of the esteemed Jin Dan master, Wan Wuying, and considering that he had just dispatched the disciple whom Wan Wuying had previously favored, Chun Zhaofeng, there were too many intricacies involved. To be prudent, it was wiser to concede a part of the spoils. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. By silencing any potential complaints from Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong, as long as they refrained from speaking ill of him to Wan Wuying, all would be well. Of course, he did not forget about the Foundation establishment cultivator pinned down by Lu Zhenxiong. Upon learning that this individual had provided erroneous information, Chu Xuan wasted no words, personally slaying him and discarding his body into the corpse-raising tower as nourishment. Extreme Cave. Wan Wuying's abode. Chu Xuan and his companions entered in sequence, kneeling on one knee before their master. Wu Tong had long awaited them within the cave. Wan Wuying's gaze swept over Li Xianming and Lu Jinxiong before finally resting on Chu Xuan. With a cold snort, the overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator surged forth, as if a mountain had been placed upon Chu Xuan's shoulders, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Speak," Wan Wuying demanded. "Did you kill Chen Zhaofeng out of jealousy?" Chu Xuan replied, "No, master. I acted to cleanse the sect." Wan Wuying scoffed, "Such righteous words. Chu Xuan, raise your head and look at me. Did you kill Chen Zhaofeng to obtain that exquisite magical artifact?" Without hesitation, Chu Xuan met Wan Wuying's gaze and admitted, "Yes, I indeed desire that exquisite magical artifact." Li Xianming, Lu Jinxiong, and Wu Tong were astonished. They inwardly questioned themselves, wishing for the artifact, but unable to express their desires with such candor as Chu Xuan did. Wan Wuying was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold chuckle. "You, my boy, are quite honest. Stand up and tell me. Where have you been these past 5 months? How did you advance so rapidly from the second to the 7th layer of foundation establishment?" Upon finishing his words, Wan Wuying retracted his golden core pressure. The invisible mountain that had weighed down upon Chu Xuan's shoulders vanished. With a sense of relief, Chu Xuan rose. He had long known that his true cultivation level could not be concealed from Wan Wuying. Li Xianming, Lu Jinxiong, and Wu Tong were left in shock. 7th layer of foundation establishment. This is the late stage of foundation establishment. Chapter 92. The Brilliant Yi Tian. Within Chen Zhaofeng's storage bag, treasures abound beyond the count of Chu Xuan. The first thing that catches the eye is a small mountain of spirit stones, which, upon a cursory count, amounts to over 4,000. Even the middle-grade spirit stones are heaped into a small mound, numbering at least 30. If utilized as a power source for formations, these middle-grade spirit stones could sustain normal operations for a decade, vastly surpassing the small spirit stones. Next is an exquisite magical artifact, no larger than a palm, resembling a honeycomb and radiating a vivid crimson hue. Its surface bears only the remnants of Chen Zhaofeng's imprint. After a brief moment of sensing, Chu Xuan clicked his tongue, realizing it bore a soul blood imprint. What a waste of my time. The soul blood imprint, compared to the spirit and blood imprints, is significantly more steadfast, allowing for seamless control. It ranks just below the life imprint. To erase the soul blood imprint, the treasure seeker must invest considerable time. Even with Chu Xuan's formidable soul strength, it took him a full 2 hours to dispel it. Subsequently, he refined the artifact with his own blood essence, gaining mastery over it. Before long, he opened his eyes, having comprehended the artifact's remarkable utility. The exquisite artifact, the blood honeycomb, harbors a dormant blood bee queen egg that has slumbered for millennia. Should the blood honeycomb be refined into a life artifact, the queen will automatically transform into a life goo worm. Blood bees can differentiate into various factions. Soldier bees possess a fierce desire for battle and a voracious appetite for blood and flesh, while worker bees, though not adept in combat, can extract energy from blood and flesh to produce highly pure blood honey. As the queen's level rises, so too does the potency of her bloodline, leading to an increase in the diverse roles of the blood bees. This treasure necessitates a robust spirit. Without sufficient strength, one cannot fully harness its power. Chu Xuan marveled at the wonder of the blood honeycomb. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, albeit with a requirement for strong spirit. The 1,000 Insects sect, unlike the venerable 5 sects of the righteous path, lacks profound methods for tempering the soul. Within the sect, few can wield the blood honeycomb effectively. No wonder the 100 Gu Daoist took Chen Zhaofeng as his chief disciple upon learning of his ability to control the blood honeycomb. It is no surprise that Wan Wuying, despite treating Chen Zhaofeng well, faced betrayal from him. A satisfied smile graced Chu Xuan's face. Before him lay the blood honeycomb, who would not feel envious, who would not be moved. As for life artifacts, many cultivators mistakenly believe one can forge only a single artifact in a lifetime. This notion is utterly erroneous. provided one's spirit is sufficiently robust and blood essence abundant, and if one is unperturbed by the consumption of spirit and blood essence hindering cultivation. There is no limit to the number of life artifacts one can possess. Chu Xuan is precisely the type of cultivator unafraid of depleting his spirit and blood essence. For him, the resources for cultivation are as plentiful as desired. Setting the blood honeycomb aside, he continued to rummage through the storage bag. He discovered the Book of 1,000 Insects, chronicling the insights of past 1,000 insect sect cultivators regarding thousands of gu insects, including their breeding and nurturing methods. The Blood Bee Scripture, bestowed upon Chun Zhaofeng by the 100 Gu Taoist, was authored by the previous master of the blood honeycomb and contains secret techniques for cultivating blood bees. The 6 Extremes Gu Technique, a top-tier foundational method, is a hidden treasure of the 1,000 Insects sect. It involves nurturing 6 different gu insects within the head, torso, and limbs to enhance physical defense. Quite intriguing, yet these 6 types of gu insects are entirely unfamiliar to me. The true art of green wood, another top-tier foundational technique, is one of the primary arts of the Spirit Control Mountain. It turns out this technique was pilfered by the Chun family from the Spirit Control Mountain. No wonder they faced annihilation. This technique is balanced and harmonious, quite commendable. Alas, my primary cultivation method is already the blood fiend refining demon scripture, making it challenging to alter my path. As Chu Xuan perused these tomes, he clicked his tongue in wonder. After carefully storing them, he stumbled upon some metallic ores nestled in a corner of the storage bag. These were likely gathered by Chun Zhaofeng for crafting purposes. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened at the sight of a towering, dark, and ominous iron ore. This substantial piece of ghostly fiend steel is perfect for refining into my soul snare. When the soul snare was initially crafted, it already equated to a mid-grade artifact. With the addition of this ghostly fiend steel, it could ascend into the realm of top-tier artifacts. Truly, as a descendant of a cultivation family, his resources are substantial. Surveying his bountiful acquisitions, a contented smile spread across Chu Xuan's face. Indeed, nothing beats the swiftness of acquiring wealth through the spoils of conquest. He immediately set about refining the blood honeycomb into his life artifact. Chapter 93. The Toughened Fist of Ancient Yun Yun, the 1,000 Insects Sect. A masked cultivator took his seat in the grand hall, with the esteemed elder by Gu Dao Run, a venerable figure with hair as white as snow, presided. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, "Not a single one of the 1,000 beast spirit talismans can be spared. My 1,000 Insects sect stands on the precipice of life and death." The masked cultivator's lips twitched in response. Do you think beast spirit talismans are mere scraps of paper? It is not so simple to produce 1,000. Striving to maintain a semblance of a smile, he continued, "By Gu Dao Run, 1,000 talismans is far too excessive. We can at most provide 300. However, as a friend to you, I can personally contribute 10 sets of foundation building killing formations and 50 superior grade foundation building magical artifacts. What say you?" The expression of Bai Gu Dao Ren softened marginally. If the Tianyin sect persists with their current assault, the cultivators below cannot endure for long. Rest assured, Bai Gu Dao Run, he affirmed. Bai Gu Dao Ren nodded slightly. Very well. The masked cultivator produced a jade slip and flicked it towards him. The information you requested is starting to take shape. Your beloved disciple, Chun Zhaofeng, has deliberately spread word of being trapped in Ironwire Mountain. Li Xianming, the eldest disciple of the extreme Yin Cave, along with his second disciple Lu Zhenxiong and Zhou Yu of the Tianyin sect, have set forth together. The deaths of your disciple and 7 foundation-building cultivators are deeply intertwined with them. The details are contained within this jade slip. Bai Gu Dao Ren pressed the slip to his forehead and, moments later, shattered it in a furious grasp. Veins bulged on his forehead, his wrath uncontainable. Indeed, it was those foundation-building cultivators from extreme Yin Cave. He roared, "Isha liven Fengar." The masked cultivator incited, "These wretched little brats deserve their fate, and their master, Wan Wuying, is even more deserving of death. If Bai Gu Dao Ran is willing to stage a desperate ploy with us, I assure you, I will help eliminate Wan Wuying. Once he is gone, those youngsters from extreme Yin Cave will be at your mercy." Bai Gu Dao Zinsa Ge Shapen. Is this truly the case? The masked cultivator nodded vigorously. Indeed, our Yuling mountain desires that artifact. Bai Gu Dao Run gritted his teeth, his expression dark and uncertain. Yet, the masked cultivator remained composed, fully aware of Bai Gu Dao Ren's temperament. He was certain that Bai Gu Dao Run would acquiesce. Very well, I accept. What is your plan? A dangerous glimmer flickered in the masked cultivator's eyes as he leaned in, saying, My friend, we shall proceed thus. At the appointed time, I will give you a signal. It will be a trap laid for our enemies. Chapter 94. The unattainable forever stirs. Chu Xuan absorbed the surrounding voices with keen attention. Duan Feipeng, Wang Jinyu, and Han Luyan. These three individuals were not unfamiliar to him. They were renowned prodigies within the Tianyin sect, collectively referred to as the Three Sons of Tianyin. The golden core cultivators of the sect claimed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these three would undoubtedly ascend the golden core path. Both possessed mutated spiritual roots, inherently more potent than the conventional 5 elemental roots. It could be said that beneath the golden core of Tianyin sect, they were the most formidable. Even some average foundation establishment cultivators at the 8th level found themselves outmatched. The progress on the battlefield was often linked to these two. Han Liyun, however, possessed relatively lesser aptitude, being endowed with a superior water spiritual root. As the third member of the Three Sons, he consistently ranked last, seldom vying for supremacy with the other two. Nevertheless, Chu Xuan had no direct interactions with them. His understanding was merely hearsay. Before long, he arrived at the tea house. After a 5-month hiatus, the establishment remained unchanged. Yet the Qi refinement cultivators stationed at the entrance had cycled through many. Upon his arrival, Chu Xuan displayed his foundation establishment prowess, prompting a graceful female cultivator to escort him to the 3rd floor. May I inquire, esteemed senior, are you here to buy or sell? She asked respectfully. With a casual demeanor, Chu Xuan replied, I engage in both. Artifacts, techniques, blood pearls, and goo worms. I possess them all. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator promptly presented him with a delicately crafted mirror. Esteemed senior, you may convey your desires through this mirror, indicating what you possess and what you seek. Should any foundation establishment cultivators be interested, they will reach out to you. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Chu Xuan. This mirror was quite fascinating. While it bore no offensive capabilities, it was ideally suited for private transactions and communications. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the creator had left behind a hidden flaw. Caution was paramount. He chuckled lightly. What is the name of this mirror? Value mirror. The female cultivator replied with reverence. Nodding, Chu Xuan immersed his consciousness within. Instantly, he found himself transformed into a small orange fish, swimming through the depths. After a few moments of exploration, he noticed a series of bubbles drifting past him. Gently prodding one, he heard a cacophony of voices emerge. I want top-tier artifacts. I want top-tier artifacts. I want top-tier artifacts. Chu Xuan rolled his eyes. So do I. I only have 2 on me. He then attempted to conjure a bubble of his own. One superior offensive artifact related to goo worms. A plethora of blood pearls, large blood pearls. I require high-grade techniques and spells for the foundation establishment stage. He released several bubbles in succession, yet no responses came. Then a voice rang out. I want a superior artifact. I'm coming right now. Shortly thereafter, another bubble floated by. Large blood pearls. I'll take them all. I'm on my way to the tea house. A smile crept across Chu Xuan's face as the female cultivator respectfully served him tea and snacks. Moments latte. A robust cultivator and a lean one arrived in succession. Chu Xuan's gaze sharpened. What a coincidence. He recognized both individuals. Although the robust cultivator had slightly altered features, Chu Xuan's mastery of disguise allowed him to identify him at a glance as the formidable Han from months prior. It was from this very man that he had purchased the Yang Sha Grand Formation and the diagram of demonic path formations. Astonishingly, after 5 months of warfare, this individual had survived. Chapter 95, Defeating You, then bestowing upon you. As one of the 5 righteous sects, the Tianyin sect maintains an unwavering facade, regardless of its clandestine dealings. With the intensification of the ongoing war, they have finally dared to bring certain matters to light. Nevertheless, few practitioners delve into the arts of the demonic path. Should they miss out on the opportunity presented by Chu Xuan, it remains uncertain when the next buyer might emerge. Faced with this predicament, Lu Yin could only acquiesce, conceding very well. Chu Xuan pointed to another thin booklet, expressing his interest in the Golden Dragon Temple's cultivation technique, suggesting that it be included as a supplementary item in their transaction. The technique he referenced was the protective golden wheel formula, a foundational defensive art. Lu Yin was somewhat vexed, feeling that Chu Xuan was being overly demanding. At that moment, a Han surnamed Cultivator, who had been quietly sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, interjected with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Ling Chong, why not consider including it as a bonus? After all, that technique is unlikely to find a buyer. The protective golden wheel formula requires a significant amount of merit to activate. Aside from the bald monks of the Golden Dragon Temple, who would desire it?" After weighing the situation multiple times, Lu Yin reluctantly nodded. "All right, it's yours." The transaction was completed, and Lu Yin left with the cold moth bell, displaying evident impatience. Chu Xuan, on the other hand, successfully acquired both the boiling blood true formula and the protective golden wheel formula. In truth, upon reviewing all the booklets, he had immediately fixated on these two. The boiling blood true formula enhances the regeneration speed of his blood, containing the most vital essence. This would allow him to sustain the consumption of more life-bound magical artifacts. As for the protective golden wheel formula, its activation requires a foundation of merit, rendering it valueless for the majority of cultivators. Lu Yin certainly wished to dispose of it swiftly, and predictably, it was soon added to Chu Xuan's collection. Both techniques could serve as supplementary practices. As for the concern that excessive cultivation might lead to imbalances in one's inner energies and result in demonic deviation, what a jest. The demonic path hardly concerns itself with such matters. Otherwise, how would those ancient demonic figures have survived? After Lu Yin's departure, only Chu Xuan and the Han surnamed Cultivator remained on the third floor of the tea house. The Han Cultivator smiled. "It seems you have obtained what you desired. Do you wish to engage in further transactions with me?" Chu Xuan casually inquired. "Do you have anything else to offer?" The Han Cultivator returned a slight smile. "I possess not only demonic techniques, but also information." Chu Xuan's gaze flickered with interest. "Information is also welcome, but how can I ascertain its value?" Taking a sip of tea, the Han Cultivator replied, "The leadership of this war is about to change. I am aware of the precise timing of this shift and who will take over next. Is that not valuable?" Intrigued, Chu Xuan maintained his composure. "It seems acceptable." With a grin, the Han Cultivator continued, "I also know who is stirring the pot behind this war and who they intend to target next." Chu Xuan nodded slightly. Sensing the growing significance of the information, he produced 10 large blood beads, arranging them in a line, and began to listen to the first one. His expression remained unchanged. During his first visit to the Fei Mountain Hall, he had overheard Zhao Wuyo and Wan Wuying mention several names, one of which was Zhu Taiji. Zhu Taiji was quite opposed to the idea of the extreme Yin Cave lineage joining the Tianyin sect, believing that demonic cultivators should be eradicated entirely. Now, with the impending downfall of the Thousand Insects sect, at such a pivotal juncture, Zhao Wuyo and Huang Yuanwu had been replaced by Zhu Taiji and others. It appeared that a new golden elixir cultivator had emerged, but the intricacies surrounding this development were likely quite convoluted. Chu Xuan pondered deeply. The Tianyin sect's sudden changes would undoubtedly impact the cultivators of the extreme Yin Cave lineage. The Han Cultivator, still smiling, asked, "Do you wish to hear the remaining information?" However, Chu Xuan shook his head. "No need. The transaction is concluded." Without hesitation, he rose and departed, leaving the Han Cultivator standing in place, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 96. The Grand Competition of the Sect. Without delay, Chu Xuan arrived at the cave dwelling of Wan Wuying. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Li Xianming, Lu Jinxiong, and Wu Teng had been waiting for some time. Only when Chu Xuan appeared did Wan Wuying offer a slight nod. "I once had many disciples, but now only you four remain. I do not wish for the lineage to be severed, so there are certain matters I must clarify with you now." Wan Wuying spoke with a grave tone. Hearing this, the expressions of Chu Xuan and the others turned serious. Li Xianming respectfully replied, "Master, please proceed. We are all ears." Wan Wuying continued calmly. A few months prior, I, along with Zhao Wuyo and Huang Yuanwu, invaded Wuzhou and seized a significant treasure belonging to the Thousand Insect sect. I shall not elaborate on what this treasure is. You simply need to understand that it is coveted by other sections. The conflict between the Tianyin sect and the indigenous sects of Wuzhou should have concluded swiftly. However, a third-party force has been covertly instigating matters. It has now been confirmed that the force behind this is Yuling Mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan and the others were taken aback, yet it also seemed entirely logical. The previous downfall of the Wuji Sect led to the division of territories among the 5 righteous sections. Yuling Mountain acquired 1/3 of the fertile land in northern Wuzhou, making them the closest sect to Tianyin and Wuzhou. Naturally, they would seek to intervene in this conflict. I had long suspected that someone would covet this treasure and would eventually make their move. I fear they are about to act. Wan Wuying continued. I share this with you in hopes that you will remain vigilant in the days to come. If they intend to target me, they will undoubtedly set their sights on you as well, particularly that 100-worm Taoist from the Thousand Insect sect. He holds a great fondness for Chun Xiaofeng. Should Chun Xiaofeng meet his demise, the repercussions will fall upon you. Li Xianming and Lu Jinxiong felt a heaviness in their hearts, while Wu Tung bitterly remarked, I did not participate in that battle. I gained no benefits. Why should I be targeted? Chu Xuan pondered deeply. Although Wan Wuying had timely informed them, fulfilling his duty as a master, he had sensed the undercurrents of turmoil brewing once again. After all, he was not like others. He could leave without a care. However, if someone truly wished to strike against him, he planned to first test their strength. After all, he was still at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. If someone were to attack him, it was likely they would be at the 3rd level. Since they were merely mid-level Foundation establishment cultivators coming to his doorstep, there was no need for him to flee. He would certainly accept the challenge. A head delivered over 1,000 miles, a light gift with profound sentiment. To refuse would seem quite ungracious. Indeed, thank you, Master. After contemplating for a moment, Wan Wuying added, Chu Xuan, stay for a moment. Once Li Xianming and the others departed, Wan Wuying said, Chu Xuan, you have now reached the 7th level of Foundation establishment, surpassing Xianming. I possess a couple of low-grade magical treasures, but regrettably, you may find them difficult to wield. You would be better off using superior-grade artifacts. Tell me, what do you require? I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Chu Xuan felt quite astonished. It seemed his master wished to make amends for past shortcomings. Chapter 97. Your words ignite my spirit. Zhou Yu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Had he truly chosen the weakest? Was this seemingly easy task being thrust upon him? Nonsense. This was akin to pushing him into a fiery pit. Nonetheless, Zhou Yu concealed his true feelings and, feigning surprise, remarked, Taoist Lu, I have heard whispers of your master, the venerable Zhao Wuyo, maintaining a certain rapport with the Golden Dan cultivator, Wan Wuying of the Extreme Yin Cave. If you were to act against the Extreme Yin Cave, would he not object? Lu Ying laughed heartily. My master shall remain oblivious to this matter. The lineage of the Extreme Yin Cave will be eradicated, whether he consents or not. What difference does it make? Zhou Yu pretended to ponder deeply, to the point that Lu Ying grew somewhat impatient. Finally, Zhou Yu, with a troubled expression, said, Taoist Lu, I believe the practitioners of the Extreme Yin Cave are not to be trifled with. I think it prudent to avoid this murky water. Lu Ying frowned. Are you truly unwilling to join us? Zhou Yu forced a smile. The demonic cultivators are reckless, often disregarding their lives. I fear they might drag me down with them at the moment of their demise. It is better to refrain. He then added, however, rest assured, I shall not divulge this matter. I can even swear a heart demon oath. After all, as you mentioned, my injuries were indeed inflicted by those from the Extreme Yin Cave. Upon saying this, he truly established a heart demon oath. This oath can only be sworn by cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage or above. Should one violate it, they may frequently encounter tribulations from their heart demon. It is akin to a pure white jade marred by a single dark spot, hindering the practitioner's path to immortality. Few dare to breach the heart demon oath. However, such constraints primarily bind righteous cultivators, while demonic cultivators possess numerous means to deceive or even break such oaths. Lu Yin's eyes, initially glinting with a dangerous light, softened upon witnessing Zhou Yu's immediate oath. Should he wish to eliminate Zhou Yu, he would need to exert considerable effort. Furthermore, given that Zhou Yu had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he was unlikely to be a simple target. It was easy to claim that one had exhausted all resources and hidden cards. Who could truly ascertain what lay beneath? Very well, Taoist Zhou, you are a sensible individual. Until we meet again. Lu Yin offered no further words and turned to depart. Zhou Yu watched Lu Yin's retreating figure and sighed deeply. Li Xuanming, Liu Zhenxion, Wu Dem. Chu Xuan, you have chosen the strongest among the extreme Yin Cave. If you do not perish, who will? As days passed, the fierce offensive of the Tianyin sect abruptly slowed. The newcomers, Zhu Taiji, Guizhen, and Chu Qiong, adopted a strategy of encirclement without assault, seemingly intent on exhausting the Gu cultivators of the Cangxuan sect without losing a single soldier. After all, cultivators require a considerable amount of spirit stones for their daily practices and array operations. Prolonging this siege would inevitably force the Cangxuan sect into submission. The cultivators below, perplexed by the higher-ups' intentions, could do naught but wait. This encirclement tactic persisted for over 2 months. It was evident to anyone that the Cangxuan sect could no longer endure. It was likely that the remaining 3 Golden Dan cultivators of the Cangxuan sect were preparing to break free. Indeed, when the protective mountain array of the Cangxuan sect flickered several times before dimming due to a lack of spirit stones, dozens of streaks of light suddenly shot towards the southeast. Continuing southeast led to the territory of the Yu Kingdom. Once they crossed into the borders of Yu, the Tianyin sect cultivators would surely hesitate to pursue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the ranks of the Tianyin sect, 4 streaks of light soared into the air. Zhu Taiji, Guizhen, Chu Qiong, and Wan Wuying, rushing towards those fleeing lights. Zhu Taiji, leading the charge, called out, "Bai Gu, it is not too late to surrender now. I assure you, you will enjoy the privileges of an elder within the Tianyin sect." Bai Gu Taoist roared in defiance. "I stand in irreconcilable opposition to the demonic cultivators of the Tianyin sect." The Golden Dan cultivators of the Tianyin sect possessed greater strength than their counterparts from the Cangxuan sect, allowing them to pursue with enhanced speed. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Bai Gu and his companions were overtaken. Disciples, hold the rear. Chapter 98. I could report you. In the next moment, Zheng Changqing was astonished again. Why am I plummeting towards the ground? Who is that headless corpse? However, he could no longer hear Lu Yin's words, as darkness and coldness had completely enveloped him. With a thud, the headless body fell forward, blood gushing forth. Lu Yin's eyes widened in terror. Instinctively, he activated his defensive talisman behind him and immediately cast a protective spell. The insect armor within him swiftly excreted a viscous fluid that surged through his veins, enhancing his overall defense. Clang! A pitch-black chain struck fiercely. Lu Yin spat out blood, flying backward for several yards. With a crack, his defensive talisman shattered into fragments. The insect armor let out a wretched cry, its shell splintering, clearly no longer functional. Lu Yin was filled with dread. With just one blow, he had lost all his trump cards. The opponent was certainly not at the initial stage of foundation building, but at least a mid-stage cultivator. Moreover, it was highly likely that he was a master of the 5th or 6th layer. Surprisingly, I'm still alive. A voice from the forest uttered a soft gasp. Lu Yin clutched his chest and hastily got to his feet, pleading, "Fellow cultivator, we have no enmity between us. Could you spare my life?" The figure in the woods approached slowly, sunlight illuminating his features. "Who says we have no enmity? You came here to kill me," Chu Xuan replied with a smile. Lu Yin was left speechless, unable to fathom that the one who had effortlessly slain Zheng Changqing and obliterated all of his defenses was Chu Xuan. Wasn't that fellow only at the 2nd layer of foundation building? Damn, the information was erroneous. Lu Yin took a deep breath and roared, "Chu Xuan, I will fight you to the death." With that, he summoned the cold midge bell, preparing to attack. However, in the next instant, he swiftly kicked off the ground and executed an escape technique, sprinting away at a speed far exceeding before. Chu Xuan found himself at a loss for words. The proclamations grew louder, yet the flight was even swifter. Nevertheless, Chu Xuan did not pursue. That fellow must be astonished. He never anticipated that I would feign a battle while actually intending to flee. I must quickly inform others of Chu Xuan's true strength. Before he could finish his thought, a short blade forged from Yin fire abruptly pierced his heart. The Yin fire erupted within him, extinguishing Lu Yin's life force in an instant. Lu Yin stiffly turned his head, only to see a grotesque, malevolent face looming behind him. It was a corpse of Yin. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and collected him into the corpse-raising tower. After all, they were still fellow disciples. It would be unfortunate if no one claimed the body upon his demise. One must uphold the bonds of brotherhood. "You little rascal, hiding a piece of meat, are you?" Chu Xuan chuckled upon seeing Little Leopard stealthily gnawing on a piece of flesh. Little Leopard smiled sheepishly, quickly devouring the morsel he had torn from Lu Yin. "Let us go see how my two senior brothers are faring. Undoubtedly, that traitor Wu Tong will make a move against them." Chu Xuan placed Little Leopard back into the corpse-raising tower, his form gliding through the woods like a specter. He noticed an uneven patch of ground ahead. Chapter 99. Yi Chun is unworthy of being his son. Chu Xuan lacked the confidence to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Observing the other party, it was evident that they too did not possess the assurance to continue battling with the certainty of victory. Prolonging the conflict would only lead to a depletion of both sides' hidden resources. Ultimately, the gains from killing would likely pale in comparison to the costs incurred during the struggle. It could be described as a case of diminishing returns. The other party's expression shifted several times before he broke into a hearty laugh, proclaiming it was merely a misunderstanding and that he would take his leave. Chu Xuan, however, interjected sharply, forbidding his departure, declaring, "I, Li Xianming, do not consent." The man retorted, "You are not Li Xianming. You are Chu Xuan. Then who are you?" "Chu Xuan in Guit." "Without revealing my name, the battle shall persist." With a resigned sigh, the man relented. "Very well. I shall disclose my identity. I am Wang Jinyu." Chu Xuan scoffed. Wang Jinyu, the foremost disciple of Zhao Huaya, possesses an exceptional wind spiritual root and wields a sword technique. "Where, pray tell? Do you exhibit even a hint of swordsmanship?" The man clicked his tongue in frustration, conceding, "All right, I will tell you, I am Han Luyan." "Is that satisfactory? Can we cease this conflict now?" There were ample opportunities to profit from the chaos, and wasting even a moment equated to squandering a considerable amount of spirit stones. He was reluctant to prolong the encounter. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it was indeed Han Luyan. He had not anticipated this. The man seemed to be more adept at concealing his true self than rumor suggested. "I shall take my leave," Han Luyan declared, employing a technique of evasion that caused him to vanish in a few fleeting moments. Chu Xuan stood still for a while, a cold smile creeping upon his face. "You have not truly departed. You are merely lying in ambush." Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a considerable time, Chu Xuan rubbed his somewhat stiff knees. Concluding that no deception had been employed, it appeared he had genuinely left. That traitor Wu Tong had betrayed him by leaking information. Vengeance could not be postponed. He must strike today. In another skirmish, Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong fled in a frantic bid for survival. Li Xianming bore a deep wound across his chest, while Lu Zhenxiong's side bled profusely, his complexion notably pale. For figures relentlessly pursued them from behind. The leader unmistakably Wu Tong. "Brother Li, Brother Lu, do not run any longer. Stay and face me," Wu Tong called out, lightly touching the ground, his body soaring like a swallow, gradually closing the distance between them. Yet, he refrained from drawing too near, clearly wary of the life-preserving tactics wielded by Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong. Do not be swayed by his words. He undoubtedly has more tricks up his sleeve, Li Xianming cautioned in a low voice. Lu Zhenxiong gritted his teeth in anger, but could only nod in agreement. "Brother Lu, it seems you have taken special care of Chu Xuan." Allow me to share some news. Chu Xuan is likely dead by now. Han Liuyun, one of the three sons of Tianyin, has personally gone to slay him after collecting spirit stones. Even with his foundation-building, seventh-layer cultivation, he cannot escape death. Wu Ting chuckled ominously. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Lu Jinxiong's eyes. He bellowed, "You have betrayed our master. You have betrayed the extreme Yin Cave. You deserve 1,000 deaths." Wu Tung, "I truly regret having saved your life." Wu Tung replied with a cold smile, "It is perhaps my master who has betrayed me. Who has betrayed the extreme Yin Cave? Had he not allied with Zhao Weya and Huang Yuanwu to raid Wuzhou and seize that precious treasure? How would he have drawn the covetous eyes of Yuling Mountain? How could he have provoked Zhu Taiji and others to unite against him? How could he have forced me to seek new alliances?" Chapter 100. Yi Chun, show no mercy. Li Xueming displayed no semblance of compassion on his face. When the Wuji Sect was annihilated, he managed to escape from the encirclement of countless righteous cultivators. Such feats were not unfamiliar to him. Demonic cultivators were meant to be ruthless and heartless. As long as he could survive, the lives of others held no value. Even Lu Jinxiong, his fellow disciple, was merely a pawn to be discarded at any moment. His gaze dimmed. Without uttering any venomous curses or angry roars, he merely yearned for respite. Boom! A pillar of thunder engulfed him. His robes were shredded, flesh charred, and bones melted. When the thunder dissipated, only a massive charred corpse lay upon the ground. Duan Feiping frowned, taken aback by Li Xueming's decisive abandonment of his fellow disciple in exchange for his own chance at survival. He forcefully stomped the ground, leaping over the smoldering remains in pursuit. Flee! 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 That singular thought consumed Li Xueming's mind. The wind howled past his ears. Distant cries of battle echoed from the front line. He could exploit the cover of other cultivators to escape. If only he could reach that location, he could almost perceive the clash of numerous low-grade spells ahead, the battleground of Qi refinement cultivators. Yet at that moment, a grotesque, bald specter let out a chilling shriek. A black chain, resembling a great serpent, suddenly materialized, ensnaring Li Xueming entirely. Thud! Unable to halt his forward momentum, he plunged into the mire and blood. When he rose, he found himself face to face with a figure, Chu Xuan. At that moment, Chu Xuan's eyes were icy. After driving Han Lian back, he hastened to this battlefield. Duan Feipeng was formidable and could still be gravely injured. Thus he had remained concealed, waiting for the opportune moment. He had witnessed the scene firsthand, Lu Jinxiong sacrificing himself only to be used as a human shield by Li Xueming. Chu Xuan was not one to act selflessly. He always prioritized his own interests. However, he still remembered the tiger soul talisman Lu Jinxiong had gifted him, a remnant of humanity and kindness in this cold, brutal realm of cultivation. Junior brother, you've heard me say that two dying together is less desirable than one living alone. So, Li Xueming began to explain. Chu Xuan shook his head. You would betray Lu Jinxiong. One day you would betray me too. What purpose does it serve to keep you alive? He clenched his hand, tightening the soul-binding chain. With a snap, Li Xueming's head was wrenched from his shoulders, his handsome visage frozen in shock and disbelief. He could not fathom that Chu Xuan would not even grant him time to finish speaking before taking his life. Chu Xuan casually stored Li Xueming's corpse within the corpse-nurturing tower. Duan Feipeng, a tall and slender figure clad in blue robes, was not conventionally handsome. Yet his stern demeanor deterred countless cultivators. You're not dead. Han Lian truly is a waste, he sneered. The next moment, Zheng Chongqing expressed surprise. Huh? Why am I falling to the ground? Who asked that headless corpse? Yet he could hear no further words from Lu Yin, for darkness and coldness enveloped him entirely. Thud! The headless body toppled forward, blood gushing forth. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he instinctively activated his defensive talismans, simultaneously casting protective spells. The insectal iron armor within him rapidly exuded saliva, spreading through his veins to enhance his defenses. Clang! A pitch-black chain sliced through the air. Lu Yin spewed blood, flying backward for over 10 feet. With a crack, his defensive talisman shattered into fragments. The iron armor screeched, its shell splintering and its vitality extinguished. Panic surged within Lu Yin, With a single blow, he had lost all his trump cards. His opponent was no mere foundation establishment novice, but likely a formidable mid-stage cultivator, perhaps even at the 5th or 6th level. Remarkably, you're not dead, a voice from the forest said with surprise. Luin clutched his chest and scrambled to his feet, pleading, "Friend, we bear no grudge. Can you spare my life?" The figure emerged from the woods, sunlight illuminating his face. "Who claims we bear no grudge? You came to kill me." Chu Xuan smiled. Luin was rendered speechless. He could scarcely believe that the one who had effortlessly dispatched Zheng Chongqing and obliterated his defenses was Chu Xuan. Wasn't he that fellow only at the 2nd level of foundation establishment? Damn, the information was incorrect. Luin inhaled sharply and roared, "Chu Xuan, I shall fight you to the death." He brandished the cold mantis bell to attack, but in the following instant he propelled himself off the ground, fleeing at a speed far surpassing before. Chu Xuan shook his head in disbelief. The proclamations grew louder while the retreat became ever swifter. However, he did not pursue. That fellow must be astonished. He never anticipated that I feigned a desire to battle only to flee. I must quickly inform them of Chu Xuan's true strength before he could finish his thought. A short blade forged from dark flames pierced through his heart. The dark fire erupted within him, extinguishing Lu Yin's life in an instant. Lu Yin's head turned stiffly, revealing a grotesque face standing behind him. It was Yin's corpse. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, storing the body within the corpse nurturing tower. After all, they were still brothers of the same sect. It would be unfortunate for no one to claim the body upon death. One must uphold the bonds of brotherhood. "You little rascal, are you hiding a piece of meat?" Chu Xuan chuckled upon seeing the little leopard stealthily gnawing on a piece of flesh. The little leopard awkwardly smiled, hastily devouring the morsel it had torn from Lu Yin's corpse. "Let's go see how my 2 senior brothers are faring. Undoubtedly, that traitor Wu Tong will make his move against them." Chu Xuan stored the little leopard within the corpse nurturing tower, gliding through the woods like a specter. He noticed the ground ahead was uneven. Upon closer inspection, trees, rocks, those dark, unseen places seemed to be embedded with formation flags. Ahead lay a concealed killing formation, awaiting his arrival. Chu Xuan surveyed his surroundings and calmly declared, "Why don't you reveal yourself?" After several breaths, no one emerged, yet a poisoned needle pierced the air, aimed directly at Chu Xuan's vital points. He had anticipated this, and the soul binding chain swiftly crossed in front of him, deflecting the glowing green needle. Swish! A flurry of poison needles shot forth, this time from more cunning angles. Chu Xuan's gaze flickered, sensing movement behind him. The soul binding chain, resembling a great black serpent, adeptly blocked all incoming needles. Suddenly, a dark iron shield materialized behind Chu Xuan, intercepting a large poison needle that had been shot toward the back of his head, splitting it in two. "Found you!" Chu Xuan exclaimed, his hand reaching out. The Yin claw shot forth, exploding the large tree behind him. Amidst the falling wood shavings and leaves, a muffled grunt emerged, and a robust figure was sent flying. Chu Xuan discerned that he could not afford to kill the opponent swiftly. Given the opponent's current state, it was evident they too were wary of continuing the fight. Further combat would likely lead to both sides exhausting their remaining trump cards. At that juncture, the benefits of slaying the opponent would scarcely outweigh the costs of the battle, a classic case of losing more than one gains. The other party's complexion changed several times before breaking into a laugh. "Just a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave." Chu Xuan retorted sharply, "You shall not depart. I, Li Xianming, do not permit it." The individual replied, "You are not Li Xianming. You are Chu Xuan." "Chu Xuan? Then who might you be?" "Chu Xuan, if you refuse to divulge your name, we shall continue our altercation." The person sighed lightly. "Very well. I shall reveal myself. I am Wang Jinyu." Chu Xuan scoffed. Wang Jinyu, the foremost disciple of Zhao Wuyo, possesses exceptional wind, spiritual roots, and wields sword techniques. Yet, there is not a trace of swordplay evident in you. The individual clicked his tongue in frustration. "All right, let me clarify. I am Han Luyan. Does that suffice? Can we cease this conflict?" There were ample opportunities to exploit the chaos. Wasting even a moment equates to squandering a significant amount of spiritual stones, and I do not wish to prolong this. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that it was Han Luyan. He had not anticipated this. Han Luyan seemed to be more adept at concealment than the rumor suggested. I'm leaving, Han Luyan declared, employing a technique to vanish in an instant. Chu Xuan stood still for a while, then chuckled coldly. You clearly have not departed. You are merely lying in wait. Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a long pause, Chu Xuan rubbed his stiff legs, concluding that Han Luyan had indeed departed. That traitor Wu Tong has betrayed him, he mused. Revenge must not be delayed. He shall meet his end today. In another confrontation, Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong fled in a frenzy. Li Xianming bore a wound across his chest, while Lu Zhenxiong's side bled profusely, his complexion exceptionally pale. For figures pursued them relentlessly, with Wu Tong leading the charge. Lu Shixiang, do not run. Stay and face me. Wu Tong lightly touched the ground, his body soaring gracefully like a swallow. Each leap brought him closer to the pair, yet he maintained a cautious distance, evidently wary of their life-preserving trump cards. Do not let his voice deceive you. He surely has a backup plan, Li Xianming whispered. Lu Zhenxiong ground his teeth in frustration, but nodded in agreement. Brother Lu seems particularly concerned for Chu Xuan. Allow me to inform you that Chu Xuan should be dead by now. Han Luyan, one of the Heavenly Seal's 3 sons, personally sought to eliminate him. Even with Chu Xuan's 7th-level foundation establishment cultivation, he cannot escape death. Wu Tong chuckled ominously. Lu Zhenxiong's eyes reflected sorrow as he bellowed. You have betrayed our master. You have betrayed the extreme Yin Cave. You deserve a fate worse than death. Wu Tong, I regret saving your life. Wu Tong sneered. It is our master who has betrayed me, who has betrayed the extreme Yin Cave. Had he not allied with Zhao Wuyo and Huang Yuanwu to invade Wuzhou and seize that treasured artifact, would we have attracted the covetous eyes of the Lingyu Mountain? Would Zhu Taiji and others have banded together to hunt him down? Would I have been forced to seek new alliances? A fierce glint flashed in Wu Tong's eyes. I have been coerced. Coerced. At that moment, thunder suddenly split the air, striking down with ferocity. Li Xianming and Lu Zhenxiong's pupils constricted as they hurriedly dodged. Li Xuanming, though injured, managed to evade, but Lu Zhenxiong was struck in the left shoulder by the unexpected thunder, causing him to grunt in pain as he was sent flying into the woods, crashing through several massive trees. Li Xianming gazed uncertainly ahead, where a tall figure clad in blue stood, his expression stern and his gaze indifferent. He recognized that face all too well. Duan Feipeng pointed into the air, and countless bolts of thunderous energy cascaded down upon them without uttering a single word. His assault was a lethal strike. Boom, boom, boom. Before the bolts could reach Chu Xuan, they were blocked by a black iron shield, with the sound of metal clashing ringing out. Duan Feipeng chuckled coldly. Many believed him to be skilled solely in long-range thunder techniques, yet he had also mastered close combat fighting. Those who recklessly attempted to approach him met a far grimmer fate. Duan Feipeng swiftly altered his technique, conjuring a massive axe entwined with thunder in his grasp. He shouted, "Prepare to be cleaved. Do not block. That would be courting death." With both hands gripping the axe, he aimed to strike Chu Xuan's head. However, at that moment, a golden light erupted above Chu Xuan, accompanied by ethereal sounds. Instantly, a radiant, multicolored wheel of treasure appeared behind his head, radiating immense power that enveloped him in a protective glow. Moreover, atop Chu Xuan's head, a small bell chimed, unleashing a denser surge of merit power. A golden giant bell formed around Chu Xuan, shielding him completely. These two defenses were the protective golden wheel technique from the Golden Dragon Temple and an exceptional artifact, the merit bell. Clang! The thunderous axe struck against these 2 layers of defense, leaving a significant gash in the heavily weighted blade. Duan Feipeng nearly lost his grip. Merit? Such overwhelming merit? Is this person not a demon cultivator? Duan Feipeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his usually stoic face almost losing composure. In that instant, Chu Xuan's counterattack arrived. Duan Feipeng's top-tier defensive artifact struggled to withstand the combined onslaught, cracks spreading across its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. With great effort, Duan Faping raised his hand, intending to unleash a protective spell. However, a small dragon appeared behind him, opening its mouth wide. A chilling wail echoed, akin to a demonic sound exploding in his ears. Duan Faping's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 101. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This was precisely why Chu Xuan had remained dormant, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He would not engage unless his adversary revealed their skills. Unlike the current situation, where they had not even utilized their trump cards, only to be severely wounded by Chu Xuan, leaving them utterly incapable of retaliating. Chu Xuan advanced slowly through the congealed blood and mud. Before him lay the charred remains of Lu Jinxiong, with a figure crouched nearby. You dare to shatter my life-bound artifact. I shall kill you. I will slay you. The voice, filled with rage, belonged to Wu Tung, who plunged a dagger mercilessly into the scorched corpse. The sound of footsteps behind him heightened Wu Tung's alertness. His words faltered, lodged in his throat, as the smile on his face froze, as if encased in ice. Chu Xuan? Wu Tung managed a grimace that was more grotesque than sorrowful. He was no fool. He understood that Chu Xuan's presence here indicated that the situation had spiraled beyond their plans. Junior brother Chu, you are still alive. How wonderful. That scoundrel Lu Jinxiong betrayed me, causing my life-bound artifact to be destroyed. Wu Tung exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Chu Xuan approached him with a smile, and suddenly, the shadow demon claw materialized, seizing Wu Tung's head. In the midst of Wu Tung's terror-stricken gaze, it crushed his skull. With a resounding crack, it was akin to an overripe persimmon being smashed upon the ground, juice and pulp splattering everywhere. Naturally, Chu Xuan collected the remains and disposed of them in the corpse-raising tower. You, extreme cave demon cultivator. The two Foundation establishment cultivators widened their eyes, hastily attempting to flee. Yet, they were soon pursued by Chu Xuan, who similarly crushed their skulls. Afterward, Chu Xuan tidied the scene, depositing all the Foundation establishment corpses into the corpse-raising tower, taking possession of their storage bags. Lu Jinxiong, in his final moments, retained the form of a black beast demon, his body, now towering over a meter, resembling a beast rather than a human. Senior brother, you are too kind. You should not be a demon cultivator. Perhaps had you joined one of the righteous sects, your fate would have been far better than it is now. Chu Xuan sai sopti. He could have unceremoniously cast Lu Jinxiong's body into the corpse-raising tower for nurturing as an corpse or breeding with goo insects. Yet he chose not to. The addition of another Foundation establishment corpse was inconsequential, but a benevolent demon cultivator such as Lu Jinxiong might be unique in this world. He placed Lu Jinxiong's body into a separate storage bag. Stop hiding. Come forth. Ha ha. You still discovered me. Han Luyun leaped down from the top of a colossal tree, revealing a smile. He was somewhat startled, having just located this battlefield, where two corpse generals had been diligently watching over him. The sole survivor was none other than Chu Xuan, who appeared to be unscathed. Chapter 102. Good disciple, you shall be rewarded. With the demise of the Gold Core practitioner, the 1,000 Insect Sect's foundational cultivators crumbled in defeat, surrendering en masse. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was filled with the despondent practitioners of the 1,000 Insect Sect, relinquishing their resistance. Chu Xuan, upon seeing Wan Wuying safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief. His master was still with him, and that was a comfort. No need to flee. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Come find me in the eastern woods. Chu Xuan promptly made his way to the eastern grove, where he encountered the somewhat pale Wan Wuying. Master, are you injured? Chu Xuan inquired, retrieving a healing elixir. Wan Wuying accepted a few glossy pills and swallowed them, gradually regaining some color in his face. He regarded Chu Xuan with a complex expression before inquiring. Is it just you? Chu Xuan not that. Wan Wuying, please tell me what transpired. He then recounted the battle in detail, refraining from deceit, knowing that if Wan Wuying wished to investigate, he would uncover the truth of the conflict. Throughout the tale, he only concealed the fact that he possessed merit and had cultivated the techniques of the Golden Dragon Temple. As for Wu Tung, that traitor, well done in eliminating him. Lu Jinxiong. Alas, he remains as foolish as ever, I noticed long ago his overly kind nature is ill-suited for demonic cultivation. Li Shuaming. He did nothing wrong. Why did you kill him? Wan Wuying's gaze settled on Chu Xuan. Calmly, Chu Xuan replied, he was innocent. Yet he may have turned against me in the future. Thus, I had to eliminate him. Moreover, keeping him would dilute your efforts in nurturing me. Originally, you needed to focus on cultivating a single disciple. Now, you would have to divide your attention between two, which would inevitably lessen the effectiveness of your guidance. It is better to have only me. Wan Wuying remarked, you are quite forthright. Chu Xuan hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Wan Wuying chuckled. I know what you wish to ask. The leader and deputy leader of the Heavenly Seal sect are not fools. They quickly surmised that the Yuling Mountain was the source of the trouble. The supposed transfer of Zhao Wuyo and Huang Yuanwu was merely a ruse. They never left and remained nearby. Zhu Taiji, driven by personal desire, secretly colluded with Yuling Mountain to harm fellow disciples and even sent disciples to kill those from my extreme cave. He shall face punishment, losing various resources and status. However, as a Gold Core practitioner, the Heavenly Seal sect will not be excessively harsh. They will not drive him away, but will instead compel him to reflect, with hopes of him one day returning to Yuling Mountain to redeem himself. As for Guozhen, his strength was too feeble, and I dealt with him. Wan Wuying smacked his lips. I must say, the old heads of the Heavenly Seal sect are rather stubborn. They would be better off allowing me to kill Zhu Taiji and refine him into a corpse general, far more useful than an insubordinate Gold Core practitioner. Chu Xuan, Smai. The leaders of the Heavenly Seal sect are also wary of you. Wan Wuying snorted. I am well aware. They wish to keep me from growing too powerful. Yet, they still rely on me now, fearing to act against me. With this battle, my extreme cave has made its mark. No one dares to provoke the tiger's tail any longer. Chu Xuan nodded indeed. Wan Wuying continued. You shall take charge of tidying up the battlefield. Let not the many corpses go to waste. Understood. Chu Xuan Ziplit. With that, Wan Wuying summoned the black wind and vanished in an instant. Chu Xuan felt a sense of gratitude. His master was quite dependable, a positive development. Accumulating resources diligently paled in comparison to the direct bestowal of treasures from his master. Thus, the great battle came to a close. Across the land of Wuzhou, only a handful of foundational cultivators led the Qi practitioners still resisting. Furthermore, Wuzhou was rife with toxins and ferocious beasts, which also required time to clear. Without such cleansing, the establishment of mortal cities would remain unattainable. If even mortal cities could not be founded, true dominion would be mere fantasy. The Gold Core experts of the Heavenly Seal sect would not expend their energies on such matters. The tasks of clearing the poisonous creatures and establishing mortal cities would be delegated as commissions to the practitioners of the Heavenly Seal sect. Thus, a sect expands its territory step by step, growing ever more formidable. Chu Xuan, however, was indifferent to these commissions. Chapter 103. Yicha knocks on the door at midnight. Within Li Shuaming's storage bag, the quantity of spirit stones was surprisingly meager, totaling merely over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and a scant 20 or 30 middle-grade spirit stones. Chu Xuan speculated that he had expended his spirit stones prior to the war, converting them into magical artifacts and other immediate combat assets. As for the magical artifacts, Chu Xuan discovered several superior-grade defensive artifacts. However, it was the three secret techniques concealed by Li Xianming that piqued Chu Xuan's interest. The turtle breath technique, a top-tier foundational cultivation method, comprises 3 levels and can completely conceal one's aura, rendering the practitioner indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Upon reaching mastery, the practitioner can freely amplify or diminish their presence. The venomous scripture documents over 100 toxic formulas, encompassing both Qi, refining, and foundation establishment stages, and includes various poisoning techniques. Such esoteric arts are uniquely invaluable to Chu Xuan. He had previously dabbled in toxic methods, yet the poison scriptures from the Wuji Sect were rather mediocre. His exploration was cursory and left him with a sense of regret. Now, with a comprehensive tome on toxic arts presented before him, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. The tenfold root extraction technique allows one to seize another's spiritual root and transplant it into oneself. The more materials prepared, the more intact the seized spiritual root. At its pinnacle, it can entirely extract an opponent's spiritual root. Chu Xuan smacked his lips. His spiritual root was merely of middle grade, leaning towards wood. Thus, he had long prepared a method for root extraction but had never found the right opportunity to employ it, either lacking a target or insufficient materials. However, that method could at most seize 50% of an opponent's spiritual root. But with the tenfold root extraction technique, he could potentially obtain an exquisite lightning spiritual root in its entirety. This was an extraordinary windfall. Chu Xuan carefully stored these treasures away. Upon opening, he was astounded. Truly, he deserved the title of the foremost among the 3 disciples of Tianyin. The wealth contained within was astonishing. He had never encountered such a bountiful storage bag. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, 200 middle-grade spirit stones, 2 exquisite magical artifacts, 4 foundation establishment stage talismans, 8 foundation establishment beast spirit talismans produced by Yuling Mountain, 1 vial of foundation establishment stage evil pills, 8 vials of foundation establishment healing elixirs, 12 various foundation establishment stage formations, and special arrays. Moreover, there was an abundance of cultivation scriptures from various sects, including Tianyin Sect, Cangxuan Sect, and Blood Fury Sect. Truly a treasure trove. Chu Xuan marveled as he meticulously gathered these items. He then commenced the endeavor of seizing and transplanting spiritual roots. The tenfold root extraction technique required 3 types of elixirs as mediums to extract and bear the spiritual root. 2 of these elixirs were of superior grade foundation establishment, while the third was an exquisite grade foundation establishment elixir. All possessed the capability to reinforce and even restore damaged spiritual roots. Consequently, they were undeniably expensive. Each of the 2 superior grade foundation establishment elixirs demanded at least 600 low-grade spirit stones, while the exquisite grade elixir required a staggering 800 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, even at such prices, they were hard to procure due to the scarcity of required materials. Had it not been for the abundant resources of the High Blue Star and the multitude of zombies serving as vessels for cultivating spiritual plants, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to gather these 2 elixirs. There were still several seeds of spiritual plants that he lacked, which he resolved to purchase shortly. Chu Xuan promptly made his way to the Nameless Market to acquire the seeds. In the Nameless Market, within a tea house, Chu Xuan sat quietly in a grandmaster chair, feigning slumber with closed eyes. The tea and pastries offered by a female cultivator remained untouched. He maintained a necessary vigilance against anything not produced before his very eyes, preferring to abstain from consumption. Moments later, a figure appeared on the 3rd floor. The instant the footfalls echoed, Chu Xuan opened his eyes from his pretense of slumber, his muscles taut and ready to summon an attack spell. The newcomer, upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Chu Xuan as if he were about to erupt, recognized him as someone he had previously encountered in battle. In that fleeting moment, both individuals discerned each other's true identities. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated as Han Luyun approached, his steps steady and deliberate. Yet he maintained a cautious distance from Chu Xuan. This time, he chose not to sit before Chu Xuan, but remained at a considerable distance. Chapter 104, Critical Hit. Thousandfold Feedback. Chu Xuan commenced his foray into the art of alchemy. Previously, he had only concocted the Tai Sui pill, which, though valuable, was of a mere low-grade quality suitable for foundational cultivation. Now he sought to experiment with 3 higher-tier elixirs, each belonging to the upper and pinnacle grades of foundational cultivation. Despite his preparations, he found himself astounded by the dismal success rate of these potions, which was exceedingly low. He faced 6 failures before finally succeeding in one attempt with the upper-grade elixirs, while his endeavors with the pinnacle-grade elixir, the healing pill, resulted in a complete string of 7 failures. Chu Xuan could not help but shake his head. The task was undeniably challenging. To ensure a reliable outcome, he deemed it prudent to consult a professional. You wish to find a pinnacle-grade alchemist? TSK, that one TB easy, Han Luyun remarked, shaking his head upon hearing Chu Xuan's request. Low-grade foundational alchemists are plentiful. Even individuals like you and me can concoct such elixirs. However, higher-grade and pinnacle-grade alchemists are rare gems. It will be best to seek out a specialist who has devoted themselves to the study of alchemy. But finding a pinnacle-grade alchemist is no simple task. Chu Xuan could indeed elevate his standing by requesting the assistance of a golden core elder from the Tianyin sect. But he pondered whether he could afford their services. I will do my utmost to keep an eye out for the healing pill and those capable of crafting it, Han Luyuan assured him. Chu Xuan nodded in agreement and tossed 3 large blood orbs as remuneration. Chu Xuan continued his daily practice, primarily focusing on the blood fiend refinement scripture, supplemented by the turtle breathing technique and the boiling blood true art. Thanks to the endless supply of Insha energy and the nourishment from the blood orbs, he progressed admirably in all areas. However, bang! A muffled explosion emanated from a Dan furnace. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered the elixir had coalesced into a charred, indistinguishable mass. Damn it! Chu Xuan et Gulim, exasperated as he gestured rudely at the burnt substance. It seemed his aptitude for alchemy was still somewhat lacking. He could barely manage the upper-grade elixirs. Yet the pinnacle-grade concoctions eluded him entirely. Each attempt ended in failure. The task was exceedingly arduous. He unceremoniously discarded the charred mass, only for Little Leopard to dash over and consume it with evident satisfaction. Chu Xuan had grown accustomed to this peculiar behavior. He could not fathom why the creature relished such things. The mother stone has shattered. It appears there is a result. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened as he gathered his belongings and promptly made his way to the Nameless Market. At the tea house in the Nameless Market, Chu Xuan found Han Luyuan awaiting him. Without preamble, he declared, "The item you requested has been located. I have secured a pinnacle-grade alchemist from the Miaoying Palace. You provide the materials, and she will craft the elixir. Her fee is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and upon completion, she requires 1 elixir for herself." Chu Xuan frowned at the expense. It was steep but acceptable. "My only condition is that she concocts the elixir in my presence." Han Luyuan scratched his head. "Having her brew the elixir in front of you? That is quite an unusual request. Let me inquire." He produced a communication jade and transmitted his voice to the other side. The response was succinct. "Yes, I'll be there shortly." Chu Xuan was puzzled. Wasn't she in the Miaoying Palace? The palace's main base was in Qianzhou, located 80,000 miles from here. How would their alchemist arrive? Han Luyuan hooked. She is currently traveling through the 9 prefectures of Yunnan and is presently in the Nameless Market to procure alchemical materials. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the stairs, followed by the entrance of a graceful figure. If one were to describe her appearance, Chu Xuan could only say that her features were delicately refined, her small mouth, petite nose, and small eyes. The diminutive-eyed female cultivator regarded Chu Xuan. "I am Yin Xiao. You wish to brew the healing pill?" Chu Xuan nodded and tossed a storage bag her way, containing the material sufficient for 2 batches of the healing pill, along with the alchemical fee. Yin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. I shall commence the brewing immediately." The 3 proceeded to a soundproof chamber. Yin Xiao retrieved a small bronze cauldron from the storage bag, ignited the spirit wood with a flame spell, and heated the cauldron. Subsequently, she added various materials into the cauldron. The entire process flowed effortlessly, showcasing a level of proficiency indicative of someone who had crafted dozens of healing pills. Chu Xuan watched intently, his gaze unwavering. Han Liyun nibbled on snacks, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Do not get too absorbed. If your talent for alchemy is insufficient, some things simply cannot be learned. We should stick to crafting low-grade, foundational elixirs. Such advanced potions are best left to professional alchemists." Chu Xuan paid him no mind, remaining fixated on the process. Yin Xiao was visibly taken aback by his intense focus. Chapter 105. The Heart Symbol and Sun Ruoxin. At the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, Duan Feiping could only gaze upon the zombie farm, where thousands of flesh sacks lay in the earth, adorned with a variety of lush, vibrant spiritual plants. A gentle breeze stirred them, causing them to sway incessantly. It was a sight of sheer horror. This place was akin to hell. What manner of location had Chu Xuan discovered, enabling such an abundance of flesh sacs to nurture spiritual flora? No wonder Chu Xuan possessed such formidable power. Duan Feipeng even discreetly attempted to establish contact with his master, Zhu Taiji, using the jade tablet embedded within the flesh. Yet, despite infusing it with boundless spiritual energy and issuing countless pleas for aid, the signals vanished into the void. Duan Feipeng was oblivious to his exact whereabouts. All he knew was that he awaited death. Suddenly, without warning, a figure materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chu Xuan. Duan Feipeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chu Xuan appear out of thin air? He wished to speak, but his throat had been severed. Chu Xuan, with an air of calmness, remarked, "I apologize for the wait. Fear not, your journey will soon commence." Duan Feipeng thought, I do not wish to depart. Please, do not approach me. Chu Xuan proceeded with a perfect foundation seizing technique, meticulously arranging the materials in a precise order. The process of seizing spiritual roots consisted of 3 steps: excavating the spiritual root, bearing the spiritual root, and transplanting the spiritual root. The 3 types of elixirs corresponded to these steps, with the transplantation being the most challenging. An external spiritual root would provoke a rejection reaction from the host body, necessitating the use of a celestial healing pill to mitigate their conflict. He felt as though he had been reduced to an ordinary mortal, entirely unaware of the presence of his spiritual root. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xuan delved deep into the spiritual sea, where the root lay 3 inches beneath the surface. Should the practitioner perish, the spiritual root would vanish instantaneously. Chu Xuan's blade was swift and precise. In the blink of an eye, he extracted an intact spiritual root. Duan Feipeng's spiritual root exhibited a striking purple-blue hue, flanked by shades of green and yellow. These 3 colors represented the attributes of thunder, wood, and metal, respectively. Thus, the Tianyin sect classified his spiritual root as a top-tier thunder spiritual root. The root itself was ethereal, delicate to the touch, resembling soft cartilage. Chapter 106. Are we playing with celestial jumps? Chu Xuan settled into a meditative posture, immersing himself in his cultivation. His spiritual root attributes had undergone a fundamental transformation. Under normal circumstances, this would necessitate a complete overhaul of his primary cultivation method. However, such a course of action would entail the total dissolution of his previous achievements, requiring him to start anew. Yet, having already reached the late foundation establishment stage, to disperse his energy would mean that the years of investment have been rendered utterly futile, a consequence too burdensome for anyone to bear. This, however, pertains to practitioners of the orthodox path. The blood fiend refinement of demons is a distinct and peculiar cultivation technique. As a method belonging to the demonic path, it inherently possesses the capacity to alter its attributes autonomously. Originally a wood attribute technique, it can be transformed into one of the other 5 elemental properties. After multiple operations, the spiritual energy within a demon cultivator's body will also undergo a corresponding change. It can even be transmuted into the anomalous attributes of lightning and wind. Furthermore, since lightning is associated with yang wood and wind with yin wood, converting the blood fiend refinement of demons into a lightning attribute technique is, in fact, simpler than altering it to one of the other elemental properties. To effectuate this transformation, only a singular lightning attribute spiritual object is required: Thunderstrike wood. Before Chu Xuan materialized a charred segment of Thunderstrike wood, he observed that the lower end bore tender buds that had just begun to sprout. Lightning, the harbinger of destruction and unparalleled slaughter, heralds the arrival of spring with its initial thunderclaps and the first rains that awaken all life. Thus, lightning also embodies the power of regeneration. This would could enhance Chu Xuan's acquired spiritual body, the evil wood's spiritual body, yielding benefits on 2 fronts. This modest piece of Thunderstrike wood, imbued with dual attributes and multifaceted powers, was steeped in profundity. The quality of the Thunderstrike wood was remarkable. This particular segment was of superior foundation establishment grade, costing Chu Xuan 300 small spirit stones for acquisition. Moreover, he refrained from leveraging Han Luyan's channels. opting instead to commission Chun for the procurement. Though the process was slower and the price slightly higher, it afforded him greater safety. Chu Xuan was not naive enough to entrust all transactions to Han Luyuan, as doing so would allow the latter to easily discern his movements. At that juncture, any item could be tampered with, leaving Chu Xuan oblivious to the machinations at play. It seemed as though Han Luyuan possessed an expansive network of intelligence, certainly not to be underestimated. The mutual strength of Chu Xuan and Han Luyuan had led to their cautious collaboration, as both refrained from rash actions while testing each other as capabilities. Should the day arise when Chu Xuan learned of Han Luyuan's decline in strength, or that he had sustained grave injuries, he would not hesitate to eliminate this individual privy to his many secrets. He was confident that Han Luyuan would act similarly. Throughout their dealings, Chu Xuan had merely regarded Han Luyuan as a tool to be utilized, beneficial when advantageous, discarded when not. There was nothing more to discuss. Without delay, Chu Xuan commenced the refinement of the Thunderstrike, with using his spiritual energy. The dense lightning spiritual aura and with spiritual aura surged into his being. His internal spiritual force flowed ceaselessly, operating in accordance with the route of the blood fiend refinement of demons transformed into the lightning attribute. 1 circulatory cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. With each successive operation, the spiritual energy underwent a continuous metamorphosis. After a day had passed, the transformation from wood attribute spiritual energy to lightning attribute spiritual energy was finally complete. Exhaling softly, Chu Xuan released a breath of relief. Chapter 107, Breakthrough. 9th Layer of Qi Refinement. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuan's heart stirred with excitement. Full gold pill, beast gold pill, weapon gold pill, blood gold pill. Even without the abundant ancient spiritual energy that characterized the great cultivation eras, cultivators have nevertheless utilized their own wisdom to devise new methods for pill refinement. Without a shadow of doubt, Wan Wuying remarked casually, "Which one do you desire?" After much contemplation, Chu Xuan replied earnestly, "I wish to obtain them all." Wan Wuying rolled his eyes, but still reached into his storage bag, retrieving 4 tomes. 9 turns pill refinement method, fire 8 pill refinement method, thunder falcon pill refinement method, and spirit sea pill refinement method. Since you are currently the sole foundation establishment disciple in the extreme Yin cave, who else should I cultivate if not you? Wan Wuying waved his hand, dismissing Chu Xuan. Once Chu Xuan departed, he chuckled to himself. Which method will this lad ultimately choose? The 9 turns pill refinement method was particularly arduous. It required the practitioner to condense and restore the essence 9 times. Who possesses the lifespan to expend in such a manner? The Thunder Falcon pill refinement method appeared to be the most expedient, merely necessitating the collection of the demon cores from 9 types of foundation establishment stage thunder, attribute, avian beasts. As for the Spirit Sea pill refinement method, it too offered a viable option. Slaying 100 foundation establishment cultivators posed no specific requirements for early, middle, or late stages. Any could suffice. However, if one were to eliminate 100 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators and seize their spiritual sea for pill refinement, the process would undoubtedly differ from that of 100 early-stage cultivators. 100 late-stage adversaries. I would have to send the 5 righteous sects into utter chaos. Wouldn't I? Chu Xuan shook his head. He prioritized the Thunder Falcon pill refinement method and kept the Spirit Sea pill refinement method as a backup. He promptly transmitted a message to Chun, instructing him to be on the lookout for the demon cores of thunder, attribute, avian beasts. He then resumed his cultivation. With a superior lightning spiritual root, his cultivation speed had significantly increased. Yet, upon reaching the late foundation establishment stage, the amount of spiritual energy required for each minor elevation in realm surpassed that needed in the mid-stage. Chu Xuan remained in the soul harvesting and evil nurturing grand formation for half a year, and his internal spiritual power only increased by a small margin. A golden core cultivator from the spirit controlling mountain had been severely wounded, yet could only swallow his bitterness. A rare tranquility enveloped the Mist State region. As for the eastern provinces of the Blue Sea Star, where Chu Xuan held dominion, peace reigned supreme, devoid of significant upheavals. Each day was filled with practice, pill refinement, and insect nurturing, interspersed with moments of letting his 3 corpses roam free, watching them frolic like unbridled wild dogs. The chaos of bloodshed and the pursuit of fortune paled in comparison to this serene and vibrant farming life. In the extreme Yin Cave's dojo, Chu Xuan, as the chief disciple, sat in the esteemed position. Beside him were a male and a female foundation establishment disciple. The male disciple, Su Ming, brimmed with youthful vigor. Yet his gaze towards Chu Xuan was filled with reverence. Not long ago, Su Ming had cultivated to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Benefiting from the recent conflict between the Tianyin sect and the Thousand Insect sect, where he acquired a storage bag belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with his previous savings, he successfully purchased 2 foundation establishment pills, achieving his breakthrough. The female disciple, named Li Xiaoman, claimed to be a disciple of the corpse puppet sect. She had previously been wandering and cultivating in Qinzhou. Upon hearing of Wan Wuying's induction into the Tianyin sect and the establishment of the extreme Yin Cave, she promptly came to seek refuge. The corpse puppet sect had been annihilated by the 5 righteous sects over 300 years ago. Chapter 108, The Father-in-Law's Labor, The Secret Realm of Zhongshan. The southern nation of Yu has expanded its territory for the Burning Heaven sect, successfully incorporating a significant portion of the vast desert's oases and establishing mortal cities. Meanwhile, the Northern Yin Kingdom's 100 Refinement sect has breached the border, engaging in several skirmishes with the Burning Heaven sect, resulting in casualties among foundation-building practitioners, including what seems to be the disciples of elders. The situation at the border is tense. The various sects of the Yu Kingdom are in constant friction, truly a harmonious and friendly assembly of the righteous 5 sections. Chu Xuan, once the threat of the Wuzhizong is removed, the righteous sects will inevitably turn on each other for their own interests. It is likely that, like the Yin and Yu kingdoms, they will develop into a hegemonic sect, such as the 100 Refinement sect or the Burning Heaven sect, and only then will the wars cease. Chu Xuan pulled out a map he had acquired for 1,000 small spirit stones. It encompassed the entirety of the Yu, Yin, and Yu kingdoms. These 3 nations share borders, yet between the Yu and Yu kingdoms lies an endless desert, while a mighty river separates the Yu and Yin kingdoms. Additionally, there are historical enmities between the Yin and Yu kingdoms, allowing the Yu kingdom's cultivators to exist with relative stability. Underground relics have emerged in the Yunwu mountain range of the Yu kingdom. Some cultivators have accidentally entered and retrieved numerous long-buried magical artifacts, and even treasures. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow at this news. The emergence of underground relics signifies an influx of cultivators rushing to the site, inevitably accompanied by bloodshed, chaos, and death. This presents an invaluable opportunity for demonic cultivators. Chu Xuan did not intend to wade into this murky water personally. The dangers within the underground relics are too great. Since treasures have surfaced, it is the Golden Core experts who will lead the exploration of the underground relics. As a mere foundation-building practitioner, how could he dare to share the spoils with those of Golden Core status? It would likely be viewed as a delectable treat by some of them. Nonetheless, this does not preclude Chu Xuan from engaging in business near the underground relics. With numerous cultivators flocking to the site, a trading market will undoubtedly form spontaneously around the relics. Consequently, items capable of rapidly enhancing power, such as demonic talismans, sinister pills, and blood beads, will become highly sought after. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xuan could also search for alternative methods for condensing pills. Perhaps he might discover one more suited to his needs. Not to mention, the Thunderhawk condensation method is merely a medium-grade secret art among foundation-building techniques. If he could find a superior or even top-tier method to replace it, that would be splendid. Chu Xuan reviewed all the intelligence provided by Chun Ge. He did not fully trust the information, for he believed anyone could betray him, could turn against him. Even if Chun Ge is invested in his future and willing to assist him, there is always the possibility that he could be controlled by a more powerful figure and used for another's purposes. Relying too heavily on Chun Ji's intelligence network is not prudent. At the very least, he needs to corroborate through 2 separate intelligence channels. However, at present, Chu Xuan lacks the capability to establish two intelligence networks. He can only compare information from Han Luoyun and Chun Ge. A few days later, Yunwu Market. Although the war between the Tianyin sect and the indigenous sects of Wuzhou has concluded, the nameless market in this region has endured, perhaps due to the surrounding mist. Cultivators have named it Yunwu Market. Over time, well-intentioned individuals erected a sign at the market's entrance, aptly labeling it with the three characters for Yunwu Market. Chu Xuan sat calmly at a window seat in a tea house, waiting patiently. Before long, a concealed weapon whistled through the window. At a distance of 3 zhang from Chu Xuan, it suddenly split into 3 smaller projectiles, radiating a dangerous green light, clearly poisoned. Yet, Chu Xuan made no movement. 3 sinister claws accurately seized the 3 projectiles. Han Liuyun's laughter echoed from below, drawing closer. "How's that? My newly developed mother and child art." "Not bad," replied Chu Xuan. Han Liuyun clicked his tongue in wonder. "To receive such praise from you is enough to make me proud." He waved his hand, and a cloud of smoke emerged, neutralizing the faintly visible poison powder in the air. "Your skills in poisoning have advanced remarkably. I must admit I feel a bit of pressure." Chu Xuan remained composed. After all, every time they met, they would test each other. He might as well use Han Luoyun to gauge his newly researched poisons. If the poison fails to kill, it indicates that his skills still require refinement. The day he truly poisons Han Luoyun will signify his mastery. "Han Luoyun, speaking of serious matters, I invited you here because I wish to discuss the underground relics of the Yunwu mountain range." Han Luoyun was slightly taken aback. "You already know? It seems your intelligence is no less than mine." Chu Xuan lightly tapped the table. "Do you intend to venture in?" Chapter 109. The Failure of Yaoshi. The heart of fire in the depths of Qingyan. In the northern region of Yanhan, the corpse empress has been relentlessly expanding her territory, yet she has not advanced southward. Instead, she has moved westward, colliding with the carnivorous vines that are similarly extending their domain. Furthermore, there exists a burgeoning force known as the Scientific City, which is rapidly growing and comprises at least 30 extraordinary individuals, having also absorbed remnants of the Linjiang army. This faction has come into conflict with the Corpse Empress. In the eastern part of Yanhan, only a few scattered forces have been established, with a mere 2 or 3 extraordinary beings among them. Currently, the Black Blade faction consists of 11 first-level extraordinary beings, 5 second-level, and 2 third-level, commanding over 3,000 survivors. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, recognizing that Wang Gang and the others are cherishing the opportunities he had initially afforded them. Their endeavors are well organized. Initially, Chu Xuan harbored some thoughts regarding the Corpse Empress, but now that this undead matriarch has evolved into a 5th-level zombie, it is foreseeable that her power will continue to ascend. At present, the Corpse Empress likely pales in comparison to her progenitor, and thus Chu Xuan has lost interest in her. As for the formation and demise of other extraordinary factions, he perceives them as mere childish play, devoid of any intrigue. He decided to continue his study of the Tome of Venom. With the tome laid open, he immersed himself in its pages. In the realm of Cangxuan, a month later, Chu Xuan received intelligence from Chun Ge. Following Chu Xuan's directives, the majority of this intelligence pertained to the underground ruins within the Yunwu mountain range. Chun Ge, well versed in his field, dispatched individuals to the nameless marketplace outside the underground ruins, generously distributing resources to acquire information. This strategy ensured that the most complete, detailed, and up-to-date intelligence would be presented to Chu Xuan at the earliest opportunity. The largest entrance to the underground ruins is located at the Horn Mountain of the Yunwu Range, which is now under the control of the Cangxuan Sect. The remaining significant entrances are situated on several other peaks, some occupied by the Cangxuan Sect, while others are claimed by the Tianyin Sect and Yuling Mountain. The Miaoying Palace and the Golden Dragon Temple have already dispatched Golden Core cultivators to the Yunwu mountain range, where the righteous 5 sects are embroiled in disputes, likely to escalate into violent confrontations. The initial group of cultivators entering the underground ruins numbered 50 to 60, yet only a handful emerged alive, all of whom returned with significant rewards. Some were recruited by the Cangxuan Sect, while others were slain by senior cultivators for refusing to relinquish their spiritual treasures. Chu Xuan contemplated this. It appears that the underground ruins indeed hold treasures capable of enticing golden core cultivators. Otherwise, it would not have drawn the attention of the 5 sects, who nearly came to blows over it. Given this, he resolved to exercise caution and refrain from putting himself at risk. As he delved further into the latest intelligence, which had arrived 2 days prior, his gaze sharpened. The righteous 5 sects announced today that they would permit minor sect cultivators and rogue cultivators to enter the underground ruins, provided each paid a fee of 30 small spiritual stones. Permit? Chu Xuan shook his head. If the underground ruins truly contained treasures as rumored, the righteous 5 sects would never grant access to other cultivators. They would wish to seal off the entire Yunwu mountain range, allowing not even a single egg to enter. The righteous 5 sects are not embodiments of justice, nor are the senior cultivators altruistic benefactors. Such a sudden display of benevolence is undoubtedly suspicious. Chu Xuan recalled another matter. Han Luoyun had not contacted him in quite some time. Han Luoyun's strength was on par with his own, and since venturing into the underground ruins, he had remained silent. Coupled with the righteous 5 sects' unexpected kindness, it is plausible that the underground ruins harbor dangers beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This maneuver by the righteous 5 sects may very well be a ploy to use minor sect cultivators and rogue cultivators as cannon fodder to test the path ahead. Chu Xuan shook his head repeatedly. Out of prudence, he decided to delay his journey to the Yunwu mountain range. 2 more days passed. Chapter 110. Set a small goal for oneself. Chu Xuan spoke calmly. Su Shidi, if you wish to go, feel free. There is no need to consult me. As for myself, I must oversee the affairs of the extreme Yin Cave, and I cannot leave. Su Ming, somewhat disappointed, hastily urged, Senior brother, that is the relic of the formidable Cangxuan sect. If we were to stumble upon any treasure. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. I must cultivate. With that, he vanished in an instant. Su Ming's disappointment deepened, and he turned to Li Xiaoman. Sister, shall we go together? After much contemplation, Li Xiaoman shook her head. No, I will remain to instruct the disciples. Su Ming sighed heavily. As cultivators, we ought to pursue progress with vigor. I never anticipated that both senior brother and senior sister would falter. Alas, he summoned his flying artifact and departed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaoman cast a lingering glance at Chu Xuan's cave, deep in thought, before heading in the opposite direction. In the solitude of his cave, Chu Xuan chuckled softly. It is futile to advise the stubborn. He recognized that no matter what he said, Su Ming would venture to the ghostly palace. As for Li Xiaoman, she was indeed a shrewd demon cultivator, honed through her years as a solitary practitioner. Those who understand how to seek fortune and avoid disaster are destined to thrive. 5 days later, while closely monitoring the situation, Chu Xuan received 2 new pieces of intelligence from Chengge. A multitude of minor sect cultivators and scattered practitioners had entered the underground relic, with most never to return. The righteous sects promptly resolved to enter the underground site. Wen Ying, Su Ming, and the others must have gone in as well. Chu Xuan sighed. The ghostly palace, the ghostly palace. How many more souls will it claim? Another 5 days passed. Chengge personally arrived at the entrance of Chu Xuan's water curtain cave for a visit. Chu Xuan was taken aback. Why have you come alone? Chun Ji's expression was grave, as if shrouded in an unshakable gloom. He spoke seriously. Sure, Shu, a grave matter has arisen. Chu Xuan replied, Speak. Chengge lowered his voice. Surrounding the underground relic, a suffocating black mist has emerged, obscuring much of the cloud, mist mountain range. Some monstrous beasts attempted to flee, only to be drained by the mist in an instant, leaving behind mere husks. It is said that a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator rushed into the black mist to save their partner, only to be consumed within moments. He continued, My informant there has perished. I learned of this from a fortunate survivor. Chu Xuan's heart raced. This was indeed a monumental crisis. The ghostly palace was by no means a treasure trove accessible to just anyone. Even if treasures existed, they would not be within the reach of ordinary individuals. Chengge pressed on. Moreover, Chu Xuan furrowed his brow, then relaxed. I understand. Has there been any activity from the sects to the north or south? Chunga looked at Chu Xuan with reverence, nodding repeatedly. A few days ago, a contingent from the Burning Heaven sect invaded Wuzhou, and the halls established by the Tianyin sect in southern Wuzhou have already been seized by the Burning Heaven sect. Judging by their direction, they are heading straight for the main hall of the Tianyin sect. It remains unclear whether there are Golden Core experts among them, but I suspect there are. Chu Xuan sighed softly. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. It was indeed time to take action. Chen Gu, filled with trepidation, asked Shu, "What should I do? Could you offer some guidance?" Chu Xuan replied calmly, "You are a mortal without a family of cultivators." Chen Gu paused momentarily, then continued, "I have taken 4 wives and established 6 residences, along with numerous shops." Before he could finish, realization dawned upon him, and a somber expression crossed his face. "I understand now, Shu." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 111. I, Yi Chun, will never betray my sect. The tumult of the Cangxuan realm has now faded into mere memories. Chu Xuan reclined comfortably on a soft velvet chaise, with the toxic scriptures hovering before him, its pages turning autonomously in the absence of wind. His right hand moved incessantly, deftly releasing various poisonous powders with casual precision. The toxins contained within the toxic scriptures could harm even cultivators, some affecting the soul, others causing fatal wounds, while some could hinder spiritual energy or incite a bloodthirsty frenzy. However, at the foundation establishment level of cultivation, the protective shield of spiritual energy made it rather difficult for these poisons to infiltrate the body. As long as the opponent remained unaware of his actions, they could not activate their protective energy. Even if the poison did not result in death, its effects could still grant him a significant advantage in combat. With a snap of his fingers, the water-eaten corpse respectfully growled and retrieved the spiritual plant seeds from its storage bag, diligently setting to work in the fields. Although the water-eaten corpse possessed mediocre innate abilities, it was surprisingly intelligent, quickly mastering tasks after observing Chu Xuan a few times. He entrusted all cultivation tasks to the water-eaten corpse, relishing the liberating sensation of not having to do everything himself. Absorbing the ean energy, refining the large blood pearl, and perusing ancient texts, he engaged in multiple endeavors simultaneously. Chu Xuan noted a remarkable enhancement in his comprehension, likely due to the accumulation of merit, which might explain the accelerating pace of his mastery over toxic arts. A fortnight later, intelligence from Black Blade routinely appeared before him. The content was largely consistent, detailing various situations across regions, extraordinary entities expanding their territories, and factions clashing violently. However, Chu Xuan was somewhat astonished to learn that the scientific city, which had risen in the northern region of Yanhan, had begun encircling the corpse empress and appeared to have gained significant advantage. Yet his astonishment was fleeting. Regardless of the scientific city's prowess, it remained merely impressive in the eyes of these extraordinary beings. To him, it was akin to a minor sect formed by qi refining cultivators, far inferior to even the small sects in Yu country that were backed by foundation establishment cultivators. As Chu Xuan continued to peruse, he quickly came across the final entry. The scientific city had dispatched 2 extraordinary beings to approach him, seeking to invite the immortal to join their ranks. I, Wang Gangjian, have represented the immortal and declined their invitation. Chu Xuan Juke Sopti. If they truly understood his power, they would be seeking to affiliate with him rather than extending an invitation. Wang Gangjian had acted rightly in refusing. There was no need to squander time with such individuals. 5 days later, in Shuanglong City, a diminutive and emaciated figure navigated the steel jungle with calm resolve. His body bore numerous scars from flames and frostbite. Previously, a swarm of killer bees had plagued Shuanglong City, forcing many survivors to flee. However, these killer bees had mysteriously vanished. It was highly likely that the immortal had set up some contrivances in Shuanglong City to harness the killer bees for his own purposes. If leveraged correctly, this could potentially repel the 2 pursuers from the scientific city. The mind of the slender figure raced, even emitting wisps of white steam from his head. He was none other than He Shengliang. Chapter 112. Disaster strikes. Yi Chun betrays the sect. What does it look like when a human body explodes from the inside out? Few have witnessed such a phenomenon. Even amidst the outbreak of zombies, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and the myriad of bizarre occurrences on the aquamarine star, the sight of a human body detonating is an unprecedented event, even for a muscular man who is an extraordinary being. Red blood, black innards, and white brain matter rain down like a grotesque confetti of severed limbs and shattered fragments. A piece of skin, matted with hair, plummeted before the burly man. He bent down, trembling, to pick it up, his heart filled with dread. Despite the rapid resurgence of spiritual energy, with individuals ascending to higher tiers daily, a level for extraordinary beings' physical resilience surpasses that of an ordinary person. How could such a formidable body succumb so easily to destruction? The muscular man had collaborated with a voluptuous woman on numerous occasions, from battlefields to wooded glades, and even in the intimacy of bedrooms, bathrooms, and toilets. He was intimately aware of the strength of her physique and even understood her innate talents. This knowledge only amplified his horror. The negative energy concealed within the dark mist had become so overwhelmingly potent that even the woman was unable to wield it. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the metallic tang of blood in his nostrils and promptly retrieved his satellite phone. "Hello, is this headquarters? This is Old Wong. Yes, Xiao Mei is dead. Right before my eyes, exploded into countless pieces. She perished from an overdose of negative energy. There's a vast," he began, but was abruptly interrupted as a figure burst forth from the black mist. The silhouette towered nearly 3 meters high, robust and imposing, resembling a colossal iron tower. Notably, the figure's legs were a testament to physical beauty and strength, a sight that had once filled the man with envy. In comparison, his own seemingly ample thighs appeared almost pitifully slender. How utterly humiliating. Was this still classified as a strengthening type extraordinary being? The burly man's pupils dilated in horror as he witnessed the figure throw a punch. The speed of the fist was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. Boom! The massive fist shattered the air, accompanied by a foul wind, crashing into the burly man's face. A sickening crack echoed as the human skull, the hardest part of the body, was obliterated by a single blow, shattering the satellite phone into countless electronic shards. Oomph. The creature, known as Little Tiger, effortlessly lifted the headless corpse and re-entered the grand formation. Moments later, it arrived at the center of the array, standing respectfully beside Chu Xuan. "Feel free to indulge. There is no need to seek my permission," Chu Xuan remarked casually. "Roar." Little Tiger, now excited, let out a triumphant cry and began to feast upon the burly man's remains. At that moment, a thin little boy lay prostrate before Chu Xuan. The sound of Little Tiger chewing did not cause the boy's complexion to pale. Chu Xuan looked down from his elevated position, having been meditating in the soul, capturing an evil, nourishing formation when the boy had intruded. Chapter 113. Apologies, I may have been overly confident. In the province of Yuyan, amidst the remnants of a desolate city, a cadre of extraordinary individuals from the Science City diligently surveyed the battlefield. Surrounding them were well-equipped soldiers, moving in perfect synchrony, akin to a living tank. Wherever they traversed, all zombies were mercilessly reduced to mere fragments. Atop the highest vantage point stood a formidable bald man, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The loose-fitting combat attire of Science City, adorning his muscular physique, fit him like a second skin, accentuating his robust musculature and exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity. His name was Zhong Shaw, a level 6 extraordinary and the captain of the first team of Science City. He was one of the 4 level 6 extraordinary beings within the city. Yet, he was acutely aware that they were mere servants of Science City. The true power resided in the lords seated in the deepest recesses of the headquarters. The prowess of these level 6 extraordinary beings was a gift from that singular entity, much like a collar around a dog's neck. "Boss, all the minor zombies have been cleared. There are no survivors in this city," a man with yellow hair approached, grinning mischievously. The tall woman beside him remarked coolly, "Did you not just execute those 2 survivors? They were not survivors?" The yellow-haired man chuckled. "I overheard them speak ill of Science City. It was only right to eliminate them. Zhang Shuo replied calmly, refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering survivors in the future. The yellow-haired man shrugged, understood. I will be more careful next time. Yes. The extraordinary beings echoed in unison. At the center of the clearing stood a colossal metallic box, its front transparent. Through the tempered glass, one could discern the presence of a massive and grotesque zombie within. This was none other than the zombie queen, who had rampaged through the northern regions of Yanhan, brazenly expanding her territory. Now, she was confined within this small enclosure, filled with both rage and fear, unaware of the fate that awaited her. At that moment, Zhang Shua's satellite phone rang. He answered the call, receiving a directive from the headquarters of Science City. His brow gradually furrowed in concern. Noticing his demeanor, the tall woman inquired, "Boss, what is it? A new mission?" Zhang Shua nodded. "Old Wang and Xiao Mei are dead. Headquarters suspects that Yi Shangliang may have received assistance from an immortal cultivator. We are altering our plans and heading south immediately to collaborate with the second team to intercept the cultivator." The yellow-haired man perked up. "An immortal cultivator? I have longed to meet him. He is merely a powerful, extraordinary being, yet he dares to call himself an immortal. What a pretentious fool." The tall woman, puffing on a slender lady's cigarette, chuckled softly. "I am quite curious to see what an immortal cultivator looks like on the operating table. It would surely be fascinating. However, are we not overstepping by teaming up with the second team to eliminate him? I thought the second team was tasked with heading west to intercept those encroaching man-eating vines?" Zhang Shuo replied with a calm demeanor. "The command from headquarters is not to be questioned. We shall execute it. All units, mobilize and head south." "Yes." Chapter 114. Oh no. It appears to be malfunctioning. The first team exhibited exceptional combat readiness. At the command of Zhang Shuo, the extraordinary beings and combat servants swiftly prepared for battle, awaiting the arrival of their adversary. Standing atop a high vantage point, Zhang Shuo gazed southward, smoking a cigarette, flanked by a blond man and a tall woman, who appeared somewhat astonished. The tall woman whispered, "Boss, do you think the headquarters is being overly paranoid? After all, that cultivator is merely another extraordinary being. Is it necessary for our brothers to be on such high alert? Frankly, with this setup, we could probably overwhelm the entire Yanhan Empire. Few factions could withstand an assault from so many extraordinary beings and combat servants. I find myself yearning for the soft curves and slender legs of the beauties in the Science City." Zhang Shuo replied calmly. "I too do not comprehend this directive, but it originates directly from the city lord, not the think tank of the headquarters." The blond man and the tall woman were taken aback, quickly lowering their heads. The city lord. This was merely a code name. The true identity of the city lord remained a mystery, as he preferred to be addressed as such rather than by titles like chairman, president, or doctor. Since this was the city lord's command, they were willing to comply, for he had never erred in judgment. "I understand that you wish to rest. I do as well," Zhang Shuo continued. "The city lord has stated that upon completing this mission, we shall be granted a month of leave." The tall woman and the blond man brightened at the prospect of finally being able to take a break. After a brief lapse, an extraordinary being, ever vigilant of their surroundings, suddenly pointed skyward and exclaimed, "There's a green light in the sky." Zhang Shuo's gaze sharpened. That was the cultivator. "Open fire." The satellite phone from headquarters had already clarified that the rapidly advancing green light in the sky was indeed the cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. The gun barrels erupted in flames, with bullets exceeding 700 meters per second slicing through the air towards the green light. However, an invisible shield repelled these projectiles, rendering them harmless to the swiftly flying entity. "Stand back. Let me handle this." A combat servant sneered, producing a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. With a thunderous explosion, the projectiles soared forth. The combat servant, brimming with confidence, believed that this missile would surely strike the enemy. Yet, as the rocket approached within 200 to 300 meters of the green light, it unexpectedly detonated mid-air, scattering shrapnel in all directions. Zhang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. Above, in the Qingying shuttle, Chu Xuan coldly surveyed the extraordinary beings below. He was unperturbed by bullets fired from rifles. After all, the Qingying shuttle was a top-tier foundational artifact, capable of withstanding such rudimentary firearms. However, the power of the rocket launcher's projectile was clearly far superior to that of a mere rifle bullet. Chapter 115. What a trust between individuals. Chu Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. As a sixth-level extraordinary being, he had never encountered a peril so dire that it seemed certain death awaited him. Yet, the sixth-level extraordinary beings were already among the elite, standing atop the pinnacle of the hierarchy. How could such terrifying zombies exist? They leapt from heights exceeding 100 meters, undeterred by a hail of concentrated gunfire, and with one punch, they shattered the skull of a fifth-level extraordinary being. There were 3 such horrific zombies. What was even more alarming was the mysterious cultivator, who remained suspended in midair, not participating in the fray. The ability of this cultivator to command these formidable zombies suggested an extraordinary level of power beyond comprehension. As these thoughts coursed through Chu Xuan's mind, he was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. The once indomitable spirit that characterized him faded into oblivion. It dawned upon him that to that cultivator, a sixth-level extraordinary being was no more significant than an ant or a speck of dust. Death, a massive zombie charged towards him, its fists as unadorned as they were deadly. Chu Xuan, momentarily stunned, instinctively reacted despite his initial hesitation. With a sudden surge, he raised his arms in defense. His hardened bones rapidly expanded, forming a stark white armor. His unique talent allowed him to manipulate his skeletal structure, enabling him to grow bone claws akin to those of Wolverine, or to create bone shields and armor for protection. Thus, he consumed copious amounts of food daily to convert into nourishment for his bone growth. While an ordinary person possesses merely 12 pairs of ribs, he boasted 20 pairs, with additional bones growing in the excess space of his thoracic and abdominal cavities. These extra bones, usually dormant, became deadly weapons in battle. Chu Xuan had previously tested his limits, discovering that he could withstand the relentless bombardment of 3 single-man rocket launcher rounds with his stored skeletal defenses. This was his trump card. Even as his resolve wavered in the face of such overwhelming strength, he still yearned to confront his opponent with his hidden abilities. "Come on, let me see your true." Chu Xuan inhaled deeply, shouting defiantly. However, his words were cut short as a fist the size of a sandbag shattered his bone armor. Along with his skull, fragments of bone flew in all directions, resembling shrapnel from a grenade, embedding themselves into the ground and surrounding structures. The massive zombie, Little Tiger, effortlessly lifted Chu Xuan's headless corpse, emitting a deafening roar that echoed with the authority of a superior over an inferior. The surviving extraordinary beings, regardless of their actions, clutched their heads in terror, collapsing to the ground in abject fear. Those who had lost their will to fight were swiftly dispatched by Little Dragon, who crushed their skulls, or by Little Leopard, who pierced their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was bereft of life, littered only with shattered remnants and broken bodies. Chapter 116. Terrifying Critical Strike. 7th Rank Spiritual Fire. In the depths of the scientific city building, within its underground base, the leader of the scientific city, Zhong Sha, Zhao Xia, Li Wang, and others, sat solemnly, intently observing everything displayed on the screen. The screen revealed a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare within the scientific city building. His right hand caressed a large red button, and the expression on his face gradually transformed into one of fervent madness. "Come, come, all high-level zombies and extraordinary beings, come forth." He slammed his hand down. An inaudible ultrasonic wave instantly radiated from the scientific city building, spreading outward like a turbulent tide. All zombies and extraordinary creatures that detected the sound instinctively rushed toward this location, perceiving the call as an invitation to feast. The lord of the city chuckled maniacally. "Slaughter, slaughter, blood and bones shall form its corporeal body. Wails and screams will serve as its sustenance. It shall be my greatest creation in the scientific city. Oh God, do you see? I am on the verge of creating an 8th-level extraordinary being." His laughter echoed, abruptly interrupted by a resounding crash. The 20-centimeter thick steel door was shattered by a single blow. Almost instantly, Another hole was breached. With a crack, the steel door was mercilessly torn apart by powerful arms. The Lord's laughter ceased abruptly. He turned in disbelief towards the entrance. A tall figure, flanked by 3 imposing silhouettes, strode in with an air of casual confidence. How did you appear here from the surface? The Lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chu Xuan, casting a few lingering glances at Xiao Hu. The steel door, thick enough to withstand a battering ram, had been obliterated as if it were mere paper. Chu Xuan scrutinized the Lord for a moment. He had anticipated that the ruler of the scientific city, who commanded respect even from 6th-level extraordinary beings, would be a 7th or 8th-level extraordinary being. To his surprise, he was merely a 6th level. You are the Lord? Chu Xuan inquit non chalen. The Lord inhaled deeply, replying earnestly, Indeed, I am the Lord. May I refer to you as a cultivator? Chu Xuan replied coolly, You, a deceased, may address me however you wish. The Lord erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice tinged with madness. I shall die, and so shall you. We will both become the sustenance for an 8th-level extraordinary being. I had intended to eliminate every member of the scientific city building after my success, transforming them into nutrients for an 8th-level zombie. You have inadvertently aided me. Chu Xuan tilted his head, offering him a glance filled with pity. Look at the screen again. Observe how much flesh and blood remain on the ground. The Lord paused, turning his gaze to the screen. To his astonishment, he saw a swarm of crimson bees flying into the scientific city building. Wherever they passed, the blood and flesh of the corpses vanished, leaving behind nothing but stark white bones. Even the remnants splattered on the ground, walls, and ceiling during the carnage were meticulously cleaned, as if licked by a tongue across a yogurt lid. This. The Lord's body swayed precariously. He could scarcely fathom such a phenomenon. How could these blood bees operate like automated cleaning robots, eradicating every trace of blood and flesh? This defied the laws of science. Taking a deep breath, the Lord implored earnestly, Spare my life. I know where the ancient vessel is. Smack! His head was crushed by a sinister claw, his decapitated body collapsing to the ground. Chu Xuan regarded the lifeless body calmly. I am already aware of its location. There is no need for you to inform me. Within the underground base lies an exceptionally strong spiritual energy point. One could deduce, even with a mere toe, that the ancient vessel is located there. With a leisurely gait, Chu Xuan proceeded toward that place, descending into the deeper layers of the underground base. Chapter 117. The Disciple's Misdeed. The Master takes the blame. This battered artifact is dark and cold, its edges sharply defined. In its entirety, it should have taken the form of a perfect cube. The surface of the artifact is adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, which, upon closer inspection, induce a sensation of dizziness. Chu Xuan can easily perceive that this object continues to emit powerful primal spiritual energy. This primal energy gradually dilutes into ordinary spiritual energy upon merging with the surrounding air. Primal spiritual energy subtly transforms everything it touches. As Chu Xuan exerts his spiritual consciousness to control it, floating before him, the primal energy seems eager to alter him as well. However, upon encountering spiritual power, the primal energy perceives it as a formidable adversary. In the blink of an eye, the two energies manifest as colossal dragons, fiercely entangled in battle, treating Chu Xuan's body as the arena for their conflict. Chu Xuan furrows his brow, yet he remains patient and continues to observe. Soon, the two distinctly opposing energies reveal their superiority. Spiritual power prevails over primal energy. The latter is compelled to retreat from Chu Xuan's form. It appears that even primal energy is inferior to spiritual power. Nevertheless, judging by the energy it contains, it is not far from equaling it. Chu Xuan recalls the robust life form he encountered earlier. Compared to spiritual power, primal energy may be lacking in resilience, potency, and duration, yet it excels remarkably in vitality, even surpassing spiritual power in this regard. The energy imbued with such formidable vitality is incredibly valuable. A knowing smile graces Chu Xuan's face as he strokes his chin. With numerous entities under his care, such as the corpses goo worms, and spirit plants, all eagerly awaiting sustenance. He considers the rumors of a sect of demonic cultivators who revere ancient body-refining techniques. These practitioners do not cultivate qi, establish foundations, or form core. Instead, they focus solely on honing their physical forms, requiring vast quantities of meat rich in life force to sustain their daily consumption. Perhaps this primal spiritual energy could assist me in my body refinement endeavors. Chu Xuan smiles faintly. Cultivators have long been categorized into two types: qi refiners and body refiners, the latter being referred to as body cultivators. However, body cultivators require substantial amounts of beast flesh and rare resources. The era of abundant spiritual herbs is a distant memory, and resources to sustain a body cultivator are scarce. The resources needed to support one body cultivator could potentially nourish 7 or 8 qi refiners instead. As for hunting beasts for their blood and flesh, that is even more unrealistic. Conflict may lead to injuries, which necessitate the consumption of medicinal pills for healing. If one opts out of using pills, they must rely on self-healing, which is a time-consuming process. When the costs incurred from conflict outweigh the gains, it becomes a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, the agony of body refinement far surpasses that of qi cultivation. Over time, body cultivators have gradually faded from the annals of history, leaving qi refiners to dominate the scene. Chu Xuan only learned of body cultivators' existence through idle chatter among practitioners. Initially, he merely listened for amusement. Now, it seems he possesses the potential to turn this notion into reality. However, lacking a body refinement technique, he decides to set this matter aside for the time being, hoping to revisit it should the opportunity arise. Chu Xuan commits this thought to memory. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the Science City building, a young boy assists an older girl as they hastily emerge. At this moment, He Shengliang bears even more injuries. Being a brain enhancer, he is not particularly adept in combat. Nevertheless, he bravely infiltrated the underground base, locating Ji Xingyu among hundreds of frozen chambers, and managed to extract her from the Science City building just an hour ago. Ji Xingyu has only recently awakened from her frozen state, her face still bearing traces of rigidity, and her speech is somewhat halting. She forces a smile and says, "Xiaoliang, thank you for your help." He Shengliang smiles back. The two of them, limping, pass by a flag of formation. "Oh, what's this?" Ji Xingyu inquires, her expression one of confusion. He Shengliang replies with a smile, "Let us rest here for a moment." Chapter 118. Yichun, are you feeling quite pleased? Chu Xuan suddenly recalled that when he first entered the depths of the underground base, he had experienced a peculiar sound wave passing through him. To ordinary people, it was merely an inaudible ultrasonic wave. However, for Chu Xuan, who was already in the later stage of foundational cultivation, it fell within the realm of audibility. At the time, he paid little heed to it, but now he comprehended its significance. That sound was a deadly trap left by the city lord. It had the power to attract all nearby zombies and extraordinary creatures. There's a saying that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. In the city lord's calculations, even if Chu Xuan was an immensely powerful, extraordinary being, as long as there were enough zombies and supernatural entities, they could overwhelm him. Chu Xuan exhibited a peculiar smile. How many blood pearls could this overwhelming tide of corpses yield? The soul banner would surely be filled to the brim. Moreover, the city lord had generously bestowed upon him a significant gift, the ultrasonic wave that lured the zombies. He would no longer need to search far and wide for zombies. By simply broadcasting this sound, hordes of zombies would come to him. This was nothing short of splendid. Indeed, the scientific city had made the right choice this time. Chu Xuan beamed with delight as he stood atop a vantage point, gazing down at the surging wave of corpses approaching from afar. He promptly placed the spirit stones into the formation plate. The Earth Fiend sealing formation rippled with energy. Activated at last, Chu Xuan smiled. Now it was merely a matter of waiting. He awaited their entry into the formation. Leading the charge was a towering advanced zombie, standing over 3 meters high. It boasted 4 muscular arms and legs that curved backward like springs. With a powerful leap, it soared into the air, reaching heights of over 10 meters in an instant. Judging by its appearance and abilities, it was at least a level 5 zombie. At that moment, the formation suddenly coalesced into countless vibrant flying swords, which shot forth. In an instant, this level 5 zombie was reduced to a mass of flesh scattered upon the ground. The zombies behind it were oblivious to the fate of their leader and continued to surge forward, eager for a feast. Those zombies with backward curved legs leaped into the Earth Fiend ceiling formation, only to find themselves without means to propel themselves in midair, making them easy targets for the flying swords. Like their leader, they too became mere remnants of flesh scattered on the ground. Soon, an increasing number of zombies and extraordinary creatures rushed into the formation. The flying swords buzzed incessantly, leaving only dismembered limbs and shattered bodies in their wake. Chu Xuan retrieved the soul banner and waved his hand. A multitude of souls surged toward the banner. The speed of this replenishment was astonishing. Chu Xuan estimated that by the end of this zombie tide, the souls within the banner would overflow. If only the soul banner were a superior magical artifact, like those legendary treasures possessing spirit consciousness. Otherwise, it would surely cry out in fear. Too many. Do not come in. I will overflow. This massacre continued for over 3 hours. Apart from a few astute advanced zombies and extraordinary beings who sensed the danger and fled, the rest fell prey to the formation. The ground around the scientific city and its towers was now intricately layered with flesh and blood. With such an abundance of flesh, there would surely be enough to produce a considerable amount of blood honey. The Queen Bee's level would rise instantly, potentially unlocking even more varieties of blood bees. With a mere thought, Chu Xuan commanded the Queen Bee to mobilize a multitude of worker bees. Blood honey was far superior to blood pearls. Chapter 119. The establishment of the extreme Tao demon sex base. Within the soil, a myriad of bacteria, microorganisms, and perhaps even earthworms or other small insects abound. It is conceivable that some beings may have been affected by the cleansing rain of golden souls, awakening their consciousness. Should any of these entities gain sentience and wreak havoc, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon Chu Xuan. He harbors no desire for the merits he has diligently accrued to be squandered in an instant. Thus, he resolves to excavate the matter directly, ensuring that whatever transpires remains within his control, thereby preventing any future complications. After completing this task, Chu Xuan collected the 3 corpses and the blood bee, stepping onto the green shadow shuttle to depart from the site. Ji Xingyu gazed at the retreating azure light in the sky, her eyes filled with reverence. She had witnessed everything firsthand. A terrifying tide of corpses surged from all directions, appearing as if they were being drawn into an endlessly rotating meat grinder. The formidable advanced zombies and extraordinary beings seemed to the immortal as inconsequential as chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Subsequently, she beheld various extraordinary phenomena. The rainbow auspicious clouds, the auspicious reflections, the merit golden wheel, and the cleansing rain of golden souls, all converging for that immortal. It seemed even the world recognized the achievements of this celestial being. Lowering her gaze, she looked at the gradually cooling Liang in her arms and spoke calmly. Xiaoliang, do not worry. I will not act foolishly. I will live on. The science city has been obliterated, yet I know there are still those above the city lord. I must seek them out. Ji Xingyu looked upon the towering inferno of the building, her eyes mirroring the flames. I shall reduce the filth of this world to ashes. The science city, dominating the northern region of Yanhan, vanished abruptly within a single day. This news struck many survivors like a tempest. It is well known that the science city frequently captured survivors for inhumane experiments, instilling a deep-seated fear among the populace. However, with the once mighty science city now absent from the northern Yanhan and the cunningly terrifying corpse empress gone, a vast power vacuum emerged. Various small factions led by extraordinary beings began to once more vie for territory and populace. Conflict is an eternal companion, never departing. As for the second team of the Science City, led by Zhao Xia and Li Wang, they encountered the remnants of destruction in Cangxuan City and the charred remains of the Science City buildings in Yanjing City. Many claimed that they had departed, but their whereabouts remain unknown. Amidst the external tumult, Chu Xuan remained insulated from it all. Thus, he commenced the establishment of a second farm. The 3 corpses were mobilized, wreaking havoc, followed by the cleansing water corpses, which swiftly cleared the massive ruins. In no time, a broad and level new farm emerged. Chu Xuan selected an ideal spot in the center of the farm, excavated a deep pit, and unceremoniously deposited the corpse empress within. The corpse empress, thrashing and clawing, instinctively sought to retaliate. Little Tiger, ever by Chu Xuan's side, seized the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap. The impact nearly spun the corpse empress's head around. Dazed, she found herself momentarily stunned. I am on the verge of evolving into a level 6 zombie. I can even tame lower-level zombies for my own use. What manner of zombie is this before me that dares to strike me? Contemplating her predicament, the corpse empress decided to bare her fangs once more, channeling her psychic energy in an attempt to control Little Tiger. Another slap resounded. Little Tiger, now irked, thought, how dare another being apart from my master attempt to claim me? What a foolish dream. The corpse empress's cheeks swelled, realizing she could not command this clumsy brute of a zombie. Chapter 120. The Inheritance from the Previous Generation's Master. A month later, Chu Xuan emerged from his meditative state, having received a message from the queen bee. Since he had refined the blood bee nest into his life-bound artifact, the queen had naturally become his life-bound goo insect. However, she rarely initiated contact. Upon further investigation, Chu Xuan discovered that the blood honey had matured. How could this happen so much faster than I anticipated? He took out the blood bee nest, perplexed. After receiving the queen's mental message, he quickly understood. It was all due to the high-nutrition meat chunks. With a continuous supply of these nutrient-rich morsels, the bee colony not only provided the queen with the blood honey necessary for her survival, but also unlocked a new class of blood bees, the venom bees. Furthermore, there was a significant surplus available for Chu Xuan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of worker bees approached, carrying a cup made of beeswax, presenting it before him. Inside the cup was a thick, blood-red fluid. This was the blood honey. Chu Xuan inhaled gently, savoring the sweet aroma, which invigorated his spirit. He promptly grasped the beeswax cup and drank it in one gulp, immediately refining the blood honey with his spiritual power. Moments later, he opened his eyes, astonished. The energy density of the blood honey was extraordinarily high. This small cup of blood honey was equivalent to 5 large blood pearls. From this day forth, he could entirely replace the large blood pearls with blood honey for his cultivation. Well done indeed. Chu Xuan generously offered his praise. He resumed his seated position within the soul-capturing and fiend-nourishing great array, simultaneously refining the fiend energy and blood honey in his cultivation. His realm was steadily rising, albeit at a slow pace. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The Black Blade Company had evolved into a formidable force, spanning the eastern and northern regions, possessing a communications satellite along with its corresponding ground station. Essentially, every third-level transcendent had access to a satellite phone, leading to a highly developed intelligence network. Nevertheless, Wang Gangjian and his associates adhered strictly to the rules set by the Immortal. Their mission was to gather intelligence, not to vie for supremacy. Thus, the recruitment process was meticulously scrutinized. Those seeking to join the Black Blade for personal gain, regardless of their high spiritual energy level, were dismissed by Wang Gangjian. Under such a rigorous organizational structure, the situation in the eastern and northern regions remained remarkably stable. In Shuanglong City, within the soul-capturing and fiend-nourishing great array, Chu Xuan continued to sit in meditation, resembling a reservoir filled to the brim, awaiting the moment to break free from his constraints. The Blood Fiend refining demon classic was in constant motion, with fiend energy and blood honey being continuously converted into spiritual power, ultimately flowing into his spiritual sea. At a certain moment, Chapter 121. How will Your Excellency respond? The Sidhu family is one of the foundational clans under the banner of the Burning Heaven sect. A foundational clan is defined as a family that consistently has foundational cultivators in its ranks. Should a day come when there are no foundational cultivators, the clan would be demoted to a chi refining family. Conversely, if a foundational cultivator successfully condenses a golden core, the clan would ascend to the status of a golden core family. It was somewhat surprising to Chu Xuan that the Sidhu family was once a golden core family. However, due to the gradual decline of its talents, it had already been reduced to a foundational family 300 years ago. Even though the Sidhu family is no longer a golden core family, they still possess a certain arrogance, for they see themselves as the rulers of this land. Most of the cultivators in the Golden Lake market are from the Yu Kingdom. With the demise of the Tianyin sect, those rogue cultivators and small sect members have no choice but to align themselves with the Burning Heaven sect. As a foundational family under the Burning Heaven sect, the Sidhu family naturally considers itself superior. The former Golden Core family must have profound roots. Perhaps they possess the coveted methods for golden core condensation and body refinement. However, they are unlikely to willingly offer their treasures to me. I must procure them myself. Chu Xuan sai sopti. If the Sidhu family were to voluntarily present their treasures, there would be no need to add to the bloodshed. Yet before taking action, it is imperative to investigate the strength and foundation of the Sidhu family. I cannot afford a fruitless endeavor. If I were to eliminate the Sidhu family only to find nothing of value, it would be a waste of both time and spiritual energy. My time is exceedingly precious. Chu Xuan continued to leisurely wander within the Golden Lake market. The stall set up by Qi refining cultivators did not catch his interest. Nonetheless, he purchased some spiritual plant seeds as a form of supplement. Subsequently, he departed from the Golden Lake market. As the information obtainable there was exceedingly limited, he needed to venture into larger markets where foundational cultivators frequented. However, shortly after leaving the Golden Lake market, he sensed that he was being followed. How intriguing! A rogue cultivator has set their sights on me. Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. A rogue cultivator, known for robbing, is also a demonic cultivator. It is rather amusing that this minor demonic cultivator perceives me, a major demonic cultivator, as easy prey. Chu Xuan continued on his path, unhurried, until he reached a tranquil grove, where he finally halted. A cold laugh echoed from behind him. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Quite secluded. Following the sound, Chu Xuan spotted a gaunt middle-aged cultivator, whose face was twisted with malice, clearly viewing him as a lamb to the slaughter. Chu Xuan, smai, you wish to rob me? The rogue cultivator grinned. I've been searching for a target for several days, and you caught my eye. Buying spiritual plant seeds indicates you are a spiritual farmer. I have dealt with many spiritual farmers before. Such cultivators are typically timid and weak. Even if the spoils are meager, they are still worth taking. A mosquito's flesh is still flesh. Do not even think about struggling. I am at the 5th level of Qi refining, and you cannot possibly be my match. Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. It seems I must refrain from appearing too ordinary in the future, as it makes me an easy target for rogue cultivators. He raised his hand, pinching a plump little insect between his fingers. Its sharp mouth parts wriggled incessantly, as if capable of devouring everything. With a gentle squeeze, Chu Xuan crushed the insect. Spiritual energy enveloped his palm, preventing any of the insect's juices from touching him. The rogue cultivator's expression instantly changed, and he turned to flee. The cerebral-eating insect he had stealthily released was caught in a single hand by the other party. Having robbed many cultivators, he could easily discern strength. This individual was certainly not merely at the early stage of Qi refining. They were at least at the late stage of Qi refining. Chapter 122. A refreshing experience before the new version. The 5 organs goo wanders within the 5 viscera of the cultivator. Normally, it not only poses no harm to the practitioner, but also nourishes them, enhancing their strength. However, once the master of the goo activates it remotely, this 5 organs goo will immediately begin to ravenously consume the internal organs, leaving none intact. The 5 organs goo is quite costly, were it not for financial constraints. Yin Peng had intended to use the goo to firmly control the few demonic cultivators of the Jinhu gang. To be honest, Yin Peng harbored some doubts about whether he was being deceived. Chu Xuan chuckled. Don't believe me? Allow me to let it bite you as a test. He snapped his fingers. Yin Peng instantly felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he had indeed been bitten. He rolled over in agony. his body curling up like a scorched shrimp. In his torment, Yin Peng wailed, I believe. I believe. He quickly accepted the reality and murmured from now on, You are my master. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall comply. Chu Xuan smiled. My request is not complicated. Simply assist me in gathering intelligence. Currently, what I need most is information regarding the Sidhu family. I must ascertain their strength and foundation, leaving no detail overlooked. After stating this, Chu Xuan casually added, Do not attempt to neutralize the 5 organs goo, for in addition to it, I have also implanted another goo within your mind. I shall refrain from naming it to prevent you from dwelling on it and hindering your work. Yin Peng trembled. The other party was no mere cash cow. They were evidently a far more formidable demon. Yin Peng forced a smile. Rest assured, my master, I shall diligently serve you. Chu Xuan tossed him 3 child stones from the mother stone. Once you have gathered important intelligence, crush one of the child stones, and I shall find you. Yin Peng was filled with questions. How would the information transfer occur? Where would they meet? The other party had not specified, but he dared not inquire further, fearing to provoke their impatience. Chu Xuan waved his hand. Go now. Diligently fulfill your duties, and you shall reap the rewards in the future. Yin Peng's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously yes. He quickly rose and departed, clearly motivated. Outside the Jinhu Square, within a small fishing village, 4 demonic cultivators of the Jinhu gang convened. The leader was none other than the lean middle-aged cultivator, Yin Peng. The other 3 included a bearded man, a stunning female cultivator, and a bald elder. The bearded man spoke in a low voice. Brother, why the sudden summons? Is there something urgent? Yin Peng cleared his throat and solemnly declared, Brothers, we are about to prosper. Today, I encountered a senior demonic cultivator. He has taken us under his wing, requiring us to serve him. He also promised that once our tasks are completed, it will be no trouble for us to reach the later stages of chi refinement. If our talents are exceptional, we may even glimpse the path to foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, the bearded man, the stunning female cultivator, and the bald elder all widened their eyes in astonishment. As cultivators of the chi refinement stage with mediocre talents and no background, they had turned to the path of demonic cultivation. Now, a senior demonic cultivator was willing to mentor them. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. However, amidst their excitement, a sense of trepidation quickly settled within their hearts. Chapter 123. The tragic background of Chu Xuan. Moments later, Yin Peng lay within the confines of the enforcement team's quarters. Situ Chui exercised her privilege, bestowing upon him the most spiritually potent room. 2 members of the enforcement team departed in unison. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated at the bedside. You are quite astute. Recognizing my arrival, Yin Peng opened his eyes to behold a rather unremarkable figure, a cloaked cultivator standing beside the bed. It was none other than the esteemed demonic elder. He hastily rose, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully proclaimed, Yin Peng pays his respects to the master. It was only after the 5 organs goo gently bit me that I realized it was you. He paused momentarily before flattering. As for my cleverness, it pales in comparison to your immense wisdom. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Speak. What have you discovered? Yin Peng recounted the intelligence he had extracted from Situ Chui, as well as the insights gleaned by the other 3 members of the Jinhu gang from various sources, detailing everything meticulously. Chu Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Situ Chui appears to be around 70 years old. Yin Peng felt a flush of embarrassment. Well, I have a penchant for such things. Chu Xuan nodded. Respect and blessings. With a flick of his wrist, he sent forth a large blood pearl, declaring, Well done. After the task is accomplished, wait for me in that small grove. I shall bestow upon you more. Yin Peng cradled the massive, pure, and perfectly spherical blood pearl, his eyes filled with awe. It is immense. It is pure. Is this the essence of a great demon? I, Yin Peng, have indeed aligned myself with the right individual. The prospect of indulging in a life of luxury and reaching the pinnacle of existence sent tremors through his entire being. When he regained his composure, however, the esteemed demonic elder had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan piloted the Qingying shuttle southward. From Yin Peng, He had acquired a wealth of information regarding the Situ family. Indeed, the Situ clan possessed a body refinement technique, a superior one at that. The realms of body refinement differ from those of chi refinement. They do not categorize into chi refinement, foundation establishment, or golden core stages, but rather into body refinement, first layer, second layer, third layer, an endless continuum. If one were to draw a comparison, the first to 10th layers of body refinement would be roughly equivalent to chi refinement practitioners. The 11th to 20th layers of body refinement would align closely with foundation establishment practitioners, with subsequent realms following suit. Thus, the realms of body refinement are categorized into 4 types: inferior, middle, superior, and extraordinary. The Situ family's superior body refinement technique, titled Giant Elephant Hunter Refinements, is said to be a fragment of an ancient body refinement method. However, this is merely hearsay, lacking any substantial proof. In contemporary times, body refinement has waned, while chi refinement flourishes. Consequently, the Giant Elephant Hunter refinements is seldom practiced and has gradually fallen into obscurity. As for the secret method of condensing cores, the Situ family possesses it, albeit only of foundation establishment middle grade. Naturally, one should seize the opportunity to acquire a foundation establishment middle grade core condensing method when it presents itself. Chu Xuan has always treated every selfless contributor with equality. In Pingyuan City, a settlement established by ordinary mortals with the migration of disciples from the extreme Yin Cave has now become one of the largest cities within a radius of 10,000 miles. An inconspicuous young man traversed the bustling streets of Pingyuan City. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of an opulent estate. The plaque of the mansion bore 2 gilded characters, Situ. This is the Situ family, indeed quite grand. The youth marveled. He was Chu Xuan. The intelligence gathered by Yin Peng indicated that the Situ family's main base was located in this very Pingyuan City. Initially, Chu Xuan had been skeptical, believing it merely a branch family. After wandering through Pingyuan City and overhearing numerous discussions about the Situ family, he realized that they had indeed relocated their entire clan to the misty state of Pingyuan City. It turned out that the Situ family had been marginalized by other foundation establishment families in the Kingdom of Yu. Upon learning that the Cangxuan sect had swiftly conquered the misty state of Yu and a substantial portion of Jin, they resolutely decided to relocate the entire clan. With few major cities in the misty state, the current settlements were almost all established by the Tianyin sect following their conquest. Among these cities, Pingyuan City stands out in both area and population. The Situ family chose this place as their stronghold. Chapter 124. So he actually likes me. At this moment, a deep and resonant voice accompanied by footsteps echoed from the main hall. Fellow Taoist, who might you be? Are you an assassin hired by another clan? Or perhaps a demonic cultivator seeking riches? If you are an assassin taking on a commission, I, Situ Xiong, can offer double the reward. Should you desire spirit stones or treasures, I shall present them to you without hesitation. I only ask that you depart at once. Everything that transpired today can be considered as if it never happened. I, Situ Xiong, swear an oath to my heart, vowing that I shall not seek revenge. Chu Xuan turned towards the source of the voice and beheld an imposing elder with white hair, slowly approaching. This man was none other than Situ Xiong, the ancestor of the Situ clan, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Situ Xiong immediately discerned that this individual possessed formidable strength. The notion of killing those who violate my taboos was merely a rhetorical flourish. Without hesitation, he resolved to seek reconciliation with this powerful figure. As long as he remained as the foundation establishment ancestor of the Situ clan, it would flourish again in 2 or 3 decades. Regardless of how many of the younger generation perished, Chu Xuan, upon hearing Situ Xiong's words, felt a pang of astonishment. He had slain numerous members of the Situ clan, yet the elder did not even blink. Instead, he was willing to offer spirit stones and treasures, double the reward, and insisted that today events be forgotten. This was rather troubling. With such calmness, how could he proceed to take lives? In Situ Xiong's gaze, Chu Xuan tilted his head, thoughtfully pondering before stating To surrender without a fight is also to violate my taboos, and thus deserving of death. Situ Xiong's expression darkened instantly. Are you intent on fighting to the bitter end? I fail to comprehend why it must come to such bloodshed. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. In midair, fiery spiritual energy coalesced into a massive crimson sword, radiating heat and explosive energy, cleaving down towards Chu Xuan. Subsequently, he infused more spiritual power and hurled 3 magical talismans. These talismans ignited in an instant, transforming into the souls of 3 demonic beasts, a tiger spirit, a wolf spirit, and a porcupine spirit, all charging towards Chu Xuan. With a swift motion, Chu Xuan summoned a colossal claw of malevolence. In an instant, he grasped the fiery sword, which was unleashed with full force. With a resounding crack, the crimson sword was crushed, exploding into countless fiery motes that dissipated into the air. The 3 demonic beast souls had now closed in around him. Suddenly, an ancient bell at his waist began to resonate. In an instant, a massive bell of virtue enveloped him, and 3 layers of merit wheels emerged behind his head, slowly rotating, making him appear as a living Buddha. The 3 demonic beast souls collided with the surface of the bell, and, under the immense power of virtue, were reduced to ashes with anguished cries. Situ Xiong's complexion changed dramatically. This formidable individual was clearly a marauder, engaging in robbery and murder. How could he possibly possess 3 layers of merit wheels? He had heard that the abbot of Golden Dragon Temple, Yuan Hong, had only 2 layers of merit wheels. Could it be that this marauder was, in fact, a Buddhist monk endowed with boundless merit? This was inconceivable. In that moment of shock, Chu Xuan surged forward, closing the distance to Situ Xiong. The malevolent claw struck true, ripping away Situ Xiong's spiritual sea and seizing his storage bag. Then, with a seemingly ordinary slap, he struck the elder's chest. The orange-yellow flames of blood refining erupted violently. Boom! In an instant, the fire consumed Situ Xiong entirely. The latter could only let out one final scream as his flesh and bones were completely devoured by the blood-refining flames. Utilizing a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator as fuel, the intensity of the blood-refining flames was further enhanced. I leave this to you, Chu Xuan instructed the queen bee, striding purposefully towards the main hall of the Situ clan. Such a cultivation family surely possessed secret doors, hidden passages, and concealed chambers to safeguard their treasure possessions. However, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground. At that moment, Chu Xuan slapped his forehead. The elder's demeanor was that of an extremely selfish individual. The treasures of the Situ clan must surely be on his person. Chu Xuan promptly rummaged through Situ Xiong's storage bag. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Small spirit stones, medium spirit stones, magical artifacts, medicinal pills, talismans, formations, techniques, secret methods, and tomes. The storage bag was piled high with treasures, dazzling him with their abundance. A satisfied smile spread across Chu Xuan's face. Chapter 125. The Foundation of the Great 5 Elements Heavenly Path. On the rooftop of the Haotai Hotel, Chu Xuan eagerly rubbed his fists as he opened the tome titled Giant Elephant Body Refinement Technique. The introductory page of this work was adorned with a series of laudatory words extolling the virtues of the Golden Dan Grandmaster, Situ Jia. Between the lines, Chu Xuan discerned the trajectory of Situ Jia's life. Born with merely a mid-grade water spirit root and lacking a familial lineage, Situ Jia had risen from humble beginnings as a chi refinement novice. It remained a mystery from whence he acquired the resources for body refinement. Yet his progress in this domain was nothing short of remarkable. With his formidable physical prowess, he sought out the rare materials essential for chi refinement, thus creating a symbiotic cycle of growth. As his body strengthened, so too did his cultivation of chi. Ultimately, he became a revered Golden Dan powerhouse. Situ Jia met his demise during an external conflict with the Burning Heaven sect, yet his body was never recovered. Many descendants of the Situ family believe that their ancestor had not perished, but had instead miraculously escaped the battlefield to recover in seclusion. They held fast to the belief that one day, Situ Jia would return with the swiftness of lightning, restoring the unparalleled glory of the Golden Dan lineage. Chu Xuan did not dwell on Situ Jia for long and continued to peruse the pages. After a brief examination, he was struck with astonishment. Truly, this was a superior body refinement technique, yielding extraordinary results upon mastery. The giant elephant body refinement technique conceptualizes the human body as a conglomerate of 360 million microparticles. The ultimate aim is to transform these particles into giant elephant particles, each imbued with the strength of a colossal elephant. At that point, a mere gesture would summon the power of 360 million elephants, rendering one's physique comparable to mid-grade magical artifacts and impervious to common toxins. To cultivate this technique, one must constantly visualize the image of a roaring giant elephant. Successfully opening a single microparticle awakens the strength of one elephant, thus achieving the first level of body refinement. Opening 10 particles elevates one to the second level, while 100 particles corresponds to the third level, and so forth. However, even the esteemed Golden Dan Master Situ Jia could not fully open all 360 million particles of his being, for as one progresses, the vitality required for sustenance grows increasingly daunting. Even a Golden Dan cultivator like Situ Jia might struggle to provide the necessary life force for the daily demands of the giant elephant body refinement technique. Consequently, his progress in body refinement came to a halt. Yet, this was a concern I need not entertain, thought Chu Xuan with a smile. Vitality-rich flesh? It is precisely what I possess in abundance. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan settled into a meditative position, gazing intently at the first page of the tome featuring the roaring giant elephant, and commenced his visualization. Visualization, to put it bluntly, is akin to daydreaming. Yet while daydreaming involves clearing the mind entirely, visualization necessitates the expulsion of all distractions, leaving only the image of the roaring giant elephant. Initially, it may be challenging to perceive even a fragment of the elephant's essence. However, with the enhancement of 1S realm, the affinity with the giant elephant will gradually strengthen until every movement mirrors that of the majestic creature. This process of visualization marks the entry into a profound state of cultivation. Certainly at the outset, merely grasping a fragment of the elephant's essence is sufficient to signify an initiation into the practice. The introductory notes indicated that a novice must engage in diligent contemplation for at least 6 months to attain even a semblance of the elephant's essence. Throughout this half-year, daily intake of vitality-rich flesh must remain uninterrupted. Situ Jia, possessing a natural affinity for body refinement, achieved this milestone in merely 1 month. Chu Xuan was curious to discover how long it would take him, given his own dedication and perseverance. With unwavering focus, he directed his gaze towards the roaring giant elephant. In the blink of an eye, all distractions vanished without a trace. Before him remained solely the ancient giant elephant, its roar resonating through the cosmos, shaking the heavens. He found himself as a diminutive ant beneath the elephant's colossal hooves. Roar. Chapter 126. Yi Chun faces complaints. Time flows swiftly. Chu Xuan sat in the soul-nourishing and evil-cultivating array for 2.5 years before finally reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. The duration exceeded his expectations. As for his physical cultivation, he had already attained the 11th level, which in terms of strength equated to a first-level foundation establishment cultivator. While this progress may appear slow at first glance, it is in truth astonishingly rapid. Were it not for the unreasonable nature of the primal energy cube, providing him with an inexhaustible supply of flesh and blood, it would have been nearly impossible for him to achieve the 11th level in just 2.5 years. New intelligence has emerged. Noticing cracks in the mother stone, Chu Xuan traversed through the blood mirror to Cangxuan. In Wuzhou, Baishui City lies 3,000 miles south of Pingyuan City, controlled by the Huang family, a sect under the banner of the Burning Sky Sect. The Huang family treats the cultivators of the Yu Kingdom somewhat better than the Sidu family does. Yet they still regard the Yu Kingdom's practitioners as inferior to those of their own Yu Kingdom, perhaps having learned from the downfall of the Situ family. The Huang family has shown intent to relocate and develop in Wuzhou. However, they have not executed a mass migration. Instead, they established a branch in Baishui City, cautiously moving only their collateral practitioners. This prudent approach irritates Chu Xuan. Why move only part of the family? How am I to pay my respects? Disguised as a white-haired elder, Chu Xuan entered Baishui City. Before long, he met his informant, Huang Yin, an old cultivator of mid-chi refinement from the Huang family's collateral line. All of Chu Xuan's intelligence regarding the Huang family came from this elder. Initially, he intended to use Yin Peng as a future source of information. However, given that he acquired intelligence on the Situ family through Yin Peng and subsequently annihilated the Situ family, he feared that someone might trace his whereabouts through Yin Peng. Thus, he decisively eliminated Yin Peng to eliminate any future threats. As for Huang Yin, it is rather peculiar. In his youth, he experienced a fortuitous encounter and obtained a secret method of auspicious observation. Although it does not allow him to discern one's cultivation level directly, it enables him to perceive the merits and sins of an individual. By chance, Huang Yin discovered the exceptionally rich merits that enveloped Chu Xuan, leading him to conclude that Chu Xuan must possess formidable strength. Without hesitation, Huang Yin pledged his allegiance to Chu Xuan, hoping that this powerful individual would exact vengeance for his grandson, who, despite his innate talents, had been marginalized by the Huang family's main line and ultimately died with resentment. Chu Xuan remained somewhat wary of this eager subordinate. Yet, Huang Yin willingly consumed a 5-organs goo and continued to serve him faithfully. The steadfastness of his resolve caught Chu Xuan's attention. Old servant has met the master, Huang Yin said respectfully. Chu Xuan waved his hand, urging him to share the intelligence he had gathered. Huang Yin recounted the details in full. Moments later, Chu Xuan nodded in understanding, revealing no emotion on his face, while a twinge of sorrow stirred within him. The information Huang Yin provided pertained to the underground ruins of the Yunwu mountain range. Just a month prior in Cangxuan, the ominous black mist that had shrouded the ruins for so long finally dissipated, allowing 3 golden core cultivators to emerge alive, all from the Shungang sect. This strongly implied that Wan Wuying was most likely deceased. As for Su Ming and his ilk, their strength did not compare to that of the golden core cultivators, rendering further discussion unnecessary. However, the cautious Han Luyan might have survived, perhaps. After a brief moment of sorrow, Chu Xuan pondered a crucial question. What are the cultivation techniques for the golden core stage? How should he proceed with his cultivation? Oh, master, could you not survive a little longer? Grant me the golden core techniques before you depart. Chu Xuan silenti gumba. Casually, he inquired, what are the whereabouts of the supreme condensation pill technique? Is there none? Huang Yin shook his head. I apologize, master. The supreme condensation pill technique is exceedingly rare. I have exhausted all means to find it, yet remain unsuccessful. However, I have located 2 types of high-grade condensation pill techniques that meet your criteria. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. Very well. Perhaps he had underestimated the rarity of the supreme condensation pill technique. Chapter 127, Breakthrough. At this moment, the sound of conversation among other Foundation establishment cultivators reached Chu Xuan's ears. Have you heard about the turmoil in the Situ family? Yes, indeed. The Situ family was annihilated by a ruthless fiend, leaving no survivors among the thousands. It is said that the sect has already discovered that it was a demonic monk from the Golden Dragon Temple in the Yu Kingdom. Witnesses reported seeing a burst of Buddhist light emanating from the Situ residents. What? Those bald heads did this? I always suspected that they preach compassion while secretly committing such atrocities. No worries. The Golden Dragon Temple is about to face its end. The sect originally planned to target Miaoying Palace and Yuling Mountain first, but with this incident, they have hastily shifted their focus to the Golden Dragon Temple. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Regardless of the truth of this matter, the Golden Dragon Temple will find it hard to defend itself. The Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged whispers about recent significant events. Chu Xuan could not help but chuckle at their navet. Was this blame truly being placed upon the Golden Dragon Temple? It was well-deserved, for the temple was far from virtuous. He recalled clearly the deeds committed by Huikong. There was no way such actions could be taken without the abbot's consent. Do you think that demonic monk will target another cultivation family? We are migrating north of our own accord, while we're being forced to do so by the sect. I hope that demonic monk does not come looking for us. With Chu Xuan, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, dead, I am no match for that demonic monk. What do we have to fear? If our families unite in a defensive alliance, how could we fear a single demonic monk? The heads of the cultivation families spoke passionately, as if they had already apprehended the demonic monk. A light cough interrupted the discussion. A striking figure strode confidently into the room. The Foundation establishment cultivators turned their attention towards him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, they quickly rose to their feet. Brother Huang, fellow Taoist Huang. Most of the attendees were cultivators who felt they had reached the peak of their potential and had left the Cangxuan sect to establish their own cultivation families. Huang Wuyong, however, continued to serve within the Cangxuan sect, and, at just over 40 years old, he was still in his prime. With a stroke of good fortune, he had a significant chance of breaking through to become an alchemy stage cultivator. At that point, the Huang family would no longer be merely a Foundation establishment family, but would elevate to the status of an alchemy family. Of course, the occasional emergence of an alchemy family was not overly formidable. Compared to those families with an alchemy cultivator in every generation, they would be merely a fleeting phenomenon. Nevertheless, even when considering the entire Yu Kingdom, the enduring alchemy families could be counted on one hand. In the eyes of these Foundation establishment families, the Huang family possessed the potential to ascend to alchemy status, allowing them to overshadow the others for at least 300 years. This was sufficient motivation for them to curry favor with Huang Wuyong. Huang Wuyong laughed heartily, greeting everyone with a courteous gesture. It is a pleasure to meet you all. His gaze swept across the room, inadvertently brushing past the silent Chu Xuan, eliciting a subtle smile. El Xiao, the head of the El family, had once been his senior brother, basking in countless accolades. After suffering an injury during a mission that compromised his foundation, he had been forced to leave the sect in sorrow to establish a cultivation family. This had drastically altered El Xiao's temperament, rendering him distant and unapproachable. However, Huang Wuyong was a man of dignity. He would not insult El Xiao. A mere glance at him was enough to ignite a profound sense of superiority within Huang Wuyong. Chu Xuan naturally noticed Huang Wuyong's gaze. Huang was meticulous in his work, providing information that was exceedingly detailed. Among the information was Huang Wuyong's interpersonal relations within the Cangxuan sect. He was well aware of the complexities between El Xiao and Huang Wuyong, and he could only chuckle inwardly. Beneath that facade, El Xiao was not the person Huang Wuyong once knew. The silver-haired head of the Liu family chuckled. Brother Huang has also arrived. Shall we commence this small auction? Huang Wuyong laughed heartily. Not so fast. I have invited a fellow Taoist to join us. She is also interested in parting with some of her treasures. Upon hearing this, the assembled cultivators were taken aback. Another guest? Are we acquainted? Huang Wuyong, noticing the confusion in their eyes, smiled. She is not someone you know, but rather a friend of mine. However, I believe none of you will mind. Chapter 128. The talent and divine powers are lacking. Soon, the small auction presided over by Huang Wuyong officially commenced. Various magical artifacts and techniques were presented before the audience. Chu Xuan remained seated in silence, exuding an air of calm detachment throughout the proceedings. As time passed, the head of the Liu family suddenly grasped his forehead, frowning as he murmured about feeling dizzy. He strained to rise, only to find his hands growing weak, and with a crash, he collapsed to the ground. In a desperate attempt to stand, he clutched the arm of a nearby family head, only to discover that the other S-form was emaciated and frail. A gentle tug revealed nothing but a hollow human skin, devoid of flesh and organs, leaving only a stark white skeleton behind. Beside him, the other family head was equally horrified and attempted to rise, only to realize that his legs were unresponsive, preventing him from standing. This terrifying scene instantly sent shockwaves through the foundational cultivators present. What transpired? Someone had committed an underhanded ambush. Huang Wuyong and Chao Zijing also sensed that something was amiss. They promptly began to channel their spiritual energy to cast defensive spells. However, the flow of their energy felt unnaturally sluggish, as if their meridians were clogged with mud, severely hindering their ability to mobilize their power. Chao Zijing felt a sense of disbelief. As a naturally gifted cultivator with a superior golden spiritual root, she had been meticulously trained by the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect since childhood and had never encountered such a situation. Huang Wuyong, with his wealth of battle experience, quickly deduced that they were likely under attack. With a furious roar, he employed a forbidden technique that drained his vitality to forcibly activate his defensive spells. In that fleeting moment, a swarm of soldier bees and venomous bees surged from the shadows, rushing towards the fallen foundational cultivators. Three towering, dark figures suddenly darted forward, targeting Huang Wuyong. A chilling ghostly claw lunged toward Chao Zijing's head. With a resounding clang, a magical artifact abruptly materialized around her, revealing a mirror radiating with sharp golden energy, which stood defiantly in her defense. Chu Xuan's meticulously prepared Insha Demon Claw was halted by the mirror-s barrier. Yet, an alternate attack he had prepared had already descended upon the back of Chao Zijing's head. The soul binding ropes, like a massive black serpent. The soul binding ropes ensnared Chao Zijing's delicate neck in an instant, causing her to struggle for breath. She valiantly struck her chest, releasing a talisman that erupted in layers of fire, nearly shaking off the constricting ropes. Chu Xuan immediately recognized that the talisman was at least of exceptional quality in the foundational realm, and it was undoubtedly a precious defensive talisman, a lifeline provided by the Burning Heaven sect for this prodigy. Seizing the moment the soul-binding ropes loosened, Chao Zijing produced two magical talismans, which swiftly transformed into a serpent spirit and a canine spirit, launching a fierce attack at Chu Xuan from either side. Although Chao Zijing was like a sheltered flower and had little combat experience, her instinct for battle was innate. From the direction of the oncoming curses, undead, and spells, she quickly deduced that her former senior brother, El Xiao, was behind the assault. El Xiao, why do you attack me? Even if the sect has wronged you, you should not turn against your fellow disciples. Chao Zijing shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan smirked. You dare to point at me and violate my taboos? You shall perish. Upon hearing this, the cultivator's present changed countenance. Violating my taboos shall lead to death. This phrase sounded eerily familiar. Wait a moment, wasn't that what the demonic monk who slaughtered the Sidhu family had proclaimed? With a casual flick, Chu Xuan summoned the Bell of Merit, causing it to resonate powerfully. In an instant, it materialized above him, enveloped in a radiant golden light, encompassing his entire being. The serpent spirit and canine spirit, barely approaching, were instantly reduced to ashes beneath the overwhelming brilliance of the Buddha-esque light. Huang Wuyong, Chao Zijing, and the others were astounded to see the three rotating golden wheels of merit behind Chu Xuan. Huang Wuyong bellowed, "So you truly are the demonic monk who annihilated the Sidhu family. Have you not eaten?" Chu Xuan scoffed. The soul-binding demon, Hui Kong, promptly manifested, unleashing a piercing shriek that targeted their souls. It was well aware that any form of deceit would earn it a severe reprimand from its master. This soul-piercing wail struck the minds of the gathered cultivators like a hammer, leaving Chao Zijing, whose soul was weaker than Chu Xuan's, momentarily blank, unable to think, let alone cast spells or speak. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xuan unleashed the 10,000 Souls banner. In an instant, thousands of vengeful spirits erupted forth. During the battle at the Scientific City building, the 10,000 Souls banner had absorbed an immense number of souls, nearly overflowing with their essence. Chapter 129. The problems that spirit stones can solve are merely trivial. Chu Xuan sat firmly within the great array of soul capture and demonic retrieval, methodically opening the storage bags of the Foundation establishment cultivators. His expectations were largely met. Although these cultivators were at the Foundation establishment stage, their treasures were rather limited. Unlike Situ Xiong, they presumably did not carry their belongings with them, choosing instead to leave them within their families. It was indeed a pity that they did not have their possessions on hand. Rubbing his hands together, Chu Xuan proceeded to open the storage bags of Huang Wuyang and Chao Zijin in succession. In Huang Wuyang's storage bag, aside from spirit stones and high-grade magical artifacts, and dismissing the spoils captured from the Tianyin sect, there was unexpectedly a small vial of Earth Mother Spirit liquid and the inner core of a blaze bear demon beast. He still aspired to pursue the orthodox path of the full golden core. Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. The Earth Mother Spirit liquid was indeed one of the rare materials essential for the full golden core path. Consuming this spirit substance would expedite the condensation of the full golden core. Although the inner core of the blaze bear was impressive, it regrettably did not align with his thunder spirit root. Nonetheless, this demon core could potentially be exchanged for others of different types in the future, so it was not entirely without merit. However, it was Chao Zijin's storage bag that offered him immense surprise. This woman was truly a prodigy, deserving of the praise even from the Yuan Ying ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect. Setting aside the spirit stones, magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, the most crucial item she possessed was the secret method of condensation, a supreme treasure. Chu Xuan held the thin, ancient tome, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The Thunder Python condensation method. By utilizing the inner core of the Thunder Python as a catalyst, it could condense the beast golden core. He felt a wave of gratitude towards Huang Wuyang. Had he not invited Chao Zijin to this small auction, it might have taken him years to discover such a supreme condensation method. Reflecting on this, he continued to sift through the treasures within Chao Zijin's storage bag. Moments latte. He stumbled upon an unexpected item. This was Chu Xuan picked up an ancient jade slip, deep in thought. The surface of the jade slip was inscribed with several characters. Yellow Spring Soul Dan Method. Chu Xuan was somewhat taken aback. What could this be? It seemed to have some connection to the Yellow Spring Dao sect. Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, a torrent of information surged into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he comprehended the Yellow Spring Soul Dan Method. It was astonishingly the secret technique for condensing a second golden core. Chu Xuan was greatly astonished. A second golden core. Such a thing had never been heard of before. The Yunwu mountain range lay at the border of Tongzhou and Wuzhou. The Burning Heaven sect had long since occupied the Yunwu mountain range, and the Ghost Palace was also under their control. Chu Xuan speculated that this method was likely acquired by the Burning Heaven sect from an underground relic, ultimately bestowed upon Chao Zijin by the sect leader, with the hope that she could comprehend this technique and condense a second golden core. Unexpectedly, Chao Zijin met an untimely demise, and this method fell into his hands. So that was it. The second golden core was not situated in the spirit sea, but rather within the divine soul. Ultimately, this was a secret technique aimed at enhancing the divine soul. Once the Yellow Spring Soul Dan was successfully refined, the divine soul would surge fivefold, an efficacy that far surpassed the divine refinement technique by numerous magnitudes. Chu Xuan was filled with elation. Upon discovering the conditions required to condense the Yellow Spring Soul Dan, he could hardly contain his delight. It required the condensation of the Yellow Spring Dao Foundation on a battlefield where over 1 million lives had perished. Then, using the souls of 100,000 beings, one could condense the Yellow Spring Soul Dan. Both of these conditions were not difficult to fulfill. The Sea Blue Star was rife with zombies. Once the ultrasonic waves were activated, hordes of zombies would swarm from all directions. The souls of 100,000 beings were easily attainable. However, finding a battlefield with over 1 million casualties was more challenging on the Sea Blue Star. Battlefields typically harbored intense energy, resentment, and the aura of conflict. These malevolent energies would, over time, ferment into something increasingly terrifying. Such an environment could not simply be fabricated by slaughtering numerous zombies. Nevertheless, while it might be absent on the Sea Blue Star, the Cangxuan World would undoubtedly possess it. Chapter 130. A master with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Influenced by the ongoing war among cultivators. The mortal army of the state of Yu has invaded the state of Yu, engaging in plunder and destruction. Thus, the mortals of Yu and Yu have embarked on a protracted mortal conflict. Those lurking in the shadows, the demonic cultivators, have begun to stoke the flames of war, intensifying the violence. from the intelligence gathered by Chu Xuan and Huang, and he has gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the current battlefield scenario. The Divine Gang sect and the Burning Heaven sect share an ancestral hatred, yet they have chosen to bide their time, suggesting they have further plans. If I am not mistaken, the 100 Refinement sect of the state of Yin is also unable to restrain themselves and is about to make their entrance. Chu Xuan shook his head repeatedly. In light of this, let them fight it out. I shall take a step back for now. In the Yunwu mountain range, the Divine Gang sect has long since retreated from this area. The Burning Heaven sect has taken control of the underground ruins. As a former branch of the Yellow Springs Dao sect, the Burning Heaven sect is acutely aware of the significance of these underground relics, which is why they regard this place with utmost importance. They have dispatched numerous mortal craftsmen to construct fortifications atop the ghostly palace and have established defensive formations. Additionally, they have stationed a formidable golden core expert, 5 foundation establishment cultivators, and nearly 100 Chi refinement practitioners on site, forbidding anyone from approaching. However, at this very moment, these cultivators have vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. A figure, emanating a faint aura of darkness, emerged from the city walls, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Behind him, an endless tide of blood energy surged forth, merging with his form. The cold moonlight filtered through the blackened branches, illuminating his visage. This face was familiar to Chu Xuan. It belonged to the most enigmatic of the heavenly seal trio, Han Luyan. Yet now, Han Luyan appeared to be nothing more than a shell, with his true soul having been replaced by another. What has transpired in the southern wilderness over the past 5 centuries? Surely those ancient beings have not perished yet. Do not die, I implore you. Your nascent souls belong to me, and not a single one may be lost. A cold smile crept upon his lips as his form, shrouded in dark energy, swiftly vanished into the shadows. Shang Tianjue, a prodigy of the Yellow Springs Dao sect, possessed an exceptional ice spirit root and had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core. He aimed to embark on the path towards the nascent soul. Following the mysterious disappearance of the ancestral grounds of the Yellow Springs Dao sect, Shang Tianjue also vanished without a trace. Witnesses reported that his last known appearance was within the ghostly palace of the Yellow Springs Dao sect. On the rooftop of a tall building, Chu Xuan perused ancient texts, deep in thought. This particular tome had originated from Chao Zijing's storage pouch. Chu Xuan held a keen interest in the history of the Yellow Springs Dao sect, which prompted him to read during his moments of leisure. Are zombies approaching? Chu Xuan glanced down and observed a swarm of zombies converging. A smile graced his lips. He had previously instructed Hei Feng to seek out ultrasonic generators. Although the landscape was strewn with ruins, those scientific instruments could still be unearthed amidst the debris. Had he searched for them himself, it would have consumed considerable time. However, with Hei Feng's entire company assisting him, the efficiency was undoubtedly high. 5 days prior, 4 ultrasonic generators had been respectfully delivered to Chu Xuan by Wang Gang and his associates. He selected the finest one, accompanied by a diesel generator, and ascended to the rooftop of the building. He had already activated the generator, broadcasting the ultrasonic waves. As he passed the time, he browsed through the ancient text. Roar, roar, roar. On the ground below, the throng of zombies continued to swell in numbers, 3 or 5, then a dozen, hundreds, and eventually thousands. As time transitioned from morning to afternoon, over 100,000 zombies had amassed beneath the building. Among them were formidable specimens with impressive physical prowess, remarkable agility, and unique talents. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan activated the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying blood, refinement, zombie, fire materialized from the ground, engulfing all the zombies. Even the 6th and 7th tier zombies were powerless against the blood refinement zombie fire. They quickly succumbed, shrieking as they transformed into fuel for the flames. This formation, known as the Blood Refinement Zombie Fire Array, is specifically designed to generate the Blood Refinement Zombie Fire. Chapter 131, The 25-Fold Guide. In the vast expanse of Mist State, deep mountains and valleys abound. The cities of the human race are scattered like pearls throughout this landscape. Chu Xuan utilized these cities as reference points in his search for the 3 battlefields. The Plains City, which he had previously visited, lies in proximity to Jianzhou to the west, while Baishui City is situated to the southeast of Plain City. The Yinma Plain is located in the central region of Mist State. As Chu Xuan journeyed southward, he soon arrived at the Yinma Plain. Upon his arrival, he could not help but marvel. The plain had witnessed the demise of countless mortal soldiers, and from above, one could perceive the towering resentment and malevolence lingering in the air. Currently, the righteous sects of your nation have long been unable to govern the pervasive malevolent energies across the land. Such a battlefield, steeped in wrath and malice, has naturally attracted numerous demonic cultivators. To these practitioners, it is akin to a rat falling into a grain bin. However, the battlefield is vast, and the number of demonic cultivators is limited, leading to an unspoken agreement among them to stake their claims on different territories. Moreover, Qi refinement cultivators remain on the periphery of the battlefield, while Foundation establishment cultivators occupy the inner circle, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. As Chu Xuan exuded the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he advanced without hindrance. He swiftly made his way into the inner circle of the battlefield. Before long, he noticed a commotion ahead, where a group appeared to be besieging 3 individuals. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a female cultivator was commanding 5 spectral corpses in their assault on the 3 cultivators. The female cultivator moved with ease, while the 3 cultivators struggled desperately to break free, yet they could not penetrate the defenses of the spectral corpses. Chu Xuan could not suppress a smile. This was indeed intriguing. The female cultivator was none other than his former junior sister, Li Xiaoman. She was one of the few disciples of the Corpse Puppet sect. Su Ming had once earnestly invited her to treasure hunt in the Ghost Palace, but she had declined. At that time, Chu Xuan had thought Su Ming to be a fool, while Li Xiaoman demonstrated an astute understanding of how to navigate danger. Indeed, she had survived. In a mere blink, 2 early Foundation establishment cultivators had fallen to the spectral corpses. The last remaining cultivator was overwhelmed and captured by Li Xiaoman, who intended to subdue him alive for the creation of a powerful corpse general. Chu Xuan had no desire to reveal himself before her. With the demise of Wu Ying, the extreme Yin Cave had become a mere shadow of its former self. He and Li Xiaoman shared only a name as brother and sister, devoid of any true kinship. In the future, as he attained the Golden Core stage, Li Xiaoman would inevitably age. There was no need for a reunion. Who goes there? Li Xiaoman queried. Her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Chu Xuan adopted the voice of an elder, little girl. This place is claimed by this old man. Depart at once. The aura of a late Foundation establishment cultivator surged forth immediately. Li Xiaoman's heart raced in fear. Grasping the captured cultivator, she retreated hastily. Senior, please. I do not wish to contend with you. She affixed a movement talisman to herself and vanished in the blink of an eye, terrified that this old demon would pursue her. Chu Xuan chuckled softly. She was indeed clever. Such individuals have the potential for longevity. Alas, Li Xiaoman's aptitude was merely average. Unless she encountered a significant opportunity, it would be challenging for her to ever touch the path to the Golden Core. As Chu Xuan swiftly traversed the inner circle of the battlefield, he unabashedly emanated his late Foundation establishment aura. Those Foundation establishment demonic cultivators scattered in fear at his presence. Soon, only Chu Xuan remained in this area. He sought out the location where the energies of Yin, malevolence, and the essence of battle were most concentrated. With the soul-devouring rope, he excavated a large pit and buried himself within it, simultaneously setting up formidable mist formations and defensive arrays around him. Chapter 132. The exceptional services of divine in Tent City, a figure gracefully descended, arriving at the center of the battlefield. Before him lay a vast pit, around which numerous demonic cultivators had gathered. This figure bore the countenance of Han Luyun, yet within his corporeal form resided the soul known as Shang Tianjue. Was this battlefield not a recent formation? How could a mere cultivator have arrived here first? Apart from the secret techniques of my Huangquan Dao sect, who else would dare to absorb the malevolent energy from such a grand battlefield? Shang Tianjue furrowed his brow. He did not linger or ponder further, but hastily proceeded to the next battlefield. His time was exceedingly precious. Although he had devoured a considerable number of golden core cultivators' cores, souls, and flesh within the palace of ghosts, his condition had barely returned to the zenith of his former self. To embark upon the path of the nascent soul, he required the absorption of malevolent energy from a battlefield with a death toll exceeding 100,000. Whoever had dared to seize the opportunity before him to absorb such energy would surely meet a grim fate. With a cold snort, Shang Tianjue departed from the scene. In the azure sea, Chu Xuan was enveloped by an utter stillness, yet his robes billowed as if caught in a tempest. An indescribable aura surrounded him, making it seem as though he sat there while simultaneously being miles away. In an instant, he reappeared, startlingly close. The three corpses scratched their heads, unable to comprehend the changes their master had undergone. Buzz. At a certain moment, a whirlwind erupted around Chu Xuan. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at that instant, his aura surged dramatically. In mere moments, it far surpassed the 9th level of foundation establishment. The Huangquan Soul Pill had been formed. Chu Xuan was overwhelmed with joy. He was no longer merely a foundation establishment cultivator, yet he could not yet be classified as a golden core cultivator. He could only be deemed a pseudo-golden core. Nevertheless, even in this state, he could effortlessly defeat any 9th level foundation establishment cultivator. Even if faced with a dozen such opponents, he would toy with them as easily as a child plays with toys. My soul is incredibly powerful. Is this the sea of consciousness? Even before I formally become a golden core cultivator, the sea of consciousness has already been established. Chu Xuan marveled at the profound changes within and around his body. Generally, it is only upon forming the golden core that the sea of consciousness and spiritual awareness are born. The sea of consciousness, in simpler terms, is the dwelling of the soul. Prior to its formation, the soul merely existed within the brain. Furthermore, before the sea of consciousness, manipulating magical artifacts or telekinesis could only be achieved through the extension of spiritual thoughts. Such thoughts lack offensive or defensive capabilities, serving solely to control external objects. However, now, with the sea of consciousness, spiritual thoughts could be refined into spiritual awareness. Thus, spiritual awareness could serve as a protective barrier for the soul. Additionally, through the forging of secret techniques, spiritual awareness could possess both offensive and defensive effects. This arrangement ensures greater stability for the soul. Chu Xuan extended his spiritual awareness beyond his body, manipulating one object after another, relishing the novelty akin to a child with a new toy. The secret techniques of spiritual awareness are reserved for golden core cultivators and are likely to be exceedingly precious. At present, he had yet to discover a means to acquire them. As for those secret techniques, in due time, altruistic individuals would undoubtedly present them to him. For now, there were ample cultivation methods at his disposal, so he did not insist on obtaining the secret techniques of spiritual awareness. The sects of Bai Lian, Fun Tian, and Yubo were likely in disarray, their minds in turmoil. For the moment, he would observe their progress. He also required assistance in gathering Thunder Python demon pills. With this thought, Chu Xuan entered the blood mirror. Chapter 133, Plastic Companions, Deep Affection. The sudden voice was so unexpected that it startled the three individuals. They turned towards the source of the sound, only to find the space empty. The words seemed to be uttered by a ghost. The man with the beard roared in anger. Who dares to play tricks here? The sinister claw of darkness suddenly manifested. With a resounding crash, his head was crushed, and his headless body collapsed to the ground, splattering the nearby frail elder with blood. Impatience is not a virtue. You are unfit to serve me, a calm voice followed. The frail elder's eyes widened in astonishment, while the pale-faced youth also revealed a flicker of shock. It was then that they finally discerned the speaker, a middle-aged man of refined appearance. At first glance, he seemed quite ordinary. Yet it was he who had effortlessly crushed a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The frail elder inhaled deeply and spoke in a solemn tone. Who might you be, and why have you come to my Black Dragon Mountain, killing our vice master without cause? He subtly moved his hand, and a poison insect quietly slithered towards the refined middle-aged man. However, before the insect could approach, A crimson line of blood flashed across the middle-aged man's body. The bloodline struck like lightning, and the creeping insect was instantly obliterated, leaving behind a mass of shattered insect remains. The frail elder was immediately met with backlash, blood spurting forth, as he looked at the refined man in utter astonishment. The refined middle-aged man turned his gaze to the pale-faced youth. Without a moment's hesitation, the youth knelt on one knee and declared, "Song Junjia is willing to serve you, senior." Upon seeing this, the frail elder hastily crawled over. "Qian Tang is also willing to serve you, senior." The refined middle-aged man smiled and nodded, tossing them 2 insect eggs. "Eat these." The two hesitated for only a moment before swallowing them down. Their strengths were comparable, and given that the man had effortlessly dispatched the bearded fellow, it was evident that his cultivation level surpassed theirs, likely at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. They were certainly no match for him. Their only option was to obey. This refined middle-aged man was, in fact, Chu Xuan. He practiced the blood fiend refining demon scripture, and any golden core cultivator could discern from a mere glance that he had once been a practitioner from the Extreme Cave. Due to his unique identity, he could not possibly join any faction. Black Dragon Mountain was perfectly situated in a neutral zone, making it ideal for him to control and utilize. "May I ask how we should address you, senior?" Qian Tang inquired respectfully. Before he could finish, Song Junjin interrupted, "What's senior? We should address you as master instead." "Master, what do you require us to do? Please command us." "Chu Xuan, my suppli." Song Junjia was indeed a clever individual, remaining calm in the face of situations, allowing others to act first to gauge their strength. Now that he recognized Chu Xian's formidable power, he unhesitatingly referred to him as master. Chu Xuan replied indifferently, "First, I want you to gather intelligence, regardless of size or significance, and report everything back to me. Second, I require you to collect various demon cores from Foundation Establishment level serpent and python beasts. From now on, Black Dragon Mountain must act discreetly, avoiding attracting the attention of major sections." Chapter 134. The Auction's Unexpected Success, a 200-fold surprise. One must understand that the colossal creatures of the ocean are far more immense and fearsome than their terrestrial counterparts. With the current physical strength of Chu Xuan, he would hardly withstand the immense pressure of several tens of thousands of tons of seawater, delving into the deepest trenches of Ocean Blue Star. Chu Xuan estimated that he needed to advance his body refinement to the 21st level to qualify for such an endeavor. If he found it challenging, he could hardly expect those under his command, such as Blackblade and others, to venture into the ocean for adventure. Family, who can understand this? The weakness of his subordinates was quite a headache. Perhaps my thought process is flawed. If humans find it arduous to traverse vast oceans, what about the zombies? With this thought, Chu Xuan felt invigorated. He swiftly made his way to the farm. At that moment, the zombie queen was vigorously competing with the zombie mother. Although, in a certain sense, they shared a mother-daughter bond, in the realm of zombies, such familial ties held no weight. Anyone daring to vie for blood orbs was no daughter, but an adversary. The arrival of Chu Xuan instilled profound fear in the zombie queen. She genuinely feared this human. Despite her daily consumption of blood orbs, raising her spiritual energy level to 7, she remained deeply intimidated. "I require you to produce a new kind of zombie," Chu Xuan declared, looking down upon her with authority. The zombie queen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Such a request, I cannot fulfill it." Chu Xuan furrowed his brow at her reaction. "Cannot fulfill it? Then your usefulness seems rather limited." "Roar! Roar!" The zombie queen bellowed anxiously, as if shouting, "I could do it. I must be able to do it." Not far off, the zombie mother joined in, echoing Chu Xian's demand. "Very well. Whoever can create this zombie first will claim these 3 grand blood orbs," Chu Xuan stated calmly, producing 3 perfectly round and lustrous blood orbs. Upon seeing the magnificent orbs, both the zombie queen and the zombie mother were consumed by a frenzy. It turned out that larger blood orbs existed beyond the smaller ones. They were determined to succeed. Observing the zeal of the 2 zombies, Chu Xuan smiled with satisfaction. "This is how it should be." The energy concentration of the grand blood orbs far surpassed that of the smaller ones. They were akin to the comfort of an air-conditioned room in summer or a warm radiator in winter. They could hardly contain their excitement. Chu Xuan's motivation proved effective. In merely 2 days, the zombie queen presented a remarkable creation. Chu Xuan looked at the peculiar life form before him, astonished. At first glance, it bore no resemblance to a zombie, as it was unmistakably a small vessel of flesh and blood. Within, one could discern the mutated vertebrae, ribs, and a network of dark veins throughout its body. Its arms and legs had morphed into oars, while the bow of the vessel sported a head with an agape mouth, seemingly reminding Chu Xuan that this creation was indeed a transformation based on zombies. The zombie queen exuberantly roared, enthusiastically introducing the effects of this new product to Chu Xuan. To him, however, it sounded merely like a series of passionate roars. Wuji, come here and listen. After you're done, relay it to me, Chu Xuan said, rubbing his temples as he summoned the little tiger. Yes, master. The little tiger nodded earnestly. After several years of effort, he had mastered the ability to articulate most common words, albeit with some stuttering, lacking fluidity. Chapter 135, A Cold Rage. Only giving, not exchanging. Time swiftly passes. In the realm of the Azure Sea Star, 2 years have elapsed once again. The Southern Wilderness Cultivator's realm is truly vast. The territories of the Yin and Yu nations only encompass about 1/3 of the Southern Wilderness, covering an area of approximately 1 million miles. Northward from these 3 nations lies the Wan Island Lake, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the Southern Wilderness. Thus, although referred to as a lake, it is akin to an inland sea. Chu Xuan reclined on a soft velvet chaise, perusing the ancient texts that Song Junjie and Qian Tang had diligently gathered for him, expressing his amazement. Even as a golden core cultivator capable of flight, traversing the southern wilderness would still demand a considerable amount of time. No wonder these major sects are so engrossed in their struggles over this limited expanse. It is indeed impossible to escape. Fortunately, I am not bound to their competition. Chu Xuan chuckled softly. With Azure Sea Star serving as my garden, I merely need to procure techniques and texts from the southern wilderness. As for the majority of the resources I require, they can be sourced from Azure Sea Star. It is truly an inexhaustible treasure trove, allowing me to remain distant from the ravages of war. How splendid! According to the intelligence relayed by Song Junjie and Qian Tang, the turmoil in the southern wilderness cultivators' realm persists. The 100 Refinements sect and the Burning Sky sect lack the assurance to completely annihilate one another. The deliberately vacated buffer zone has now seen the establishment of 2 to 3 dozen minor sects, including several founded by practitioners of the demonic path. Naturally, no one would dare to self-identify as a demon cultivator. They always boast of being righteous cultivators while vehemently denouncing their foes as heretical and evil. It is precisely due to the inability of the 100 Refinements sect and the Burning Sky sect to effectively manage this territory that the minor sects have flourished wildly. They previously resided at the border between the Burning Sky sect and the Divine Gang sect. However, with the latter's downfall, their location naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the Burning Sky sect. To avoid extermination by the Burning Sky sect, they must relocate their mountain gates. The forsaken area is perfectly suited to their desires. Chu Xuan rubbed his skin, feeling a tinge of melancholy. After 2 years, he had barely managed to elevate his physical cultivation to the 23rd level. The consumption of flesh was simply insufficient for his needs. Consequently, his cultivation pace had been significantly hindered. He wondered when he would discover other primal energy blocks. At that moment, Little Leopard darted to his side like a bolt of lightning, gesticulating animatedly, seemingly eager to convey something. Little Tiger, who had been standing by Chu Xuan's side, furrowed his brow at the sight and promptly intervened with a forceful reprimand, insisting that Little Leopard swallow the morsel in his mouth before speaking. Startled, Little Leopard chewed a few bites and swallowed, breaking into a grin. He then began to shout excitedly. Upon hearing this, Little Tiger exclaimed joyfully, "Master, we have news from the Corpse Empress." It seems she encountered a fishing vessel from the Outcloud Kingdom in the East Sea, detecting fluctuations of primal spiritual energy. Chu Xuan felt a surge of interest. Excellent. At last, there is a trace of primal spiritual energy. During his 2-year stay on Azure Sea Star, Chu Xuan had come to understand the general circumstances of this planet. Following the eruption of spiritual energy, the governing bodies across the globe had nearly collapsed. The Yanhan Empire suffered the most. Under some mysterious force, on the very day of the spiritual energy explosion, a colossal pit exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter was created in the capital. At that time, the emperor, along with numerous consorts, princes, princesses, and ministers, were in the capital to escape the heat, and it was said that not a single member of the imperial family survived. The imperial army and local forces under the empire have naturally disintegrated, each serving their own masters. Some local armies surged into the southern or southwestern regions, becoming tyrants there. Other continents also retain some powerful factions, such as the Outcloud Kingdom, which venerates the spirit of craftsmanship, and the Arctic Army, renowned for their martial prowess and resilience against the harsh cold. Chapter 136, The Celestial Scripture, the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Within the dim confines of a fishing boat's cabin, a slender, almost gaunt youth gazed out at the distant islands of the Outcloud Nation, now fading from view. A flicker of derision crossed his eyes. The samurai and onmyoji of the shogunate were undoubtedly still searching for my whereabouts. Little do they know, I have clandestinely boarded this fishing vessel. With no refuge to be found in the Outcloud Nation, I shall thrive in the Flame Han Celestial Empire. On the day of my return, I shall plunge the shogunate into the abyss and personally avenge the royal family by slaying the treacherous general. The youth's pupils mirrored the flames of vengeance. That accursed shogunate general, once a trusted minister of the Outcloud royal family, had secretly ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier transcendent. Under the guise of royal trust, he seized power, storming into the palace overnight. That night is forever etched into the youth's memory. His father, mother, and siblings fell victim to the blade and fire. Each recollection of that harrowing scene clenched his heart with an invisible grip, causing a profound ache within. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from the deck above. The general is here. Someone is flying in the sky. By Amaterasu, could it be the legendary great onmyoji? He is coming towards us. The youth, momentarily taken aback, peered through the window towards the deck. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure clad in black, standing atop a shimmering azure light, effortlessly hovering in the air above the transcendent beings. His eyes widened. Those who awakened the ability to fly were exceedingly rare, and most could only manage low-altitude flight for limited durations. This was the ocean. Where had this person taken off from? How could he sustain flight for so long? One of the transcendent beings on the deck suddenly pointed towards the azure light, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Which nation do you belong to? Descend at once. The figure suspended in mid-air, standing upon the azure light, was none other than Chu Xuan. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had indeed found the right vessel. This was indisputably a fishing boat from the Outcloud Nation. The earlier words of that transcendent being were not in the Flame Han tongue, but in a language he had never encountered before. He is a Flame Han. Bring him down. He is the enemy. Several shogunate transcendent beings roared in unison, encircling him from various directions. One among them, seizing the moment while Chu Xuan's back was turned, launched a surprise attack. A peculiar talisman slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards Chu Xuan's back. However, in an instant, Chu Xuan grasped the talisman with one hand, glancing at it with bemusement. The talisman bore intricate crimson patterns, reminiscent of talismans, yet appearing remarkably crude, akin to a child's plaything. This must be the talisman employed by the onmyoji of the Outcloud Nation. You. The transcendent being was evidently taken aback, unable to fathom that Chu Xuan had easily thwarted his long-planned ambush. His expression shifted to one of shock. How dare you attack the master? Kill him. A roar erupted. A robust, dark figure dashed forward, and when people looked again, they were met with the sight of a headless corpse, its head having been effortlessly twisted off by a giant. Eliminate them all. There is no need to waste resources. Chu Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, Little Tiger growled, racing forth alongside Little Dragon and Little Leopard. In their wake lay a path of dismembered limbs and carnage, unleashing a dreadful storm of bloodshed. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan strolled leisurely towards the cabin, extending his consciousness to envelop every corner of the fishing vessel. He could sense the primal energy fluctuations within the cabin. However, it did not radiate the potent essence he had previously encountered with the primal energy cube. It felt significantly weakened. The youth swallowed hard, activating his innate talent, silently chanting to himself, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." Chapter 137. University life is wonderful. The boy, now dulled to a state of oblivion, is named Fushikawa Tokuyu. Fushikawa is the surname of the Izumo royal family, while Tokuyu is his given name. After perusing his memories, Chu Xuan ultimately discovers that this individual has never come into contact with the spiritual energy cube. Yet, he emanates an aura reminiscent of it, which is gradually waning. This implies that he has coexisted with the spiritual energy cube since childhood, albeit in a different form. Therefore, it is most plausible that the spiritual energy cube exists within the Izumo Imperial Palace. A spark of realization ignited within Chu Xuan. It seems a journey to the Izumo kingdom is in order. Well then, let this be an adventure. At this moment, the fishing vessel has transformed into a veritable ghost ship, devoid of any survivors. Everything about them is meticulously repurposed. Their flesh is diligently sliced into morsels by industrious worker bees, consumed, and subsequently regurgitated, yielding blood honey. The lingering souls are gathered by the soul banner, nourishing the vengeful spirits. As for the bones, well, sometimes the specters take delight in gnawing on them. Without delay, he steered the Qingying shuttle towards the Izumo kingdom, which lies approximately 1,000 kilometers from the Yanhanshan Empire. At the speed of the Qingying shuttle, he would arrive in just 2 hours. Izumo Kingdom, Tianzhou City. This city is the oldest in the Izumo Kingdom, without exception. A mere glance upward reveals the snow-capped Tianzhou Mountain. Yet, no one perceives it as a tranquil peak. In truth, it is a dormant volcano. Many believe that one day it will bring ruin to the Izumo Kingdom. At the heart of Tianzhou City lies the Izumo Imperial Palace, where for millennia the royal family has resided. The royal lineage has been revered by the people of Izumo, who regard them as the offspring of the gods, cherished by the deity Amaterasu. This reverence has ensured an uninterrupted lineage throughout the ages. However, not long ago, the shogun instigated a rebellion, annihilating the royal family. Since then, the shogunate has occupied the palace, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the Izumo kingdom. Loyalists often launch attacks against the shogunate, while many harbor deep-seated resentment towards them, believing such actions will inevitably incur the wrath of Amaterasu. Even if divine retribution has yet to arrive, it is certain that one day it shall befall the shogunate. Some even whisper that the missing 8th prince will return to confront the shogunate, casting them into an abyss of despair. At this very moment, at the highest point of the palace, a robust man stands exposed on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back. Ever since the destruction of the Izumo royal family, he has made this lofty perch his residence, as if it could quell the vengeful spirits of the royal lineage. He is the shogun, Kiryuin Yudo. Beneath the Izumo royal family lie the 4 prominent clans, Kiryuin, Ryugu, Amida, and Hongyu. The Amida clan, known for their staunch loyalism, was secretly eradicated before his coup, their influence and territory wholly consumed by the Kiryuin, Ryugu, and Hongyu clans. "Shogun, why do you stand here each day?" A woman, equally bare, entwined herself around him. Giggling lightly, Kiryuin Yudo replied calmly, "I await news." The woman playfully nibbled on his earlobe, whispering, "Are you waiting for the missing 8th prince of the Izumo royal family?" Kiryuin Yudo chuckled, shaking his head. "No, that 8th prince is short-sighted and lacks poise. Even if he escaped, he would not qualify as my adversary. I am waiting for news from Hongyu regarding how the Izumo royal family possessed spiritual energy before its eruption. That is what intrigued me most." Just as Kiryuin Yudo was about to continue, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting azure light darting across the sky. What is that?" He furrowed his brow. The woman turned to follow his gaze, exclaiming in astonishment, "There is someone atop it." Kiryuin Yudo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 138. A gift prepared for the master before Hongyu Jian could react. the robust figure of Xiao who had already surged forward. A resounding crack echoed as Hong Yu-jian's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and fragments of his skull scattering in all directions. The bone shards even embedded deeply into the stone floor, a testament to the terrifying power of Xiao Hu's punch. Nearby, Long Gong Si Meiji, having received orders from Gue Long Yuan Yongrun, rushed over from her station and was instantly taken aback by the sight. Hong Yujian was a formidable warrior specializing in physical combat. Before the global surge of spiritual energy, he was renowned as the most esteemed judo master and strongman in Izumo. Following the awakening of spiritual energy, he exhibited extraordinary talent and ascended to become the mightiest warrior in Izumo. In terms of physical strength, even the 9th-level transcendent Shogun Gue Long Yuan Yongrun was outmatched by him. Moreover, the skull is the hardest bone in the human body. What kind of monstrous strength did that towering, dark-skinned giant possess to have smashed Hong Yujian's head in one blow? Long Gong Si Meiji halted in her tracks, swallowing hard. Wasn't she supposed to come closer? Why was she hesitating? Chu Xuan turned around to gaze at the voluptuous woman several hundred meters away, offering her a faint smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Gong Si Meiji turned and fled. Chu Xuan chuckled softly, instructing Xiao Bao, "Go take care of her." With an eerie laugh, Xiao Bao vanished in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he stood directly in front of Long Gong Si Meiji. She stared at the unexpectedly slender man before her, gulping again. Her speed, which she had always prided herself on, was now rendered futile, even with the aid of her 2 contracted shikigami, both designed to enhance speed. Yet, despite all this, she had still been caught. Realizing she could no longer escape, Long Gong Si Meiji knew she had to fight back if she hoped to survive. "Great fireball technique," she exclaimed, forming seals with her hands. In an instant, an immense fireball erupted, nearly enveloping Xiao Bao entirely. This was her innate talent, the mastery of flames. Although many possessed such a gift, she had developed hers to an unparalleled extent. With but a thought, she could effortlessly alter the size and shape of the flames, even conjuring lifelike firebirds and firewolves to assault her foes. Yet feeling unsatisfied, Long Gong Si Meiji immediately infused her spiritual energy to activate 4 talismans that sealed off Xiao Bao's 4 directions. This should secure her victory. Long Gong Si Meiji let out a sigh of relief, believing she had exhausted her trump cards. This individual should be unable to escape and would have to withstand her attack. Seizing this moment, she prepared to flee. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation in her heart. Looking down, she was horrified to see a dagger wreathed in cold flames piercing through her chest. "But I sealed him." In her final moments, confusion filled her mind. Why had the 4 talismans she painstakingly crafted failed to restrain her enemy? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Bao possessed the innate ability of shadow walking, allowing him to move in the blink of an eye. Just as Long Gong Si Meiji had unleashed her talismans, Xiao Bao had already activated his ability and appeared behind her. What she perceived was merely an afterimage left by his rapid movement. At that moment, Gue Long Yuan Yongrun, surrounded by numerous onmyoji and warriors, confronted Chu Xuan from a distance. Upon noticing the headless corpse of Hong Yujian on the ground, his pupils dilated in shock. Xiao Bao dragged Long Gong Si Meiji's lifeless body over as well. In that instant, the terror within Gue Long Yuan Yongrun swelled to unimaginable heights. What manner of formidable being had suddenly appeared in the palace before him? Steeling himself, Gue Long Yuan Yongrun intoned gravely, "Friend, what brings you to my palace? Speak freely, and I shall grant you whatever you desire." Chu Xuan shook his head, remarking, "It seems you still fail to comprehend the gulf between our strengths. Even Song Junjie, a mere foundational cultivator, possesses more wisdom than you." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gue Long Yuan Yongrun roared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of black energy from within, instantly manifesting a fearsome, grotesque demon. The demon, with 2 heads and 4 arms, bore a terrifying visage, each arm wielding a formidable weapon, a ring blade, a vajra, a steel hammer, and a trident. Gui Long Yuan Yong Run tossed a small orb toward the demon. Chapter 139. Oh no. My disciple has developed feelings for another. The four-armed Vajra let out a series of furious roars before suddenly turning to face Kiryuan Yudo. The four weapons swiftly lifted into the air. Kiryuan Yudo's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively recoiled, pleading, "You can't attack me. We have already signed a contract. We are partners." A scream echoed abruptly. The four-armed Vajra unleashed a torrent of devastating blows, striking Kiryuan Yudo's soul with tremendous force. Moments later, he was left on the brink of death. Only then did the four-armed Vajra nimbly approach Chu Xuan, crouching at his feet like an affectionate little companion. This sight left the little tiger quite displeased. Oof. Yet another contender for attention. Chu Xuan's lips curled into a smile, pleased with the performance, and decided to reward it. He reached out and struck the top of Kiryuan Yudo's head with force. In an instant, he extracted the soul of this general from the Mu country. The four-armed Vajra dashed forward, tearing Kiryuan Yudo's soul into several pieces and devouring them with evident delight. Chu Xuan surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of several Onmyuji and warriors, all of whom appeared dazed. Clearly, they could not fathom that their seemingly invincible general had been betrayed by his Shikigami. The fact that his very soul was extracted by this ruthless being was beyond comprehension. It was evident that they needed to flee. To spare them would be a waste of resources. They must be eliminated. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Xuan commanded his 3 corpses to swiftly take action. The four-armed Vajra cackled as it plunged into the crowd, cries of despair filling every corner of the palace. Moments later, the palace was decimated, and every extraordinary being had met their demise, consumed by the blood bees, destined to become part of the blood honey. The souls were extracted by Chu Xuan and cast into the Great Soul Banner, which he intended to use specifically for storing souls as sustenance for the four-armed Vajra and other malevolent spirits. Soon, the four-armed Vajra approached Chu Xuan, and with little effort, he implanted a mental imprint within its mind. Thus, the four-armed Vajra would be eternally bound to Chu Xuan's control. Observing its eager expression, Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Kiryuan Yudo, who had labored so hard to establish an equal contract with the four-armed Vajra, only for it to be lured away in the blink of an eye, subsequently devouring Kiryuan Yudo's soul and obediently entering into a master-servant contract with Chu Xuan. Thankfully, Kiryuan Yudo was already deceased. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would have been unbearable. At that moment, the four-armed Vajra sprang to life, animatedly gesturing and dancing. Of course, Chu Xuan could not comprehend its expressive body language. Without hesitation, he communicated with the four-armed Vajra through his thoughts. "You say there is another malevolent spirit like you beneath Mount Amaterasu?" Chu Xuan gazed at the four-armed Vajra, astonished. This was indeed fortuitous. Such a gifted spirit could not be allowed to fade into obscurity. However, before pursuing this, he needed to locate the original energy cube. Chu Xuan turned his gaze towards the rockery, his consciousness stirring. Chapter 140. The master is a bit anxious. Your name is quite novel. Chu Xuan Chuka. With a grin, he remarked, "The names I chose for myself and for the four-armed are quite creative, don't you think, father? Perhaps we possess an innate talent for naming." Chu Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the merit, yet he felt a minor disparity in comparison to his own prowess. He recounted his own experiences in naming, such as Little Dragon, Little Tiger, Little Leopard, Little White, and Little Blue, among others. The two-armed listened in awe, struggling to contain his excitement. After a long moment, he bowed deeply to Chu Xuan. "Father, you truly are a genius in the realm of naming. I should always learn from you." Chu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, affirming his sentiment. He then shifted his gaze to the compass in the two-armed's hand. "What is this?" The two-armed replied earnestly, "This is a water divination plate. It has been in my possession since the day I awakened my consciousness. The four-armed's 4 weapons are the same. We were born with them. Chu Xuan not that Tao Gu Fun. The weapons of the malevolent spirits are typically those they possessed in life. It is likely that their pure obsessions condensed part of their souls into the forms of these weapons. Much like the four-armed, Chu Xuan smoothly completed the imprint of divine consciousness. From that moment on, this pair of lively spirits, malevolent spirits, became his own. Enter now. There's plenty to eat inside. With a casual gesture, Chu Xuan tossed the two-armed and the four-armed into the Great Soul Banner. Though they possessed remarkable talent, their ranks were too low to be directly placed within the 10,000 Soul Banner. The Great Soul Banner was filled with non-aggressive souls, perfectly suited for their dining. Chu Xuan retrieved the Qingying shuttle and soared into the wind, vanishing into the vast sky in the blink of an eye. Days later, news of an assault on the royal palace and the deaths of numerous extraordinary beings swept through the entire Chu nation like a tempest. Some rejoiced, believing that the Gue Long Institute, the Long Palace Temple, and the Hong prison family had angered the sun god, bringing calamity upon themselves. Others impersonated the so-called Eighth Prince, seeking to infiltrate. Chaos spread across every inch of the Chu nation. Endless battles continued to expand. At this very moment, however, Chu Xuan found himself once again seated on the rooftop of the Haodai Hotel. While replenishing his meat supply, he practiced the giant elephant body refinement technique to hone his physique. After merging two elemental energy fragments, the rate of growth for his flesh increased dramatically. Consequently, Chu Xuan was able to swiftly cultivate the giant elephant body refinement technique without halting every few days to allow the flesh to regenerate. His body refinement level soared once more, reaching the 27th level within a year. In terms of physical prowess, he could now withstand an attack from a low-grade magical artifact without sustaining any injuries. At this rate, I should reach the 30th level of body refinement in another 2 to 3 years, Chu Xuan mused, smacking his lips. The giant elephant body refinement technique could only be cultivated up to the 30th level, where his physique would rival that of a mid-grade magical artifact. The technique, which the golden elixir cultivator Situ, Jia, failed to master perfectly, was on the verge of being achieved by him. One could only wonder what expression Situ Jia would wear upon discovering this. Let's continue to cultivate. I shall emerge once I reach the 30th level. Chu Xuan focused his mind and continued to develop the giant elephant particles within his body. 3 years later, his body refinement level naturally reached the 30th level. Every one of the 360 million human particles in his body had transformed into giant elephant particles. His physique's strength rivaled that of a mid-grade magical artifact. With a casual strike, he could shatter a low-grade magical artifact. Of course, the claim that he possessed the strength of 360 million giant elephants with every movement was merely embellishment of the giant elephant body refinement technique. Chu Xuan understood this well. With my 30th level of body refinement, I should have a slight advantage against golden elixir cultivators, no? Chu Xuan's my. When the Heavenly Seal sect was annihilated, he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, however, he had reached the pseudo-golden elixir realm, with body refinement soaring to the 30th level, in the realm of cultivation in the southern wilderness. Such prowess was sufficient to place him at the pinnacle of golden elixir cultivators. Chapter 141. Sandiao Shi as well. The resounding voice from outside the great formation of Black Dragon Mountain permeated the air, echoing throughout the entire mountain. There were but a few disciples of Qi refinement at Black Dragon Mountain, and at this moment, regardless of their location, they all lifted their heads to clearly hear the proclamation. This voice had reached their ears twice before. Now, it was the third time. The disciples were eager to discern the actions of the sect leader and the deputy leader. Should they fail to resolve this matter, it would signify a lack of capability, prompting the disciples to seek refuge elsewhere. Within the council hall, Song Junjie and Qian Tang remained silent and motionless, their heads bowed like two sullen gourds. Chu Xuan wore a faint smile as he retrieved the corpse-raising tower and casually commanded, "Little tiger, go and eliminate him." Yes, a towering figure, dark and formidable, suddenly surged between Song Junjie and Qian Tang. A chilling gust of wind sent shivers down their spines, instilling a sense of impending doom. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the terror in the other's eyes. In mere moments, anguished screams echoed from outside, followed by another wave of bloodied wind. Little Tiger discarded a bloodied head at Chu Xian's feet, while nonchalantly grasping the headless corpse under his arm, chewing with a grotesque crunch. The unsettling sound of chewing reverberated in the council hall. Song Junjie and Qian Tang gazed at the head, which still bore traces of reluctance and shock, struggling to swallow their saliva. Thud! Qian Tang collapsed to his knees, utterly terrified. Master, this individual is a cultivator from the true martial sect. Your act of killing him will surely incite the wrath of the 2 golden core elders from true martial sect. Master, you must flee at once for your life. We shall remain behind to hold them off and buy you time. Song Junjie also knelt. Master, I should not have harbored any notions of testing you. Please punish me. He had realized that Chu Xuan's audacity to slay a true martial sect cultivator must be backed by formidable support. At this point, yielding and admitting fault was their only option. Chu Xuan smiled faintly and pointed at Song Junjie, saying, "Clever. Otherwise, it would have been you next." Song Junjie breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling a cold sweat break out across his body. Qian Tang gasped, unable to comprehend the situation. After a long pause, he murmured, "Master, what do you intend to do? We are willing to die for you." Chu Xuan scoffed lightly, "You are still of use. There is no need for you to die. Stay here. I shall return shortly." With that, he seemed to vanish like a gust of wind. Little Tiger, having devoured the Foundation establishment cultivator entirely, immediately followed suit. Only Song Junjie and Qian Tang remained in the hall. Thud! Qian Tang slumped to the ground, nearly frightened to death. Brother Song. Though Qian Tang now wore a smile, it was more painful than sorrow. Song Junjie sighed deeply. I have never been able to rid myself of this goo worm within me. I cannot escape its grasp. We are irrevocably tied to him now. Our fate rests entirely in his hands. Qian Tang spoke in a hushed tone. Should we inform the 2 golden core elders from true martial sect about this matter in advance? Song Junjie, he shook his head, his gaze flickering. No, although I am unaware of his backing. He shows no fear of those 2 golden cores. Qian Tang was taken aback. No fear of golden cores? Song Junjie nodded. We can only wait. With a mournful expression, Qian Tang lamented, wait. We shall wait. Chapter 142. The Awakening of the Relics. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood 2 individuals, one at the 4th level of the golden core stage, and the other at the 3rd. Their combined spells, unleashed with all their might, were unexpectedly shattered by the sheer physical prowess of their adversary. The head of Cangxuan Feng was obliterated by a single punch. What manner of creature is this? A fleeting thought flashed through Zhang Wei's mind, recalling a term long since lost to the annals of history, body refiners. Only a body refiner could possess such terrifying physical strength. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei retreated, casting 2 magical talismans that transformed into 2 spectral tiger spirits to momentarily serve as a barrier. He then promptly invoked 2 defensive spells. A layer of earthy yellow armor enveloped his entire form, while a large shield of the same hue materialized in front of him. Additionally, he summoned 2 defensive artifacts to shield him further. The first, known as the Ghost Silkworm Rope, was a control-type artifact with protective properties. The second, his life-bound treasure, was the Thousand-Fold Ruler, a jade measuring stick adorned with intricate carvings of birds and beasts. Upon its appearance, it radiated a luminous jade light, immediately positioning itself before Zhang Wei. Having completed these preparations, Zhang Wei finally exhaled in relief and turned his gaze towards his opponent. The Thousand-Fold Ruler was both an offensive and defensive asset, one he held in the utmost regard. He was resolute in his belief that with such an array of defenses, he could withstand any assault. Chu Xuan, observing Zhang Wei encased in his defensive shell, could not suppress a chuckle. Zhang Wei, sensing the humor, warned, "Friend, let us speak civilly. If you wish to claim the position of the sect's leader, so be it. There is no need for violence." Chu Xuan's laughter grew louder. What significance does the leadership of a mere small sect hold? He replied, his smile widening. Compared to this so-called position of leadership, I find your storage bag far more intriguing. Zhang Wei's pupils constricted in alarm. In the next instant, Chu Xuan unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 3 punches were thrown. The first shattered the armor and shield of spiritual energy. The second caused the Ghost Silkworm Rope to emit a mournful cry before crashing to the ground. The third struck the thousand-fold ruler, dimming its brilliance and fracturing it into 3 pieces. The destruction of his life-bound treasure inflicted a backlash upon Zhang Wei, who erupted in a spray of blood and was sent hurtling backward. His vision reflected the rapid approach of the fourth punch, and a singular thought consumed him. Such formidable strength, such ferocious blows. Bang! His skull was crushed. Chu Xuan, channeling his spiritual energy, sent the blood and brain matter flying from his fist. He gazed at the 2 headless corpses within the Hall of Deliberation and smiled faintly. Indeed, the 30 levels of body refinement are formidable to withstand golden core spells with mere flesh, to shatter low-grade artifacts with a punch. I had initially aspired to be a sword immortal. Looking at his own massive fist, Chu Xuan couldn't help but smirk. What need had he for sword immortals? All must tremble beneath the might of his 30 levels of body refinement. Casually, he stored the 2 bodies within the corpse nurturing tower, claiming their storage bags before striding away with purpose. The commotion within the hall had drawn the attention of several disciples of the Wuji Sect. Yet, upon his exit, these disciples hastily dispersed, muttering about the beauty of the moonlit night, oblivious to the ominous atmosphere of the dark and windy evening. How bountiful! Chu Xuan marveled as he rummaged through the contents of the storage bags belonging to the 2 golden core cultivators. Indeed, the treasures within their bags surpassed those of Foundation establishment cultivators. Many of the items were collected from other small sections. However, most of these were treasures suitable for the Foundation establishment stage, such as magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, which held little value for Chu Xuan. The only useful items were the spirit stones, essential across all cultivation realms. The opponent's treasures had been annihilated, yet the old man's artifacts remained intact. Chu Xuan meticulously examined the large, dark seal in his possession. This artifact, known as the Xuanwu seal, was a low-grade treasure. Its method of attack straightforward, hurl it at the enemy. Its simplicity was both brutal and effective. Although merely a low-grade artifact, it far surpassed many top-tier magical items. Chu Xuan estimated that when unleashed, it could easily crush most high-grade defensive artifacts. With a sweep of his consciousness, he removed the residual spiritual imprint left by Cangxuan Feng, replacing it with his own soul blood imprint. His spirit was sufficiently potent to simultaneously command 4 artifacts. Chapter 143. Please cease the quarreling. At Black Dragon Mountain, after a brief interval, an elegant laughter resonated beyond the mountain's grand formation. I am Tong Yijian, here to pay a visit to my esteemed friends at Black Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Song Junjie and Xian Tang were contemplating how to ingratiate themselves before Chu Xuan. Upon hearing the voice from outside, they involuntarily shuddered. Tong Yijian. Wasn't he a golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Sword Sect? What brings him to our humble abode? Both Song Junjie and Xian Tang dared not to delay, promptly rushing out to greet Tong Yijian with utmost respect. Moments later, the silver-haired Tong Yijian was ceremoniously ushered into the discussion hall by the 2. As Tong Yijian assessed the pair, a slight smile graced his lips. Pray tell, where might that golden core friend of yours be? Simultaneously, Song Junjie and Xian Tang feigned ignorance. What do you mean, esteemed elder? We have no golden core cultivators at Black Dragon Mountain. Tong Yijian burst into hearty laughter. No need to pretend. I received word promptly. Cangxuan Feng and Zhang Wei are deceased. My expertise in the art of goo worms led me to discern that both of you harbor a 5 organs goo within. He continued, now, tell me, where is your golden core companion? A cold sweat broke out on both Song Junjie and Xian Tang. Indeed, the 100 Sect Alliance had recently convened a meeting under the summons of the True Martial Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect. At that assembly, the Golden Core Cultivator had encouraged them to train diligently and unite against the larger sects, even patting their shoulders in a friendly manner. It appeared this old fox had long been aware of the secrets at Black Dragon Mountain, but chose to remain silent. As Song Junjie and Xian Tang hesitated, a voice echoed from the entrance of the discussion hall. Do you seek my counsel? Chu Xuan strode into the hall, his palm poised for action, ready to unleash his prowess at any moment. Having just slain Cangxuan Feng and Zhang Wei, he was surprised to find another Golden Core cultivator arriving unbidden. Instantly, Song Junjie and Xian Tang felt a surge of tension. The atmosphere was charged, as if an altercation were imminent. Should we flee? One whispered. If we don't leave now, we might be caught in the aftermath of a golden core battle. Yet, upon encountering Chu Xuan, Tong Yijian made no move to attack. Instead, he slowly rose, smiling. I am Tong Yijian, honored to meet you. He exuded the aura of a late-stage golden core practitioner. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow, casually retracting his lethal stance, a strange expression crossing his face. Late-stage golden core? If memory served, the intelligence indicated that among Cangxuan Feng, Zhang Wei, and Tong Yijian, only Cangxuan Feng was at mid-stage golden core. Both Zhang Wei and Tong Yijian were early stage. Why had Tong Yijian advanced to late stage? The display of power from Tong Yijian was not without its intent to intimidate. Given the uncertainty of his opponent's strength, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions. A smile emerged on Chu Xuan's face. Tong Daoyu, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Qian Tang looked bewildered, unable to comprehend how the atmosphere had shifted to such cordiality in an instant. Song Junjie promptly pulled him aside, urging, let the two elders converse. We shall wait outside. With a creak, the grand doors of the discussion hall closed. Chu Xuan clasped his hands, smiling. Elder Tong, a pleasure to meet you. I am He Liang. Tong Yijian reciprocated the smile. How remarkably young you are, Dao Yu. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Eventually, Tong Yijian inquired, what are your thoughts on the 100 Refinements sect and the Sky-Burning sect? Chu Xuan replied readily, to be candid, I am but a foundation-building rogue cultivator from the Yu Nation, who fortuitously ascended to Golden Core amidst this chaotic era. In my view, the great sects will inevitably devour the smaller ones. The 100-sect alliance is merely a loose coalition. We Golden Core practitioners should align ourselves with a larger sect. With a smile, he added, might I inquire, which faction do you represent, Elder Tong? Tong Yijian was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Dao Yu, your sharp insight has unveiled my identity. I shall not feign any longer. I am Jian Yitong, an elder of the 100 Refinements sect. Would you care to join our esteemed sect? Chu Xuan smiled. An invitation from a grand sect is not one to be declined. I, He Liang, would be honored to accept. Jian Yitong was momentarily stunned by Chu Xuan's prompt acceptance. He laughed heartily. Excellent. I shall report this matter to the sect. You need only await the day it comes to fruition. With that, he rose, clasped his hands in farewell, and strode out of Black Dragon Mountain. Chu Xuan watched his departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. It was evident that Jian Yitong had long adopted a pseudonym to mingle within the 100-sect alliance. Chapter 144. Senior brother, they defame me. 5 days later, the 4 Golden Core leaders of the 100 Refinement sect, accompanied by a multitude of cultivators, suddenly descended southward under the cloak of night. Wherever they passed, the disciples of the 100-sect alliance surrendered in droves. However, even in surrender, survival was not guaranteed, as a predetermined list dictated who would live and who would perish. A scene of bloodshed unfolded in every corner of the 100-sect alliance. Yet, amidst the dark and perilous night, there existed a tranquil sanctuary, Black Dragon Mountain. Song Junjie, Qian Tang, and a dozen Qi Refinement disciples gathered within the discussion hall. Even the Qi Refinement disciples could hear the distant cries of battle resonating through the midnight air, causing them to tremble in fear, apprehensive that such calamity might soon befall them. Song Junjie surveyed the room and calmly reassured, do not panic, my fellow disciples. Let us await the resolution of this turmoil in peace. He was a sagacious individual. When Tong Yijian had proactively sought an audience with their master, he sensed that Black Dragon Mountain was secure. As expected, despite the 100 Refinement sect's aggressive advance southward, none dared approach Black Dragon Mountain. This was evidently a privilege extended to Black Dragon Mountain by the 100 Refinement sect. Qian Tang pondered to himself, feeling grateful for having a wise master. Otherwise, they too would have surely met a grim fate on this bloody night. Before long, as the sun rose, this region had welcomed a new master. At Black Dragon Mountain, Jian Yitong and a resolute middle-aged man arrived together. Is Taoist he present? Boomed the man's voice, echoing through Black Dragon Mountain. Chu Xuan, who had not left the southern wilderness cultivation realm for several days, immediately made his presence known. The three entered the discussion hall. The steadfast, middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. I am Mei Yaoguang, an elder of the 100 Refinement sect, and also a junior disciple of the same lineage as Brother Jian. Chu Xuan clasped his fists in greeting, acknowledging the introduction. The middle-aged man produced a robe, an elder's token, and a spacious high-grade storage pouch, handing them to Chu Xuan. I have relayed all matters concerning Taoist He to the sect master, who is greatly pleased and has readily agreed to grant Taoist He membership in the 100 Refinement sect. Furthermore, the area surrounding Black Dragon Mountain, extending 3,000 miles, has been entrusted to Taoist He. Such a vast territory will surely incite envy among the other Golden Core elders. Mei Yaoguang continued with a smile. From this day forth, Taoist He shall be recognized as Elder He of the 100 Refinement sect, endowed with the ability to establish a residence and impart teachings. The sect's treasure vault and scripture repository shall be open to Elder He without obstruction. Of course, exchanging various treasures will still require contributions to the sect. Chu Xuan accepted these items, reflecting on the 100 Refinement sect's astute calculations. They had effectively delineated the Black Dragon Mountain area for him, ostensibly allowing him to establish his own domain, while in reality positioning him to confront the Burning Heaven sect. A few thousand miles further south lay the territory of the Burning Heaven sect. Nevertheless, Chu Xuan did not let such sentiments show on his countenance. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Please convey my gratitude to the sect master." Seeing Chu Xuan so agreeable, Mei Yaoguang chuckled. That is only natural. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed on a flying artifact. Once Jian Yitong left, Song Junjie and Qian Tang hurriedly approached Chu Xuan, kneeling in anticipation. They awaited his words, for their fates rested firmly in his hands. Chu Xuan spoke calmly. From this moment forth, I am an elder of the 100 Refinement sect, and you shall also be disciples of the 100 Refinement sect. The area within 3,000 miles belongs to our Black Dragon Mountain lineage. Song Junjie and Qian Tang's eyes widened in astonishment, elated at the prospect. Have we truly transformed into disciples of the 100 Refinement sect? Chapter 145, Senior Brother, behave like a human. A few days later, two figures approached in unison. One was the silver-haired Jian Yitong, while the other was a brash young man radiating the aura of a Golden Core cultivator. Hidao Yu. This is Jian Yitong. May I have the honor of a meeting? His voice echoed throughout the Black Dragon Mountain, yet there was no sign of Chu Xuan. Not even Song Junjie and Qian Tang could be seen. Jian Yitong scratched his head in confusion. Where is everyone in this vast Black Dragon Mountain? Is there not a single person to receive guests? After a considerable wait, a Qi refining disciple ascended into the sky on a flying sword. The disciple respectfully announced, Li Qing of the Black Dragon Mountain's Qi refining sect pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Jian Yitong furrowed his brows. Where's your master? What has happened to your two foundation establishment elders? Why such negligence? Li Qing clasped his hands and replied solemnly, Elder Jian, the master is elusive, and both master and Uncle Qian have gone out. I am uncertain of your purpose. Upon their return, I will convey your message. Before Jian Yitong could respond, the young man let out a long sigh. On my first visit, I cannot even meet Hidao Yu. Instead, I am greeted only by a mere Qi refining novice. Does Hidao Yu look down upon this newly ascended Golden Core? Having just arrived, there were myriad matters to attend to, so he chose not to waste time here. With that, the young man soared away, disappearing from sight. Jian Yitong could only smile wryly and turn to Li Qing. Li Qing, remember this. The one who just left is the newly ascended Golden Core Elder Yuan Zichu, who has established a sect on Qianshui Peak. At just over 30, he has attained the Golden Core stage, and his future is indeed promising. I brought him here to foster a good relationship with your Black Dragon Mountain's ancestors. Please, do not let any rift develop between the two. Li Qing nodded. Yes, I will certainly report this matter to the master in full. If it weren't for the arrival of a Golden Core cultivator and the prolonged silence from Black Dragon Mountain, he wouldn't have bothered to come out himself. Within 5 years, if one cannot advance to the later stages of Qi refining, they risk becoming an corpse. with their lives on the line. Who has the time to concern themselves with other matters? Song Junjie and Qian Tang were busy scouring the world for foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators, leaving them with little time for anything else. Armed with the magical tools bestowed by Chu Xuan, they roamed freely and unchecked, unless a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator appeared. The rest were no match for them. In just 1 month, they managed to capture 18 foundation establishment cultivators and over 200 qi refining cultivators. Such accomplishments greatly pleased Chu Xuan, who promptly rewarded them with various elixirs and talismans, items of great utility for foundation establishment cultivators, but of little use to him. However, these actions by Black Dragon Mountain drew the ire of Cangxuan Peak. A few days later, Yuan Zichu arrived at Black Dragon Mountain in a fit of rage. His booming voice resonated throughout the mountain. "He Liang, come out." The aura of a golden core cultivator surged forth, instilling genuine fear in every disciple of Black Dragon Mountain. Seeing this, they hurried to block the entrance. "Who is this elder, and why is he so disrespectful towards our master?" Song Junjie said sternly. Yuan Zichu, incredulous and infuriated, retorted, "You don't even know who I am? How rude of you, Black Dragon Mountain, and you dare accuse me of being discourteous. He Liang, come out. You Black Dragon Mountain have robbed me of my spirit seedlings 5 times. Just as Yuan Zichu was about to continue, his pupils dilated in shock. He swiftly sidestepped as a massive black serpent shot out from somewhere within Black Dragon Mountain, narrowly missing him. Had he not reacted in time, he would have been struck squarely by the fearsome creature. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zichu realized that it was not a serpent at all, but a treasure radiating a menacing, cold light. What a formidable artifact! Yuan Zichu thought, alarmed. Chapter 146. Will these eyes be gifted or not? Do not mention the astonishment of Jian Yitong. Even Chu Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Upon their initial confrontation, he discerned that this young man undoubtedly held a significant status. Although he was merely at the first layer of the Golden Core stage, he was adorned with treasures. Either his lineage was exalted, or his talents were exceptional. Such cultivators typically harbor a vendetta against those who wrong them. Yet, despite having nearly shattered this man's innate treasure, he softened his tone and voluntarily offered a mid-grade flying talisman. This was a stark contrast to the prodigies depicted in tales of cultivation. Yuan Zichu, noticing Chu Xuan's silence, gritted his teeth and retrieved 3 golden core talismans. Esteemed Taoist, here are 2 Earth Prison talismans and 1 5 Thunder talisman, all drawn by myself. Jian Yitong was immediately taken aback. Yuan Zichu was a renowned talisman master within the 100 Refinement sect. The Earth Prison talisman, in particular, was far more effective than those crafted by other talismancers, capable of restraining foes for an extended duration. The 5 Thunder talisman also boasted greater power. Other Golden Core cultivators sought to purchase talismans from him. Yet unexpectedly, Yuan Zichu had chosen to present 3 to Chu Xuan. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Chu Xuan declared, "Then I shall accept them." With a grand gesture, he stored the skyward mirror and the 3 talismans in his possession. One should never refuse a gift of treasures. Upon witnessing Chu Xuan claim the talismans and artifacts, Yuan Zichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. While Jian Yitong may have been unaware, he had already discerned Chu Xuan's formidable strength. A body cultivator, moreover, one who had refined his physical form to an extraordinary level. It was highly probable that he could rival even the late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Body cultivation demands substantial resources, and in this era, it is a path fraught with peril. The fact that Liang had achieved such a level indicated either unparalleled talent or abundant resources. Regardless, Yuan Zichu had no desire to provoke this individual. Though he was known for his vengeful nature, he was also aware of whom he could retaliate against and whom he could not. This master of Black Dragon Mountain was evidently someone he should not cross. With a smile, Yuan Zichu said, "Esteemed Taoist, my cultivation ground lies 6,000 miles east of Black Dragon Mountain at Cangxuan Peak. You are welcome to visit me there when time permits." With that, he took to the winds and vanished in the blink of an eye, though it felt as if he fled. Song Junjie and Qian Tang were filled with both surprise and shock tinged with a hint of melancholy. The more powerful their master became, the more elated they were. Yet, this also signified their perpetual entrapment under his dominion. Jian Yitong blinked, recognizing that, despite his age, he had perceived Yuan Zichu's fear of Chu Xuan. This was evidenced by his eagerness to offer treasures and talismans, fearful of igniting Chu Xuan's wrath. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Jian Yitong cleared his throat and spoke softly. The Burning Heaven sect is about to make a move. I suspect they will act against us. A senior Golden Core cultivator I know has organized a gathering for Golden Core practitioners. By simply consuming a transformation and voice alteration pill, one can attend without revealing their identity. If you're interested, esteemed Taoist, you should consider this opportunity to join the Golden Core gathering. It is not to be missed. Chu Xuan pondered thoughtfully. A Golden Core gathering indeed sounded intriguing. Perhaps he could procure a Thunder Python demon pill, which would enable him to advance his chi refining stage into the Golden Core realm. As for the transformation and voice alteration pill, being a master of disguise, he was well aware that it was a potion that could alter one's appearance and voice after consumption. He had several such pills in his storage bag, and moreover, his current techniques of disguise surpassed the efficacy of the pill itself. He had reached a level where others could not discern his disguises, yet he could easily detect the disguises of others. If Jian Yitong intended to deceive him, or if the Golden Core gathering were to harbor hidden dangers, then how splendid that would be. His 30-fold body refining stage was far from superficial. When and where? Inquired Chu Xuan. 6 days hence, at the Divine Gang Valley, replied Jian Yitong, producing a jade slip. With this, you may gain entry. Very well, Chu Xuan nodded. 6 days later, at the Divine Gang Valley. The spiritual energy here was not particularly dense, yet was revered by the Divine Gang sect as a sacred site. This was where the sect's founder emerged and progressively established the vast Divine Gang sect. However, since the sect's decline, the Divine Gang Valley had been ravaged by rogue cultivators and had become a desolate ruin. The Divine Gang sect itself had vanished. Chapter 147. I knew you were not a good person. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the mention of the Hidden Mountain Society. Was it possible that Jian Yitong, that enigmatic old man, had inexplicably drawn him into such an organization? He glanced towards Jian Yitong, only to discover that the old man was equally bewildered, sitting upright without engaging with the voluptuous female cultivator. Clearly, he too was perplexed as to why a perfectly ordinary gathering of Golden Core cultivators had morphed into this so-called Hidden Mountain Society. Chu Xuan discreetly examined the other cultivators and noticed that a flicker of the same emotion passed through the eyes of some, albeit well concealed. After all, they had all attained the Golden Core stage, and, at the very least, they possessed a degree of emotional control. The rugged man continued. Perhaps some do not wish to join the Hidden Mountain Society. That is perfectly fine. You need only swear not to disclose the existence of the Hidden Mountain Society to depart. He clarified that it was not a heart demon's oath, but rather an oath established by him. With that, he produced a talisman paper, upon which seemed to be inscribed something significant. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. To pledge a heart demon's oath was entirely different from adhering to an oath set by another. Cultivators of the demonic path often had myriad ways to deceive themselves into upholding a heart demon's oath. However, oaths dictated by others rarely left any loopholes or flaws. The 12 Golden Core cultivators fell into silence, but did not rise. The rugged man, seeing no one stand, revealed a smile. Very well, in that case, the assembly of the Hidden Mountain Society shall officially commence. Allow me to introduce myself. My codename is Black Chess. I am the one who organizes each Hidden Mountain Society meeting, and I shall inform you of the specific times and locations through the Hidden Mountain Jade. He gestured to a jade slip. Yes, this little device, he said with a smile. By the way, any member who fails to attend the meeting for 5 consecutive times will be presumed dead. He then turned to the first individual on his left. The man, a lean figure, calmly stated codename, Flying Fish. He then looked to the next person, Heavenly Stone. One by one, codenames were declared, and Jian Yitong's codename was Righteous Chi. It was puzzling how his lecherous gaze towards the female cultivator could be associated with the term Righteous Chi. When it was Chu Xuan's turn, he merely stated his codename and fell silent. Heartless. It was a name that perfectly aligned with his persona. He had memorized the code names of the others clearly. Now, let us commence the trading. Black Chess smiled. Please present the items you wish to trade. Whether it be a one-to-one exchange or a multi-person exchange is entirely up to you. Flying Fish immediately stated, a mid-grade magical artifact named the Mystery Mirror, which can hinder the opponent's spiritual power. 4,000 small spirit stones. Heavenly Stone, he continued a mid-grade secret technique for Golden Core cultivators, the Soul Whirlwind. It has 3 tiers, and reaching the 3rd tier allows one to devour the opponent's soul. 6,000 small spirit stones. Various items were placed upon the long table, enveloped in spiritual energy. Chu Xuan listened intently, but calculated that he could only afford one of them. With his entrance into the Golden Core realm, the prices of magical artifacts and secret techniques had skyrocketed. His impoverished background naturally left him lacking in power, while others pursued those lucrative opportunities, escaping to assert their dominance over the 100 Clans Alliance. Chu Xuan continued to listen and noted that some were offering treasures unique to the Burning Heaven sect for trade, which likely indicated their affiliation with Golden Core cultivators from that sect. The Hidden Mountain Society was indeed intriguing, with Golden Core cultivators from the Burning Heaven sect and the 100 Refinement sect convening due to mutual interests. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the air. Information. A bounty from the Feathered Ascension Palace. This bounty has been directly issued to the nascent soul ancestors of the major sects in North Cold, South Wilderness, East State, and West State. Most Golden Core cultivators were unaware of it. The reward is the corpses of 3 nascent soul cultivators. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Chu Xuan's eyes. The individual who had just announced the bounty was codenamed Whitewater. He appeared unremarkable in both appearance and aura, which had initially caused Chu Xuan to overlook him. However, he now understood that this person was far from ordinary. What was the Feathered Ascension Palace? Chu Xuan had encountered information about it while researching the Yellow Springs Dao sect. The Cangxuan World was a realm of cultivation, referred to as Cangxuan World among lower-ranking cultivators, while those of greater strength referred to it as Cangxuan Star. The Feathered Ascension Palace was the undisputed overlord of Cangxuan Star, without equal. It resided in Central State, the region richest in spiritual energy. The Feathered Ascension Palace had always been indifferent and careless towards other powers within Cangxuan Star. The Yellow Springs Dao sect, in its heyday, was a colossal sect on par with the Feathered Ascension Palace. However, one fateful day, the ancestral grounds of the Yellow Springs Dao sect vanished without a trace, leading to its collapse. The Feathered Ascension Palace consumed the remnants of the Yellow Springs Dao sect, thereby establishing itself as the absolute sovereign of Cangxuan Star. Chapter 148. You do not love me at all. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, the cultivators present began to ponder their own strategies. Compared to the imminent conflict between the 100 Refinement sect and the Burning Heaven sect, the bounty from the Ascendant Palace was far more enticing. Should they acquire the remains of 3 nascent soul cultivators, their concerns would dissipate. Even the 100 Refinement sect and the Burning Heaven sect would seem insignificant in their eyes, allowing them to traverse the vast expanse of Cangxuan Star with ease. Moreover, once the nascent soul ancestors of the Burning Heaven sect and the 100 Refinement sect learned of this bounty, it was likely they would temper their war efforts to focus on the thorough pursuit of Shang Tianjue and Shang Xingchen. Chu Xuan also entertained some thoughts regarding this matter, but they remained merely thoughts. He did not believe that the resurrected Shang Tianjue and Shang Xingchen would be easily vanquished. Their ability to emerge from the underground ruins after 5 centuries indicated they possessed formidable resources. The consequence of excessive greed could very well lead to one's demise. In comparison to the bounty from the Ascendant Palace, Chu Xuan found himself more intrigued by Shui's identity. Given that this bounty was directly issued by the Ascendant Palace to the nascent soul ancestors of various sects on Cangxuan Star, how could this individual, being merely a Golden Core cultivator, have come to know of it? Nevertheless, Chu Xuan merely entertained the thought. Among the 12 Golden Core cultivators present, each exhibited exceptional prowess, and their backgrounds were shrouded in mystery. His greatest asset lay in his physical body, strengthened through 30 layers of body refinement. While he could undoubtedly defeat any single one of them in a direct confrontation, he would likely have to reveal one or two of his own cards, risking injury in the process. Chu Xuan had never engaged in endeavors that were not worth the cost. The transactions continued. When it was Chu Xuan's turn, he produced a small vial, spirit binding powder. Once inhaled, it renders the user incapable of utilizing their internal spiritual energy or absorbing the natural spiritual essence from the surroundings. It is effective against golden core cultivators. One vial for 6,000 small spirit stones. I am also willing to purchase the demon core of a thunder attribute serpent python at a high price. This spirit binding powder was a poison he had acquired from the Toxic Codex. After much contemplation, it was the only item he deemed worthy of trade. Other poisons were too potent and would only jeopardize him if presented for exchange. As for magical tools, pills, and talismans, most were suited for Foundation establishment cultivators, thus rendering them unsuitable for his purposes. Since he already possessed the antidote for the spirit binding powder, he felt confident in offering it for trade. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. He found little of interest in the items presented by others. He did, however, regard the mid-grade spiritual consciousness secret technique among the golden core offerings with some appreciation. Yet, having already condensed the yellow spring soul pill, his spiritual essence was exceedingly robust. Even a low-grade technique like the piercing needle could unleash formidable power in his hands. As for magical treasures and pills, they hardly caught his eye. His physical form was now comparable to a mid-grade magical treasure. Unless someone could present a superior-grade magical artifact, he would not even bother to glance at it. As for pills, only those of a unique nature might pique his interest. Regarding pills that could enhance golden core cultivation, such as the Nourishing Essence pill, he dismissed them entirely. I possess ample energy and blood honey. I have no need for pills aimed at cultivation enhancement. Instead, he was particularly intrigued by pills that could assist corpses and spirits in breaking through their bottlenecks. Ever since the little tiger merged with his spiritual root, its realm had surged rapidly, especially after consuming the remains of a golden core cultivator. It had already reached the level of a 9th-grade corpse general. Regrettably, it seemed to be facing a bottleneck, unable to condense a corpse pill and advance to the rank of a corpse commander. Suddenly, another individual spoke up. I possess information regarding the Yellow Spring Taoist sect, which may prove useful in the pursuit of Shang Tianjue and Shang Xingchen. Upon hearing this, the golden core cultivators present raised their eyebrows, yet none immediately expressed a desire to purchase the information. Chu Xuan cast a glance at the speaker, who was known by the codename Deep Sea. I am somewhat interested. Let us hear it. Jianni chuckled a few times. I, too, am intrigued. Name your price. Tian Shi chimed in as well. Deep Sea held up 5 fingers. This piece of information has some value, though not excessively so. 3,000 small spirit stones will suffice. Hei Qi surveyed the room, noting that everyone was interested, and smiled. Then let us proceed as we did previously. Each person contributes 3,000 small spirit stones. What say you? Agreed. Chapter 149, Critical Hit. Supreme Divine Ability. Upon arriving at the Soul Capture and Evil Nurturing Array, Chu Xuan casually tossed the little tiger into it. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to retrieve several dozen pounds of blood honey from the blood bean nest and placed it beside the little tiger. Soon, the ominous energy and blood essence began to converge towards the little tiger, gradually forming a dense, firm, purple-black cocoon on its surface. At this rate, it would likely take a year or two to condense a corpse pill. Chu Xuan then settled into meditation within the formation. He had successfully traded with the black chess piece for 3 Thunder Python demon pills, and now was the perfect opportunity to condense his golden pill and elevate his chi refining realm to the golden pill stage. He swallowed the 3 Thunder Python demon pills in one go, immediately channeling his internal spiritual power into them. The Thunder Python demon pills, which were elusive to foundation-building cultivators, were easily obtained from golden pill cultivators at a trading event hosted by the Hidden Mountain Society. Indeed, the differences in circles yield vastly different opportunities. With a gentle smile, Chu Xuan calmed his mind and began compressing his spiritual power according to the Thunder Python pill condensation method. Each demon pill possessed its own intricate distinctions, especially among various species of demon beasts, necessitating corresponding condensation techniques. The process of compressing spiritual power had no shortcuts. It was a path that required perseverance. After 8 months of tireless effort, his internal spiritual power had been depleted time and again, and he finally sensed a swelling within the demon pill, indicating that the moment of pill condensation was approaching. Another 8 months passed, and Chu Xuan's aura surged wildly. The demon pill spun and collapsed, becoming increasingly solid. At a certain moment, the Thunder Python demon pill completely collapsed into a glimmering golden pill, surrounded by arcs of lightning, adorned with the intricate pattern of a coiling python. This was the beast golden pill. At the instant of the golden pill's condensation, Chu Xuan opened his eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. With the golden pill swallowed, he felt as though his fate was now in his own hands. However, he couldn't help but smirk, realizing that this old saying was rather pretentious. A mere golden pill cultivator could now be effortlessly defeated by him with a single punch. Rising to his feet, Chu Xuan glanced at the little tiger at the center of the array. It remained encased in a purple-black cocoon with no signs of breaking free. Just as he was about to depart, a faint cracking sound emanated from the surface of the cocoon. A flicker of joy crossed his face. It seemed they were nearing the final moment. Chu Xuan settled back down beside the array, immersing himself in the study of the deadly poison scripture while he waited. He discovered that, although his talent in alchemy was mediocre, he had made significant strides in the art of poison. Currently, his storage bag contained 6 types of poison capable of killing golden pill cultivators, 3 colored, 2 flavored, and the most formidable being colorless and tasteless, a true lethal poison. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He could devise a new poison. Chapter 150. All of the above is fabricated. Is that the Lord of Black Dragon Mountain, the infamous black-hearted ancestor? Truly, seeing is believing. It is said that the practitioners of Black Dragon Mountain engage in frenzied cultivation every day, and those who fail to meet the requirements are turned into corpses. Because of this matter concerning Black Dragon Mountain, my golden pill ancestor from Xianyun Cave has issued a command. Anyone who does not meet the criteria shall be expelled from the sect. Similarly, the same applies to my Phylong Manor. The disciples began to chatter excitedly. A few were so overwhelmed with emotion that they nearly wept. Their voices, though hushed, were still audible to Chu Xuan. After all, Chu Xuan had condensed the Huangquan soul pill, making his spirit stronger than that of most golden pill cultivators. The black-hearted ancestor? Quite fitting for my persona, indeed. Unbeknownst to me, Black Dragon Mountain has entangled the entire 100 Refinement sect. Chu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. At the entrance of the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion stood an elderly cultivator on guard. Chu Xuan strode in with purpose, and before the elder could utter a word, the golden pill elder token hanging from his waist emitted layers of invisible ripples. Startled, the drowsy old cultivator sprang to attention. "I have seen the elder," he exclaimed respectfully. Chu Xuan nodded slightly, stating his desire to exchange for golden pill period techniques. The old cultivator promptly responded. "The golden pill techniques are located on the 7th floor. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xuan swiftly made his way to the 7th floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Here, an extensive collection of texts was meticulously categorized. From chi refining techniques to divine consciousness secrets and even body refining methods, everything was readily available. Chu Xuan perused through the lower grade and mid-grade golden pill techniques, moving directly to the section housing the upper grade and supreme grade techniques. His gaze swept over the volumes. Heavenly River Heavy Water Scroll, Blood Refinement True Skill, 3,000 Mysterious Threads. Chu Xuan raised an eyebrow. The Scripture Pavilion of the 100 Refinements sect indeed housed a considerable number of demonic techniques. However, he did not encounter any excessively sinister or malevolent methods. There were no corpse refining techniques, only those pertaining to puppet crafting. Yet, the distinction between crafting puppets and refining corpses is merely a matter of terminology. What difference exists between a puppet made of wood and stone and one fashioned from a corpse? From this perspective, It is evident that the Hundred Refinements sect does not concern itself with the delineation between righteous and demonic paths. Among the supreme grade techniques, In Thunder Fiery Devastation art required 3,000 contributions to the sect. This one will suffice, Chu Xuan remarked as he examined the tome, nodding in satisfaction. The In Thunder Fiery Devastation art is characterized by its grand and sweeping approach. Upon reaching mastery, one becomes fearless of heavenly thunder. It is a favored technique among many demonic cultivators. However, cultivating this art with spiritual thunder energy is notably slow. It necessitates the absorption of In Thunder to expedite the process. Moreover, it requires foundational techniques to be practiced beforehand, either Five Thunder Method or Mysterious Devastation art. Of course, this posed no issue for Chu Xuan. With his previous experience in practicing the blood-devouring demonic scripture, mastering a foundational technique once more would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. As for the In Thunder, it can only be formed when the In malevolent energy combines with spiritual thunder energy, a challenging condition to fulfill. Yet for Chu Xuan, it merely requires some effort. Once the formation is established, the In Thunder will come rolling in an instant, a torrential force reserved solely for him. No one else can claim it. Just as Chu Xuan was about to leave the scripture pavilion, he noticed someone ascending the stairs. It was Yuan Zichu. Upon seeing Chu Xuan, Yuan Zichu offered an awkward smile. "Ah, fellow Taoist, what a pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on Black Dragon Mountain claiming first place in the recent competition among the disciples of various sections." Yuan Zichu forced a smile. His Qinshui Peak was newly established and had few disciples. In this competition, he had ranked first. Well, rather, in the last position. Chapter 151, Fellow Taoist, do you desire a heart? The Burning Heaven sect and the Hundred Refinements sect have temporarily set aside their hostilities, dispatching numerous cultivators to cast a vast net in search of Shang Tianjue and Shang Xingchen. However, the underworld Dao sect's ghost palace is situated within the territory of the Burning Heaven sect, granting them a distinct advantage in this pursuit. In the southern wilderness of the cultivation realm, a month has swiftly passed, while 10 months have elapsed on the Blue Sea Star. Both realms emanate an aura of annihilation. The restless spirits within the great formation dare not approach, fearful of being struck by the In Thunder and instantly reduced to ash. Chu Xuan's face brightened as he promptly retrieved a large water tank to collect the In Thunder. If the In Thunder were to be stored in a spatial pouch, it would obliterate his various treasures into dust. Thus, it must be contained in a vessel. This tank was crafted by a blacksmith from the Hundred Refinements sect, and the liquid it holds is not water, but rather a glaze-like paste. The entire tank is completely non-conductive, allowing for the safe storage of the In Thunder. Now, he could commence his cultivation. The In Thunder Fiery Fiend technique is something I have long coveted. Chu Xuan's Fmai. The technique comprises 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 levels of the Golden Core stage. What he values most are the spells of the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 9th layers. In Thunder Child, In Thunder Ghost Hand, Fiery Thunder Finger, and In Fiend Thunder Shadow. In Thunder Child condenses In Thunder into a core stored within the Dantian, with no upper limit. In the heat of battle, hundreds or even thousands of In Thunder children can be unleashed, overwhelming even the mightiest of golden cores. In Thunder Ghost Hand is a powerful control spell, akin to the Blood Fiend Ghost Claw. Fiery Thunder Finger is an offensive spell with low consumption and high attack speed. Once an unrelenting offensive momentum is established, the enemy cannot withstand it. In Fiend Thunder Shadow condenses a shadow with a spirit and In Thunder, possessing roughly 60% of the original strength. It lies concealed within shadows, autonomously engaging foes without the need for control, as it harbors a spirit within. Chu Xuan's interest in the In Thunder Fiery Fiend technique is primarily due to the spell known as In Thunder Child. Other cultivators, constrained by resources, find it challenging to condense a substantial number of In Thunder children. However, his situation is different. With the Reverse Thunder Array and the Soul Capturing and Fiend Nurturing Array in place, the In Thunder is virtually limitless. As long as he stores enough In Thunder children in his Dantian, Even a nascent soul will fall before him. The other spells recorded in the Een Thunder Fiery Fiend technique are either somewhat redundant or lack offensive and defensive capabilities, merely serving as auxiliary spells. At present, my sole objective is to cultivate as swiftly as possible. The foundational technique, the profound fiend technique, has already been perfected, leaving no obstacles in my path. Chu Xuan felt elated. 10 months is more than sufficient time for him to master a basic cultivation technique. Let the practice begin. As Chu Xuan absorbed the Een Thunder, he accelerated his training in the Een Thunder Fiery Fiend technique. Under the influence of his exceptional Thunder Spirit root and his relentless dedication, it took only 2 months for him to grasp the fundamentals of the technique and acquire Een Thunderchild. From that day forth, his dantian was filled with thumb-sized purple-black thunder spheres, the quantity of Een Thunder children increasing daily. After diligently advancing the Een Thunder Fiery Fiend technique to the 5th layer, the number of Een Thunder children within his dantian exceeded 1,000. He had succeeded. Chapter 152. Cementing the Heart, seizing the opportunity to return to the sect. Sanfeng Mountain. This location lies within the dominion of the former Miaoyin Palace, a mountain range that, in contrast to other regions, is devoid of abundant spiritual energy. At the foot of the mountain, only a few mortal hunters, who subsist by hunting wild beasts, reside. It is precisely for this reason that the Hidden Mountain Society has designated it as a meeting point. Upon arriving, Chu Xuan discovered that the assembly was not yet complete, with 2 members notably absent. Jian Yitong still appeared as the youthful, elegant figure he was, engaging in flirtations with a voluptuous female cultivator known by the codename Nishua. Heike patiently waited for an hour before declaring, "Feiyu and Baiyu have yet to arrive. We shall not wait any longer and commence the meeting." Their absence could yield various explanations. They might be in the midst of crucial cultivation, unable to attend, or perhaps they had suffered grave injuries or even perished. Chu Xuan remained indifferent. The transaction at hand promised to be as tedious as the previous one. The truly valuable treasures eluded him due to insufficient spirit stones, rendering them unattainable. Most items were beneficial to others but held no value for him. When it was Chu Xuan's turn, he produced 3 types of poison: spirit restraint powder, spirit wounding smoke, and soul-numbing incense. Spirit restraint powder had been presented before, while spirit wounding smoke was an incidental product he created whilst researching a poison that could injure golden core cultivators by contaminating their spiritual energy. This substance is formless, emitting only a faint fragrance. Inhaling, it causes an incremental depletion of spiritual energy with each usage, ultimately exhausting an opponent's power discreetly. Soul-numbing incense, another poison, is also formless, yet possesses a rich aroma. Upon inhalation, it can paralyze the soul, significantly